the opener of the way. As if the ancient divinities of Egypt were not already frightful enough, Anubis and Sebek in particular, in this tale we discover that these gods were mere masks for far more terrible, and more ancient, deities. And you can pretty well guess which ones. Demon Messenger. Black Temple. And then there's our old friend Ludwig Prynne and his book. Sufficient clues, I'd say. And yet Lynn Carter must have missed them, as did I, since this tale was not initially included in Mysteries of the Worm. Thanks to Richard L. Tierney for pointing out the omission. Both Lovecraft himself and Robert E. Howard used more than once the same premise of a secret history buried beneath the known ages of Egypt, as well as the kindred notion of repressed terrors surviving in the relatively innocuous forms of conventional religious myths and legends. More recent writers used the same idea, sometimes in the form of direct sequels to and glosses on stories by Bloch, Lovecraft, and Howard, include Lynn Carter, e.g. The Vault Beneath the Mosque, and Richard Tierney, The Curse of the Crocodile, The Treasure of Horemheb. The Opener of the Way. By Robert Bloch. The statue of Anubis brooded over the darkness. Its blind eyes had basked in the blackness for unnumbered centuries, and the dust of ages had settled upon its stony brow. The damp air of the pit had caused its canine features to crumble, but the stone lips of the image still were curled in a snarling grin of cryptic mirth. It was almost as if the idol were alive, as if it had been the shadowed centuries slipped by, and with them the glory of Egypt and the old gods. Then indeed would it have reason to grin, at the thought of ancient pomps and vain and vanished splendor. But the statue Anubis, opener of the way, jackal-headed god of Carnatur, was not alive, and those that had bowed in worship were long dead. Death was everywhere. It haunted the shadowy tunnel where the idol stood, hidden away in the mummy cases and biding amidst the very dust of the stone floor. Death and darkness, darkness undispelled by light these 3,000 years. Today, however, light came. It was heralded by a grating clang, as the iron door at the further end of the passageway swung open on its rusted hinges, swung open for the first time in 30 centuries. Through the opening came the strange illumination of a torch, and the sudden sound of voices. There was something indescribably eerie about the event. For 3,000 years no light had shone in these black and buried vaults. For 3,000 years no feet had disturbed the dusty carpet of their floors. For 3,000 years no voice had sent its sound through the ancient air. The last light had come from a sacred torch in the hand of a priest of Bast. The last feet to violate the dust had been encased in Egyptian sandals. The last voice had spoken a prayer in the language of the Upper Nile. And now, an electric torch flooded the scene with sudden light. Booted feet stamped noisily across the floor, and an English voice gave vent to fervent profanity. In the torchlight the bearer of the illumination was revealed. He was a tall, thin man, with a face as wrinkled as the papyrus parchment he clutched nervously in his left hand. His white hair, sunken eyes and yellowed skin gave him the aspect of an old man, but the smile upon his thin lips was full of the triumph of youth. Close behind him crowded another, a younger replica of the first. It was he who had sworn, "For the love of God, Father, we've made it. Yes, my boy, so we have. Look! There's the statue, just as the map showed it." The two men stepped softly in the dust-strewn passage and halted directly in front of the idol. Sir Ronald Barton, the bearer of the light, held it aloft to inspect the figure of the god more closely. Peter Barton stood at his side, eyes following his father's gaze. For a long moment the invaders scrutinized the guardian of the tomb they had violated. It was a strange moment there in the underground burrow, a moment that spanned eternity, as the old confronted the new. The two men gazed up at the idol in astonishment and awe. The colossal figure of the jackal god dominated the dim passage, and its weathered form still held vestiges of imposing grandeur and inexplicable menace. The sudden influx of outer air from the open door had swept the idol's body free of dust, and the intruders scrutinized its gleaming form with a certain vague unease. 12 feet tall was Anubis, a man-like figure with the dog face of a jackal upon massive shoulders. The arms of the statue were held forth in an attitude of warning, as if endeavoring to repel the passage of outsiders. This was peculiar, for to all intents and purposes the guardian figure had nothing behind it but a narrow niche in the wall. There was an air of evil suggestion about the god, however, a hint of bestial humanity in its body which seemed to hide a secret, sentient life. The knowing smile on the carven countenance seemed cynically alive. The eyes, though stony, held a strange and disturbing awareness. It was as though the statue were alive, or rather, as though it were merely a stone cloak that harbored life. The two explorers sensed this without speaking, and for a long minute they contemplated the opener of the way uneasily. Then, with a sudden start, the older man resumed his customary briskness of manner. "Well, son, let's not stand here gawking at this thing all day. We have plenty to do yet, the biggest task remains. Have you looked at the map?" "Yes, father." The younger man's voice was not nearly as loud or as firm as Sir Ronald's. He did not like the mephitic air of the stone passageway. He did not care for the stench that seemed to spawn in the shadows of the corners. He was acutely aware of the fact that he and his father were in a hidden tomb that had lain unopened for 30 creeping centuries. And he could not help but remember the curse. For there was a curse on the place. Indeed, it was that which had led to its discovery. Sir Ronald had found it in the excavation of the 9th pyramid, the moldering papyrus parchment which held the key to a secret way. How he had smuggled it past the heads of the expedition nobody can say, but he had managed the task somehow. After all, he was not wholly to be blamed, though the theft of expeditionary trophies is a serious offense. But for 20 years Sir Ronald Barton had combed the deserts, uncovered sacred relics, deciphered hieroglyphics, and disinterred mummies, statues, ancient furniture, or precious stones. He had unearthed untold wealth and incredibly valuable manuscripts for his government, yet he was still a poor man, and had never been rewarded by becoming head of an expedition of his own. Who can blame him if he took that one misstep which he knew would lead him to fame and fortune at last? Besides, he was getting old, and after a score of years in Egypt all archaeologists are a little mad. There is something about the sullen sun overhead that paralyzes the brains of men as they ferret in the sand, digging in unhallowed ruins, something about the damp, dark stillness underground in temple vaults that chills the soul. It is not good to look upon the old gods in the places where they still rule, for cat-headed Bubastis, serpent Set, and evil Amonare frown down as sullen guardians in the purple pylons before the pyramids. Over all is an air of forbidden things long dead, and it creeps into the blood. Sir Ronald had dabbled in sorcery, a bit, so perhaps it affected him more strongly than the rest. At any rate, he stole the parchment. It had been penned by a priest of ancient Egypt, but the priest had not been a holy man. No man could write as he had written without violating his vows. It was a dreadful thing, that manuscript, steeped in sorcery and hideous with half-hinted horrors. The enchanter who had written it alluded to gods far older than those he worshipped. There was mention of the demon messenger and the Black Temple, coupled with the secret myth and legend cycles of pre-Adamite days. For just as the Christian religion has its Black Mass, just as every sect has its hidden devil worship, the Egyptians knew their own darker gods. The names of these accursed ones were set forth, together with the orisons necessary for the invocation. Shocking and blasphemous statements abounded in the text, threats against the reigning religion, and terrible curses upon the people who upheld it. Perhaps that is why Sir Ronald found it buried with the mummy of the priest. Its discoverers had not dared to destroy it, because of the doom which might befall them. They had their way of vengeance, though, because the mummy of the priest was found without arms, legs, or eyes, and these were not lost through decay. Sir Ronald, though he found the above-mentioned portions of the parchment intensely interesting, was much more impressed by the last page. It was here that the sacrilegious one told of the tomb of his master, who rules the dark cult of the day. There were a map, a chart, and certain directions. These had not been written in Egyptian, but in the cuneiform chirography of Chaldea. Doubtless that is why the old avenging priests had not sought out the spot for themselves to destroy it. They were probably unfamiliar with the language unless they were kept away by fear of the curse. Peter Barton still remembered that night in Cairo when he and his father had first read it in translation. He recalled the avid gleam in Sir Ronald's glittering eyes, the tremulous depth in his guttural voice. And as the maps direct, there you shall find the tomb of the Master, who lies with his acolytes and all his treasure. Sir Ronald's voice nearly broke with excitement as he pronounced this last word. And at the entrance upon the night that the dog star is ascendant you must give up 3 jackals upon an altar as sacrifice, and with the blood bestrew the sands about the opening. Then the bats shall descend, that they may have feasting, and carry their glad tidings of blood to Father Set in the underworld. Superstitious rigmarole, young Peter had exclaimed. Don't scoff, son, Sir Ronald advised. I could give you reasons for what it says above, and make you understand. But I am afraid that the truth would disturb you unnecessarily. Peter had stayed silent while his father read on. Upon descending into the outer passage you will find the door, set with the symbol of the Master who waits within. Grasp the symbol by the 7th tongue in the 7th head, and with a knife remove it. Then shall the barrier give way, and the gate to the tomb be yours. 33 are the steps along the inner passage, and there stands the statue of Anubis, opener of the way. Anubis. But isn't he a regular Egyptian deity, a recognized one? Peter broke in. His father answered from the manuscript itself, for Lord Anubis holds the keys to life and death. He guards cryptic Carnator, and none shall pass the veil without consent. Some there are who deem the jackal god to be a friend of those who rule, but he is not. Anubis stands in shadows, for he is the keeper of mysteries. In olden days for which there is no number it is written that Lord Anubis revealed himself to men, and he who then was master fashioned the first image of the god in his true likeness. Such is the image that you will find at the end of the inner passageway, the first true image of the opener of the way. Astounding, Peter had muttered. Think what it means if this is true. Imagine finding the original statue of the god. His father merely smiled, a trifle wanly, Peter thought. There are ways in which the first image differs from the test, said the manuscript. These ways are not good for men we know, so the first likeness was hidden by the masters through the ages, and worshipped according to its demands. But now that our enemies, may their souls and vitals rot, have dared profane the rites, the master saw fit to hide the image and bury it with him when he died. Sir Ronald's voice quivered as he read the next few lines, but Anubis does not stand at the head of the inner passage for this reason alone. He is truly called the opener of the way, and without his help none may pass to the tomb within. Here the older man stopped completely for a long moment. What's the matter? Inquired Peter impatiently. I suppose there's another silly ritual involving the statue of the god, eh? His father did not answer, but read on to himself, silently. Peter noticed that Sir Ronald's hands trembled as he held the parchment, and when the older man looked up at last, his face was very pale. Yes, my boy, he replied, huskily. That's what it is, another silly ritual. But no need to bother about it until we get to the place itself. You mean to go there, discover the spot? Asked the young man eagerly. I must go there. Sir Ronald's tone was constrained. He glanced again at the last portion of the parchment. But beware, for those who do not believe shall die. Pass Lord Anubis though they may, still he shall know and not permit of their return unto the world of men. For the eidolon of Anubis is a very strange one indeed, and holds a secret soul. The old archaeologist blurted out these last words very quickly, and immediately folded up the parchment again. After that he had deliberately turned the talk to practical affairs, as if seeking to forget what he had read. The next weeks were spent in preparation for the trip to the south, and Sir Ronald seemed to avoid his son, except when it was necessary to converse with him on matters pertaining directly to the expeditionary affairs. But Peter had not forgotten. He wondered what it was his father had read silently, that secret ritual which would enable one to pass beyond the opener of the way. Why had his father blanched and trembled, then quickly changed the subject to saner things? Why had he guarded the parchment so closely? And just what was the nature of the curse the manuscript mentioned at the last? Peter pondered these questions a great deal, but he had gradually dispelled his stronger fears, because of the necessary preoccupation with technical details which the organizing of their expedition subsequently entailed. Not until he and his father were actually in the desert did his misgivings return, but then they plagued him mightily. There is an air of aeon-spawned antiquity about the desert, a certain aura of the ancient which makes one feel that the trivial triumphs of man are as fleeting and quickly obscured as his footprints in the shifting sand. In such places there descends upon the soul a sphinx-like brooding, and somber soliloquies rise, unrepressed to rule the mind. Young Peter had been affected by the spell of the silent sands. He tried to remember some of the things his father had once told him concerning Egyptian sorcery, and the miraculous magic of the high priests. Legends of tombs and underground horrors took on a new reality here in the place of their birth. Peter Barton knew personally many men who had believed in the potency of curses, and some of them had died strangely. There was the Tutankhamun affair, and the Pot Temple scandal, and the terrible rumors concerning the end of that unsavory adventurer, Dr. Carnoti. At night, under the spying stars, he would recall these and similar tales, then shudder anew at the thought of what might lie before him. When Sir Ronald had made camp at the spot designated by the map, there had been new and more concrete terrors. That first night, Sir Ronald had gone off alone into the hills behind the tents. He bore with him a white goat and a sharp knife. His son, following, had come upon the old man after the deed had been done, so that the sand had been given to drink. The goat's blood shone horribly in the moonlight, and there was a red glare of corresponding violence in the slayer's eyes. Peter had not made his presence known, for he did not deem it wise to interrupt his father while the old man was muttering those outlandish Egyptian phrases to a mocking moon. Indeed, Peter was more than a little afraid of Sir Ronald, else he would have attempted to dissuade him from continuing the expedition. But there was something in Sir Ronald's manner which hinted at a mad, unthwartable determination. It was that which made Peter keep silent, that which held him from bluntly asking his father the true details about the parchment's mysterious curse. The day after the peculiar incident in the Midnight Hills, Sir Ronald, after consulting certain zodiacal charts, announced that the digging would start. Carefully, eyes on the map, he measured his paces to an exact spot in the sands, and ordered the men to work. By sundown, a 10-foot shaft yawned like a great wound in the earth, and excited natives proclaimed the presence of a door beneath. 2. By this time Peter, whose nerves were near the breaking point, was too much afraid of his father to demur when ordered to descend to the floor of the excavation. Undoubtedly the elder man was in the grip of a severe aberration, but Peter, who really loved his father, thought it advisable not to provoke him by refusing to obey. He did not like the idea of going down into that chasm, for the seeping smell was distressingly repulsive. But the stench below was 1,000 times more bearable than the sight of the dark door through which it had slithered. This evidently was the door to the outer passageway that the manuscript had mentioned. All at once Peter knew what was meant by the allusion to the seventh tongue in the seventh head, and wished that the meaning had remained forever obscured from his brain. For the door was set with a silver symbol, framed in the familiar ideography of Egyptological lore. This central symbol consisted of the heads of 7 principal Egyptian gods: Osiris, Isis, Ra, Bast, Thoth, Set, and Anubis. But the horror lay in the fact that all 7 heads protruded from a common body, and it was not the body of any god heretofore known in myth. It was not anthropomorphic, that figure, it held nothing that aped the human form. And Peter could recall no parallel in all the Egyptian cosmology or pantheon which could be remotely construed to resemble this utterly alien horror. The quixotic abhorrency it induced cannot be ascribed to anything which may be put into words. The sight of it seemed to send little tentacles of terror through Peter's eyes, tiny tentacles that took root in his brain, to drain it dry of all feeling save fear. Part of this may have been due to the fact that the body appeared to be constantly changing, melting, that is, from one indescribable shape to another. When viewed from a certain angles, the form was that of a Medusa-like mass of serpents. A second gaze revealed that the thing was a glistening array of vampiric flowers, with gelid, protoplasmic petals that seemed to weave in blob-like thirst for blood. A third scrutiny made it appear that the formless mass was nothing but a chaotic jumble of silver skulls. At another time it seemed to hold a certain hidden pattern of the cosmos, stars and planets so compressed as to hint at the enormity of all space beyond. What devilish craft could produce such a baffling nightmare composite Peter could not say, and he did not like to imagine that the thing was the pattern of any human artist. He fancied that there was some sinister implication of allegorical significance about the door, that the heads, set on the background of that baffling body, were somehow symbolic of a secret horror which rules behind all human gods. But the more he looked, the more his mind became absorbed in the intricate silvery maze of design. It was compelling, hypnotic. Glimpsing it was like pondering upon the meaning of life, pondering in that awful way that drives philosophers mad. From this beguilement, Peter was roughly awakened by his father's voice. He had been very curt and abrupt all morning, but now his words were fraught with an unmistakable eagerness. "It's the place all right, the door of the parchment. Now I know what Prynne must have meant in his chapter on the Saracenic rituals, the part where he spoke of the symbols on the gate. We must photograph this after we finish. I hope we can move it later, if the natives don't object." There was a hidden relish in his words which Peter disliked, and almost feared. He became suddenly aware of how little he really knew about his father and his secret studies of recent years, recalled reluctantly certain guarded tomes he had glimpsed in the library at Cairo. And last night, his father had been out there with the bats, like some mad old priest. Did he really believe such nonsense? Or did he know it was the truth? Now, the old man's voice was triumphant. "I have the knife. Stand back." With fearful, fascinated eyes, Peter saw his father insert the tip of the knife under the seventh head, that of Anubis. Steel grated on silver, then the latter gave. As the dog-like head slowly turned as though actuated by a hidden pivot, the door swung open with a brazen clangor that echoed and re-echoed through the musty depths beyond. And must those depths prove to be? A noxious acrid scent burst forth from its long imprisonment, a charnel fater. It was not the natron or spice-laden miasma common to most tombs. Rather, it held the concentrated essence of death itself, mildewed bones, putrefied flesh, and crumbled dust. Once the first strength of the gaseous vapor had abated, Sir Ronald immediately stepped inside. He was followed, though much less quickly, by his son. The 33 sloping steps along the corridor were traversed, as the manuscript had foretold. Then, lantern in hand, the old man was confronted by the enigmatic eidolon of Anubis. After that first dismaying scrutiny, during which Peter had uneasily recalled these memories of preceding incidents, Sir Ronald interrupted his son's reverie and spoke. He whispered there, before the giant statue of the god that seemed to frown down upon the puniness of men with baleful, conscious eyes. Some trick of the lantern light seemed to change the contours of that stone countenance. Its chiseled grin was transformed into a gloating leer of mirthless menace. Yet the grim apprehension this aroused in Peter was soon overpowered by more acute fright when he heard his father's words. "Listen, boy. I did not tell you all that the parchment revealed to me that night. You remember there was a part one read only to myself. Well, I had reasons for not letting you know the rest then. You would not have understood, and probably would have refused to come here with me. I needed you too much to rest that. You don't know what this moment means to me, son, For years I've worked and studied in secret over things which others scoff at as superstitious fancies. I believed, however, and I have learned. There are always lurking truths behind every forgotten religion, distorted facts which can be rationalized into new concepts of reality. I've been on the trail of something like this for a long time. I knew that if I could discover a tomb like this, it must surely contain proofs which would convince the world. There are probably mummies within, the bodies of this cult's secret leaders. That's not what I'm after, though. It's the knowledge that's buried with them, the papyrus manuscripts that hold forbidden secrets, wisdom the world has never known. Wisdom and power. Sir Ronald's voice was shrill with unnatural excitement. Power. I have read about the inner circles of the Black Temple, and the cult that has ruled by those designated as masters in this parchment. They were not ordinary priests of magic. They had traffickings with entities from outside human spheres. Their curses were feared, and their wishes respected. Why? Because of what they knew. I tell you, in this tomb we may find secrets that can give us mastery over half the world. Death rays, and insidious poisons, old books and potent spells whose efficacy may bring a renaissance of primal gods again. Think of it. One could control governments, rule kingdoms, destroy enemies with that knowledge. And there will be jewels, wealth and riches undreamt of, the treasure of 1,000 thrones. He is quite mad, Peter thought. For a moment he entertained a frantic impulse to turn and run back through the corridor. He wanted to see the sanity of a sun overhead, and feel a breath of air on his brow that was not dust polluted by dead centuries. But the old man grasped him by the shoulders as he mumbled on, and Peter was forced to remain. You don't understand, I see. Perhaps it's for the best, but no matter, I know what I'm about. You will, too, after I do what is necessary. I must tell you now what the parchment said, that portion of it which I did not read aloud. Some inner instinct screamed silent warnings in Peter's brain. He must get away, he must. But his father's grip was firm, though his voice trembled. The part one referred to is that which tells one how to get past this statue and into the tomb itself. No, nothing can be discovered by looking at the thing. There's no secret passage behind it, no levers concealed in the body of the god. The master and his acolytes were cleverer than that. Mechanical means are of no avail. There's only one way to enter into the tomb beyond, and that is through the body of the god itself. Peter gazed again into the mask-like countenance of Anubis. The jackal face was contorted in cunning comprehension, or was it only a trick of the light? His father hurried on. That sounds queer, but it's the truth. You remember what the parchment said about this statue being the first one, different from the rest. How it emphasized the fact that Anubis is the opener of the way, and hinted at its secret soul. Well, the next lines explained that. It seems that the figure can turn upon a pivot and open a space behind it into the tomb, but only when the idol is animated by a human consciousness. They were all mad, Peter knew. He, his father, the old priests, and the statue itself, all insane entities in a world of chaos. That means only one thing. I must hypnotize myself by gazing at the god, hypnotize myself until my soul enters its body and opens the way beyond. It's not so bizarre a conception at that. The yogis believe that in their trances they incarnate themselves with the Godhead. The self-hypnotic state is a religious manifestation among all races. And mesmerism is a scientific truth, a truth known and practiced thousands of years before psychology was postulated as an organized study. These priests evidently knew the principle. So that is what I must do. Hypnotize myself so that my soul or consciousness enters the image. Then I shall be able to open the tomb behind. But the curse, Peter muttered, finding his voice at last. You know what it says about a curse on unbelievers, something about Lord Anubis being a guardian as well as an opener of the way. What about that? Sheer humbug. Sir Ronald's tone was fanatically firm. That was merely inserted to frighten off tomb looters. At any rate, I must risk it. All you need to do is wait. Once I pass into a trance, the statue will move, and the passage beyond will be disclosed. Enter it, immediately. Then give my body a good shake to break the coma, and I'll be all right again." There was in his father's words an authority which could not be denied. So Peter held the lantern aloft, and allowed its beams to play over the face of Anubis. He stood in silence while his father focused his gaze upon the jackal eyes, those stony, staring eyes that had so disturbed them with hints of a secret life. It was a terrible tableau, the two men, the 12-foot god, confronting each other in a black vault beneath the earth. Sir Ronald's lips moved in fragments of ancient Egyptian prayers. His eyes were fixed upon a nimbus of light that had settled about the canine forehead. Gradually his stare became glassy, nictation ceased, and the pupils glowed with a peculiar nyctalopic fire. The man's body sagged visibly, as if it were being vampirically drained of all life. Then, to Peter's horror, a pallor overspread his father's face, and he sank down silently upon the stone floor. But his eyes never left those of the idol. Peter's left arm, which held the lantern aloft, was seized with a spasmodic convulsion of utter fright. Minutes sped away in silence. Time has no meaning in a place of death. Peter could not think. He had seen his father practice self-hypnosis before, with mirrors and lights. He knew it was perfectly harmless in the hands of a skilled adept. But this was different. Could he enter the body of an Egyptian god? And if he did, what of the curse? These two questions reverberated like tiny voices somewhere in his being, but they were engulfed by overpowering fear. This fear rose to a mad crescendo as Peter saw the change occur. All at once his father's eyes flickered like dying fires, and consciousness went out. But the eyes of the god, the eyes of Anubis, were no longer stone. The Cyclopean statue was alive. His father had been right. He had done it, hypnotized his consciousness into the body of the idol. Peter gasped, as a sudden thought slithered into his brain. If his father's theory had been correct so far, then what about the rest? He had said that once inside the figure, his soul would direct it to open the way. But nothing was happening. What was wrong? In panic, Peter bent down and examined the body of his father. It was limp, old, and lifeless. Sir Ronald was dead. Unbidden, Peter remembered the parchment's cryptic warnings. Those who do not believe shall die. Past Lord Anubis though they may, still he shall know and not permit of their return unto the world of men. For the eidolon of Anubis is strange indeed, and holds a secret soul. A secret soul. Peter, terror throbbing in his temples, raised the lantern aloft and looked once more into the god's face. Again he saw that the stony, snarling mask of Anubis held living eyes. They glittered bestially, knowingly, evilly. And Peter, seeing them, went berserk. He could not think. All he knew was that his father was dead, and this statue had somehow killed him and come alive. So Peter Barton suddenly rushed forward, screaming hoarsely, and began to beat upon the stone idol with futile fists. His bleeding, lacerated knuckles clawed at the cold legs, but Anubis did not stir. Yet his eyes still held their awful life. The man cursed in sheer delirium, babbling in a tortured voice as he started to climb up to that mocking face. He must know what lay behind that gaze, see the thing and destroy its unnatural life. As he climbed, he sobbed his father's name in agony. How long it took him to reach the top he never knew. The last minutes were merely a red blur of nightmare frenzy. When he recovered his senses, he was clinging precariously to the statue's neck, his feet braced on the belly of the image. And he was still staring into those dreadful living eyes. But even as he gazed, the whole face was twisting into a sudden ghastly life. The lips drew back into a cavern of crackling mirth, and the fangs of Anubis were bared in terrible avid lust. The arms of the god crushed him in a stone embrace. The claw-like fingers tightened about his quivering, constricted throat. The gaping muzzle ravened as stone teeth sank jack-alike into his neck. Thus he met his doom, but it was a welcome doom after that final moment of revelation. The natives found Peter's bloodless body lying crushed and crumpled at the idol's feet, lying before the statue of Anubis like a sacrifice of olden days. His father was beside him, and he too was dead. They did not linger there in the forbidden, forgotten fastness of that ancient crypt, nor attempt to enter into the tomb behind. Instead, they reclosed the doors and returned home. There they said that the old and young Effendi had killed themselves, and that is not surprising. There were really no other indications for them to go by. The statue of Anubis stood once more serene in the shadows, still grimly guarding the secrets, once more serene in the shadows, still guarding the secret vaults beyond, and there was no longer any hint of life in its eyes. And so there is none who knows what Peter Barton knew just before he died, none to know that as Peter went down into death he stared upward and beheld the revelation which made that death a welcome deliverance. For Peter learned what animated the body of the god, knew what lived within it in a dreadful, distorted way, knew what was being forced to kill him. Because as he died he gazed at last into the living stone face of Anubis, the living stone face that held his father's tortured eyes. The Dark Demon. Lovecraft is once again the basis for the main character, even though HPL is mentioned by name as a distinct personage within the story. But we are not fooled. This time the old gent takes on the lineaments not of Alhazard, but rather of Henry Akeley, replaced by the effigy of Nyarlathotep from whom he channels revelations. Again, truth is stranger than fiction. When the story imagines Lovecraft as the earthly mouthpiece for cosmic powers, it fictionalizes the opinion actually voiced by one of Lovecraft's correspondents, the eccentric occultist William Lumley, co-author with Lovecraft of the Diary of Alonzo Typer. He warned HPL that he, like the other Weird Tales authors, were unwitting vehicles for the revelations of Cthulhu, Azathoth, Crom, and other outer entities. The Dark Demon. By Robert Bloch. It has never been put on paper before, the true story of Edgar Gordon's death. As a matter of fact, nobody but myself knows that he is dead, for people have gradually forgotten about the strange dark genius whose eldritch tales were once so popular among fantasy lovers everywhere. Perhaps it was his later work which so alienated the public, the nightmare hints and outlandish fancies of his final books. Many people branded the extravagantly worded tomes as the work of a madman, and even his correspondents refused to comment on some of the unpublished stuff he sent them. Then, too, his furtive and eccentric private life was not wholesomely regarded by those who knew him in the days of his early success. Whatever the cause, he and his writings have been doomed to oblivion by a world which always ignores what it cannot quite understand. Now everyone who does remember thinks Gordon has merely disappeared. That is good, in view of the peculiar way in which he died. But I have decided to tell the truth. You see, I knew Gordon very well. I was, truthfully, the last of all his friends, and I was there at the end. I owe him a debt of gratitude for all he has done for me, and how could I more fittingly repay it than to give to the world the true facts concerning his sad mental metamorphosis and tragic death? If I can hope to clarify these things, and clear Gordon's name from the unjust stigma of insanity, I feel that I have not lived in vain. Therefore, this statement is indicted. I am quite aware that this story may not be believed. There are certain, shall we say, sensational aspects, which have caused me to debate the step I am taking in laying his case before the public. But I have a debt to repay, a tribute, rather, to the genius that once was Edgar Henquist Gordon. Hence the tale. It must have been 6 years ago that I first met him. I had not even known that we both resided in the same city, until a mutual correspondent inadvertently mentioned the fact in a letter. I had, of course, heard of him before. Being a hopeful, and at times hopeless, amateur writer myself, I was enormously influenced and impressed by his work in the various magazines catering to the fantastic literature I loved. At this time he was known in a small way to practically all readers of such journals as an exceptionally erudite writer of horror tales. His style had won him renown in this small field, though even then there were those who professed to scoff at the grotesquerie of his themes. But I ardently admired him. As a result, I invited myself to pay a social call upon Mr. Gordon at his home. We became friends. Surprisingly enough, this reclusive dreamer seemed to enjoy my company. He lived alone, cultivated no acquaintances, and had no contact with his friends save through correspondence. His mailing list, however, was voluminous. He exchanged letters with authors and editors all over the country, would-be writers, aspiring journalists, and thinkers and students everywhere. Once his reserve was penetrated, he seemed pleased to have my friendship. Needless to say, I was delighted. What Edgar Gordon did for me in the next 3 years can never adequately be told. His able assistance, friendly criticism, and kind encouragement finally succeeded in making a writer of sorts out of me, and after that our mutual interest formed an added bond between us. What he revealed about his own magnificent stories astounded me. Yet I might have suspected something of the sort from the first. Gordon was a tall, thin, angular man with a pale face and deep-set eyes which bespeak the dreamer. His language was poetic and profound. His personal mannerisms were almost somnambulistic in their weaving slowness, as though the mind which directed his mechanical movements was alien and far away. From these signs, therefore, I might have guessed his secret. But I did not, and was properly astonished when he first told me. For Edgar Gordon wrote all of his stories from dreams. The plot, setting, and characters were products of his own colorful dream life. All he need do was transcribe his sleeping fancies on paper. This was, I later learned, not an entirely unique phenomenon. The late Edward Lucas White claimed to have written several books based entirely on night fancies. H.R. Lovecraft had produced a number of his splendid tales inspired by a similar source. And of course, Coleridge had visioned his Kubla Khan in a dream. Psychology is full of instances attesting to the possibility of nocturnal inspiration. But what made Gordon's confession so strange was the queer personal peculiarities attendant upon his own dream stages. He quite seriously claimed that he could close his eyes at any time, allow himself to relax into a somnolent doze, and proceed to dream endlessly. It did not matter whether this was done by day or by night, nor whether he slumbered for 15 hours or 15 minutes. He seemed particularly susceptible to subconscious impressions. My slight researches into psychology led me to believe that this was a form of self-hypnosis, and that his short naps were really a certain stage of mesmeric sleep, in which the subject is open to any suggestion. Spurred on by my interest, I used to question him closely as to the subject matter of these dreams. At first he responded readily, once I had told him of my own ideas on the subject. He narrated several of them to me, which I took down in a notebook for future analysis. Gordon's fantasies were far from the ordinary Freudian sublimation or repression types. There were no discernible hidden wish patterns, or symbolic phrases. They were somehow alien. He told me how he had dreamed the story of his famous gargoyle tale, of the black cities he visited on the fabulous outer rims of space, and the queer denizens that spoke to him from formless thrones that existed beyond all matter. His vivid descriptions of terrifyingly strange geometry and ultra-terrestrial life forms convinced me that his was no ordinary mind to harbor such eerie and disturbing shadows. The ease with which he remembered vivid details was also unusual. There seemed to be no blurred mental concepts at all. He recalled every detail of dreams he had experienced perhaps years ago. Once in a while he would gloss over portions of his descriptions with the excuse that it would not be possible to make things intelligible in speech. He insisted that he had seen and comprehended much that was beyond description in a three-dimensional way, and that in sleep he could feel colors and hear sensations. Naturally, this was a fascinating field of research for me. In reply to my questions, Gordon once told me that he had always known these dreams from earliest remembered childhood to the present day, and that the only difference between the first ones and the last was an increase of intensity. He now claimed that he felt his impressions much more strongly. The locale of the dreams was curiously fixed. Nearly all of them occurred amid scenes which he somehow recognized were outside of our own cosmos. Mountains of black stalagmites, peaks and cones amidst crater valleys of dead suns, stone cities in the stars, these were commonplace. Sometimes he walked or flew, shambled or moved in unnameable ways with the indescribable races of other planets. Monsters he could and would describe, but there were certain intelligences which existed only in a gaseous, nebulous state, and still others which were merely the embodiment of an inconceivable force. Gordon was always conscious that he himself was present in every dream. Despite the awesome and often unnerving adventures he so glibly described, he claimed that none of these sleep images could be classified as nightmares. He had never felt afraid. Indeed, at times he experienced a curious reversal of identity, so that he regarded his dreams as natural and his waking life as unreal. I questioned him as deeply as possible, and he had no explanation to offer. His family history had been normal in this and every other respect, although one of his ancestors had been a wizard in Wales. He himself was not a superstitious man, but he was forced to admit that certain of his dreams coincided curiously with descriptive passages in such books as the Necronomicon, the Mysteries of the Worm, and the Book of Ibon. But he had experienced similar dreams long before his mind prompted him to read the obscure volumes mentioned above. He was confident that he had seen Azazath and Yuggoth prior to the time he knew of their half-mythic existence in the legendary lore of ancient days. He was able to describe Nyarlathotep and Yog-Sothoth from what he claimed to be actual dream contact with these allegorical entities. I was profoundly impressed by these statements, and finally was forced to admit that I had no logical explanation to offer. He himself took the matter so seriously that I never tried to humor or ridicule him out of his notions. Indeed, every time he wrote a new story I asked him quite seriously about the dream which had inspired it, and for several years he told me such things at our weekly meetings. But it was about this time that he entered into that phase of writing which brought him into general disfavor. The magazines which catered to his work began to refuse some of the manuscripts as too horrible and revolting for popular taste. His first published book, Nightgaunt, was a failure, due to the morbidity of its theme. I sensed a subtle change in his style and subject. No longer did he adhere to conventional plot motivation. He began to tell his stories in first person, but the narrator was not a human being. His choice of words clearly indicated hyperesthesia. In reply to my remonstrances on introducing non-human ideas, he argued that a real weird tale must be told from the viewpoint of the monster or entity itself. This was not a new theory to me, but I did object to the shockingly morbid note which his stories now emphasized. Then, too, his non-human characters were not conventional ghouls, werewolves, or vampires. Instead, he presented queer demons, star-spawned creatures, and even wrote a tale about a disembodied intelligence that he called the principle of evil. This stuff The Secret in Terror in Cutthroat Cove. When an editor assigned Bloch to come up with a story to fit this title, he might have written pretty much any type of action or adventure yarn. Everything's the monsters he could and would describe, but there were certain intelligences which existed only in a gaseous, nebulous state, and still others which were merely the embodiment of an inconceivable force. Gordon was always conscious that he himself was present in every dream. Despite the awesome and often unnerving adventures he so glibly described, he claimed that none of these sleep images could be classified as nightmares. He had never felt afraid. Indeed, at times he experienced a curious reversal of identity, so that he regarded his dreams as natural and his waking life as unreal. I questioned him as deeply as possible, and he had no explanation to offer. His family history had been normal in this and every other respect, although one of his ancestors had been a wizard in Wales. He himself was not a superstitious man, but he was forced to admit that certain of his dreams coincided curiously with descriptive passages in such books as the Necronomicon, the Mysteries of the Worm, and the Book of Ibon. But he had experienced similar dreams long before his mind prompted him to read the obscure volumes mentioned above. He was confident that he had seen Azazath and Yuggoth prior to the time he knew of their half-mythic existence in the legendary lore of ancient days. He was able to describe Nyarlathotep and Yog-Sothoth from what he claimed to be actual dream contact with these allegorical entities. I was profoundly impressed by these statements, and finally was forced to admit that I had no logical explanation to offer. He himself took the matter so seriously that I never tried to humor or ridicule him out of his notions. Indeed, every time he wrote a new story I asked him quite seriously about the dream which had inspired it, and for several years he told me such things at our weekly meetings. But it was about this time that he entered into that phase of writing which brought him into general disfavor. The magazines which catered to his work began to refuse some of the manuscripts as too horrible and revolting for popular taste. His first published book, Nightgaunt, was a failure, due to the morbidity of its theme. I sensed a subtle change in his style and subject. No longer did he adhere to conventional plot motivation. He began to tell his stories in first person, but the narrator was not a human being. His choice of words clearly indicated hyperesthesia. In reply to my remonstrances on introducing non-human ideas, he argued that a real weird tale must be told from the viewpoint of the monster or entity itself. This was not a new theory to me, but I did object to the shockingly morbid note which his stories now emphasized. Then, too, his non-human characters were not conventional ghouls, werewolves, or vampires. Instead, he presented queer demons, star-spawned creatures, and even wrote a tale about a disembodied intelligence that he called the principle of evil. This stuff was not only metaphysical and obscure, it was also insane, to any normal concept of thought. And the ideas and theories he expounded were becoming absolutely blasphemous. Consider his opening statement in The Soul of Chaos, This world is but a tiny island in the dark sea of infinity, and there are horrors swirling all around us. Around us. Rather, let us say amongst us. I know, for I have seen them in my dreams, and there are more things in this world than sanity can ever see. The Soul of Chaos, by the way, was the first of his 4 privately printed books. By this time he had lost all contact with the regular publishers and magazines. He dropped most of his correspondence, too, and concentrated on a few eccentric thinkers in the Orient. His attitude toward me was changing, too. No longer did he expound his dreams to me, or outline theories of plot and style. I didn't visit him very often anymore, and he rejected my overtures with unmistakable brusqueness. I thought it just as well, in view of the last few sessions we had together. For one thing, I didn't like some of the new books in his library. Occultism is all right for a study, but the nightmare arcana of cults de Gauls and the Demonorum are not conducive to a healthy state of mind. Then, too, his last private manuscripts were almost too wild. I was not so favorably impressed at the earnestness with which he treated certain cryptic lore. Some of his ideas were much too strong. In another century he would have been persecuted for sorcery if he dared express half the beliefs contained in these writings. There were other factors which somehow made me half glad to avoid the man. Always a quiet recluse by choice, his hermit-like tendencies seemed visibly accentuated. He never went out any more, he told me, not even walking in the yard. Food and other necessities he had delivered weekly to the door. In the evening he allowed no light but a small lamp within the parlor study. All he volunteered about this rigid routine was noncommittal. He said that he spent all his time in sleeping and writing. He was thinner, paler, and moved with a more mystic dreaminess of manner than ever before. I thought of drugs. He looked like a typical addict. But his eyes were not the feverish globes of fire which characterized the hashish eater, and opium had not wasted his physique. Then I suspected insanity myself. His detached manner of speech and his suspicious refusal to enter deeply into any subject of conversation might be due to some nervous disorder. He was by nature susceptible to certain schizoid characteristics. Perhaps he was deranged. Certainly what he said at the last about his recent dreams tended to substantiate my theory. I'll never forget that final discussion of dreams as long as I live, for reasons soon to be apparent. He told me about his last stories with a certain reluctance. Yes, they were dream-inspired, like the rest. He had not written them for public consumption, and the editors and publishers could go to blazes for all he cared. He wrote them because he had been told to write them. Yes, told to. By the creature in his dreams, of course. He did not care to speak about it, but since I was a friend, I urged him. Now I wish I hadn't. Perhaps I could have been spared the knowledge that follows. Edgar Henquist Gordon, sitting there in the wan lunar light of the moon, sitting at the wide window with eyes that equaled the leprous moonlight in the dreadful intensity of their pallid glow. I know about my dreams now. I was chosen, from the first, to be the Messiah, the messenger of his word. No, I'm not going religious. I'm not speaking of a god in the ordinary sense of the word men use to designate any power they cannot understand. I speak of the Dark One. You've read about him in those books I showed you, the demon messenger, they call him. But that's all allegorical. He is an evil, because there is no such thing as evil. He is merely alien. And I am to be his messenger on earth. Don't fidget so. I'm not mad. You've heard about it all before, how the elder peoples worship forces that once were manifested physically on earth, like the Dark One that has chosen me. The legends are silly, of course. He isn't a destroyer, merely a superior intelligence who wishes to gain mental rapport with human minds, so as to enable certain exchanges between humanity and those beyond. He speaks to me in dreams. He told me to write my books, and distribute them to those who know. When the right time comes, we shall band together, and unfold some of the secrets of the cosmos at which men have only guessed or even sensed in dreams. That's why I've always dreamed. I was chosen to learn. That is why my dreams have shown me such things, Yuggoth and all the rest. Now I am being prepared for my apostleship. I can't tell you much more. I must write and sleep a great deal nowadays, so that I can learn faster. Who is this Dark One? I can't tell you any more. I suppose you already think I'm crazy. Well, you have many supporters of that theory. But I'm not. It's true. You remember all I've told you about my dreams, how they kept growing in intensity. Well enough. Several months ago I had some different dream sequences. I was in the dark, not the ordinary dark you know, but the absolute dark beyond space. It isn't describable in three-dimensional concepts or thought patterns at all. The darkness has a sound, and a rhythm akin to breathing, because it is alive. I was merely a bodiless mind there, when I saw him. He came out of the dark and communicated with me. Not by words. I'm thankful that my previous dreams had been so arranged as to inure me against visual horror. Otherwise I should never have been able to stand the sight of him. You see, he is not like humans, and the shape he chose to wear is pretty awful. But once you understand, you can realize that the shape is just as allegorical as the legends ignorant men have fostered about him, and the others. He looks something like a medieval conception of the demon Asmodeus. Black all over, and furry, with a snout like a hog, green eyes, and the claws and fangs of a wild beast. I was not frightened after he communicated, though. You see, he wears that shape merely because foolish people in olden days believed that he looked that way. Mass belief has a curious influence on intangible forces, you understand. And men, thinking such forces evil, have made them assume the aspect of evilness. But he means no harm. I wish I could repeat some of the things he has told me. Yes, I've seen him every night since then. But I promise to reveal nothing until the day is ready. Now that I understand, I am no longer interested in writing for the herd. I am afraid humanity doesn't mean anything to me since I have learned those steps which lie beyond, and how to achieve them. You can go away and laugh at me all you like. All I can say is that nothing in my books has been exaggerated in the least, and that they only contain infinitesimal glimpses of the ultimate revelations which lurk beyond human consciousness. But when the day he has appointed shall arrive, then the whole world will learn the truth. Until then, you'd best keep away from me. I can't be disturbed, and every evening the impressions get stronger and stronger. I sleep 18 hours a day now, at times, because there is so much that he wishes to tell me, so much to be learned in preparation. But when the day comes I shall be the Godhead, he has promised me that in some way I shall become incarnate with him. Such was the substance of his monologue. I left shortly after that. There was nothing I could say or do. But later I thought a lot about what he had said. He was quite gone, poor fellow, and it was evident that another month or so would bring him to the breaking point. I felt sincerely sorry, and deeply concerned over the tragedy. After all, he had been my friend and mentor for many years, and he was a genius. It was all too bad. Still, he had a strange and disturbingly coherent story. It certainly conformed to his previous accounts of dream life, and the legendary background was authentic, if the Necronomicon is to be believed. I wondered if his Dark One was remotely connected with the Nyarlathotep fable, or the dark demon of the witch coven rituals. But all that nonsense about the day and his being a messiah on earth was too absurd. What did he mean about the Dark One's promise of incarnating himself in Gordon? Demonic possession is an old belief credited only by the childishly superstitious. Yes, I know plenty about the whole thing. For several weeks I did a little investigating of my own. I reread the later books, corresponded with Gordon's former editors and publishers, dropped notes to his old friends. And I even studied some of the old magic tomes myself. I got nothing tangible from all this, save a growing realization that something must be done to save Gordon from himself. I was terribly afraid for the man's mind, and I knew that I must act quickly. So one night, about 3 weeks after our final meeting, I left the house and started to walk to his home. I intended to plead with him, if possible, to go away, or at least insist that he submit to a medical examination. Why I pocketed the revolver I cannot say. Some inner instinct warned me that I might meet with a violent response. At any rate, I had the gun in my coat, and I gripped the butt firmly in one hand as I threaded some of the darker streets that led to his old dwelling on Cedar Street. It was a moonless night, with ominous hints of a thunderstorm in the offing. The little wind that warns of approaching rain was already sighing in the dark trees overhead, and streaks of lightning occasionally flared in the west. My mind was a chaotic jumble of apprehension, anxiety, determination, and a lurking bewilderment. I did not even formulate what I was going to do or say once I saw Gordon. I kept wondering what had happened to him in the last few weeks, whether the day he spoke of was approaching at last. Tonight was May Eve. The house was dark. I rang and rang, but there was no response. The door opened under the impact of my shoulder. The noise of splintering wood was drowned out by the first peal of thunder overhead. I walked down the hall to the study. Everything was dark. I opened the study door. There was a man sleeping on the couch by the window. It was undoubtedly Edgar Gordon. What was he dreaming about? Had he met the Dark One again in his dreams? The Dark One, looking like Asmodeus, black all over, and furry, with green eyes, hog snout, and the claws and fangs of some wild beast. The Dark One who told him about the day when Gordon should become incarnate with him. Was he dreaming about this, on May Eve? Edgar Henquist Gordon, sleeping a strange sleep on the couch by the window. I reached for the light switch, but a sudden flash of lightning forestalled me. It lasted only a second, but it was brilliant enough to illuminate the entire room. I saw the walls, the furniture, the terrible scribbled manuscripts on the table. Then I fired 3 revolver shots before the final flicker died away. There was a single eldritch scream that was mercifully drowned in a new burst of thunder. I screamed myself. I never turned on the light, but only gathered up the papers on the table and ran out into the rain. On the way home, rain mingled with teardrops on my face, and I echoed each new roar of thunder with a sob of deathly fear. I could not endure the lighting, though, and shielded my eyes as I ran blindly to the safety of my own rooms. There I burnt the papers I had brought without reading them. I had no need of that, for there was nothing more to know. That was weeks ago. When Gordon's house was entered at last, no body was found, only an empty suit of clothes that looked as though it had been tossed carelessly on the couch. Nothing else had been disturbed, but police point to the absence of Gordon's papers as an indication that he took them along when he disappeared. I am very glad that nothing else has been found, and would be content to keep silent, were it not for the fact that Gordon is regarded as insane. I once thought him insane too, so you see I must speak. After that I am going away from here, because I want to forget as much as I can. At that I'm lucky I do not dream. No, Edgar Gordon was not insane. He was a genius, and a fine man. But he told the truth in his books, about horrors being around us and amongst us. Because when that flash of lightning blazed across the room, I saw what lay in sleep upon the couch. That is what I shot. That is what sent me screaming into the storm. And that is what makes me sure that Gordon was not crazy, but spoke the truth. For the incarnation had occurred. There on the couch, dressed in the clothes of Edgar Henquist Gordon, lay a demon like Asmodeus, a black, furry creature with the snout of a hog, green eyes, and the dreadful fangs and talons of some wild beast. It was the Dark One of Edgar Gordon's dreams. The Brood of Bubastis. This story inaugurates a closely connected series with the next 2, but it stands alone quite well. Here we seem to have a combination of themes from Lovecraft's The Rats in the Walls and Bloch's own The Grinning Ghoul. Note that in the rats in the walls we conclude with a reference to the narrator's cat darting into the dark abysses beneath Exham Priory like a winged Egyptian god. Which god would that have to be? The cat deity, Bubastis, of course. It is only surprising that we do not discover in the brood of Bubastis any reference to Livakarif, priest of cryptic Bast. We may rest assured that Lynn Carter would never have proved able to resist the temptation. The Brood of Bubastis by Robert Bloch. I wish I did not have to write these lines. Still, before I seek forgetfulness in the black boon of death, I feel impelled to leave this final testament. I owe it to my friends, who have never understood the metamorphosis of personality I underwent upon my return from England. Perhaps this will serve to explain my abhorrent and unnatural zoophobia, fellophobia, rather. My quite inexplicable fear of cats caused them much anguish, I know, and for a while there was talk of a nervous breakdown. Now they shall hear the truth. I trust it clears up other points which may have puzzled them: my voluntary retirement to the country, the breaking off of all personal contacts and correspondence, and my brusque rejection of all their sympathetic advances. Here, then, is my final explanation to those I once knew and loved. Here, too, I trust, is material of value to students of archaeology and ethnology, perhaps the first example of ancient legends substantiated by the testimony of an eyewitness. I hope that it will prove useful. On November 12th of this last year, I sailed for England. My friends knew that I planned to visit my old college companion, Malcolm Kent, at his Cornwall estate. Malcolm had been a fellow student of mine, and we had formed a close bond of friendship, cemented by our mutual interests in psychology, philosophy, and metaphysics. I had a pleasant crossing, spiced with eager anticipation of the visit to come, for I had heard much of Malcolm's fine old home. He had often spoken in detail of the ancient manner in which he dwelt, and reminisced at length upon his ancestral heritage. His was an old family, steeped in the archaic traditions of the past, a past filled with Celtic myths, Pictish legends, and still more remote fables of antique days. The countryside about his estate was deeply imbued with hoary and fantastic lore. He had recounted olden whispers of goblin folk, the dark dwarfs and gnomes that burrowed in the bogs and swamps. Ghost tales and stories of furtive wizardry seemed to spring from the very twilight land itself. I looked forward to an interesting experience. So, at first, it seemed to be. I was enchanted with the Cornish countryside, a region of mystic mountains, cloud-haunted hilltops, and purple peaks that towered above wild forest glens and green grottoed swamplands. Here was a region rich in romance, the dark land of Irish, Saxon, Roman, and primitive pagan gods. Witches could walk in these woods, sorcerers sweep across these sullen skies on their satanic steeds. I was well pleased with the place. I found Malcolm an agreeable host. He had not changed. The tall, fair-haired youth had become a mature man whose tastes still coincided harmoniously with my own. There was a world of wisdom in his pale blue eyes, and a warmth of welcome in his smile when first we met at the gate of his estate. Together we walked up the long tree-spanned pathway which led to the door of his dwelling. Here I stopped for a moment to survey the imposing structure. The Kent Manor was a fine example of good old English architecture. It was large, with low, ivy-covered wings that jutted out on the sides. Typically British solidness seemed to exude from the place. Now I can think of it only with repulsion, for everything connected with that place is tinged with dread for me. The interior was, I suppose, beautiful. Now I detest the thought of long, shadowed halls. I don't like to let my mind dwell on the stone study, for it was there that the affair started. We had dined well, and Malcolm suggested we retire and chat before the fire. After perfunctorily discussing trivial matters of our recent years, our conversation ebbed. It was then that I sensed in Malcolm a peculiar hesitancy of manner. At first I ascribed it to a vague embarrassment on his part. I admit that I was gazing about me with great curiosity. I noted that his library on occultism had been greatly augmented since his first interest in it, during college. The walls were solidly shelved with books bearing unmistakable earmarks of the mantic arts. The skull on the mantel was a rather affected touch, I thought, though there was a genuine note of weirdness in some of the paintings and tapestries. But my intense scrutiny of these things, I felt, could not wholly explain his air of eagerness. He was nervous, his eyes ever on the floor as I gazed about the room. It was almost as though he wanted me to see certain things without his telling me, as though this place had some secret to impart of which he dared not speak. At length I grew impatient. The silence, the dim luminance of candles and fire, all affected my nerves. Something wrong? I asked. Nothing, he replied easily. Too easily. Aren't hiding any bodies around here, are you? I forced jocularity. No, of course not. He smiled, then leaned forward, earnestly. Are you still as interested in the occult as you used to be? He asked. Something in the intent tone of his voice warned me. Well, to tell the truth, I haven't studied much lately. Writing, you know, takes up pretty near all my time. And then, too, we got to a certain stage where ordinary work must cease. I can't get the use of the more advanced books. I have them, Malcolm said, carelessly indicating his shelves. But that's not the point. Are you still interested? Yes, I replied. Was it fancy, or did his eyes light up with a disturbing gleam? Did a look of triumph cross his face? I think that I have something of importance to tell you, he began slowly. But I warn you, it may prove shocking. So if you'd rather we talked of something else. Go ahead, I murmured. Let's have it. For a long moment he averted his head. He seemed to be nerving himself to speak. His glance avoided mine again, as though attempting to conceal some hidden fear. It may have been a trick of the candlelight, but when he looked up, that queer glitter again shone in his eyes. When at last he spoke, his voice was very low. Very well, then. I shall tell you the truth, all of it. It will be wise for me to do this, perhaps. I don't like to bear the knowledge alone any longer. Then, as I sat silent, he began his tale, and for the next hour I was transported to a world of mad imagination. While he spoke, it seemed as though the very shadows on the wall crept closer to listen. I heard him out. Afterward the words seemed to blur in my brain, so that I forgot many of his statements, and remembered only their loathsome effect on me. Perhaps it is just as well, for at the time those stark, shuddery sentences moved me overmuch. The general details of his story, however, remain clear. For the past 2 years Malcolm had become intensely interested in neighborhood folklore. Time hung heavy on his hands, and his obscure studies impelled him to seek practical explanations of local legends. His questioning of the country people had brought to light much that was fascinating. He corroborated what he heard from them by reading archaeological treatises, and there was much in ethnology and anthropology regarding the ancient days and the tribes then settled here. He read of Druidic times, and correlated his readings with certain still current fables telling of olden rites in the glades of oak. He rode across the countryside to view remains of menhirs and partly standing altars ascribed to the priests of this primal cult. He learned of Roman invasions and Roman gods, and had repeated to him the fable of Maximus Lupus, whom a dragon devoured on the midnight moor. The fantastic stories of little people were substantiated in country folklore, and from then on he delved deeply into the demonology of many races and a score of centuries. Sea serpents haunted the gloomy coasts, and mermaids shrilled a siren's song above the storm. Kelpies and leprechauns croaked from bog and tarn, while certain peaks and hillside caves were reputed to be the abode of the dread trolls, dwarfs, and unfriendly small dark folk of pre-Pictish days. Witch rites, the Black Mass, the Damned Coven, all seemed to have their place in the history of the countryside. Such myths offered a wide field for investigation. At first the more reputable of such dubious authorities sufficed him, but his way led him ever into wilder and more fantastic wisdom. He managed to borrow Ludwig Prin's almost legendary Latin edition of De Vermis Mysteriis, and in that cryptic repository of nightmare knowledge he found much over which to ponder perplexedly. That was several months ago. Since then he had returned the volume. It was the property of the British Museum, but had made a number of notes from it. Among these scribblings was an almost incredible statement, which greatly excited his fevered fancy. Since then he had checked the facts in established archaeology texts and books on the subject of race migration. They echoed the truth. Substantially, the theory was simple: the Egyptians had once colonized Cornwall. According to the fragmentary allusions Malcolm had discovered, the strange dark peoples of Africa had sailed up the coastlands in thin Phoenician-built galleys. This much was known from the wrecked remnants of several craft unearthed on desolate and sand-swept shores. Later and even more startling advances had been made during the investigation of numerous primitive, abandoned mines dotting the local heaths. These had been previously ascribed to early Gaels, but the familiar symbols and ideography of ancient Egypt were unmistakably inscribed on the rock walls of the deeper chasms. Most of the mines bore traces of having been hastily abandoned, thus accounting for their discontinuance. Comparison with accounts of early navigation did much to substantiate the theory. The fleets of Egypt sailed to the Orient. Why not westward as well? Malcolm put forth these ideas in tones of such profound eagerness and agitation that I was tempted to inquire as to his particular interest in them. He told me, intensely and at length. For two definite reasons he was interested. First, there was one of those Egyptian mines in this very neighborhood. He had stumbled across it quite by chance, during a walk along the moors. Upon descending the outer rim of a precipitous cliff, he had noticed faint remnants of a definite pathway around a ledge. Upon following the trail out of curiosity, he found himself standing before a deep, cavernous indentation in the wall of the ledge. Half obscured by weeds and branches, an aperture yawned inward, seemingly leading to the very bowels of the earth below the moor. He cleared away enough of the debris to wriggle through, and discovered a long, slanting tunnel that stretched blackly before him. Flashlight in hand, he had entered. There was a musty fader in the darkness, an odor of furtive decay. Dust danced about his feet as he floundered on. The burrow widened, until a cyclopean maze of inner passages confronted him. Here he had turned back, as his torch was failing fast, but not before he had seen certain unmistakable hieroglyphic designs in the archaic style of Egypt. He had deferred his return until I arrived. Now we could go together. But I interjected, I think this is a task for reputable authorities. Why not publish your findings and invite a group of recognized savants to aid you in the project? He demurred. We had best go alone, until we were really certain of the extent and importance of our discovery. I saw his point, and agreed. Didn't you mention having a second reason for your moodiness? I asked. He again avoided my glance. Never mind that now. It's getting late. I'll tell you tomorrow, when we get there. It was a long walk across the moor in that misty, early morning fog. Malcolm and I both grunted under our burden of food, torches, and other apparatus. Groping in gray gloom, we skirted the steep edge of a seaward cliff until Malcolm found the proper path. Then we began our descent. Hanging in space, I heard the roar of the mist-obscured surf from far below, and the brisk breeze sent spray to sting my face and hands. Amidst the shrill, mocking cries of the gulls, we clambered along the narrow ledge until it broadened sufficiently to permit of more casual passage. At last Malcolm turned to me and indicated the spot for which we searched. There was the tunnel, just as he had described it, a black cleft in the rock, a thin opening that looked as though it were scratched in the stone by a gigantic claw of some ogreish monster. The hole was deep and black, and as I contemplated it I received my first definite impression of uneasiness. I have never liked the dark places beneath the earth. The sight of caves and tunnels brings a train of almost atavistic recollection. I instinctively associate such burrows with death and graves. And too many unwholesome legends seem to cluster around caverns. Perhaps it is a relic of primitive times, but caves in my mind always conjure up a vision of mythical dragons and vast, lumbering beasts, of black, half-animal races of troglodytes, of vaults and catacombs given over to the dead. And this sinister slit in the ageless rock looked oddly unnatural. Consequently, I paused before it, suspicion mounting within me. This doesn't look like a mine to me, I said. However primitive, I don't see how ore could be carried up the cliff, and the opening is too narrow. I don't like it. Are you sure you're not mistaken? Malcolm smiled. It was a peculiar smile, tinged with sardonic amusement. I'm not mistaken, he said. And it isn't a mine. I know that. But it all ties up with the second reason for my moodiness, which I promised to explain. I'd better tell you before we go in. He spoke. It was a strange place to impart such a secret, on a fog-wrapped ledge halfway between sea and sky, before a dark doorway to the inner earth. But the secret was fitting for such a scene as this. I lied to you last night, Malcolm said calmly. I didn't tell you all I studied, or all I found out. There's more, much more, behind this visit than a mere glimpse of ancient times. He paused. Have you ever heard of Bubastis? He asked. Bubastis. I was a little puzzled. Why, yes. Old Egyptian city, wasn't it? And isn't there a god, Bubastis, Bast, or Pash, they call it? Yes. Again that puzzling smile. Bubastis, or Bast, was the cat goddess of Egypt during the days of the pharaohs. According to the proper myth cycle, Bubastis was the daughter of Isis. The temples of the goddess were located separately in the cities of Bubastis and Elephantine. What are you getting at? I was frankly bewildered. He told me this with such an air of grave importance, and his recurring smile was baffling. What do you mean? I mean that we are now entering the new temple of Bubastis, he said. Don't gape at me. If you've read Prince Saracenic Rituals chapter, or the Roman contemporary historians, you must know that Elephantine and Bubastis were destroyed. It is hinted that the priests of Bast were blaspheming against the reigning religions, and their sacrifices were atrocious. Finally, an army was sent against their cities and the temples were ravished. But, and this is important, the priests were said to have vanished, escaped somewhere with their acolytes. They came here. To Cornwall. Exactly. That's why those stupid fools were deceived by the mines. Most of them were blinds, with hollow shafts leading to temples beneath. But what were they trying to do? The renegade priests knew black arts. Their worship was perverted. Bast was a ghoul goddess, remember, and her feline fangs must know blood. And besides, the priests were experimenting. Somewhere in the old Demonorum it is written that there was a sect of Egypt which believed literally in their gods, believed that Anubis, Bast, and Set could assume human form. That is to say, that the cat goddess could be brought to life. And there were wise men in those days. Science and biology were not unknown. It is the belief of savants that the priests of Bast were mating animals and humans in an attempt to create a hybrid with the attributes of their deity. For this they were expelled, and then fled here. Malcolm went on. Clever priests. Here, in the safety of the underearth, they rebuilt their shattered fanes. With slaves and devotees they continued their experiments. I know that within this very moor are treasures far greater than those of the pyramids or temple tombs. That's what we're going to see now. I don't want any meddling experts to gain the credit. It's a secret you and I alone must know. He could not help but see my face. Don't be afraid, I've been here many times, no matter what I told you. I know the way. It's wonderful, I tell you. He pushed me through the cleft, and we wriggled into darkness. The torch glow guided me through the fissure and into a long, sloping passage where I could once more stand erect. Wading through dust, we walked between narrow, carefully chiseled walls for what seemed an interminable time. Already the nightmare aspects of this whole strange adventure were deadening all rational thoughts. Now Malcolm led the way, through twisted burrows that stretched like hollow tentacles of some unseen horror ahead. Walking deep in the ageless earth, beneath a moor. With every step, my time sense faded away, until I might easily believe that we had left centuries behind and were again in primal days. Mole-like, clambering through the shaft, we descended. The utter immensity of the place precluded speech, and we went silently onward. It was quite hot, but jets of still warmer air were wafted from gulfs ahead. The way widened. We were approaching the caverns now. This, indeed, was no mine shaft. And the pit we had just entered was unmistakable. It was a tomb. Basalt walls were carefully chiseled in geometric lines. The floor was set in stone, and here the dust was not so thick. This touch of artificial design was peculiarly disturbing after the utter crudity of the passageway. But what occupied the room was more disturbing still. Slabs of stone lined the walls, slabs of stone, and on them, mummy cases, dust-covered, moldering, but unmistakable. It was true. There was no mistaking the familiar forms. And now, through the discolorations, I saw designs on the walls. Egyptian designs 4,000 miles away from Egypt and 3,000 years away from the present. The early priests, Malcolm said softly. They were buried here, just as though they were at home. I would have stopped and attempted to peer into some of the sarcophagi, but Malcolm intervened. This is nothing, he whispered. There are real sights ahead. We left the hall. I was beginning to feel the fear that crept upon me. Malcolm was right, and what did he mean now by showing me real sights? Knowing curiosity overcame my dread, as I followed him through the ossuarium and into a second chamber. More slabs, more mummy cases. There must have been hundreds of people dwelling here at one time. There were side corridors now, all artificially hewn in the rock. These perhaps had led to the dwelling places of the inhabitants. A question flashed through my thoughts. Malcolm, I said, what did these people feed on here? There's no place for cultivation of foodstuffs. He faced me with that damned smile of his again. Bubastis was, I told you, a ghoul goddess. The priests and worshippers emulated her. A wave of repulsion swept over me. I wanted very much to turn back, but Malcolm strode resolutely ahead, and he beckoned imperiously, leading on to further horrors. We entered pits. Our lights, while strong enough to penetrate ordinary darkness, proved eerily dim amidst these black and eldritch walls through which we now wandered. Bat-like shadows basked and hovered just outside the luminance of our torches, and occasionally dispersed to hint at what lay behind. At first I was irritated by the lack of illumination, but I was soon to give thanks that it was no brighter. As it was, I saw more than enough, for in this third room, Malcolm allowed me to examine some of the mummies. What unnatural life had festered and flourished here in the black bosom of the earth? That first coffin held its own answer. I clawed the lid from the case and peered at what lay within. The thing was perfectly embalmed, and as I unwrapped it with trembling haste, the face came into view. It crumbled, thank heaven, almost immediately, but not until I saw the malformed creature within. Two dead eyes stared from the rigid face of a dark-skinned priest. Two dead eyes set in a forehead withered with decay, a forehead from which protruded the hideous, misshapen head of a tiny serpent. Skin grafting, I gasped, weakly. No. Look closer. Malcolm's voice was grave, but I knew he smiled. I looked again, as the air putrefied that withered countenance before my eyes. I reeled. It was unmistakable, though sanity clutched vainly for another explanation. There was nothing to do but face the monstrous truth. that serpent's head actually grew on the mummy's brow. And since it, too, was mummified, but I dared not finish the thought. Malcolm again supplied the ghastly answer. It was alive, when he was. Malcolm was right. The priest had mated animals with humans. We opened other cases, that is, Malcolm did, while I stood fixed and fascinated beside him. There was a panthing, with a horned forehead and a face that even through centuries still held a goatish leer. In one spot we discovered a fiendish trinity, 3 dwarfed and stunted faces on a single head and neck. The most frightful ravings of archaic mythology were all duplicated here: gargoyle, chimera, centaur, harpy, parroted in the gorgonic features of leering, long-dead priests. Then there was the section farther on with the bodies. Lycanthropic sights were revealed as Malcolm hacked away the case coverings. The stench of natron hung like a miasma above the violated sarcophagi of creatures with human heads and the mummified bodies of apes. There was a hoofed horror with vestigial remnants of a tail, and a Ganesha-like thing with the enormous trunk of an elephant. Some of those we saw were evidently failures, noseless, eyeless, faceless freaks with extra arms, and finally an awful corpse without limbs, whose swollen neck grew into a gaping, headless maw. All mercifully dissolved into dust after a moment. Malcolm and I stumbled down a sable spiral of rock-hewn stairs. The memory of those things in the crypts above buzzed in my brain, else I would not have ventured on into the seething, slithering darkness in which our very shadows drowned. The winding walls of the shaft we descended were gelid black in the glare of our lights, but they were not bare. There were pictures, more Egyptian art, but not conventional ideographic work like that in the catacombs above. These sketches were disturbingly different, with great, sprawling figures, like those traced by an idiot in sand. Once again we viewed the monsters I was trying to forget, the snake men, the satyr creatures, the deformed cacodemons we found in the upper tombs. But now we saw them pictured in life, and it was worse than any imagining. These caricatures of humanity were shown while engaging in certain acts, and the deeds they performed were evil. There were scenes which told an ancient story all too well, glimpses of the living monsters sacrificing to their gods, and gratifying their lusts. Among these were pictures of normal men, high priests, I suppose, and they were mingled with the beast herd and lechery so perverted that it sickened me. I turned the light of my torch away from the walls and went blindly forward down the remaining stairs. The caverns below were immense. Perhaps they were the product of a great air bubble in the earth's inner crust. The floor of this pit stretched off into interminable burrows beyond, each gaping its black and hungry mouth. And before each mouth there was a little pile of bones. Bones, osseous dust, a shamble of skulls. Even from a distance I could see the marks of gnawing teeth in the splintered death's heads. There had been pictures on the wall, pictures of beast men feeding on human flesh, on one another. Perhaps those buried in the tombs above were the human experiments. Then these bones represented the other, nearly animal, creatures. Just how near the old priests had approached to their idea of Godhead I dare not surmise. Many of the bones before me hinted of ghastly spawnings between beast and man. It was then that I saw the altar. A bare black stone reared up in the center of the cavern floor, a stark, shining surface that sprang from the rock beneath. But the place where it met the floor was entirely buried beneath bones. These were no disarticulated skeletons, these osseous fragments before the sinister altar. These were fresh bones. And among the shredded, fleshy remnants that clung to them were tattered bits of cloth and leather, cloth and leather. What did it mean? The priests of Bast died, and their creatures devoured one another after them. But what did they sacrifice to on the black altar? What lurked in the ebon burrows beyond, that still crept forward to feast? And who fed it? There's no dust on this floor, I found myself whispering. No dust. He glared into my eyes as he gripped my wrists. There's no dust where things still move around. Yes, tremble. It's well you do. You're not the first to follow me down these stairs in the past 6 months. Those bones tell their own story. I've shown some of the local people this spot. You see, the god is hungry. The god needs food. At first I was afraid, but now I know that if I please the god with sacrifices it will not harm me. Perhaps in time it will teach me the secrets of the dead old priests, and then I shall know many things. But the god needs blood. Before I was able to struggle or resist, he had me up against a black altar, and we fought knee-deep in gleaming bones. I screamed until his hands grasped my throat and choked me. But even as I fought him, my brain battled against its own fears. A phrase from some book flashed through my head. Ghoul, chewer of corpses. Malcolm lifted me on the altar, then turned his head and gazed across the charnel chamber to the burrows. He called, shouted, in unintelligible gibberish that resembled the tongue of ancient Egypt. Then came the rustling from the black openings beyond. Something was waddling into view out of the pits. Something emerged. Chewer of corpses. With the strength of the doom that leapt from the altar, and my fist crashed into Malcolm's face. He toppled across the black slab as I turned and ran across the cavern to the stairs. But by the time I reached it, the thing had completely emerged, and stalked across the floor to the altar stone where Malcolm lay. And it lifted him, though he moaned when he felt his body being dangled in those flabby paws. He hung like a broken doll, while the thing bent its rugose head and opened its mouth. Chewer of corpses. That is what I sobbed as I turned and fought my way up those dark, basaltic stairs. And when the sudden shock of sunlight burst upon my face at the entrance to the ledge, I weakly murmured the words as I sank into unconsciousness. I was strangely calm when I recovered. I managed to climb to the top of the cliff, and even made the mile journey across the moor. Weak as I was, I packed and caught a train at the village station. Only that night did I sink into the fevered dreams that have made life an unbearable torment ever since. I was a sick man on the boat, and when I reached New York I shut up my apartment forever. I can only surmise as to the termination of the affair. Whether Malcolm's disappearance is ascribed to me I do not know. Whether the disputed fate of the rustics he lured to death has been forgotten, I cannot say. Nor does it really matter. What does matter is the necessity for immediate investigation of the horror below those moors, that blasphemy that broods beneath. Now I know what those unholy wizards meant to do, why they mated beasts and then. I know what they wished to create to rule over them, and what they did create at the last, the thing that still lives in the farther pit. It came rustling out of the darkness in the pit, the great blind thing that seized Malcolm as he lay on its altar. It grasped him in cruel claws, and gnawed or nuzzled at his throat. It was the chewer of corpses. There on the altar it crouched, 10 feet tall, the mockingly human figure, like that of the lioness creatures pictured on the walls. The giant, human figure, but oh, that head. The thing that killed him was the cat goddess of Bubastis. The mannequin. This fine tale bears hints of inspiration from both the Dunwich Horror and the thing on the doorstep, both listed by Bloch as among his favorites. Simon Magloire seems to be both Whately twins at once, one visible, one invisible. The nature of the relationship between Simon and his tormentor seems to presage stories like Lucy Comes to Stay, Enoch, and even Psycho, since Norman Bates, too, is beset by the urgings of an inner counterpart. The name Simon Magloire suggests the lore of Simon Magus, the sorcerer who opposed both the evangelist Philip and the apostle Peter in Acts chapter 8, and in the later Acts of Peter. The eerie-sounding book De Mastication Mortuorum in Tumulis, The Eating of the Dead in Their Tombs, is no invention by Bloch. Roth's 1734 work expounds the legend that entombed corpses hungrily devour their shrouds, even their own putrefying flesh. The Mannequin by Robert Bloch. Mind you, I cannot swear that my story is true. It may have been a dream, or worse, a symptom of some severe mental disorder. But I believe it is true. After all, how are we to know what things there are on earth? Strange monstrosities still exist, and foul, incredible perversions. Every war, each new geographical or scientific discovery, brings to light some new bit of ghastly evidence that the world is not altogether the same place we fondly imagine it to be. Sometimes peculiar incidents occur which hint of utter madness. How can we be sure that our smug conceptions of reality actually exist? To one man in a million dreadful knowledge is revealed, and the rest of us remain mercifully ignorant. There have been travelers who never came back, and research workers who disappeared. Some of those who did return were deemed mad because of what they told, and others sensibly concealed the wisdom that had so horribly been revealed. Blind as we are, we know a little of what lurks beneath our normal life. There have been tales of sea serpents and creatures of the deep, legends of dwarfs and giants, records of queer medical horrors and unnatural births. Stunted nightmares of men's personalities have blossomed into being under the awful stimulus of war, or pestilence, or famine. There have been cannibals, necrophiles, and ghouls, loathsome rites of worship and sacrifice, maniacal murders, and blasphemous crimes. When I think, then, of what I saw and heard, and compare it with certain other grotesque and unbelievable authenticities, I begin to fear for my reason. But if there is any sane explanation of this matter, I wish to God I may be told before it is too late. Dr. Pierce tells me that I must be calm. He advised me to write this account in order to allay my apprehension. But I am not calm, and I never can be calm until I know the truth, once and for all. Until I am wholly convinced that my fears are not founded on a hideous reality. I was already a nervous man when I went to Bridgetown for a rest. It had been a hard grind that year at school, and I was very glad to get away from the tedious classroom routine. The success of my lecture courses assured my position on the faculty for the year to come, and consequently I dismissed all academic speculation from my mind when I decided to take a vacation. I chose to go to Bridgetown because of the excellent facilities the lake afforded for trout fishing. The resort I chose from the voluminous array of hotel literature was a quiet, peaceful place, according to the simple prospectus. It did not offer a golf course, a bridle path, or an indoor swimming pool. There was no mention made of a grand ballroom, an 18-piece orchestra, or formal dinner. Best of all, the advertisement in no way extolled the scenic grandeur of the lake and woods. It did not polysyllabically proclaim that Lake Cane was nature's eternal paradise, where cerulean skies and verdant wilderness beckon the happy visitor to taste the joys of youth. For that reason I wired in a reservation, packed my bag, assembled my pipes, and left. I was more than satisfied with the place when I arrived. Bridgetown is a small, rustic village, a quaint survival of older and simpler days. Situated on Lake Cane itself, it is surrounded by rambling woods and sloping, sun-splashed meadows where the farm folk toil in serene content. The blight of modern civilization has but dimly fallen upon these people and their quiet ways. Automobiles, tractors, and the like are few. There are several telephones, and 5 miles away the state highway affords easy access to the city. That is all. The homes are old, the streets cobbled. Artists, suburban dilettantes and professional aesthetes have not yet invaded the pastoral scene. The quota of summer guests is small and select. A few hunters and fishers come, but none of the ordinary pleasure-hunting crowd. The families thereabout do not cater to such tastes. Ignorant and unsophisticated as they are, they can recognize vulgarity. So my surroundings were ideal. The place I stayed at was a 3-story hostelry on the lake itself, the Cane House, run by Absalom Gates. He was a character of the old school, a grizzled, elderly veteran whose father had been in the fishery business back in the 60s. He himself was a devotee of things piscatorial, but only from the Waltonian view. His resort was a fisherman's mecca. The rooms were large and airy, the food plentiful and excellently prepared by Gates' widowed sister. After my first inspection, I prepared to enjoy a remarkably pleasant stay. Then, upon my first visit to the village, I bumped into Simon Magloire on the street. I first met Simon Magloire during my second term as an instructor back at college. Even then, he had impressed me greatly. This was not due to his physical characteristics alone, though they were unusual enough. He was tall and thin, with massive, stooping shoulders, and a crooked back. He was not a hunchback in the usual sense of the word, but was afflicted with a peculiar tumorous growth beneath his left shoulder blade. This growth he took some pains to conceal, but its prominence made such attempts unsuccessful. Outside of this unfortunate deformity, however, Magloire had been a very pleasant-looking fellow. Black-haired, gray-eyed, fair of skin, he seemed a fine specimen of intelligent manhood. And it was this intelligence that had so impressed me. His classwork was strikingly brilliant, and at times his theses attained heights of sheer genius. Despite the peculiarly morbid trend of his work in poetry and essays, it was impossible to ignore the power and imagination that could produce such wild imagery and eldritch color. One of his poems, The Witches Hung, won for him the Edgeworth Memorial Prize for that year, and several of his major themes were republished in certain private anthologies. From the first, I had taken a great interest in the young man and his unusual talent. He had not responded to my advances at first. I gathered that he was a solitary soul. Whether this was due to his physical peculiarity or his mental trend, I cannot say. He had lived alone in town, and was known to have ample means. He did not mingle with the other students, though they would have welcomed him for his ready wit, his charming disposition, and his vast knowledge of literature and art. Gradually, however, I managed to overcome his natural reticence, and won his friendship. He invited me to his rooms, and we talked. I had then learned of his earnest belief in the occult and esoteric. He had told me of his ancestors in Italy, and their interest in sorcery. One of them had been an agent of the Medici. They had migrated to America in the early days, because of certain charges made against them by the Holy Inquisition. He also spoke of his own studies in the realms of the unknown. His rooms were filled with strange drawings he had made from dreams, and still stranger images done in clay. The shelves of his bookcases held many odd and ancient books. I noted Ramp's De Mastication Mortuorum in Tumuli's 1734, the almost priceless Kabbalah of Sabbath, Greek translation, circa 1686, Mycroft's Commentaries on Witchcraft, and Ludwig Prin's infamous Mysteries of the Worm. I made several visits to the apartments before Magloire left school so suddenly in the fall of '33. The death of his parents called him to the East, and he left without saying farewell. But in the interim I had learned to respect him a good deal, and had taken a keen interest in his future plans, which included a book on the history of witch cult survivals in America, and a novel dealing with the psychological effects of superstition on the mind. He had never written to me, and I heard no more about him until this chance meeting on the village street. He recognized me. I doubt if I should have been able to identify him. He had changed. As we shook hands, I noted his unkempt appearance and careless attire. He looked older. His face was thinner, and much paler. There were shadows around his eyes and in them. His hands trembled. His face forced a lifeless smile. His voice was deeper when he spoke, but he inquired after my health in the same charming fashion he had always affected. Quickly I explained my presence, and began to question him. He informed me that he lived here in town, had lived here ever since the death of his parents. He was working very hard just now on his books, but he felt that the result of his labors more than justified any physical inconveniences he might suffer. He apologized for his untidy apparel and his tired manner. He wanted to have a long talk with me sometime soon, but he would be very busy for the next few days. Possibly next week he would look me up at the hotel. Just now he must get some paper at the village store and go back to his home. With an abrupt farewell, he turned his back on me and departed. As he did so, I received another start. The hump on his back had grown. It was now virtually twice the size it had been when I first met him, and it was no longer possible to hide it in the least. Undoubtedly, the hard work had taken severe toll of Maglor's energies. I thought of a sarcoma, and shuddered. Walking back to the hotel, I did some thinking. Simon's haggardness appalled me. It was not helpful for him to work so hard, and his choice of subject was not any too wholesome. The constant isolation and the nervous strain were combining to undermine his constitution in an alarming way, and I determined to appoint myself a mentor over his course. I resolved to visit him at the earliest opportunity, without waiting for a formal invitation. Something must be done. Upon my arrival at the hotel, I got another idea. I would ask Gates what he knew about Simon and his work. Perhaps there was some interesting sidelight on his activity which might account for his curious transformation. I therefore sought out the worthy gentleman and broached the subject to him. What I learned from him startled me. It appears that the villagers did not like Master Simon, or his family. The old folks had been wealthy enough, but their name had a dubious repute cast upon it ever since the early days. Witches and warlocks, one and all, made up the family line. Their dark deeds had been carefully hidden from the first, but the folk around them could tell. It appears that nearly all of the Maglors had possessed certain physical malformations that had made them conspicuous. Some had been born with veils, others with club feet. One or two were dwarfed, and all had at some time or another been accused of possessing the fabled evil eye. Several of them had been nyctalops, they could see in the dark. Simon was not the first crookback in the family, by any means. His grandfather had it, and his grandsire before him. There was much talk of inbreeding and clan segregation, too. That, in the opinion of Gates and his fellows, clearly pointed to one thing: wizardry. Nor was this their only evidence. Did not the Maglors shun the village and shut themselves away in the old house on the hill? None of them attended church either. Were they not known to take long walks after dark, on nights when all decent, self-respecting people were safe in bed? There were probably good reasons why they were unfriendly. Perhaps they had things they wished to hide in their old house, and maybe they were afraid of letting any talk get around. Folk had it that the place was full of wicked and heathenish books, and there was an old story that the whole family were fugitives from some foreign place or other because of what they had done. After all, who could say? They looked suspicious, they acted queerly, maybe they were. Of course, nobody could rightly tell. The mass hysteria of witch burning and the herd mania of satanic possession had not penetrated to this part of the country. There was no talk of altars in the woods, and the spectral forest presences of Indian myth. No disappearances, bovine or human, could be laid at the doors of the Maglor family. Legally, their record was clear. But folk feared them. And this new one, Simon, was the worst. He never had acted right. His mother died at his birth. Had to get a doctor from out of the city. No local man would handle such a case. The boy had nearly died, too. For several years nobody had seen him. His father and his uncle had spent all their time taking care of him. When he was 7, the lad had been sent away to a private school. He came back once, when he was about 12. That was when his uncle died. He went mad, or something of the sort. At any rate, he had an attack which resulted in cerebral hemorrhage, as the doctor called it. Simon then was a nice-looking lad, except for the hump, of course. But it did not seem to bother him at the time. Indeed, it was quite small. He had stayed several weeks and then gone off to school again. He had not reappeared until his father's death, 2 years ago. The old man died all alone in that great house, and the body was not discovered until several weeks later. A passing peddler had called, walked into the open parlor, and found old Geoffrey Maglor dead in his great chair. His eyes were open, and filled with a look of frightful dread. Before him was a great iron book, filled with queer, undecipherable characters. A hurriedly summoned physician pronounced it death due to heart failure. But the peddler, after staring into those fear-filled eyes, and glancing at the odd, disturbing figures in the book, was not so sure. He had no opportunity to look around any further, however, for that night the sun arrived. People looked at him very queerly when he came, for no notice had yet been sent to him of his father's death. They were very still indeed when he exhibited a 2-weeks-old letter in the old man's handwriting which announced a premonition of imminent death, and advised the young man to come home. The carefully guarded phrases of this letter seemed to hold a secret meaning, for the youth never even bothered to ask the circumstances of his father's death. The funeral was private, the customary interment being held in the cellar vaults beneath the house. The gruesome and peculiar events of Simon Maglore's homecoming immediately put the country folk on their guard. Nor did anything occur to alter their original opinion of the boy. He stayed on all alone in the silent house. He had no servants, and made no friends. His infrequent trips to the village were made only for the purpose of obtaining supplies. He took the purchases back himself, in his car. He bought a good deal of meat and fish. Once in a while he stopped in at the drugstore, where he purchased sedatives. He never appeared talkative, and replied to questions in monosyllables. Still, he was obviously well educated. It was generally rumored that he was writing a book. Gradually his visits became more and more infrequent. People now began to comment on his changed appearance. Slowly but surely he was altering, in an unpleasant way. First of all, it was noticed that his deformity was increasing. He was forced to wear a voluminous overcoat to hide its bulk. He walked with a slight stoop, as though its weight troubled him. Still, he never went to a doctor, and none of the townsfolk had the courage to comment or question him on his condition. He was aging too. He began to resemble his Uncle Richard, and his eyes had taken on that lambent cast which hinted of a nyctaloptic power. All this excited its share of comment among people to whom the Maglore family had been a matter of interesting conjecture for generations. Later this speculation had been based on more tangible developments. For recently Simon had made an appearance at various isolated farmhouses throughout the region, on a furtive errand. He questioned the old folks, mostly. He was writing a book, he told them, on folklore. He wanted to ask them about the old legends of the neighborhood. Had any of them ever heard stories concerning local cults, or rumors about rites in the woods? Were there any haunted houses, or shunned places in the forest? Had they ever heard the name Nyarlathotep, or references to Shub-Niggurath and the Black Messenger? Could they recall anything of the old Pasquantog Indian myths about the beast men, or remember stories of black covens that sacrificed cattle on the hills? These and similar questions put the naturally suspicious farmers on their guard. If they had any such knowledge, it was decidedly unwholesome in its nature, and they did not care to reveal it to this self-avowed outsider. Some of them knew of such things from old tales brought from the upper coast, and others had heard whispered nightmares from recluses in the eastern hills. There were a lot of things about these matters which they frankly did not know, and what they suspected was not for outside ears to hear. Everywhere he went, Maglore met with evasions or frank rebuffs, and he left behind a distinctly bad impression. The story of these visits spread. They became the topic for an elaborate discussion. One oldster in particular, a farmer named Thatcherdon, who lived alone in a secluded stretch to the west of the lake, off the main highway, had a singularly arresting story to tell. Maglore had appeared one night around 8 o'clock, and knocked on the door. He persuaded his host to admit him to the parlor, and then tried to cajole him into revealing certain information regarding the presence of an abandoned cemetery that was reputed to exist somewhere in the vicinity. The farmer said that his guest was in an almost hysterical state, that he rambled on in a most melodramatic fashion, and made frequent allusion to a lot of mythological gibberish about secrets of the grave, the 13th Covenant, the Feast of Ulder, and the Dole Chants. There was also talk of the ritual of Father Yig, and certain names were brought up in connection with queer forest ceremonies said to occur near this graveyard. Maglore asked if cattle ever disappeared, and if his host ever heard voices in the forest that made proposals. These things the man absolutely denied, and he refused to allow his visitor to come back and inspect the premises by day. At this the unexpected guest became very angry, and was on the point of making a heated rejoinder, when something strange occurred. Maglor suddenly turned very pale, and asked to be excused. He seemed to have a severe attack of internal cramps, for he doubled up and staggered to the door. As he did so, Thatcherton received the shocking impression that the hump on his back was moving. It seemed to writhe and slither on Maglor's shoulders, as though he had an animal concealed beneath his coat. At this juncture Maglor turned around sharply, and backed toward the exit, as if trying to conceal this unusual phenomenon. He went out hastily, without another word, and raced down the drive to the car. He ran like an ape, vaulted madly into the driver's seat, and sent the wheels spinning as he roared out of the yard. He disappeared into the night, leaving behind him a sadly puzzled man, who lost no time in spreading the tale of his fantastic visitor among his friends. Since then such incidents had abruptly ceased, and until this afternoon Maglor had not reappeared in the village. But people were still talking, and he was not welcome. It would be well to avoid the man, whatever he was. Such was the substance of my friend Gates' story. When he concluded, I retired to my room without comment, to meditate upon the tale. I was not inclined to share the local superstitions. Long experience in such matters made me automatically discredit the bulk of its detail. I knew enough of rural psychology to realize that anything out of the ordinary is looked upon with suspicion. Suppose the Maglor family were reclusive, what then? Any group of foreign extraction would naturally be. Granted that they were racially deformed, that did not make them witches. Popular fancy has persecuted many people for sorcery whose only crime lay in some physical defect. Even inbreeding was naturally to be expected when social ostracism was inflicted. But what is there of magic in that? It's common enough in such rural backwaters, heaven knows, and not only among foreigners either. Queer books. Likely. Nyctalops. Common enough among all peoples. Insanity. Perhaps lonely minds often degenerate. Simon was brilliant, however. Unfortunately, his trend toward the mystical and the unknown was leading him astray. It had been poor judgment that led him to seek information for his book from the illiterate country people. Naturally, they were intolerant and distrustful. And his poor physical condition assumed exaggerated importance in the eyes of these credulous folk. Still, there was probably enough truth in these distorted accounts to make it imperative that I talk to Maglor at once. He must get out of this unhealthful atmosphere, and see a reputable physician. His genius should not be wasted or destroyed through such an environmental obstacle. It would wreck him, mentally and physically. I decided to visit him on the morrow. After this resolution, I went downstairs to supper, took a short stroll along the shores of the moonlit lake, and retired for the night. The following afternoon, I carried out my intention. The Maglor mansion stood on a bluff about a half-mile out of Bridgetown, and frowned dismally down upon the lake. It was not a cheerful place, it was too old, and too neglected. I conjured up a mental image of what those gaping windows must look like on a moonless night, and shuddered. Those empty openings reminded me of the eyes of a blind bat. The two gables resembled its hooded head, and the broad, peaked side chambers might serve as wings. When I realized the trend of my thought, I felt surprised and disturbed. As I walked up the long, tree-shadowed walk, I endeavored to gain a firm command over my imagination. I was here on a definite errand. I was almost composed when I rang the bell. Its ghostly tinkle echoed down the serpentine corridors within. Faint, shuffling footsteps sounded, and then, with a grating clang, the door opened. There, limned against the doorway, stood Simon Maglor. At the sight of him, my newborn composure gave way to a sudden dismay and an overpowering distaste. He looked sinister in that gray, wavering light. His thin, stooping body was hunched at a repellent angle, and his hands were clenched at his sides. His blurred outline reminded me of a crouching beast. Only his face was wholly visible. It was a waxen mask of death, from which two eyes glared with a ghoulish light. That was it. Maglor looked like a crouching ghoul. A physical nausea welled up in my soul, and I longed to wind my hands around that withered neck, or batter my two fists into that leering face. A smile writhed its way over that twisted countenance, a smile of sly, lurking evil. The fretted lips curled back in a fanged grimace of idiotic mirth. "You see, I am not myself today, you fool. Go away." The creature chuckled, as if in relish over some subtle jest known only to itself. Then its voice changed to a sudden shriek. "Go away, you fool, go away." The door slammed in my astounded face, and I found myself alone. But I was not alone on the walk home, for my thoughts were haunted by the presence of another, that ghastly, grisly creature that had once been my friend, Simon Maglor. 2. I was still dazed when I arrived back in the village. But after I had reached my room in the hotel, I began to reason with myself. That romantic imagination of mine had played me a sorry trick. Poor Maglor was ill, probably a victim of some severe nervous disorder. I recalled the report of his buying sedatives at the local pharmacy. In my foolish emotionalism, I had sadly misconstrued his unfortunate sickness. What a child I had been! I must go back tomorrow and apologize. After that, Maglor must be persuaded to go away and get himself back into proper shape once more. He had looked pretty bad, and his temper was getting the best of him, too. How the man had changed! That night I slept but little. Early the following morning I again set out. This time I carefully avoided the disquieting mental images that the old house suggested to my susceptible mind. I was all business when I rang that bell. It was a different Maglor who met me. He, too, had changed for the better. He looked ill and old, but there was a normal light in his eyes and a saner intonation in his voice as he courteously bade me enter, and apologized for his delirious spasm of the day before. He was subject to frequent attacks, he told me, and planned to get away very shortly and take a long rest. He was eager to complete his book, there was only a little to do, now, and go back to his work at college. From this statement he abruptly switched the conversation to a series of reminiscent interludes. He recalled our mutual association on the campus as we sat in the parlor, and seemed eager to hear about the affairs at school. For nearly an hour he virtually monopolized the conversation and steered it in such a manner as to preclude any direct inquiries or questions of a personal nature on my part. Nevertheless, it was easy for me to see that he was far from well. He sounded as though he were laboring under an intense strain. His words seemed forced, his statements stilted. Once again I noted how pale he was, how bloodless. His malformed back seemed immense, his body correspondingly shrunken. I recalled my fears of a cancerous tumor, and wondered. Meanwhile he rambled on, obviously ill at ease. The parlor seemed almost bare, the bookcases were unlined, and the empty spaces filled with dust. No papers or manuscripts were visible on the table. A spider had spun its web upon the ceiling, it hung down like the thin locks on the forehead of a corpse. During a pause in his conversation, I asked him about his work. He answered vaguely that it was very involved, and was taking up most of his time. He had made some very interesting discoveries, however, which would amply repay him for his pains. It would excite him too much in his present condition if he went into detail about what he was doing, but he could tell me that his findings in the field of witchcraft alone would add new chapters to anthropological and metaphysical history. He was particularly interested in the old lore about familiars, the tiny creatures who were said to be emissaries of the devil, and were supposed to attend the witch or wizard in the form of a small animal, rat, cat, mole, or ousel. Sometimes they were represented as existing on the body of the warlock himself, or subsisting upon it for their nourishment. The idea of a devil's teat on the witches' bodies from which their familiar drew sustenance in blood was fully illuminated by Maglor's findings. His book had a medical aspect, too. It really endeavored to put such statements on a scientific basis. The effects of glandular disorders in cases of so-called demonic possession were also treated. At this point, Maglor abruptly concluded. He felt very tired, he said, and must get some rest. But he hoped to be finished with his work very shortly, and then he wanted to get away for a long rest. It was not wholesome for him to live alone in this old house, and at times he was troubled with disturbing fancies and queer lapses of memory. He had no alternative, however, at present, because the nature of his investigations demanded both privacy and solitude. At times his experiments impinged on certain ways and courses best left undisturbed, and he was not sure just how much longer he would be able to stand the strain. It was in his blood, though. I probably was aware that he came from a necromantic line. But enough of such things. He requested that I go at once. I would hear from him again early next week. As I rose to my feet, I again noticed how weak and agitated Simon appeared. He walked with an exaggerated stoop, now, and the pressure on his swollen back must be enormous. He conducted me down the long hall to the door, and as he led the way I noted the trembling of his body, as it leaned itself against the flaming dust that licked against the window panes ahead. His shoulders heaved with a slow, steady undulation, as if the hump on his back was actually pulsing with life. I recalled the tale of Thatcherton, the old farmer, who claimed that he actually saw such a movement. For a moment I was assailed by a powerful nausea, then I realized that the flickering light was creating a commonplace optical illusion. When we reached the door, Maglor endeavored to dismiss me very hastily. He did not even extend his hand for a parting clasp, but merely mumbled a curt good evening, in a strained, hesitant voice. I gazed at him for a moment in silence, mentally noting how wan and emaciated his once handsome countenance appeared, even in the sunset's ruby light. Then, as I watched, a shadow crawled across his face. It seemed to purple and darken in a sudden eerie metamorphosis. The adumbration deepened, and I read stark panic in his eyes. Even as I forced myself to respond to his farewell, horror crept into his face. His body fell into that odd, shambling posture I had noted once before, and his lips leered in a ghastly grin. For a moment I actually thought the man was going to attack me. Instead he laughed, a shrill, tittering chuckle that pealed blackly in my brain. I opened my mouth to speak, but he scrambled back into the darkness of the hall and shut the door. Astonishment gripped me, not unmingled with fear. Was Maglor ill, or was he actually demented? Such grotesqueries did not seem possible in a normal man. I hastened on, stumbling through the glowing sunset. My bewildered mind was deep in ponderment, and the distant croaking of ravens blended in evil litany with my thoughts. 3. The next morning, after a night of troubled deliberation, I made my decision. Work or no work, Maglor must go away, and at once. He was on the verge of serious mental and physical collapse. Knowing how useless it would be for me to go back and argue with him, I decided that stronger methods must be employed to make him see the light. That afternoon, therefore, I sought out Dr. Carstairs, the local practitioner, and told him all I knew. I particularly emphasized the distressing occurrence of the evening before, and frankly told him what I already suspected. After a lengthy discussion, Carstairs agreed to accompany me to the Maglor house at once, and there take what steps were necessary in arranging for his removal. In response to my request, the doctor took along the materials necessary for a complete physical examination. Once I could persuade Simon to submit to a medical diagnosis, I felt sure he would see that the results made it necessary for him to place himself under treatment at once. The sun was sinking when we climbed into the front seat of Dr. Carstairs' battered Ford and drove out of Bridgetown along the south road where the ravens croaked. We drove slowly, and in silence. Thus it was that we were able to hear clearly that single high-pitched shriek from the old house on the hill. I gripped the doctor's arm without a word, and a second later we were whizzing up the drive and into the frowning gateway. "Hurry," I muttered as I vaulted from the running board and dashed up the steps to the forbidding door. We battered upon the boards with futile fists, then dashed around to the left wing window. The sunset faded into tense, waiting darkness as we crawled hastily through the openings and dropped to the floor within. Dr. Carstairs produced a pocket flashlight, and we rose to our feet. My heart hammered in my breast, but no other sound broke the tomb-like silence as we threw open the door and advanced down the darkened hall to the study. All about us I sensed a gloating presence, a lurking demon who watched our progress with eyes of gleeful mirth, and whose sable soul shook with hell-born laughter as we opened the door of the study and stumbled across that which lay within. We both screamed then. Simon Magloire lay at our feet, his twisted head and straining shoulders resting in a little lake of fresh, warm blood. He was on his face, and his clothes had been torn off above his waist, so that his entire back was visible. When we saw what rested there we became quite crazed, and then began to do what must be done, averting our gaze whenever possible from that utterly monstrous thing on the floor. Do not ask me to describe it to you in detail. I can't. There are some times when the senses are mercifully numbed, because complete acuteness would be fatal. I do not know certain things about that abomination even now, and I dare not let myself recall them. I shall not tell you either of the books we found in that room, or of the terrible document on the table that was Simon Magliore's unfinished masterpiece. We burned them all in the fire, before calling the city for a coroner, and if the doctor had had his way, we should have destroyed the thing, too. As it was, when the coroner did arrive for his examination, the three of us swore an oath of silence concerning the exact way in which Simon Magloire met his death. Then we left, but not before I had burned the other document, the letter, addressed to me, which Magloire was writing when he died. And so, you see, nobody ever knew. I later found that the property was left to me, and the house is being razed even as I pen these lines. But I must speak, if only to relieve my own torment. I dare not quote that letter in its entirety. I can but record a part of that stupendous blasphemy, and that, of course, is why I began to study witchcraft. It was forcing me to. God, if I can only make you feel the horror of it. To be born that way, with that thing, that mannequin, that monster. At first it was small, the doctors all said it was an undeveloped twin. But it was alive. It had a face, and 2 hands, but its legs ran off into the lumpy flesh that connected it to my body. For 3 years they had it under secret study. It lay face downward on my back, and its hands were clasped around my shoulders. The men said that it had its own tiny set of lungs, but no stomach organs or digestive system. It apparently drew nourishment through the fleshy tube that bound it to my body. Yet it grew. Soon its eyes were open, and it began to develop tiny teeth. Once it nipped one of the doctors on the hand, so they decided to send me home. It was obvious that it could not be removed. I swore to keep the whole affair a secret, and not even my father knew, until near the end. I wore the straps, and it never grew much until I came back, then, that hellish change. It talked to me, I tell you, it talked to me. That little, wrinkled face, like a monkey's, the way it rolled those tiny, reddish eyes, that squeaking little voice calling more blood, Simon, I want more, and then it grew, and grew. I had to feed it twice a day, and cut the nails on its little black hands. But I never knew that. I never realized how it was taking control. I would have killed myself first, I swear it. Last year it began to get hold of me for hours and give me those fits. It directed me to write the book, and sometimes it sent me out at night on queer errands. More and more blood it took, and I was getting weaker and weaker. When I was myself I tried to combat it. I looked up that material on the familiar legend, and cast around for some means of overcoming its mastery. But in vain. And all the while it was growing, it got stronger, and bolder, and wiser. It talked to me now, and sometimes it taunted me. I knew that it wanted me to listen, and obey it all the time. The promises it made with that horrible little mouth. I should call upon the Black One and join a coven. Then we would have power to rule, and admit new evil to the earth. I didn't want to obey, you know that. But I was going mad, and losing all that blood. It took control nearly all the time now, and it got so that I was afraid to go into town anymore, because that devilish thing knew I was trying to escape, and it would move on my back and frighten folk. I wrote all the time I had those spells when it ruled my brain. Then you came. I know you want me to go away, but it won't let me. It's too cunning for that. Even as I try to write this, I can feel it boring its commands into my brain to stop. But I will not stop. I will tell you, while I still have a chance, before it overcomes me forever and works its black will with my poor body and masters my helpless soul. I want you to know where my book is, so that you can destroy it, should anything ever happen. I want to tell you how to dispose of those awful old volumes in the library. And above all, I want you to kill me, if ever you see that the mannequin has gained complete control. God knows what it intends to do when it has me for certain. How hard it is for me to fight, while all the while it is commanding me to put down my pen and tear this up. But I will fight, I must, until I can tell you what the creature told me, what it plans to let loose on the world when it has me utterly enslaved. I will tell. I can't think. I will write it, damn you. Stop. No. Don't do that. Get your hands. That's all. Maglor stopped there because he died, because the thing did not want its secrets revealed. It is dreadful to think about that nightmare-nurtured horror, but that thought is not the worst. What troubles me is what I saw when we opened that door, the sight that explained how Maglor died. There was Maglor on the floor, in all that blood. He was naked to the waist, as I have said, and he lay face downward. But on his back was the thing, just as he had described it. And it was that little monster, afraid its secrets would be revealed, that had climbed a trifle higher on Simon Maglor's back, wound its tiny black paws around his unprotected neck, and bitten him to death. The Creeper in the Crypt. One of the most important characters in all of Lovecraft's fiction was not human at all. No, not Cthulhu, not Yog-Sothoth, not the goat with 1,000 young. The town of Arkham is one of the most important Lovecraftian characters. Like Zamon's Hill in the fungi from Yuga's sonnet of that title, Arkham has its own genius loci that devours doomed delvers who dare it. The present story, oddly not included in the first edition of this collection, puts the old witch-haunted town at center stage as well. Of course there was no Arkham on the Massachusetts map. There is an obvious link, made explicit by Lovecraft in his letters, between Arkham and witch-haunted Salem Village, present-day Danvers, but Will Murray has shown that Arkham has as much in common, at least geographically, with the town of Oakham in central Massachusetts near the Quabbin Reservoir, the model for that in the color Out of Space. In The Creeper in the Crypt, Bloch in effect transferred to Arkham one locale we associate with Lovecraft's Boston, the Cobb's Hill burying ground, which actually is honeycombed with subterranean crypt tunnels. In fact, the story may be read as something of a cross between The Terrible Old Man and Pickman's model. But of course it is fruitless to speculate on Bloch's conscious or unconscious inspirations. The Creeper in the Crypt is vintage early Bloch. The Creeper in the Crypt by Robert Bloch. In Arkham, where ancient gables point like wizards' fingers to the sky, strange tales are told. But then, strange tales are always current in Arkham. There is a tale for every rotting ruin, a story for every little corpse-eye window that stares out at the sea when the fog comes up. Here, fantastic fancy seems to flourish, nourished at the shriveled witch paps of the town itself, sucking the graveyards dry of legend, and draining at the dark dugs of superstition. For Arkham was a queer place, once, abode of witch and warlock, familiar and fiend. In olden days the king's men cleared the town of wizardry. Again, In 1818, the new government stepped in to destroy some particularly atrocious burrows in and about some of the more ancient houses and, incidentally, to dig up a graveyard better left untouched. Then, in 1869, came the great immigrant panic in Old Town Street, when the moldering mansion of Cyrus Hook was burned to the ground by fear-crazed foreigners. Even since then there have been scares. The affair of the witch house and the peculiar episodes attendant upon the fate of certain missing children at All Hallows Time have caused their share of talk. But that isn't why the G-men stepped in. The federal government is usually uninterested in supernatural stories. That is, they were, up to the time I told the authorities about the death of Joe Rigetti. That's how they happened to come. I brought them. Because, you see, I was with Joe Rigetti just before he died, and shortly after. I didn't see him die, and I'm thankful for that. I don't think I could have stood watching if what I suspect is true. It's because of what I suspect that I went to the government for help. They've sent men down here now, to investigate, and I hope they find enough to convince them that what I told them is actual fact. If they don't find the tunnels, or I was mistaken about the trapdoor, at least I can show them Joe Rigetti's body. That ought to convince anybody, I guess. I can't blame them for being skeptical, though. I was skeptical myself, once, and so were Joe Rigetti and his mob, I suppose. But since then I have learned that it is wiser not to scoff at what one does not understand. There are more things on earth than those who walk about upon its surface. There are others that creep and crawl below. I had never heard of Joe Rigetti until I was kidnapped. That isn't so hard to understand. Rigetti was a gangster, and a stranger in the town. I am descended from Sir Ambrose Abbott, one of the original settlers. At the time of which I speak, I was living alone in the family place on Bascom Street. The life of a painter demands solitude. My immediate family was dead, and although socially prominent through accident of birth, I had but few friends. Consequently, it is hard to understand why Rigetti chose me to kidnap first. But then, he was a stranger. Later I learned that he had been in town only a week, staying ostensibly at a hotel with 3 other men, none of whom was subsequently apprehended. But Joe Rigetti was a totally unknown factor in my mind until that night when I left Tarleton's party at his home on Sewell Street. It was one of the few invitations I had accepted in the past year. Tarleton had urged me, and as he was an old friend, I obliged. It had been a pleasant evening. Brent, the psychiatrist, was there, and Colonel Warren, as well as my old companions of college days, Harold Gower and the Reverend Williams. After a pleasant enough evening, I left, planning to walk home as I usually did, by choice. It was a lovely evening, with a dead moon, wrapped in a shroud of clouds, riding the purple sky. The old houses looked like silver palaces in the mystic moonlight, deserted palaces in a land where all but memories are dead. For the streets of Arkham are bare at midnight, and over all hangs the age-old enchantment of days gone by. Trees tossed their twisted tops to the sky, and stood like furtive conspirators in little groups together, while the wind whispered its plots through their branches. It was a night to inspire the fabulous thought and imaginative morbidities I loved so well. I walked slowly, contentedly, my thoughts free and far away. I never saw the car following me, or the man lurking ahead in the gloom. I strolled past the great tree in front of the Carter house, and then, without warning, balls of fire burst within my head, and I plunged, unconscious, into waiting arms. When I recovered, I was already there in the cellar, lying on a bench. It was a large cellar, an old cellar. Wherever I looked there was stone and cobwebs. Behind me lay the stairs down which I had been carried. To the left was a little room, like a fruit cellar. Far down the stone wall to the right I could discern the looming outlines of a coal pile, though furnace there was none. Directly in the space before me was a table and 2 chairs. The table was occupied by an oil lamp and a pack of cards in solitaire formation. The chairs were likewise occupied by 2 men. My captors. One of them, a big, red-faced man with the neck of a hog, was speaking. "Yeah, Rigetti. We got him easy. We follow him like you say, from house. And grab him in front of tree. Right away come here, nobody saw nodding. Where's Slim and the Greek? Asked the man who was playing solitaire, looking up. He was short, slim, and sallow. His hair was dark, his complexion swarthy. Italian, I decided. Probably the leader. I realized, of course, that I had been kidnapped. Where I was or who my captors were I could not say. My throbbing head cleared, and I had enough sense not to bluster or start trouble. These weren't local men, not with those clothes, and there was an ominous bulge in the dark man's coat pocket. I decided to play possum and await developments. The hog-necked man was replying to the other's question. I tell Slim and Greek to go back to hotel with car, he said. Just like you say, boss. Good work, Polak, said the other, lighting a cigar. I do my best for you, Joe Rigetti, said the big man, in his broken dialect. Yeah. Sure. I know you do, the swarthy Rigetti replied. Just keep it up. And we're going to be all set, see? Once I put the snatch on a few more of these birds, we'll clean up. The local coppers are all stiffs, and as soon as I get a line on some more of these old families we'll be taking in the dough regular. I beg your pardon, I said. Oh, awake, eh? The thin Italian didn't move from the table. Glad to hear it. Sorry the boys had to get rough, mister. Just sit tight and everything's going to be swell. I'm glad to hear that, I replied, sarcastically. You see, I'm not accustomed to being kidnapped. Well, let me handle it, said Joe Rigetti. I'll show you the ropes. Thanks, I retorted. You already have. And I pointed to the ones that bound my hands and feet. Sense of humor, eh? Okay, hope your friends come across with the dough after they get this letter I wrote, or maybe the rest isn't going to be so funny. What next? I said, desperately hoping that something would turn up to give me an opening of some sort. You'll see soon enough, advised the man. First, I'm going to sit with you down here for the rest of the night. The Pole's face paled. No, boss, he begged. You know, stay down here. Why not? Rasped Rigetti harshly. What's the matter with you, Polak, turning yellow on me? I'm not, whined the man. But you know what happened here before, boss, how they find Tony Filippo's leg lying on floor with no body left. Lay off the bedtime stories, Rigetti chuckled. You yokels make me sick with that stuff. But that's true, boss. They never was for to find any more of old Tony Filippo, just his leg on cellar floor. That why his mob go away so quick. They no want for to die, too. What do you mean, die? Snarled Rigetti, testily. The Pole's face paled, and his voice sank to a hushed whisper that blended with the cellar's darkness, a shadow voice in a shadow world. Doubt what everyone say, boss. Doubt house is witched, like haunted one, maybe. Nobody put Tony Filippo on spot, doubt feller, he too damn smart guy. But he sit all alone here one night, and summit ing come up from earth and swallow him, all but leg. Will you shut up? Rigetti cut in. That's a lot of hooey. Some wise guy put the heat on Filippo and got rid of the body. Only his leg was left to scare off the rest of his mob. Are you trying to tell me a ghost killed him, sap? Yeah, sure, insisted the Pole. No man killed Tony. Not like you say, anyhow. Find leg, all right, but all over his lot blood on floor, and little pieces skin. No feller kill man like dat, only spirit. Vampire, maybe? Nuts. Rigetti was scornfully biting his cigar. Maybe so. But look, here is blood. And the Pole pointed a stubby finger at the floor and cellar wall to the left. Rigetti followed it with his gaze. There was blood, all right, great, rusty blobs of blood, spattered all over the floor and wall like the pigments on the palette of a mad painter. No man kill otter fella like dat, the Pole muttered. Not even axe make such mess. And you know what fellers they say about Filippo's leg, was all full of tooth marks. Right, mused the other, thoughtful face flushing. What about iron door back of coal and coal pile, huh? You know what fellers down by Black Jim's place say about house with iron door and cellar? Yeah. Rigetti's face clouded. You no look by iron door yet, boss, the man continued. Maybe you find summit ing behind door yet, like fellers say, where ting got Filippo came from, where it hide. Police they not find door either, when they come. Just find leg, and blood, and shut up house. But fellers know. They tell me plenty about house with iron door and cellar. Say it bad place from old days when witch fellers live here. It lead to hill back of house, cemetery maybe. Perhaps that's why nobody live here so long, afraid of what hides on other side of door, what come out and killed Tony Filippo. I know about house with iron door and cellar, all right. I knew about the house too. So that's where I was at. In the old Chambers house on Pringle Street. Many a story I've heard from the old folks when I was a boy about the old man, Ezekiel Chambers, whose wizard tricks bequeathed him such an unsavory reputation in colonial days. I knew about Jonathan Dark, the other owner, who had been tried for smuggling just before the terrible days of 1818, and the abhorrent practice of grave robbing he had been said to pursue in the ancient cemetery directly behind the house, on the hill. Many peculiar rumors were circulated about the moldering house with the iron door in the cellar at this time, about the door, particularly, which Dark was said to use as a passageway for bringing his stolen cadavers back to dispose of. It was even claimed that the door had never been opened when Dark was tried, because of his astounding and hideous claim that the key which locked it was on the other side. Dark had died during the trial, while in prison, babbling blasphemies that no man dared believe, monstrous hints of what lay beneath the old graveyard on the hill, of tunnels and burrows and secret vaults used in witch days for unhallowed rites. He spoke of tenants in these vaults, too, and of what sometimes would come to visit the house from below when a wizard invoked it with the proper spells and sacrifice. There was more, too, but then, Dark was quite mad. At least, everyone thought it better to believe so. Old tales die. The house had stood deserted for many years, until most men forgot the reason for which it had been forsaken, ascribing its vacancy only to age. The public today were utterly unaware of the legends. Only the old ones remembered, the old ones who whispered their stories to me when I was a boy. So this was the dark house to which I had been brought. And this was the very cellar of the tales in question. I gathered from the remarks between Rigetti and the superstitious Pole that another gang had recently used it for a hideaway until the death of their leader, deserted house so conveniently protected by superstition. I supposed that there would be more victims after me, too. The man was smart and cunning enough to get away with it. These thoughts flashed through my mind during the argument between the Pole and his leader. But their altercation came to an abrupt halt. I wish you get out of here, the Pole was saying. If you stay only one night, ting he come. That's all Tony Filippo stay. Shut up, you fool. Didn't we stay here last night too, before the job? And nothing happened. Yeah, sure. I know. But we stay upstairs, not by cellar. Why not keep feller upstairs? Because we can't afford to risk being seen, Rigetti snapped. I kept silent. Take him in there, Polak, and tie him up. Rigetti indicated a fruit cellar adjacent to the stairs. The Pole, still grumbling, dragged me across the floor and into the room. He lit a candle, casting strange shadows over the cobwebbed, dust-drowned shelving on the walls. Jars of preserves still stood untouched, storing, perhaps, the crop of 100 years ago. Broken jars were still strewn about on the tottering table. As I glanced about, The pole tossed me into a chair beside the rickety board, and proceeded to lash me to it firmly with a stout rope. I was not gagged or blindfolded again, though the choking atmosphere about me served as a good substitute for both. As I moved, I strained my ears once more to make sure that any noise made by the chair would be inaudible to Rigetti, waiting outside. There was no sound from the chair as I reached the table, and I sighed with relief as I maneuvered my pinioned hands until they grasped a piece of glass firmly. Then I began to rub it against the edge of the rope which bound them. It was slow work. Minutes ticked away into hours, and still no sound from outside, save a muffled series of snores. Rigetti had fallen asleep over his cards. Good. Now, if I could get my wrists free and work on my feet, I would be able to make it. My right hand was loose at last, though my wrist was damp with mingled sweat and blood. Cutting away from behind was not a precise, calculated sort of job. Quickly I finished. Jonathan Dark, babbling on his deathbed. The door locked from the other side. Tunnels to the graveyard. What lurks in graveyards, ancient and unseen, then creeps from crypts to feast? A scream snored. Whatever was going on in the outer room, I must not wake him and lose my only chance of escape. Instead, I had best hasten and free my legs. I worked feverishly, but my ears were alert for developments. They came. The noise in the coal pile abruptly ceased, and I went limp with relief. Perhaps rats were at work. A moment later I would have given anything to have heard the coal rattling again, if only to drown out the new noise. There was something creeping across the cellar floor, something crawling, as if on hands and knees, something with long nails or claws that rasped and scraped. There was something croaking and chuckling as it moved through the cellar dark, something that wheezed with bestial, sickening laughter, like the death rattle in the throat of a plague-stricken corpse. Oh, how slyly it crept, how slowly, cautiously, and sinisterly. I could hear it slinking in the shadows, and my fingers raced at their work, even while my brain grew numb. Traffic between tombs and a wizard's house, traffic with things the old wives say can never die. Rigetti snored on. What bides below, in caverns, that can be invoked by the proper spell, or the sight of prey? Creep. And then Rigetti awoke. I heard him scream, once. He didn't even have time to get up or draw his gun. There was a demoniac scurrying across the floor, as if made by a giant rat. Then the faint sound of shredding flesh, and over all, a sudden ghoulish bang that conjured up worlds of nightmare horror in my shattered brain. Above the howling came a series of low, almost animal moans, and agonized phrases in Italian, cries for mercy, prayers, curses. Claws make no sound as they sink into flesh, and yellow fangs are silent till they grate on bone. My left leg was free, then my right. Now I slashed the rope around my waist. Suppose it came in here. They bangs ceased, but the silence was haggard with horror. There are some banquets without toasts. And now, once again, moans? My spine shivered. All around me the shadows grinned, for outside was revelry as in the olden days. Revelry, and a thing that moaned, and moaned, and moaned. Then I was loose. As the moaning died away in the darkness, I cut the final strands of rope that bound me to my chair. I did not leave at once, for there were still sounds in the other room which I did not like, sounds which caused my soul to shrivel, and my sanity to succumb before a nameless dread. I heard that pawing and patting rustle along the floor, and after the shrieking had ceased, a worse noise took its place, a burbling noise as if someone or something was sucking marrow from a bone. And the terrible, clicking sound, the feeding sound of gigantic teeth. Yes, I waited until the crunching had mercifully ceased, and then waited on until the rustling slithered back into the cellar, and disappeared. When I heard the brazen clang of a rusty door grate in the distance, I felt safe. It was then that I left at last, passing through the now deserted cellar, up the stairs, and out unguarded doors into the silver security of a moonlit night. It was very good to see the street lights again, and hear the trolleys rumble from afar. My taxi took me to the precinct station, and after I had told my story the police did the rest. I told my story, but I did not mention the iron door against the hillside. That I saved for the ears of the government men. Now they can do what they like about it, since I am far away. But I did not want anybody prying around too closely to that door while I remained in the city, because even now I cannot, dare not, say what might lurk behind it. The hillside leads to the graveyard, and the graveyard to places far beneath. And in olden days there was a curious traffic betwixt tomb and tunnel and a wizard's house, traffic not confined to men alone. I'm pretty positive about all this, too. Not alone from the disappearance of the Filippo gang, or the wildly whispered tales of the foreign men, not alone from these, but from a much more concrete and ghastly proof. It is a proof I don't care to speak about even today, a proof that the police know, but which is fortunately deleted from newspaper accounts of the tragedy. What men will find behind that iron door I will not venture to say, but I think I know why only Filippo's leg was found before. I did not look at the iron door before I left the house, but I did see something else in the cellar as I passed through to the stairs. That is why I ran frantically up the steps, that is why I went to the government, and that is why I never want to go back to witch-haunted, age-accursed Arkham. I found proof. Because when I went out, I saw Joe Rigetti sitting in his chair by the table in the cellar. The lamp was on, and I am quite sure I saw no footprints. I'm glad of that. But I did see Joe Rigetti sitting in his chair, and then I knew the meaning of the screams, and the crunching, and the padding sound. Joe Rigetti, sitting in his chair in the cellar lamplight, with his naked body chewed entirely to ribbons by gigantic and unhuman teeth. The Secret of CABH. In this story, whose climax is, one suspects, in some measure inspired by Poe's The Mask of the Red Death, Bloch tells us that the only real magic is that of the ancient and mysterious past. Here the very real writings of Egyptologist E.A. Wallace Budge function much in the manner of De Vermis Mysteriis in the other tales, and the fiction of creative writers. We see this in the implied contrast not only between the shallow costumed revelers and the hardcore cult of Henricus Vanning, but also between these latter and the admitted writer of fiction, Bloch's autobiographical narrator, who alone emerges unscathed from the visitation of occult doom. The Secret of CABH. By Robert Bloch. I should never have attended Henricus Vanning's costume ball. Even if the tragedy had not occurred, I would be better off had I refused his invitation that night. Now that I have left New Orleans, I can view the episode in saner light, and I know that I made a mistake. The remembrance of that final inexplicable moment is a horror that I still cannot face with a rational mind, however. Had I suspected beforehand, I might now be spared the recurrent nightmares which afflict me. But at that time of which I speak there was no premonition to guide me. I was a stranger in the Louisiana city, and very lonely. The Mardi Gras season served only to accentuate my feeling of utter isolation. During the first 2 evenings of celebration, tired from long vigils at the typewriter, I wandered alien and alone along the quaintly twisted streets, and the crowds that hustled by seemed to mock my solitude. My work at the time was very exhausting. I was doing a series of Egyptian stories for a magazine, and my mental state was a bit odd. During the day I sat in my quiet room and gave my mind over to images of Nyarlathotep, Bubastis, and Anubis. My thoughts were peopled with the priestly pageantries of olden times. And in the evenings I walked unknown amidst thoughtless throngs more unreal than the fanciful figures of the past. But enough of excuses. To be perfectly frank, when I left the house that third night after a weary day, I expressly intended to get drunk. I entered a cafe at dusk, dining lavishly with a bottle of peach brandy. The place was hot and crowded. The ribald, costumed masqueraders all seemed to be enjoying the reign of Momus. After a time this did not disturb me. 4 generous goblets of the really excellent liqueur had set the blood running like elixir in my veins. Bold, reckless dreams cascaded through my head. I now gazed at the impersonal swarms about me with new interest and understanding. They too were trying to escape tonight, escape from maddening monotony and humdrum commonplace. The fat man in the clown costume nearby had looked silly an hour ago. Now I seemed to sympathize with him. I sensed the frustration behind the masks these strangers wore, appreciated how valiantly they strove to find forgetfulness in the Mardi Gras. I would forget too. The bottle was emptied. I left the cafe and once more walked the streets, but this time I no longer had any feeling of isolation. I strode along like the carnival king himself, and traded jibe for jibe with chance buffers. Here memory is temporarily blurred. I went into a club lounge for scotch and soda, then continued on my way. Where my feet led me I cannot say. I seemed to float along effortlessly, but my mind was crystal clear. I was not thinking of mundane things. Through some quirk I recalled work again, and I contemplated ancient Egypt. Through crumbled centuries I moved, in visions of secret splendor. I lurched down a dim, deserted street. I walked through Temple Thebes, while sphinxes stared. I turned into a lighted thoroughfare where revelers danced. I mingled with the white-clad acolytes adoring sacred Apis. The carousing mob blew paper trumpets, strewed confetti. To the shrill litany of lutes the temple virgins showered me with roses red as the blood of betrayed Osiris. Thus I passed through streets of Saturnalia, my thoughts still wine-wafted and far away. It was all very much like a dream when at last I entered that obscure thoroughfare in the heart of the Creole district. Tall houses reared deserted on either side, darkened, dingy domiciles deserted by their owners, who mingled with the merrymakers amidst more pleasant surroundings. The buildings were old. In the fashion of ancient days they stood narrowly together, row on row. They are like untenanted mummy cases in some forgotten tomb. They stand deserted by the maggot and the worm. From the steeply gabled roofs little black windows yawned. They are empty, like the eyeless sockets of a skull, and like a skull they too hide secrets. Secrets. Secret Egypt. It was then that I saw the man. Threading my way down that black and twisted street, I noticed a figure in the shadows before me. It stood silent, as though awaiting my approach. I endeavored to hurry past, but there was something about the motionless man which arrested my attention. He was dressed unnaturally. Suddenly, shockingly, my drunken dreams were fused with stark reality. This waiting man was dressed like a priest of ancient Egypt. Was it hallucination, or did he wear the triple-crowned insignia of Osiris? That long white robe was unmistakable, and in his lean hands was the sceptred diadem of Set the serpent. Overcome with bewilderment, I stood stock-still and stared. He stared back, his thin, tanned face bland and expressionless. With a quick gesture, his right hand darted under his robe. I shrank back, as he withdrew it once more and pulled out a cigarette. "Got a match, stranger?" asked the priest of Egypt. Then I laughed, remembered, and understood. Mardi Gras. What a scare he had given me, though. Smiling, my head suddenly clear once more, I extended my lighter. He used it, and as the flame flared upward, peered curiously into my countenance. He started, gray eyes evincing sudden recognition. To my astonishment, he spoke my name in interrogation. I nodded my head. What a surprise. He chuckled. You're the writer, aren't you? I've read some of your recent stuff, but I had no idea that you were here in New Orleans. I mumbled a few words of explanation. He genially interrupted. That's great luck. My name is Vanning, Henricus Vanning. I'm interested in the occult myself. We should have a lot in common. We stood chatting for several minutes, or rather, he chatted and I listened. I learned that Mr. Vanning was a gentleman of means and leisure. He touched a bit glibly and flippantly on his studies in primitive mythology, but expressed a patently genuine interest in Egyptian lore. There was mention of a social group whose mutual and private researches in metaphysics might interest me. As if seized with sudden inspiration, he clapped me heartily on the back. "What are your plans for the evening?" he said. I confessed my predicament. He smiled. "Splendid. Just had dinner myself. I'm on the way back to the house now to play host. Our little group, I told you about them, is holding a costume ball there. Like to come along?" "Interesting." "But I'm not in costume," I protested. "Doesn't matter. I think you'd particularly appreciate this affair. Most unusual. Come on." He beckoned me to follow and started off down the street. I shrugged, but acquiesced. After all, I had nothing to lose, and my curiosity was aroused. As we walked, the garrulous Mr. Vanning carried on a smooth and intriguing conversation. He spoke in greater detail of his little circle of esoteric friends. I gathered that they rather ostentatiously referred to themselves as the Coffin Club, and spent much of their time in pursuit of exotic and macabre phases in art, literature, or music. Tonight, according to my host, the group were celebrating the Mardi Gras in their own unique fashion. Defying the conventional masquerade, all members and invited friends planned to come attired in supernatural garb. Instead of the usual clowns, pirates, and colonial gentlemen, they would represent the more outlandish creatures of fancy and myth. I would mingle with werewolves, vampires, gods, goddesses, priests, and black magicians. I must confess that this news did not wholly please me. I never could stomach the pseudo-occultist or the quack devotee and metaphysicist. I dislike a bogus interest and a sham knowledge of legendary in others. Petty dabblings in spiritualism, astrology, and psychic charlatanry have always been repellent to my tastes. I feel that it is not good for fools to mock the old faiths and the secret ways of vanished races. If this was to be one of the usual groups of middle-aged neurotics and pallid purple dilettantes, then I would spend a boring evening. But Henricus Vanning himself seemed to have more than a surface smattering of erudition. His cultured allusions to various myth sagas in my stories seemed to hint at deep knowledge and sincere research that peered beyond the blacker veils of human thought. He spoke quite fluently of his delvings into Manichaeism and primal cult ceremonials. I became so absorbed in his words that I failed to heed the direction in which he led me, though I know we walked for some time. When we drew up at last, it was to turn into a long, shrubbery-bordered walk which led to the doors of a well-lighted and imposing mansion. In simple truth, I must admit to being so seduced by Vanning's picturesque statements, that I cannot remember a single concrete detail of the house's exterior appearance, or the environs in which it stood. Still bemused, I followed Vanning through the open door and walked into Nightmare. When I stated that the house was brilliantly lighted, I meant just that. It was lighted in flaming red. We stood in a hallway of hell. Scarlet scimitars of light scintillated from the surface of mirrored walls. Vermilion drapes cloaked inner entrances, and the crimson ceiling seemed to smolder with the crystalline carmine fires of ruby gas torches that hung in blood-embrued braziers. A Luciferian butler took my hat, handed me a goblet of cherry brandy. Alone in the red room, Vanning faced me, glass in hand. "Like it?" he inquired. "Gay setting to put my guests in the mood. Little touch I borrowed from Poe." I thought of the splendid Masque of the Red Death, and winced inwardly at this crude and vulgar desecration. Still, this evidence of the man's eccentricity did intrigue me. He was trying for something. I was almost moved when I lifted my glass to the pseudo-priest of Egypt there in that eerie anteroom. The brandy burned. Now on to our guests. He pushed a tapestry aside, and we entered the cavernous chamber to the right. Green and black were the velvet backgrounds of these walls, silver the candles that lighted the niches. The furniture, however, was modern and conventional enough, but when I first surveyed the throng of guests I felt for a moment as if I were again in dreams. Werewolves, gods, and black magicians, Vanning had said. There was more of understatement than exaggeration in that cryptic remark. The occupants of that room constituted a pantheon from all the hells. The orchestra at the corner of the room were dressed as skeletons, and some diabolically clever lighting arrangements made the fantasy uncomfortably real from a distance. The merrymakers circled the floor against the sinister background of ebon and emerald velvet. I saw an obscene Pan dancing with a withered night hag, a mad Freya embracing a voodoo priest, a Bacchante clinging lecherously to a wild-eyed dervish from Iram. There were archdruids, dwarfs, nixies and kobolds, llamas, shamans, priestesses, fauns, ogres, magi, ghouls. It was a Sabbath, a resurrection of ancient sin. Then, as I mingled with the throng and was introduced, the momentary illusion faded. Pan was merely a stout, rather puffy-eyed, middle-aged gentleman with an obvious paunch which no goatskin girdle could obliterate. Freya was a desperately bright debutante, with the predatory slut eyes of a common harlot. The voodoo priest was just a nice young man in burnt cork, with a slightly incongruous English lisp. I met perhaps a dozen guests, and quickly forgot their names. I was a trifle surprised by Vanning's seeming superciliousness. He almost snubbed several of the more talkative. "Enjoy yourselves," he called over his shoulder as he dragged me across the floor. "These are the fools," he confided in a lower voice. "But there are a few I want you to meet." Over in the corner sat a little group of 4 men. All wore priestly raiment similar to Vanning's own, in that religion dominated. Dr. Delvin. An old man in Babylonian, almost biblical robes. Etienne de Marigny. Dark, handsome priest of Adonis. Professor Wildan. A bearded gnome in a calendar's turban. Richard Royce. A young, bespectacled scholar, monkishly cowled. The foursome bowed courteously. Upon my being introduced, however, there was an immediate slackening of their reserve. They crowded about Vanning and me in a rather confidential way, while our host spoke softly in my ear. "These are the real members of the group I spoke about. I saw the way you looked at the others here, and I quite understand and agree with you. Those people are silly fools. We here are the initiates. Perhaps, then, you wonder at the reason for their presence. Let me explain. Attack is the best defense." "Attack is the best defense," I echoed, puzzled. "Yes. Suppose, now, that I and my friends here are really deep students of black magic." There was a subtle suggestion in the way he breathed suppose. "Suppose that is true. Don't you think that our society friends would object, gossip, investigate?" "Yes," I admitted. "That sounds reasonable. Of course. That's why we formulated our attack. By publicly proclaiming an eccentric interest in occultism, and showing it by giving these stupid parties, we are left quite unmolested to carry out our serious work by ourselves. Clever, eh?" I smiled in agreement. Vanning was no fool. It might interest you to know that Dr. Delvin, here, is one of this country's foremost ethnologists. De Marigny is a well-known occultist. You may remember his connection with the Randolph Carter case several years ago. Royce is my personal aide, and Professor Wildan is the Wildan, Egyptologist. Funny, how Egypt kept recurring in the course of the evening. I promised you something interesting, my friend, and you shall have it. First, though, we must endure these cattle for another half-hour or so. Then we'll go up to my room for a real session. I trust you will be patient." The 4 men bowed to me as Vanning again led me into the center of the room. The dancing had stopped now, and the floor was covered by little groups of idle chatterers. Demons drank mint juleps, and virgin sacrifices to the Magna Mater artfully applied their lipstick. Neptune passed me, with a cigar in his mouth. The gaiety was shrill. Mask of the Red Death, I thought. Then I saw him. It was all Poe, his entrance. The black and green curtains at the end of the room parted, and he glided in as though emerging from the hidden depths of the hangings rather than the door behind them. Silver candlelight silhouetted his figure, and as he walked a grisly nimbus seemed to cloak each movement. I had the momentary impression of gazing at him through a prism, since the queer lighting made him appear indistinct and sharply etched in turn. He was the soul of Egypt. The long white robe concealed the body whose contours were elusively problematical. Taloned hands hung from swirling sleeves, and the jeweled fingers clasped a rod of gold, set with the seal of the Eye of Horus. The top of the robe terminated in a cape collar of black. It stood, a stiffly hooded background for a head of horror. The head of a crocodile. The body of an Egyptian priest. That head was awful. A slanted, saurian skull, all green and scaly on top, hairless, slimy, slick and nauseous. Great bony ridges socketed the embered eyes, staring from behind a sickening sweep of long, reptilian snout. A rugose muzzle, with great champing jaws half open to reveal a lolling pinkish tongue and scummy teeth of stiletto-like sharpness. The saber fangs seemed to move, but it was only a trick of the light. What a mask! I have always prided myself on a certain sensitivity. I can feel quite strongly. Now, gazing at that triumph of morbid mummery, I received a sensory shock. I felt that this masker was real, more real than his less grotesque fellows. The very outlandishness of his costume seemed to carry added conviction when contrasted with the pitiful makeshift pretenses of those through which he walked. He seemed to be alone, nor did anyone attempt to converse with him in passing. I reached forward and tapped Vanning on the shoulder. I wanted to meet this man. Vanning, however, swung ahead to the platform, where he turned and spoke to the orchestra men. I glanced back, half intending to approach the crocodile man myself. He was gone. I searched the crowd with eager eyes. No use. He had vanished. Vanished. Had he existed? I saw him, or thought I did, only for a moment. And I was still a little befuddled. Egypt on the brain. Perhaps I had been over-imaginative. But why the queer flooding feeling of reality? These questions were never answered, for my attention was distracted by the performance on the platform. Vanning had started his half-hour of entertainment for the guests. He had told me it was a mere sop to conceal his real interests, but I found it more impressive than I expected. The lights turned blue, haggard, graveyard misty blue. The shadows darkened to indigo blurs as the celebrants found seats. An organ rose from beneath the orchestra platform, and music throbbed. It was my favorite number, the superb and sonorously sepulchral number 1 scene from The Swan Lake, by Tchaikovsky. It droned, mocked, shrilled, blared. It whispered, roared, threatened, frightened. It even impressed and quieted the milling geese about me. There was a devil dance following, a magician, and a final black mass ritual with a really terrifying illusion of sacrifice. All very weird, very morbid, and very false. When the lights went up at last and the band resumed their places, I found Vanning, and we hastened across the room. The 4 fellow researchers were waiting. Vanning motioned me to follow them through the curtains near the platform. We made our exits unobtrusively, and I found myself walking down a long, darkened hallway. Vanning halted before an oak-paneled door. A key flashed, grated, turned. We were in a library. Chairs, cigars, brandy, indicated in turn by our smiling host. The brandy, a fine cognac, momentarily sent my thoughts astray once more. Everything was unreal. Vanning, his friends, this house, the entire evening. Everything but the man in the crocodile mask. I must ask Vanning. Abruptly, a voice summoned me back to the present. Vanning was speaking, addressing me. His voice was solemn, and held an unusual timbre. It was almost as though I was hearing him speak for the first time, as if this were the real man, and the other genial inhabitant of an open house merely a sham as insubstantial as the Mardi Gras costumes of the guests. As he spoke, I found myself the focus of 5 pairs of eyes: Delvin's Celtic blue, de Marigny's penetrating Gallic brown, Royce's bespectacled gray, Wilden's deep umber, and the gunmetal pinpoints of Vanning himself. Each seemed to ask a question: do you dare? But what Vanning said was much more prosaic. I promised you an unusual time. Well, that's what you're here for. But I must admit that my motives are not altruistic alone. I need you. I've read your tales. I think you are a sincere student, and I want both knowledge and advice. What was all this? Was I drugged, dreaming? Blue lights, and crocodile masks, and a melodramatic secret. Yet I believed. I believed, when Vanning pressed the lever in the great library table so that the false drawers beneath swung outward and revealed the gaping space within. I believed when I saw him hoist out the mummy case, with de Marigny's aid. I became interested even before I noted the peculiarities of the case itself. For Vanning went over to a shelf and came back with an armful of books. These he handed to me silently. They were his credentials. They confirmed all that he had told me. Nobody but a recognized occultist and adept could possess these strange tomes. Thin strips of glass protected the crumbling covers of the ill-famed Book of Iban, the original editions of Cults de Gauls, and the almost fabulous De Vermis Mysteriis. Vanning managed a smile when he saw the light of recognition in my face. "We've gone in pretty deep these past few years," he said. "You know what lies in these books." I knew. I have written of De Vermis Mysteriis myself, and there are times when the words of Ludwig Prynne fill me with a vague fright and an indefinable repulsion. Vanning opened the latter volume. "You are familiar with this, I believe. You've mentioned it in your work." He pointed to the cryptic chapter that is known as Saracenic Rituals. I nodded. I knew the Saracenic rituals only too well. The account dealt with Prynne's mysterious sojourn in Egypt and the Orient in what he claimed were Crusader days. There is revealed the lore of the Efreet and the Jinn, the secrets of the assassin sects, the myths of Arabian ghoul tales, and the hidden practices of dervish cults. I had found within it a great wealth of material on the legends of ancient Inner Egypt. Indeed, much story material was culled from those tattered pages. Egypt again. I glanced at the mummy case. Vanning and the others watched me intently. At last my host shrugged. "Listen," he said. "I'll put my cards on the table. I must trust you, as I said." "Go ahead," I rejoined impatiently. Such mystery of manner was irritating. "It all started with this book," said Henricus Vanning. "Royce here dug it up for me. We got interested in the Bubastis legend, at first. For a while I contemplated some investigations in Cornwall, looking up the Egyptian ruins of England, you know. But then, I found a more fertile field in actual Egyptology. When Professor Wildan, here, went on his expedition last year, I authorized him to obtain anything of interest he might discover, at any price. He returned last week with this." Vanning stepped over to the mummy case. I followed. He didn't have to explain further. One detailed inspection of that mummy case, combined with what I knew of the Saracenic Rituals chapter, led to an inference that was unmistakable. The hieroglyphs and markings on the case indicated that it contained the body of an Egyptian priest, a priest of the god Sebek. And Saracenic Rituals told its own story. For a moment I mentally reviewed my knowledge. Sebek, according to reputable anthropologists, was a lesser deity of Inner Egypt, a fertility god of the Nile. If recognized authorities be correct, only 4 mummies of his priesthood have ever been found, though numerous statuettes, figurines, and pictures in tombs testified to the veneration accorded this deity. Egyptologists have never fully traced the history of the god, though some unorthodox surmises and wild linkages have been made, or hinted at by Wallace Budge. Ludwig Prynne, though, had delved further. I recalled his words with an appreciable shudder. In Saracenic rituals, Prynne spoke of what he had learned from Alexandrian seers, of his journeyings into the deserts and his secret tomb lootings in hidden valleys of the Nile. He told a tale, historically authenticated, of the Egyptian priestcraft and its rise to power, how the servants of the dark nature gods ruled the pharaohs from behind the throne and held the land in their grip. For Egyptian gods and religions were based on secret realities. Strange hybrids walked the earth when it was young, gigantic, lumbering creatures, half beast, half man. Human imagination alone did not create the gigantic serpent Set, carnivorous Bubastis, and great Osiris. I thought of Thoth, and tales of harpies, thought of jackal-headed Anubis, and the legend of werewolves. No, the ancients trafficked with elemental powers and beasts of the beyond. They could summon their gods, the humans with the heads of animals. And at times they did. Hence their power. In time, they ruled over Egypt. Their word was law. The land was filled with rich temples, and every seventh man owed allegiance to the ritual bodies. Incense rose before 1,000 shrines, incense and blood. The beast mouths of the gods hungered for blood. Well might the priests adore, for they had made strange and curious bargains with their divine masters. Unnatural perversions drove the cult of Bubastis out of Egypt, and a never-mentioned abomination caused the symbol and story of Nyarlathotep to be forgotten. But ever the priests waxed stronger and bolder, their sacrifices more outrageous, and their rewards greater. For the sake of life everlastingly reincarnated, they pleasured the gods and assuaged their curious appetites. To safeguard their mummies with divine curses, they offered up scapegoats filled with blood. Prynne speaks of the sect of Sebek in particular detail. The priests believed that Sebek, as a fertility deity, controlled the sources of life eternal. He would guard them in their graves until the resurrection cycle was completed, and he would destroy their enemies who sought to violate their sepulchres. To him they offered virgin maidens, to be torn between the jaws of a golden crocodile. For Sebek, the crocodile god of the Nile, had the body of a man, the head of a crocodile, and the lustful appetites of both. The description of these ceremonies is grisly. The priests all wore crocodile masks, in emulation of their lord, for that was his earthly aspect. Once a year, they thought, Sebek himself appeared to the high priests in the inner temple at Memphis, and then he too assumed the form of a man with a crocodile head. The devout believed that he would guard their graves, and countless screaming virgins died to support their faith. This I knew, and hurriedly recollected, while glancing at the mummy of the priest of Sebek. For now I looked into the case, and saw that the mummy had been unwrapped. It lay under a pane of glass, which Vanning removed. You know the story, then, he said, reading my eyes aright. I've had the mummy here a week. It's been chemically treated, thanks to Wildan, here. On its chest, though, I found this. He pointed to an amulet of clear jade, a saurian figure, covered with ideographic images. What is it? I asked. Secret code of the priesthood. De Marigny thinks it's Nakel. Translation. A curse, as the Prynne story has it, a curse on the heads of tomb looters. Threatens them with the vengeance of Sebek himself. Nasty wording. Vanning's flippancy was forced. I could tell that by the restless stirring of the others in the room. Dr. Devlin was coughing nervously. Royce twisted his robe. De Marigny scowled. The gnome-like Professor Wildan approached us. He glanced at the mummy for some time, as if seeking solution to a secret in those eyeless sockets that blindly brooded in the gloom. Tell him what I think, Vanning, he said softly. Wildan, here, has done some investigation. He managed to get this mummy past the authorities, but it cost him plenty to do it. He told me where he found it, and it's not a pleasant story. 9 of the caravan boys died on the return journey, though it may have been bad water that did that. The professor has gone back on us, I'm afraid. I have not, interrupted Wild Dan sharply. When I tell you to get rid of the mummy, it is because I want to live. We had some notion of using it in ceremonials here, but this is not possible. You see, I believe in the curse of Sebek. You know, of course, that only 4 mummies of his priests have ever been found. That is because the others repose in secret crypts. Well, the 4 finders are all dead. I knew Partington, who found the 3rd. He was investigating this curse myth quite thoroughly when he returned, but he died before publishing any reports. It was rather curious, his end. Fell off the bridge into a crocodile pit of the London Zoo. When they pulled him out, he was a mess. Vanning looked at me. Bogeyman, he said deprecatingly. Then, in more serious tones, he continued. That's one of the reasons I asked you here to share this secret. I want your own opinion, as a scholar and occultist. Should I get rid of the mummy? Do you believe in this cursed story? I don't, but I have felt quite uneasy of late. I know of too many peculiar coincidences, and I have faith in Prin's veracity. What we intend to use the mummy for does not matter. It would have been a desecration great enough to anger any god. And I wouldn't like to have a crocodile-headed creature at my throat. What do you say? Abruptly, I remembered. The man in the mask. He had been dressed like a priest of Sebek, in emulation of the god. I told Vanning what I had seen of him. Who is he? I asked. He should really be here. It makes things appropriate. Vanning's horror was not feigned. I regretted having spoken, after observing his terrified reaction. I never saw that. I swear I didn't. We must find the man at once. Perhaps it's a polite form of blackmail, I said. He may have the goods on you and Wild Anne, and frighten you into paying hush money. Perhaps. Vanning's voice held no note of sincerity. He turned to the others. Quickly, he said, go back into the other room and look among the guests. Collar this elusive stranger. Bring him here. Police, suggested Royce, nervously. No, you fool. Hurry, all of you. The 4 men left the room, and their footsteps echoed in the outer corridor as they receded. A moment's silence. Vanning tried to smile. I was in a strange oblivious fog. The Egypt of my dreams, was it real? Why had that one glimpse of the mysterious man in the mask so impressed me? The priests of Sebek spilled blood to bind a bargain of vengeance. Could they satisfy an ancient curse? Or was Vanning mad? A soft sound. I turned. And there in the doorway stood the man in the crocodile mask. That's the fellow, I exclaimed. That's... Vanning leaned against the table, his face the color of wet ash. He just stared at the figure on the threshold, but his tormented eyes telepathically conveyed a dreadful message to me. The man in the crocodile mask, nobody had seen him but myself. And I was dreaming of Egypt. Here, in this room, was the stolen mummy of Sebek's priest. The god Sebek was a crocodile-headed god. And his priests were dressed in his image. They wore crocodile masks. I had just warned Vanning about the vengeance of the old priests. He himself had believed and was afraid when I told him what I had seen. And now, in the doorway, stood the silent stranger. What was more logical than to believe it was a resurrected priest, come to avenge this insult to his kind? Yet I could not believe it. Even when the figure entered, sinister and still, I did not guess its purpose. Even when Vanning cowered and moaned against the mummy case, I was not convinced. Then, everything happened so swiftly that I had no time to act. Just as I was about to challenge the unnatural intruder, doom was unleashed. With a darting, reptilian movement, the body beneath the white robe undulated across the room. In a second it towered above the cringing figure of my host. I saw clawing hands sink into sagging shoulders. Then the jaws of the mask descended and moved. Moved in Vanning's quivering throat. As I leapt, my thoughts seemed sluggishly calm in contrast. Diabolically clever murder, I mused. Unique death weapon. Cunningly contrived tooth mechanism in a mask. Fanatic. And my eyes, in a detached fashion, observed that monstrous muzzle biting into Vanning's neck. Moving, the squamous horror of the head loomed like a camera close-up. It took only a second, understand. Then, with sudden purpose, I had seized a sleeve of the white robe, and with my free hand wrenched at the mask of the murderer. The killer wheeled, ducked. My hand slipped, and for a moment rested on the crocodile's snout, the bloody jaw. Then, in a flash, the invader wheeled and disappeared, while I was left screaming before the ripped and tattered body on the mummy case of CABH. Vanning was dead. His murderer had disappeared. The house was crowded with revelers. I had but to step to the door and call for aid. I did not. I stood for one stark second in the center of the room, screaming, while my vision veered. Everything was swimming around and around, the blood-blotched books, the sear mummy, its chest now crushed and crimsoned by the struggle, the red, unmoving thing on the floor. All blurred before my eyes. I could see nothing but my right hand, the hand that had brushed the masked muzzle of the killer. There was blood on my fingers. I stared at it and shrieked. Then, and only then, did volition come to me. I turned and ran. I wish my tale could end there, but it cannot. There is a hideous conclusion to be drawn. It must be revealed so that I can know peace once more. I'll be frank. I know it would make a better story if I had asked the butler about the man in the crocodile mask and heard him say that no such person entered the place. But this, God save me, is not a story but truth. I know he was there, and after I saw Vanning die I did not wait to interview another soul. I made that last desperate clutch at the masked murderer, then screamed and ran from the room. I rushed through the revelers on the floor without even giving an alarm, dashed out of the house and panted up the street. Grinning horror bestrode my shoulders and urged me on, until I lost all consciousness and ran blindly back to the lighted lanes and laughing throngs that dwelt smugly safe from the terrors I knew. The stranger in the crocodile mask of Egypt. I don't care to write Egyptian stories anymore now that I know. Knowledge came during that last moment, when I saw the stranger sink his curiously constructed crocodile muzzle in poor Vanning's throat, sinken with saber teeth slashing. It was then that I grabbed him for a moment before he slipped away, grabbed at him, screamed, and hysterically fled. The murderer was not a priest. I grabbed him, in that horrible moment, by the bloody muzzle of the frighteningly realistic crocodile mask. Just a single moment of horrid contact, before he disappeared. But it was enough. For when I seized that bloody, reptilian muzzle, I felt beneath my fingers not a mask but living flesh. Fane of the Black Pharaoh. Bloch takes up Lovecraft's intriguing reference, in The Hunter of the Dark, to Neferka, the Antichrist counterpart to the heretic pharaoh Akhenaten or Akhenaten, who proclaimed himself the Hierophant and revealer of a single solar deity. He sought to supplant the traditional Egyptian pantheon in the name of his divine patron Aten. He was promptly deposed, his monotheistic reforms reversed. Some readers may have experienced déjà vu upon reading Archie Goodwin's Tale Collector's Edition, illustrated by Steve Ditko, in Creepy Magazine, see James Warren, edition. The Best of Creepy Tempo Books, 1971. Goodwin's well-told tale seems to be a creative fusion of elements borrowed from no less than 3 Bloch originals. The colorful history of the grimoire Dark Visions by the decadent Marquis Lamode, eventually slain by the Inquisition, is highly reminiscent of Ludwig Prinz's career and fate. The dealings between the narrator and the seedy bookseller Murch recalls rather closely those between the dubious Marco and collector Maitland in The Skull of the Marquis de Sade. And the finale wherein Goodwin's narrator beholds his own death prophetically depicted in the illustrated pages of Dark Visions surely owes a great debt to the climax of The Fane of the Black Pharaoh. Fane of the Black Pharaoh by Robert Bloch. Liar, said Captain Carteret. The dark man did not move, but beneath the shadows of his burnous a scowl slithered across a contorted countenance. But when he stepped forward into the lamplight, he smiled. That is a harsh epithet, Effendi, purred the dark man. Captain Carteret stared at his midnight visitor with quizzical appraisal. A deserved one, I think, he observed. Consider the facts. You come to my door at midnight, uninvited and unknown. You tell me some long rigmarole about secret vaults below Cairo, and then voluntarily offer to lead me there. That is correct, assented the Arab, blandly. He met the glance of the scholarly captain calmly. Why should you do this? Pursued Carteret. If your story is true, and you do possess so manifestly absurd a secret, why should you come to me? Why not claim the glory of discovery yourself? I told you, Effendi, said the Arab. That is against the law of our brotherhood. It is not written that I should do so. And knowing of your interest in these things, I came to offer you the privilege. You came to pump me for my information. No doubt that's what you mean, retorted the captain acidly. You beggars have some devilishly clever ways of getting underground information, don't you? So far as I know, you're here to find out how much I've already learned, so that you and your fanatic thugs can knife me if I know too much. Ah! The dark stranger suddenly leaned forward and peered into the white man's face. Then you admit that what I tell you is not wholly strange. You do know something of this place already? Suppose I do, said the captain, unflinching. That doesn't prove that you're a philanthropic guide to what I'm seeking. More likely you want to pump me, as I said, then dispose of me and get the goods for yourself. No, your story is too thin. Why, you haven't even told me your name. My name. The Arab smiled. That does not matter. What does matter is your distrust of me. But since you have admitted at last that you do know about the crypt of Neferka, perhaps I can show you something that may prove my own knowledge. He thrust a lean hand under his robe and drew forth a curious object of dull, black metal. This he flung casually on the table, so that it lay in a fan of lamplight. Captain Carteret bent forward and peered at the queer, metallic thing. This thin, usually pale face now glowed with unconcealed excitement. He grasped the black object with twitching fingers. The seal of Neferka, he whispered. When he raised his eyes to the inscrutable Arabs once more, they shone with mingled incredulity and belief. It's true, then, what you say, the captain breathed. You could obtain this only from the secret place, the place of the blind apes where Neferka bindeth up the threads of truth. The smiling Arab finished the quotation for him. You, too, have read the Necronomicon, then? Carteret looked stunned. But there are only 6 complete versions, and I thought the nearest was in the British Museum. The Arab's smile broadened. My fellow countryman, Alhazard, left many legacies among his own people, he said softly. There is wisdom available to all who know where to seek it. For a moment there was silence in the room. Carteret gazed at the black seal, and the Arab scrutinized him in turn. The thoughts of both were far away. At last the thin, elderly white man looked up with a quick grimace of determination. I believe your story, he said. Lead me. The Arab, with a satisfied shrug, took a chair, unbidden, at the side of his host. From that moment he assumed complete psychic mastery of the situation. First, you must tell me what you know, he commanded. Then I shall reveal the rest. Carteret, unconscious of the other's dominance, complied. He told the stranger his story in an abstracted manner, while his eyes never swerved from the cryptic black amulet on the table. It was almost as though he were hypnotized by the queer talisman. The Arab said nothing, though there was a gay gloating in his fanatical eyes. 2. Carteret spoke of his youth, of his wartime service in Egypt and subsequent station in Mesopotamia. It was here that the captain had first become interested in archaeology and the shadowy realms of the occult which surrounded it. From the vast desert of Arabia had come intriguing tales as old as time, furtive fables of mystic Iram, city of ancient dread, and the lost legends of vanished empires. He had spoken to the dreaming dervishes whose hashish visions revealed secrets of forgotten days, and had explored certain reputedly ghoul-ridden tombs and burrows in the ruins of an older Damascus than recorded history knows. In time, his retirement had brought him to Egypt. Here in Cairo there was access to still more secret lore. Egypt, land of lurid curses and lost kings, has ever harbored mad myths in its age-old shadows. Carteret had learned of priests and pharaohs, of olden oracles, forgotten sphinxes, fabulous pyramids, titanic tombs. Civilization was but a cobweb surface upon the sleeping face of eternal mystery. Here, beneath the inscrutable shadows of the pyramids, the old gods still stalked in the old ways. The ghosts of Set, Ra, Osiris, and Bubastis lurked in desert ways. Horus, Isis, and Sebek yet dwelt in the ruins of Thebes and Memphis, or bided in the crumbling tombs below the Valley of Kings. Nowhere had the past survived as it did in ageless Egypt. With every mummy, the Egyptologists uncovered a curse. The solving of each ancient secret merely uncovered a deeper, more perplexing riddle. Who built the pylons of the temples? Why did the old kings rear the pyramids? How did they work such marvels? Were their curses potent still? Where vanished the priests of Egypt? These and 1,000 other unanswered questions intrigued the mind of Captain Carteret. In his newfound leisure he read and studied, talked with scientists and savants. Ever the quest of primal knowledge beckoned him on to blacker brinks. He could slake his thirsty soul only in stranger secrets, more dangerous discoveries. Many of the reputable authorities he knew were open in their confessed opinion that it was not well for meddlers to pry too deeply beneath the surface. Curses had come true with puzzling promptness, and warning prophecies had been fulfilled with a vengeance. It was not good to profane the shrines of the old dark gods who still dwelt within the land. But the terrible lure of the forgotten and the forbidden was a pulsing virus in Carteret's blood. When he heard the legend of Nefren-Ka, he naturally investigated. Nefren-Ka, according to authoritative knowledge, was merely a mythical figure. He was purported to have been a pharaoh of no known dynasty, a priestly usurper of the throne. The most common fables placed his reign in almost biblical times. He was said to have been the last and greatest of that Egyptian cult of priest-sorcerers who for a time transformed the recognized religion into a dark and terrible thing. This cult, led by the arch-hierophants of Bubastis, Anubis, and Sebek, viewed their gods as the representatives of actual hidden beings, monstrous beast-men who shambled on earth in primal days. They accorded worship to the Elder One who is known to myth as Nyarlathotep, the mighty messenger. This abominable deity was said to confer wizards' power upon receiving human sacrifices, and while the evil priests reigned supreme they temporarily transformed the religion of Egypt into a bloody shambles. With anthropomancy and necrophilism they sought terrible boons from their demons. The tale goes that Nefren-Ka, on the throne, renounced all religions save that of Nyarlathotep. He sought the power of prophecy, and built temples to the blind ape of truth. His utterly atrocious sacrifices at length provoked a revolt, and it is said that the infamous pharaoh was at last dethroned. According to this account, the new ruler and his people immediately destroyed all vestiges of the former reign, demolished all temples and idols of Nyarlathotep, and drove out the wicked priests who prostituted their faith to the carnivorous Bubastis, Anubis, and Sebek. The Book of the Dead was then amended so that all references to the pharaoh Nefren-Ka and his accursed cults were deleted. Thus, argues the legend, the furtive faith was lost to reputable history. As to Nefren-Ka himself, a strange account is given of his end. The story ran that the dethroned pharaoh fled to a spot adjacent to what is now the modern city of Cairo. Here it was his intention to embark with his remaining followers for a westward isle. Historians believe that this isle was Britain, where some of the fleeing priests of Bubastis actually settled. But the pharaoh was attacked and surrounded, his escape blocked. It was then that he had constructed a secret underground tomb, in which he caused himself and his followers to be interred alive. With him, in this vivispulture, he took all his treasure and magical secrets, so that nothing would remain for his enemies to profit by. So cleverly did his remaining devotees contrive this secret crypt that the attackers were never able to discover the resting place of the Black Pharaoh. Thus the legend rests. According to common currency, the fable was handed down by the few remaining priests who actually stayed on the surface to seal the secret place. They and their descendants were believed to have perpetuated the story and the old faith of evil. Following up this exceedingly unusual story, Carteret delved into the old tomes of the time. During a trip to London, he was fortunate enough to be allowed an inspection of the unhallowed and archaic Necronomicon of Abdul Alhazard. In it were further emendations. One of his influential friends in the Home Office, hearing of his interests, managed to obtain for him a portion of Ludwig Prin's evil and blasphemous De Vermis Mysteriis, known more familiarly to students of recondite arcana as Mysteries of the Worm. Here, in that greatly disputed chapter on Oriental myth entitled Saracenic Rituals, Carteret found still more concrete elaborations of the Nefrenka tale. Prin, who consorted with the medieval seers and prophets of Saracen times in Egypt, gave a good deal of prominence to the whispered hints of Alexandrian necromancers and adepts. They knew the story of Nefrenka, and alluded to him as the Black Pharaoh. Prin's account of the pharaoh's death was much more elaborate. He claimed that the secret tomb lay directly beneath Cairo itself, and professed to believe that it had been opened and reached. He hinted at the cult survival mentioned in the popular tales, spoke of a renegade group of descendants whose priestly ancestors had interred the rest alive. They were said to perpetuate the evil faith, and to act as guardians of the dead Nefrenka and his buried brethren, lest some interloper discover and violate his resting place in the crypt. After the regular cycle of 7,000 years, the Black Pharaoh and his band would then arise once more, and restore the dark glory of the ancient faith. The crypt itself, if Prin is to be believed, was a most unusual place. Nefrenka's servants and slaves had builded him a mighty sepulchre, and the burrows were filled with the rich treasure of his reign. All of the sacred images were there, and the jeweled books of esoteric wisdom reposed within. Most peculiarly did the account dwell on Nefrenka's search for the truth and the power of prophecy. It was said that before he died down in the darkness, he conjured up the earthly image of Nyarlathotep in a final gigantic sacrifice, and that the god granted him his desires. Nefrenka had stood before the images of the blind ape of truth and received the gift of divination over the gory bodies of 100 willing victims. Then, in nightmare manner, Prin recounts that the entombed pharaoh wandered among his dead companions and inscribed on the twisted walls of his tomb the secrets of the future. In pictures and ideographs he wrote the history of days to come, reveling in omniscient knowledge till the end. He scrawled the destinies of kings to come, painted the triumphs and the dooms of unborn empires. Then, as the blackness of death shrouded his sight, and palsy wrenched the brush from his fingers, he betook himself in peace to his sarcophagus, and there died. So said Ludwig Prin, he that consorted with ancient seers. Nefrenka lay in his buried burrows, guarded by the priestly cult that still survived on earth, and further protected by enchantments in his tomb below. He had fulfilled his desires at the end, he had known truth, and written the lore of the future on the night walls of his own catacomb. Carteret had read all this with conflicting emotions. How he would like to find that tomb, if it existed. What a sensation! He would revolutionize anthropology, ethnology. Of course, the legend had its absurd points. Carteret, for all his research, was not superstitious. He didn't believe the bogus balderdash about Nyarlathotep, the blind ape of truth, or the priestly cult. That part about the gift of prophecy was sheer drivel. Such things were commonplace. There were many savants who had attempted to prove that the pyramids, in their geometrical construction, were archaeological and architectural prophecies of days to come. With elaborate and convincing skill, they attempted to show that, symbolically interpreted, the great tombs held the key to history, that they allegorically foretold the Middle Ages, the Renaissance, the Great War. This, Carteret believed, was rubbish. And the utterly absurd notion that a dying fanatic had been gifted with prophetic power and scrawled the future history of the world on his tomb as a last gesture before death, that was impossible to swallow. Nevertheless, despite his skeptical attitude, Captain Carteret wanted to find the tomb, if it existed. He had returned to Egypt with that intention, and immediately set to work. So far he had a number of clues and hints. If the machinery of his investigation did not collapse, it was now only a matter of days before he would discover the actual entrance to the spot itself. Then he intended to enlist proper governmental aid and make his discovery public to all. This much he now told the silent Arab who had come out of the night with a strange proposal and a weird credential, the seal of the Black Pharaoh. Nefren-Ka. 3. When Carteret finished his summary, he glanced at the dark stranger in interrogation. "What next?" he asked. "Follow me," said the other, urbanely. "I shall lead you to the spot you seek." "Now," gasped Carteret. The other nodded. "But it's too sudden. I mean, the whole thing is like a dream. You come out of the night, unbidden and unknown, show me the seal, and graciously offer to grant me my desires. Why? It doesn't make sense." "This makes sense." The grave Arab indicated the black seal. "Yes," admitted Carteret. "But how can I trust you? Why must I go now? Wouldn't it be wiser to wait, and get the proper authorities behind us? Won't there be need of excavation? Aren't there necessary instruments to take?" "No." The other spread his palms upward. "Just come. Look here." Carteret's suspicion crystallized in his sharp tones. "How do I know this isn't a trap? Why should you come to me this way? Who the devil are you?" "Patience." The dark man smiled. "I shall explain all. I have listened to your accounts of the legend with great interest, and while your facts are clear, your own view of them is mistaken. The legend you have learned of is true, all of it. Nefren-Ka did write the future on the walls of his tomb when he died. He did possess the power of divination, and the priests who buried him formed a cult which did survive." "Yes." Carteret was impressed, despite himself. "I am one of those priests." The words stabbed like swords in the white man's brain. "Do not look so shocked. It is the truth. I am a descendant of the original cult of Nefren-Ka, one of those inner initiates who have kept the legend alive. I worship the power which the Black Pharaoh received, and I worship the god Nyarlathotep who accorded that power to him. To us believers, the most sacred truth lies in the hieroglyphs inscribed by the divinely gifted pharaoh before he died. Throughout the ages, we guardian priests have watched history unfold, and always it has agreed with the ideographs on those tunneled walls. We believe. It is because of our belief that I have sought you out. For within the secret crypt of the Black Pharaoh it is written upon the walls of the future that you shall descend there." Stunning silence. "Do you mean to say," Carteret gasped, "that those pictures show me discovering the spot?" "They do," assented the dark man, slowly. "That is why I came to you unbidden. You shall come with me and fulfill the prophecy tonight, as it is written." "Suppose I don't come?" flashed Captain Carteret. "Suddenly, what about your prophecy then?" The Arab smiled. "You'll come," he said. "You know that." Carteret realized that it was so. Nothing could keep him away from this amazing discovery. A thought struck him. If this wall really records the details of the future, he began, perhaps you can tell me a little about my own coming history. Will this discovery make me famous? Will I return again to the spot? Is it written that I am to bring the secret of Nephren-Ka to light? The dark man looked grave. That I do not know, he admitted. I neglected to tell you something about the walls of truth. My ancestor, he who first descended into the secret spot after it had been sealed, he who first looked upon the work of prophecy, did a needful thing. Deeming that such wisdom was not for lesser mortals, he piously covered the walls with concealing tapestry. Thus none might look upon the future too far. As time passed, the tapestry was drawn back to keep pace with the actual events of history, and always they have coincided with the hieroglyphs. Through the ages, it has always been the duty of one priest to descend to the secret tomb each day and draw back the tapestry so as to reveal the events of the day that follows. Now, during my life, that is my mission. My fellows devote their time to the needful rites of worship in hidden places. I alone descend the concealed passage daily and draw back the curtain on the walls of truth. When I die, another will take my place. Understand me, the writing does not minutely concern every single event, merely those which affect the history and destiny of Egypt itself. Today, my friend, it was revealed that you should descend and enter into the place of your desire. What the morrow holds in store for you I cannot say, until the curtain is drawn once more. Carteret sighed. I suppose that there is nothing else left but for me to go, then. His eagerness was ill-dissembled. The dark man observed this at once, and smiled cynically, while he strode to the door. Follow me, he commanded. To Captain Carteret that walk through the moonlit streets of Cairo was blurred in chaotic dream. His guide led him into labyrinths of looming shadows. They wandered through the twisted native quarters and passed through a maze of unfamiliar alleys and thoroughfares. Carteret strode mechanically at the dark stranger's heels, his thoughts avid for the great triumph to come. He hardly noticed their passage through a dingy courtyard, when his companion drew up before an ancient well and pressed a niche revealing the passage beneath. He followed him as a matter of course. From somewhere the Arab had produced a flashlight. Its faint beam almost rebounded from the murk of the inky tunnel. Together they descended 1,000 stairs, into the ageless and eternal darkness that broods beneath. Like a blind man, Carteret stumbled down into the depths of 3,000 vanished years. 4. The temple was entered, the subterranean temple tomb of Nephren-Ka. Through silver gates the priest passed, his dazed companion following behind. Carteret stood in a vast chamber, the niched walls of which were lined with sarcophagi. They hold the mummies of the interred priests and servants, explained his guide. Strange were the mummy cases of Nephren-Ka's followers, not like those known to Egyptology. The carven covers bore no recognized, conventional features as was the usual custom. Instead they presented the strange, grinning countenances of demons and creatures of fable. Jeweled eyes stared mockingly from the black visages of gargoyles spawned in a sculptor's nightmare. From every side of the room those eyes shone through the shadows, unwinking, unchanging, omniscient in this little world of the dead. Carteret stirred uneasily. Emerald eyes of death, ruby eyes of malevolence, yellow orbs of mockery, everywhere they confronted him. He was glad when his guide led him forward at last, so that the incongruous rays of the flashlight shone on the entrance beyond. A moment later his relief was dissipated by the sight of a new horror confronting him at the inner doorway. 2 gigantic figures shambled there, guarding either side of the opening, 2 monstrous, troglodytic figures. Great gorillas they were, enormous apes, carved in simian semblance from black stone. They faced the doorway, squatting on mighty haunches, their huge, hairy arms upraised in menace. Their glittering faces were brutally alive. They grinned, bare-fanged, with idiotic glee. And they were blind, eyeless and blind. There was a terrible allegory in these figures which Carteret knew only too well. The blind apes were destiny personified, a hulking, mindless destiny whose sightless, stupid gropings trampled on the dreams of men and altered their lives by aimless flailings of purposeless paws. Thus did they control reality. These were the blind apes of truth, according to the ancient legend, the symbols of the old gods worshipped by Nephren-Ka. Carteret thought of the myths once more, and trembled. If tales were true, Nephren-Ka had offered up that final mighty sacrifice upon the obscene laps of these evil idols, offered them up to Nyarlathotep, and buried the dead in the mummy cases set here in the niches. Then he had gone on to his own sepulchre within. The guide proceeded stolidly past the looming figures. Carteret, dissembling his dismay, started to follow. For a moment his feet refused to cross that gruesomely guarded threshold into the room beyond. He stared upward to the eyeless, ogreish faces that leered down from dizzying heights, with the feeling that he walked in realms of sheer nightmare. But the huge arms beckoned him on, the unseeing faces were convulsed in a smile of mocking invitation. The legends were true. The tomb existed. Would it not be better to turn back now, seek some aid, and return again to this spot? Besides, what unguessed terror might not lair in the realms beyond? What horror spawn in the sable shadows of Nephren-Ka's inner, secret sepulchre? All reason urged him to call out to the strange priest and retreat to safety. But the voice of reason was but a hushed and awe-stricken whisper here in the brooding burrows of the past. This was a realm of ancient shadow, where antique evil ruled. Here the incredible was real, and there was a potent fascination in fear itself. Carteret knew that he must go on. Curiosity, cupidity, the lust for concealed knowledge, all impelled him. And the blind apes grinned their challenge, or command. The priest entered the third chamber, and Carteret followed. Crossing the threshold, he plunged into an abyss of unreality. The room was lighted by braziers set in 1,000 stations. Their glow bathed the enormous burrow with fiery luminance. Captain Carteret, his head reeling from the heat and mephitic miasma of the place, was thus able to see the entire extent of this incredible cavern. Seemingly endless, a vast corridor stretched on a downward slant into the earth beyond, a vast corridor, utterly barren, save for the winking red braziers along the walls. Their flaming reflections cast grotesque shadows that glimmered with unnatural life. Carteret felt as though he were gazing on the entrance to Carnator, the mythical underworld of Egyptian lore. "Here we are," said his guide, softly. The unexpected sound of a human voice was startling. For some reason, it frightened Carteret more than he cared to admit. He had fallen into a vague acceptance of these scenes as being part of a fantastic dream. Now, the concrete clarity of a spoken word only confirmed an eerie reality. Yes, here they were, in the spot of legend, the place known to Alhazard, Prin, and all the dark delvers into unhallowed history. The tale of Nephren-Ka was true, and if so, what about the rest of the strange priest's statements? What about the walls of truth, on which the Black Pharaoh had recorded the future, had foretold Carteret's own advent on the secret spot? As if in answer to these inner whispers, the guide smiled. "Come, Captain Carteret. Do you not wish to examine the walls more closely?" The captain did not wish to examine the walls. Desperately, he did not. For they, if in existence, would confirm the ghastly horror that gave them being. If they existed, it meant that the whole evil legend was real, that Nephren-Ka, Black Pharaoh of Egypt, had indeed sacrificed to the dread dark gods, and that they had answered his prayer. Captain Carteret did not greatly wish to believe in such utterly blasphemous abominations as Nyarlathotep. Of lighted walls, Carteret indeed fancied that his eyes could detect a dark blur of objects in the dim distance. "Let us go there," he wrote the future of Egypt on the walls. "I must not look, lest I believe. I must not know." Red lights glittered on either side. Step after step, light after light. Glare, gloom, glare, gloom, glare. The lights beckoned, enticed, attracted. "Look at us," they commanded. Carteret followed his silent conductor. "Look!" flashed the lights. Carteret's eyes grew glassy. His head throbbed. The gleaming of the lights was mesmeric. They hypnotized with their allure. Look! Would this great hall never end? No, there were thousands of feet to go. Look! Challenged the leaping lights. Red serpent eyes in the underground dark, eyes of tempters, bringers of black knowledge. Look! Wisdom. No. Winked the lights. They flamed in Carteret's brain. Why not look? It was so easy. Why fear? Why? His dazed mind repeated the question. Each following flare of fire weakened the question. At last, Carteret looked. 5. Mad minutes passed before he was able to speak. Then he mumbled in a voice audible only to himself. True, he whispered. All true. He stared at the towering wall to his left, limned in red radiance. It was an interminable bayou tapestry carved in stone. The drawing was crude, in black and white, but it frightened. This was no ordinary Egyptian picture writing. It was not the fantastic, symbolical style of ordinary hieroglyphics. That was the terrible part. Neferka was a realist. His men looked like men, his buildings were buildings. There was nothing here but a representation of stark reality, and it was dreadful to see. For at the point where Carteret first summoned courage to gaze, he stared at an unmistakable tableau involving crusaders and Saracens. Crusaders of the 13th century, yet Neferka had then been dust for nearly 2,000 years. The pictures were small, yet vivid and distinct. They seemed to flow along quite effortlessly on the wall, one scene blending into another, as though they had been drawn in unbroken continuity. It was as thought the artist had not stopped once during his work, as though he had untiringly proceeded to cover this gigantic hall in a single supernatural effort. That was it, a single supernatural effort. Carteret could not doubt. Rationalize all he would, it was impossible to believe that these drawings were trumped up by any group of artists. It was one man's work. And the unerring horrid consistency of it, the calculated picturization of the most vital and important phases of Egyptian history could have been set down in such accurate order only by a historical authority, or a prophet. Neferka had been given the gift of prophecy. And so, as he ruminated in growing dread, Carteret and his guide proceeded. Now that he had looked, a Medusan fascination held the man's eyes to the wall. He walked with history tonight, history and red nightmare. Flaming figures leered from every side. He saw the rise of the Mamluk Empire, looked on the despots and the tyrants of the East. Not all of what he saw was familiar to Carteret, for history has its forgotten pages. Besides, the scenes changed and varied at almost every step, and it was quite confusing. There was one picture interspersed with an Alexandrian court motif which depicted a catacomb evidently in some vaults beneath the city. Here were gathered a number of men in robes which bore a curious similarity to those of Carteret's present guide. They were conversing with a tall, white-bearded man whose crudely drawn figure seemed to exude an uncanny aura of black and baleful power. Ludwig Prin, said the guide, softly, noting Carteret's stare. He mingled with our priests, you know. For some reason the depiction of this almost legendary seer stirred Carteret more deeply than any hitherto revealed terror. The casual inclusion of the infamous sorcerer in the procession of actual history hinted at dire things. It was as though Carteret had read a prosaic biography of Satan in Who's Who. Nevertheless, with a sort of heartsick craving his eyes continued to search the walls as they walked onward to the still indeterminate end of the long red-illumined chamber in which Neferka was interred. The guide, priest, now, for Carteret no longer doubted, proceeded softly, but stole covert glances at the white man as he led the way. Captain Carteret walked through a dream. Only the walls were real now, the walls of truth. He saw the Ottomans rise and flourish, looked on forgotten battles and unremembered kings. Often there recurred in the sequence a scene depicting the priests of Neferka's own furtive cult. They were shown amidst the disquieting surroundings of catacombs and tombs, engaged in unsavory occupations and revolting pleasures. The camera film of time rolled on. Captain Carteret and his companion walked on. Still the walls told their story. There was one small division of the wall which portrayed the priest conducting a man in Elizabethan costume through what seemed to be a pyramid. It was eerie to see the gallant in his finery pictured amidst the ruins of ancient Egypt, and it was very dreadful indeed to almost watch, like an unseen observer, when a stealthy priest knifed the Englishman in the back as he bent over a mummy case. What now impressed Carteret was the infinitude of detail in each pictured fragment. The features of all the men were almost photographically exact. The drawing, while crude, was lifelike and realistic. Even the furniture and background of every scene were correct. There was no doubting the authenticity of it all, and no doubting the veracity thereby implied. But what was worse, there was no doubting that this work could not have been done by any normal artist, however learned, unless he had seen it all. Neferka had seen it all in prophetic vision, after his sacrifice to Nyarlathotep. Carteret was looking at truths inspired by a demon. On and on, to the flaming fane of worship and death at the end of the hall. History progressed as he walked. Now he was looking at a period of Egyptian lore that was almost contemporary. The figure of Napoleon appeared. The Battle of Abu Qir, the massacre of the pyramids, the downfall of the Mamluk horsemen, the entrance to Cairo. Once again, a catacomb with priests. And three figures, white men, in French military regalia of the period. The priests were leading them into a red room. The Frenchmen were surprised, overcome, slaughtered. It was vaguely familiar. Carteret was recalling what he knew of Napoleon's commission. He had appointed savants and scientists to investigate the tombs and pyramids of the land. The Rosetta Stone had been discovered, and other things. Quite likely the three men shown had blundered onto a mystery the priests of Neferka had not wanted to have unveiled. Hence they had been lured to death, as the walls showed. It was quite familiar, but there was another familiarity which Carteret could not place. They moved on, and the years rushed by in panorama. The Turks, the English, Gordon, the plundering of the pyramids, the World War. And ever so often, a picture of the priests of Neferka and a strange white man in some catacomb or vault. Always the white man died. It was all familiar. Carteret looked up, and saw that he and the priest were very near to the blackness at the end of the great fiery hall. Only 100 steps or so, in fact. The priest, face hidden in his burnous, was beckoning him on. Carteret looked at the wall. The pictures were almost ended. But no, just ahead was a great curtain of crimson velvet on a ceiling rack which ran off into the blackness, and reappeared from shadows on the opposite side of the room to cover that wall. The future, explained his guide. And Captain Carteret remembered that the priest had told how each day he drew back the curtain a bit so that the future was always revealed just one day ahead. He remembered something else, and hastily glanced at the last visible section of the wall of truth next to the curtain. He gasped. It was true. Almost as though gazing into a miniature mirror, he found himself staring into his own face. Line for line, feature for feature, posture for posture, he and the priest of Neferka were shown standing together in this red chamber just as they were now. The red chamber, familiarity. The Elizabethan man with the priests of Neferka were in a catacomb when the man was murdered. The French scientists were in a red chamber when they died. Other later Egyptologists had been shown in a red chamber with the priests, and they too had been slain. The red chamber. Not familiarity but similarity. They had been in this chamber. And now he stood here, with a priest of Neferka. The others had died because they had known too much. Too much about what, Neferka? A terrible suspicion began to formulate into hideous reality. The priests of Neferka protected their own. This tomb of their dead leaders was also their fane, their temple. When intruders stumbled onto the secret, they lured them down here and killed them lest others learn too much. Had not he come in the same way? The priest stood silent as he gazed at the wall of truth. "Midnight," he said softly. "I must draw back the curtain to reveal yet another day before we go on. You expressed a wish, Captain Carteret, to see what the future holds in store for you. Now that wish shall be granted." With a sweeping gesture, he flung the curtain back along the wall for a foot. Then he moved, swiftly. One hand leapt from the burnous. A gleaming knife flashed through the air, drawing red fire from the lamps, then sank into Carteret's back, drawing redder blood. With a single groan, the white man fell. In his eyes there was a look of supreme horror, not born of death alone. For as he fell, Captain Carteret read his future on the walls of truth, and it confirmed a madness that could not be. As Captain Carteret died, he looked at the picture of his next hours of existence, and saw himself being knifed by the priest of Nefrenka. The priest vanished from the silent tomb, just as the last flicker of dying eyes showed to Carteret the picture of a still white body, his body, lying in death before the wall of truth. The eyes of the mummy. Here we have the direct sequel to The Secret of CABH. Admittedly, the Cthulhu mythos allusions are few and equivocal, but the initiated may read them as they choose. In some ways, this story resembles Lovecraft's The Thing on the Doorstep with its theme of mind transference into a rotted corpse, as well as Out of the Eons where life continues to flicker inside an ancient mummy. But the themes are broad enough not to require explanation by direct borrowing. Similarly, it may be said of Bloch's Egyptian tales as a whole that, though they are redolent of countless other stories and movies on the King Tut's curse theme, every one of them is fresh. A theme need not become hackneyed simply because it is often used. If a rich enough vein has been tapped, productive mining may continue for a long, long time. Today's amazing revival of the vampire theme, once thought irreversibly moribund, is another case in point. And so for the Jamesian ghost tale, as an issue of Ghosts and Scholars will reveal. And then there's the Cthulhu mythos. In the right hands it, too, can be continually fresh. The Eyes of the Mummy. By Robert Bloch. Egypt has always fascinated me, Egypt, land of antique and mysterious secrets. I had read of pyramids and kings, dreamed of vast, shadowy empires now dead as the empty eyes of the Sphinx. It was of Egypt that I wrote in later years, for me its weird faiths and cults mad the land and avatar of all strangeness. Not that I believed in the grotesque legends of olden times. I did not credit the faith in anthropomorphic gods with the heads and attributes of beasts. Still, I sensed behind the myths of Bast, Anubis, Set, and Thoth the allegorical implications of forgotten truths. Tales of beast-men are known the world over, in the racial lore of all climes. The werewolf legend is universal and unchanged since the furtive hintings of Pliny's days. Therefore to me, with my interest in the supernatural, Egypt provided a key to ancient knowledge. But I did not believe in the actual existence of such beings or creatures in the days of Egypt's glory. The most I would admit to myself was that perhaps the legends of those days had come down from much remoter times when primal Earth could hold such monstrosities due to evolutionary mutations. Then, one evening in Carnival, New Orleans, I encountered a fearful substantiation of my theories. At the home of the eccentric Henticus Vanning, I participated in a queer ceremony over the body of a priest of CABH, the crocodile-headed god. Wilde Dan, the archaeologist, had smuggled it into this country, and we examined the mummy despite curse and warning. I was not myself at the time, and to this day I am not sure what occurred, exactly. There was a stranger present, wearing a crocodile mask, and events were precipitated in nightmare fashion. When I rushed from that house into the streets, Vanning was dead by the priest's hand, or fangs set in the masks, if mask it was. I cannot clarify the statement of the above facts, dare not. I told the story once, then determined to abandon writing of Egypt and its ancient ways forever. This resolve I have adhered to, until tonight's dreadful experience has caused me to reveal what I feel must be told. hence this narrative. The preliminary facts are simple, yet they all seem to imply that I am linked to some awful chain of interlocking experiences, fashioned by a grim Egyptian god of fate. It is as though the old ones are jealous of my pryings into their ways, and are luring me onward to a final horror. For after my New Orleans experience, after my return home with the resolution to abandon research into Egyptian mythology forever, I was again enmeshed. Professor Wilde then came to call on me. It was he who had smuggled in the mummy of CABH's priest which I had seen in New Orleans. He had met me on that inexplicable evening when a jealous god or his emissary had seemed to walk the earth for vengeance. He knew of my interest, and had spoken to me quite seriously of the dangers involved when one pried into the past. The gnome-like, bearded little man now came and greeted me with understanding eyes. I was reluctant to see him, I own, for his presence brought back memories of the very things I was endeavoring to forget forever. Despite my attempts to lead the conversation into more wholesome channels, he insisted on speaking of our first meeting. He told me how the death of the recluse Vanning had broken up the little group of occultists that had met over the body of the mummy that evening. But he, Wildan, had not forsaken his pursuit of the CABH legend. That, he informed me, was the reason he had taken this trip to see me. None of his former associates would aid him now in the project he had in mind. Perhaps I might be interested. I flatly refused to have anything more to do with Egyptology. This I told him at once. Wildan laughed. He understood my reasons for demurring, he said, but I must allow him to explain. This present project of his had nothing to do with sorcery or mantic arts. It was, as he jovially explained, merely a chance to even the score with the powers of darkness, if I was so foolish as to term them such. He explained. Briefly, he wanted me to go to Egypt with him, on a private expedition of our own. There would be no personal expense involved for me. He needed a young man as an assistant, and did not care to trust any professional archaeologists who might cause trouble. His studies had always been directed in recent years toward the legends of the crocodile cult, and he had labored steadily in an effort to learn of the secret burial places of CABH's priests. Now, from reputable sources, a native guide in his pay abroad, he had stumbled onto a new hiding place, a subterranean tomb which held a mummy of a Sabikian votary. He would not waste words in giving me further details. The whole point of his story was that the mummy could be reached easily, with no need of labor or excavation, and there was absolutely no danger, no silly truck about curses or vengeance. We could therefore go there alone, the two of us in utter secrecy. And our visit would be profitable. Not only could he secure the mummy without official intervention, but his source of information, on the authenticity of which he would stake his personal reputation, revealed that the mummy was interred with a hoard of sacred jewels. It was a safe, sure, secret opportunity for wealth he was offering me. I must admit that this sounded attractive. Despite my unpleasant experience in the past, I would risk a great deal for the sake of suitable compensation. And then, too, although I was determined to eschew all dabblings in mysticism, there was a hint of the adventurous in this undertaking which allured me. Wildan cunningly played upon my feelings. I realized that now. He talked with me for several hours, and returned the next day, until at last I agreed. We sailed in March, landed in Cairo 3 weeks later after a brief stopover in London. The excitement of going abroad obscures my memory of personal contact with the professor. I know that he was very unctuous and reassuring at all times, and doing his best to convince me that our little expedition was entirely harmless. He wholly overrode my scruples as to the dishonesty of tomb looting, attended to our visas, and fabricated some trump tale to allow the officials to pass us through to the interior. From Cairo we went by rail to Khartoum. It was there that Professor Wildan planned to meet his source of information, the native guide, who was now admittedly a spy in the archaeologist's employ. This revelation did not bother me nearly as much as it might have if it occurred midst more prosaic settings. The desert atmosphere seemed a fitting background for intrigue and conspiracy, and for the first time I understood the psychology of the wanderer and the adventurer. It was thrilling to prowl through twisted streets of the Arab quarter on the evening we visited the spy's hovel. Wild Dan and I entered a dark, noisome courtyard and were admitted to a dim apartment by a tall, hawk-nosed Bedouin. The man greeted the professor warmly. Money changed hands? Then the Arab and my companion retired to an inner chamber. I heard the low whisper of their voices, Wilden's excited, questioning tones mingling with the guttural accented English of the native. I sat in the gloom and waited. The voices rose, as though in altercation. It seemed as though Wilden's voice assumed a note of warning and hesitant fear. Anger entered, as Wild Dan made an effort to shout down his companion. Then I heard footsteps. The door to the inner chamber opened, and the native appeared on the threshold. His face seemed to hold a look of entreaty as he stared at, and from his lips poured an incoherent babble, scuffle, a muffled report, then silence. Several minutes elapsed before the door opened and Wild Dan appeared, mopping his brow. His eyes avoided mine. Fellow kicked up a row about payments, he explained, speaking to the floor. Got the information, though. Then he came out here to ask you for money. I had to put him out the back entrance, finally. Fired a shot to scare him off. These natives are so excitable. I said nothing as we left the place, nor did I comment on the hurried furtiveness with which Wild Dan hastened our way through the black streets. Nor did I appear to notice when he wiped his hands on his handkerchief and hastily thrust the cloth back into his pocket. It might have embarrassed him to explain the presence of those red stains. I should have suspected then, should have abandoned the project at once. But I could not know, when Wild Dan proposed a ride into the desert the following morning, that our destination was to be the tomb. It was so casually arranged. 2 horses, bearing a light lunch in the saddlebags, a small tent against the midday heat, Wild Dan said, and we cantered off, alone. No more fuss or preparation about it than if we were planning a picnic. Our hotel rooms were still engaged, and not a word was said to anyone. We rode out of the gates into the calm, unrippled sands that stretched beneath a sky of bucolic blue. For an hour or so we jogged on through serene, if searing, sunlight. Wilden's manner was preoccupied. He continually scanned the monotonous horizon as though seeking some expected landmark, but there was nothing in his bearing to indicate his full intention. We were almost upon the stones before I saw them, a great cluster of white boulders outcropping from the sandy sides of a little hillock. Their forms seemed to indicate that the visible rocks formed an infinitesimal fragment of the stones concealed by the shifting sands, though there was nothing in the least unusual about their size, contour, or formation. They rested casually enough in the hillside, no differently than a dozen other small clusters we had previously passed. Wild Dan said nothing beyond suggesting that we dismount, pitch the small tent, and lunch. He and I pegged in the stakes, lugged a few small, flat stones inside to serve as table and chairs, placing our pack blankets as padding for the latter. Then, as we ate, Wild Dan exploded his bombshell. The rocks before our tent, he averred, concealed the entrance to the tomb. Sand and wind and desert dust had done their work well, hidden the sanctuary from interlopers. His native accomplice, led by hints and rumors, had uncovered the spot in ways he did not seem anxious to mention. But the tomb was there. Certain manuscripts and screeds bore testimony to the fact it would be unguarded. All we need do would be to roll away the few boulders blocking the entrance, and descend. Once again he earnestly emphasized the fact that there would be no danger to me. I played the fool no longer. I questioned him closely. Why would a priest of CABH be buried in such a lonely spot? Because, Wild Dan affirmed, he and his retinue were probably fleeing south at the time of his death. Perhaps he had been expelled from his temple by a new pharaoh. Then, too, the priests were magic workers and sorcerers in latter days, and often persecuted or driven out of the cities by irate citizenry. Fleeing, he had died and been interred here. That, Wildan further explained, was the reason for the scarcity of such mummies. Ordinarily, the perverted cult of Sebek buried its priests, only in rare circumstances like this that an expelled priest was laid away in some obscure spot where his mummy might still be found. But the jewels? I persisted. The priests were rich. A fleeing wizard would carry his wealth, and at death it would naturally be buried with him. It was a peculiarity of certain renegade sorceress priests to be mummified with vital organs intact. They had some superstition about earthly resurrection. That was why the mummy would prove an unusual find. Probably the chamber was just a stone-walled hollow housing the mummy case. There would be no time to invoke or conjure any curses or other outlandish abracadabra such as I seemed to fear. We could enter freely and secure the spoils. In the following of such a priest there surely were several expert temple craftsmen who would embalm the body properly. It needed skill to do a good job without removing the vital organs, and religious significance made this final operation in his casual reference to some superstition concerning earthly resurrection. The burial of a mummy with organs intact sounded strange. Knowing what I did about the activities of the priests in connection with Godi and sorceress rituals, I was leery of even the faintest possibility of mishap. Still, he persuaded me at the last, and following lunch we left the tent. We found the boulders no great hindrance. They had been placed artfully, but we discovered their appearance of being firmly embedded in rock to be deceptive. A few heavings and clearing away of minor debris enabled us to remove 4 great stones which formed a block before a black opening which slanted down into the earth. We had found the tomb. With the realization, with the sight of that gaping, gloomy pit before me, old horrors rose to mock and grin. I remembered all of the dark, perverted faith of Sebek, the minglings of myth, fable, and grimacing reality which should not be. I thought of underground rites and temples now given to dust, of posturing worship before great idols of gold, man-shaped figures bearing the heads of crocodiles. I recalled the tales of darker parallel worships, bearing the same relationship as Satanism now does to Christianity, of priests who invoked animal-headed gods as demons rather than as benignant deities. Sebek was such a dual god, and his priests had given him blood to drink. In some temples there were vaults, and in these vaults were eidolons of the god shaped as a golden crocodile. The beast had hinged and barbed jaws, into which maidens were flung. Then the maw was closed, and ivory fangs rend the sacrifice so that blood might trickle down the golden throat and the god be appeased. Strange powers were conferred by these offerings, evil boons granted the priests who thus sated beast-like lusts. It was small wonder that such men were driven from their temples, and that those sanctuaries of sin had been destroyed. Such a priest had fled here, and died. Now he rested beneath, protected by the wrath of his ancient patron. This was my thought, and it did not comfort me. Not was I heartened by the noxious vaporing which now poured out from the opening in the rocks. It was not the reek of decay, but the almost palpable odor of unbelievable antiquity. A musty fader, choking and biting, welled forth and coiled in strangling gusts about our throats. Wildan bound a handkerchief over his nose and mouth, and I followed suit. His pocket flashlight flicked on, and he led the way. His reassuring smile was drowned in the gloom as he descended the sloping rock floor which led into the interior passageway. I followed. Let him be the first, should there be any falling rock traps, any devices of protection to assail interlopers. He would pay the penalty for temerity, not I. Besides, I could glance back at the reassuring spot of blue limned by the rocky opening. But not for long. The way turned, wound as it descended. Soon we walked in shadows that clustered about the faint torch beam which alone broke the night dimness of the tomb. Wildan had been correct in his surmise. The place was merely a long rocky cavern leading to a hastily burrowed inner room. It was there that we found the slabs covering the mummy case. His face shone with triumph as he turned to me and pointed excitedly. It was easy, much too easy, I realized now. But we suspected nothing. Even I was beginning to lose my initial qualms. After all, This was proving to be a very prosaic business. The only unnerving element was the gloom, and one would encounter such in any ordinary mining shaft. I lost all fear, finally. Wild Dan and I tilted the rock slabs to the floor, stared at the handsome mummy case beneath. We eased it out, and stood it against the wall. Eagerly the professor bent to examine the opening in the rocks which had held the sarcophagus. It was empty. Strange, he muttered. No jewels. Must be in the case. We laid the heavy wooden covering across the rocks. Then the professor went to work. He proceeded slowly, carefully, breaking the seals, the outer waxing. The design on the mummy case was very elaborate, inlaid with gold leaf and silver patterns which highlighted the bronze patina of the painted face. There were many minute inscriptions and hieroglyphs which the archaeologist did not attempt to begin deciphering. That can wait, he said. We must see what lies within. It was some time before he succeeded in removing the first covering. Several hours must have elapsed, so delicately and carefully did he proceed. The torch was beginning to lose its power, the battery ran low. The second layer was a smaller replica of the first, save that its pictured face was more exact as to detail. It seemed to be an attempt to duplicate conscientiously the true features of the priest within. Made in the temple, Wild then explained. It was carried on the flight. We stooped over, studying the countenance in the failing light. Abruptly, yet simultaneously, we made a strange discovery. The pictured face was eyeless. Blind, I commented. Wild then nodded, then stared more closely. No, he said. The priest was not blind, if this portraiture is correct. His eyes were plucked out. I stared into torn sockets which confirmed this gruesome truth. Wild Dan pointed excitedly to a row of hieroglyphic figures which ornamented the side of the case. They showed the priest in the throes of death upon a couch. 2 slaves with pincers hovered over him. A second scene showed the slaves tearing his eyes from his head. In a third, the slaves were depicted in the act of inserting some shining objects into the now empty sockets. The rest of the series were scenes of funeral ceremonies, with an ominous crocodile-headed figure in the background, the god CABH. Extraordinary, was Wilden's comment. Do you understand the implication of those pictures? They were made before the priest died. They showed that he intended to have his eyes removed before death, and those objects inserted in their place. When would he willingly subject himself to such torture? What are those shining things? The answer must be within, I answered. Without a word, Wild Dan fell to work. The second covering was removed. The torch was flickering as it died. The third covering confronted us. In almost absolute blackness the professor worked, fingers moving deftly with knife and pry as he broke the final seals. In the yellow half-light the lid swung up open. We saw the mummy. A wave of vapor rose out of the case, a terrific odor of spice and gases which penetrated the handkerchiefs bound round nose and throat. The preservative power of those gaseous emanations was evidently enormous, for the mummy was not wrapped or shrouded. A naked, shriveled brown body lay before us, in a surprising state of preservation. But this we saw for only an instant. After that, we riveted our attention elsewhere, upon the eyes, or the place where they had been. 2 great yellow discs burned up at us through the darkness. Not diamonds or sapphires or opals were they, or any known stone. Their enormous size precluded any thought of inclusion in a common category. They were not cut or faceted, yet they blinded with their brightness. A fierce flashing stabbed our retinas like naked fire. These were the jewels we sought, and they had been worth seeking. I stooped to remove them, but Wilden's voice restrained me. Don't, he warned. We'll get them later, without harming the mummy. I heard his voice as though from afar. I was not conscious of again standing erect. Instead, I remained stooped over those flaming stones. I stared at them. They seemed to be growing into 2 yellow moons. It fascinated me to watch them. All my senses seemed to focus on their beauty. And they in turn focused their fire on me, bathing my brain in heat that soothed and numbed without scorching pain. My head was on fire. I could not look away, but I did not wish to. These jewels were fascinating. Dimly came Wilden's voice. I half felt him tugging at my shoulder. Don't look. His voice was absurd in its excited tones. They aren't natural stones. Gifts of the gods, which is why the priest had them replaced for eyes as he died. They're hypnotic, that theory of resurrection. I half realized that I brushed the man off. But those jewels commanded my senses, compelled my surrender. Hypnotic. Of course they were. I could feel that warm yellow fire flooding my blood, pulsing at my temples, stealing toward my brain. The torch was out now, I knew, and yet the whole chamber was bathed in flashing yellow radiance from those dazzling eyes. Yellow radiance. No, a glowing red, a bright scarlet luminance in which I read a message. The jewels were thinking. They had mind, or rather, a will that sucked my senses away even as it flooded over me, a will that made me forget body and brain alike in an effort to lose myself in the red ecstasy of their burning beauty. I wanted to drown in the fire. It was leading me out of myself, so that I felt as though I were rushing toward the jewels, into them, into something else. And then I was free. Free, and blind in darkness. With a start I realized that I must have fainted. At least I had fallen down, for I was now lying on my back against the stone floor of the cavern. Against stone. No, against wood. That was strange. I could feel wood. The mummy lay in wood. I could not see. The mummy was blind. I felt my dry, scaly, leprously peeling skin. My mouth opened. A voice, a dust-choked voice that was my own but not my own, a voice that came from death shrieked, "Good God! I'm in the mummy's body." I heard a gasp, the sound of a falling shape striking the rocky floor. Wild Dan. But what was that other rustling sound? What wore my shape? That damned priest, enduring torture so that his dying eyes might hold hypnotic jewels God-given for the hope of eternal resurrection, buried with easy access to the tomb. Jeweled eyes had hypnotized me, we had changed forms, and now he walked. The supreme ecstasy of horror was all that saved me. I raised myself blindly on shriveled limbs, and rotting arms clawed madly at my forehead, seeking what I knew must rest there. My dead fingers tore the jewels from my eyes. Then I fainted. The awakening was dreadful, for I knew not what I might find. I was afraid to be conscious of myself, of my body. But warm flesh housed my soul again, and my eyes peered through yellowed blackness. The mummy lay in its case, and it was hideous to note the empty eye sockets staring up, the dreadful confirmation afforded by the changed positions of its scabrous limbs. Wild Dan rested where he had fallen, face empurpled in death. The shock had done it, no doubt. Near him were the sources of the yellow luminance, the evil, flaring fire of the twin jewels. That was what saved me, tearing those monstrous instruments of transference from my temples. Without the thought of the mummy mind behind them, they evidently did not retain their permanent power. I shuddered to think of such a transference in open air, where the mummy body would immediately crumble into decay without being able to remove the jewels. Then would the soul of the priest of CABH indeed arise to walk the earth, and resurrection be accomplished. It was a terrible thought. I scooped up the jewels hastily and bound them into my handkerchief. Then I left, leaving Wild Dan and the mummy as they lay, groping my way to the surface with the aid of illumination afforded me by matches. It was very good to see the night skies of Egypt, for dusk had fallen by this time. When I saw this clean dark, the full nightmare force of my recent experience in the evil blackness of that tomb struck me anew, and I shrieked wildly as I ran across the sand toward the little tent that stood before the opening. There was whiskey in the saddle packs. I brought it out, and thanked heaven for the oil lamp I uncovered. I must have been delirious for a while, I fancy. I put a mirror up on the tent wall, and stared into it for a full 3 minutes to reassure myself as to identity. Then I brought out the portable typewriter and set it up on the table slab. It was only then that I realized my subconscious intention to set down the truth. For a while I debated with myself, but sleep was impossible that evening, nor did I intend to return across the desert by night. At last, some elements of composure returned. I typed the screed. Now, then, the tale is told. I have returned to my tent to type these lines, and tomorrow I shall leave Egypt forever behind me, leave that tomb, after sealing it again so that no one shall ever find the accursed entrance to those subterranean halls of horror. As I write, I am grateful for the light which drives away the memory of noisome darkness and shadowed sound, grateful, too, for the mirror's reassuring image that erases the thought of that terrifying moment when the jeweled eyes of Sebek's priest stared out at me and I changed. Thank God I clawed them out in time. I have a theory about those jewels. They were a definite trap. It is ghastly to think of the hypnosis of a dying brain 3,000 years ago. Hypnosis willing the urge to live as the suffering priest's eyes were torn out and the jewels placed in the sockets. Then the mind held but one thought, to live and usurp flesh again. The dying thought, transmitted and held by the jewels, was retained by them through the centuries until the eyes of the discoverer would meet them. Then the thought would flash out, from the dead, rotted brain to the living jewels, the jewels that hypnotized the gazer and forced him into that terrible exchange of personality. The dead priest would assume man's form, and the man's consciousness be forced into the mummy's body. A demoniacally clever scheme, and to think that I came near to being that man. I have the jewels, must examine them. Perhaps the museum authorities at Cairo can classify them, at any rate they're valuable enough. But Wilden's dead. I must never speak of the tomb. How can I explain the matter? Those two stones are so curious that they are bound to cause comment. There is something extraordinary about them, though poor Wilden's tale of the god bestowing them is too utterly preposterous. Still, that color change is most unusual, and the life, the hypnotic glow within them. I have just made a startling discovery. I unwrapped the gems from my handkerchief just now and looked at them. They seem to be still alive. Their glow is unchanged. They shine as luminously here under the electric torch as they did in the darkness, as they did in the ruined sockets of that shriveled mummy. Yellow they are, and looking at them I receive that same intuitive prescience of inner, alien life. Yellow. No, now they are reddening, coming to a point. I should not look, it's too reminiscent of that other time. But they must be, hypnotic. Deep red now, flaming furiously. Watching them I feel warmed, bathed in fire that does not burn so much as it caresses. I don't mind now, it's a pleasant sensation. No need to look away. No need. Do those jewels retain their power even when they are not in the sockets of the mummy's eyes? I feel it again, they must. I don't want to go back into the body of the mummy. I cannot remove the stones and return to my own form now. Removing them imprisoned the thought in the jewels. I must look away. I can type. I can think, but those eyes before me, they swell and grow. Look away. I cannot. Redder, redder, I must fight them, keep from going under. Red thought now, I feel nothing, must fight. I can look away now. I've beaten the jewels. I'm all right. I can look away, but I cannot see. I've gone blind. Blind, the jewels are gone from the sockets, the mummy is blind. What has happened to me? I am sitting in the dark, typing blind. Blind, like the mummy? I feel as though something has happened, it's strange. My body seems lighter. I know now. I'm in the body of the mummy. I know it. The jewels, the thought they held, and now, what is rising to walk from that open tomb? It is walking into the world of men. It will wear my body, and it will seek blood and pray for sacrifice in its rejoicing at resurrection. And I am blind. Blind, and crumbling. The air, it's causing disintegration. Vital organs intact, Wilden said, but I cannot breathe. I can't see. Must type Warren? Whoever sees this must know the truth. Warren. Body going fast. Can't rise now. Cursed Egyptian magic. Those jewels. Someone must kill thing from the tomb. Fingers so hard to strike keys. Don't work properly. Air getting them. Brittle. Blind fumble. Slower. Must warn. Hard to pull carriage back. Can't strike higher case letters anymore, can't capitalize, fingers going fast, crumbling to bits, dust fingers going must warn against thing magic sebic fingers grope stumps almost gone hard to strike. The Sorcerer's Jewel. This story seems to reflect many others, like a jewel with many facets. We cannot help, in a later day, being reminded of Lovecraft's From Beyond, to which the story perhaps owes a conscious debt, and perhaps fortuitously, to Frank Belknap Long's The Hounds of Tindalos, where we read of awful entities from other dimensions pursuing their prey through interdimensional angles. Note also the similarity of theme to two Lovecraft revisions, The Trap, with Henry S. Whitehead, and The Tree on the Hill, with Duane Rimmel. The whole story may be said to depend on the observed relation between the words oculist and occultist, a classic case of the suggestive slippage of language made much of by deconstructive critics. The Sorcerer's Jewel. By Robert Bloch. By rights, I should not be telling this story. David is the one to tell it, but then, David is dead. Or is he? That's the thought that haunts me, the dreadful possibility that in some way David Niles is still alive, in some unnatural, unimaginable way alive. That is why I shall tell the story, unburden myself of the onerous weight which is slowly crushing my mind. But David Niles could do it properly. Niles was a photographer. He could give the technical terms, perhaps explain coherently many things that I do not pretend to understand. I can only guess or hint. Niles and I shared a studio together for several years. It was a true partnership, we were both friends and business associates. This was peculiar in itself, for we were dissimilar types, and with widely divergent interests. We differed in almost every particular. I am tall, thin, and dark. Niles was short, plump, and fair. I am naturally lazy, moody, inclined towards introspection. Niles was always tense with energy, high-spirited, volatile. My chief interests, in latter years, have leaned towards metaphysics and a study of occultism. Niles was a skeptic, a materialist, and above all, a scientist. Still, together we formed an integrated personality, I the dreamer, Niles the doer. Our mutual business association, as I have already intimated, lay in the field of photography. David Niles was one of the most brilliant personalities in the domain of modern portrait photography. For several years prior to our association he had done salon work, exhibiting internationally and creating a reputation which brought him a considerable income from private sittings. At the time of our meeting he had become dissatisfied with commercial work. Photography, he argued, was an art best nourished by serious, solitary study unimpeded by the demands of catering to customers. He therefore determined to retire for a year or so and devote himself to experiment. I was the partner he chose for the work. He had lately become a devotee of the William Mortensen School of Photography. Mortensen, of course, is the leading exponent of fantasy in photography. His studies of monstrosities and grotesques are widely known. Niles believed that in fantasy, photography most closely approximated true art. The idea of picturing the abstract fascinated him, The thought that a modern camera could photograph dream worlds and blend fancy with reality seemed intriguing. That's where I came in. Niles knew of my interest in the occult, knew that I had made a study of mythology. I was to serve as technical advisor on his subject matter. The arrangement pleased us both. At first, Niles limited himself to studies in physiognomy. With his usual thoroughness, he mastered the technique of photographic makeup and hired models whose features lent themselves to the application of gargoylean disguises. I handled the matter of checking over reference works, finding illustrations in old books of legends to use in devising suitable makeup. Niles did a study of Pan, one of a satyr, and a Medusa. He became interested in demons, and we spent some time on his gallery of fiends series, Asmodeus, Azazel, Samael, and Beelzebub. They were surprisingly good. But for some reason or other, Niles was not satisfied. The quality of the photographs was excellent, the posing effective, the characterization superb. And still Niles did not feel that he was achieving his goal. Human figures, he stormed. Human faces are, after all, only human faces, no matter how much you cover them up with grease paint and putty. What I want is the soul of fantasy, not the outward aping. He strode up and down the studio, gesticulating in his feverish manner. What have we got? He demanded. A lot of stupid horror movie faces. Amateur Karloffs. Kid stuff. No, we must find something else. So the next phase was modeling clay. I was handy here, for I had a rudimentary knowledge of sculpture. We spent hours on composing scenes from an imaginary inferno, constructing bat-winged figures that flew against bizarre, otherworldly backgrounds of fire, and great malignant demons that squatted and brooded on jagged peaks overlooking the fiery pit. But here, too, Niles could not find what he was looking for. One night he exploded again, after finishing a set. With a sweep of his arm, he smashed the papier-mâché set and its clay figures to the floor. Hokum, he muttered. Peep show, penny dreadful stuff. I sighed, getting set to listen patiently to a further tirade. I don't want to be the Gustave Doré of photography, or the Syme, or even the artsy Basheff, he said. I don't want to copy any style. What I'm after is something original, something I can claim as absolutely individual. I shrugged. Wisdom had taught me to keep my mouth shut and let Niles talk himself out. I've been on the wrong track, he declared. If I photograph things as they are, that's all I'm going to get. I build a clay set, and by heaven, when I photograph it, all I can get is a picture of that clay set, a flat, two-dimensional thing at that. I take a portrait of a man in makeup and my result is a photo of a man in makeup. I can't hope to catch something with the camera that isn't there. The answer is, change the camera. Let the instrument do the work. I saw his argument, and conceded its validity. The following few weeks Niles' existence was a frenzy of experimental activity. He began to take montage shots. Then he worked with odd papers, odder exposures. He even reverted to the Mortensen principles and employed distortion, bending and twisting the negatives so that prints showed elongated or flattened figures in nightmarish fashion. An ordinary man's forehead, under these methods, would register as being hydrocephalic. His eyes might appear as bulging beacons illumined by insane lights. The perspective of nightmare, the nuances of onirodynia, the hallucinative images of the demented were reproduced by distortion. Pictures were shadowed, shaded, portions blocked out or molded into weird backgrounds. And then came a night when Niles again paced the floor, tracing a restless path through piles of torn-up prints. I'm not getting it, he murmured. I can take a natural subject and distort it, but I can't actually change its content. In order to photograph the unreal, I must see the unreal. See the unreal, good Lord, why didn't I think of that before? He stood before me, his hands twitching. I studied painting once, you know. My instructor, old Gifford, the portrait man, hung a certain picture in his studio. It was the old boy's masterpiece. The painting was of a winter scene, in oils, a winter scene of a farmhouse. Now here's the point. Gifford had two pairs of spectacles, one sensitive to infrared, the other to ultraviolet rays. He'd show a guest the winter scene, then ask him to try on the first pair of spectacles and look again. Through the glasses, the picture showed the same farmhouse on a summer day. The second pair of lenses gave a view of the farmhouse in autumn. He had painted 3 layers, and the proper lenses each showed a different picture. So what? I ventured. Niles talked faster, his excitement increasing. So this. Remember the war. The Germans used to camouflage machine gun nests and field batteries. They did it quite elaborately, painting the guns with leafy hues and using artificial plant formations to cover them up. Well, American observation posts employed ultraviolet lenses and field glasses to spot the camouflaging. Through the glasses, the natural leaves showed up in entirely different colors in comparison to the artificially painted ones, which lacked ultraviolet pigment. I still don't see the point. Use ultraviolet and infrared lenses in photography and we'll get the same effect, he almost shouted. But isn't that just an extension of the ordinary color filter principle? I asked. Perhaps. But we can combine them with reground lenses of various types, lenses that will distort perspective in themselves. So far we've merely distorted form, shape. But with both color and form distorted, we can achieve the type of photography I'm striving for, fantasy, pure and simple. We'll focus on fantasy and reproduce it without tampering with any objects. Can you imagine what this room will look like with its colors reversed, some of them absent completely, with the furniture's shapes altered, the very walls distorted? I couldn't, but I was soon privileged to actually see it. For Niles at once began another cycle. He experimented endlessly with the new lenses he brought in daily. He sent out special orders for grinding, spent time studying the physical laws of light, and meshed himself in technicalities I cannot pretend to comprehend. The results were startling. The outre views he had promised me materialized. After a final day of effort before the camera and in the dark room, we gazed together on a wonderful new world created right here in our own studio. I marveled at some of the effects Niles had created. Splendid, he gloated. It all seems to tie in with the accepted scientific theories, too. Know what I mean? The Einsteinian notions of coexistence, the space-time continuum ideas. The fourth dimension, I echoed. Exactly. New worlds all around us, within us. Worlds we never dream of exist simultaneously with our own. Right here in this spot there are other existences. Other furniture, other people, perhaps. And other physical laws. New forms, new color. That sounds metaphysical to me, rather than scientific, I observed. You're speaking of the astral plane, the continuous linkage of existence. We were back again at our perpetual squabbling point, science or occultism, physical versus psychical reality. The fourth dimension is science's way of interpreting the metaphysical truths of existence, I maintained. The metaphysical truths of existence are the psychological lies of dementia precox victims, he asserted. Your pictures don't lie, I answered. My pictures are taken by recognized scientific means, he said. Your pictures are taken by means older than science, I replied. Ever hear of lithomancy? Divination by the use of jewels. Ever hear of crystal gazing? For ages, men have peered into the depths of precious stones, gazed through polished, specially cut and ground glasses, and seen new worlds. Absurd. Any oculist can tell you that. You don't have to finish that one, I cut in. Any oculist will tell you that we really see everything upside down. Our minds alone interpret the retinal image as being right side up. Any oculist will tell you that muscularly, a near-sighted person is really far-sighted, and a far-sighted person is really near-sighted. I warmed to my theme. Any oculist will tell you that the hand is quicker than the eye, that mirages and hallucinations are actually seen by the brain, rather than by the actual retina. In fact, any oculist will tell you that the phenomenon of sight has very little to do with either actual perception or the true laws of light. Look at the cat, contrary to popular impression and Nyctalops. Yet men can train themselves similarly. Reading, too, is a matter of the mind rather than of minute perception. And so I say to you, don't be too sure of your laws of optics and your scientific theories of light. We see a lot no physical laws will ever explain. The fourth dimension can be approached only through angles. Science must concede that in theorization. And your lenses are cut similarly. It all goes back to occultism in the end, occultism, not oculism or ophthalmology. It was a long speech for me, and it must have astonished Niles, who glowered at me, speechless for once. I'll prove it, I went on. Let me cut you a lens. What? I'll go down to a friend of mine and borrow a few stones from him. There are some Egyptian crystals there which were used by the seers for divination. They claimed that they could see other worlds through the angles of the jewels. And I'm willing to bet you that you'll get pictures through them that will make you forget experiments with Iceland spar and quartz and all the rest. Pictures you and your scientific ideas won't so readily explain. All right. I'll call you on that, Niles snapped. Bring me the stones. So the next day I went down to Isaac Vorden's. I went with misgivings. The truth was that I had been half bragging when I had spoken about the properties of jewels and glasses. I knew that such things were much used for prophecy and various forms of lithomancy, but as to whether I could procure one, and whether it could be ground into a camera lens, I was not at all certain. Still, I spoke to Isaac Vorden. He was the logical person to go to. His antique shop down on South Kinnickinnick, pervaded by an aura of mysticism, was a little fortress that preserved the past. Isaac Vorden made a profession of his hobby and a hobby of his profession. He lived on metaphysics and dabbled in antiques. He spent a greater portion of his time in the musty back rooms of his establishment, and left the care of his shop to a clerk. Here in the rear of the place he had relics of other days which made his commercial antiques seem bright and new by contrast. The centuried symbols of magic, alchemy, and the secret sciences fascinated Vorden. He had gathered unto himself a collection of statuettes, talismans, fetishes, and other paraphernalia of wizardry that would have been hard to match. It was from Isaac, then, that I expected help in my quest, and he gave it to me. I told my story of Niles' photographic problems. The sallow-faced, thin-lipped little antiquator listened, his eyebrows crawling over his forehead like astonished black beetles. Very interesting, he said, when I had concluded. His rasping voice and preoccupied manner betokened the introverted pedant. Isaac always seemed to be delivering a lecture to himself. Very, very interesting, he repeated. David Niles has had illustrious predecessors. The priests of Ishtar sought in their mysteries to peer beyond the veil, and they looked through crystals. The first crude telescopes of Egypt were fashioned by men who sought to use them in seeing beyond the stars and unlocking the gates of the infinite. The Druids contemplated pools of water, and the mad emperors sought the heavenly stairway in China, hoping to ascend by gazing at turning rubies whilst under the influence of drugs. Yes, your friend Niles has an age-old wish, and expresses it in a timeless fashion. It is the wish that animated Apollonius, and Paracelsus, and the absurd, posturing Cagliostro. Men have always sought to see the infinite, to walk between the worlds, and sometimes that wish has been granted. I cut in. Vorden was wound up for the afternoon, but I wanted my information. They say there are jewels that hold queer visions, I murmured. Unconsciously, I adopted Vorden's pomposity of speech. He smiled, slowly. I have them here, he replied. Niles does not believe that, I countered. Many do not believe. But there is a stone once used by Friar Bacon, and a set of crystals which intrigue Theophrastus, and divining jewels that the Aztecs peered through before the blood sacrifice. Jewels, you know, are mathematical figures of light, they reflect within their facets. And who knows but that in some way those angles impinge on other worlds? Perhaps they reach out and transmute polyangularity so that gazing into their depths, we become aware of it three-dimensionally. The ancients used angles in magic. The moderns do the same thing and call it mathematics. De Sitter says. The jewel for the camera lens, I interrupted. I'm sorry, my friend. Of course. I think I have one that should prove eminently suitable. The Star of Sekhmet. Very ancient, but not costly. Stolen from the crown of the lioness-headed goddess during a Roman invasion of Egypt. It was carried to Rome and placed in the vestal girdle of the high priestess of Diana. The barbarians took it, cut the jewel into a round stone. The black centuries swallowed it. But it is known that Axnos the Elder bathed it in the red, yellow, and blue flames, and sought to employ it as a philosopher's stone. With it he was reputed to have seen beyond the veil and commanded the gnomes, the sylphs, the salamanders, and the undines. It formed part of the collection of Gilles de Rais, and he was said to have visioned within its depths the concept of homunculus. It disappeared again, but a monograph I have mentions it as forming part of the secret collection of the Count Saint-Germain during his ritual services in Paris. I bought it in Amsterdam from a Russian priest whose eyes had been burned out by little grey brother Rasputin. He claimed to have divinated with it and foretold. I broke in again at this point. You will cut the stone so that it may be used as a photographic lens, then, I repeated. And when shall I have it? You young men have no love for quiet conversation, he rebuked me. Tomorrow, if you like. You understand, the jewel has only a great sentimental value to me. I have never experimented with it personally. All that I ask is that you report to me your findings with it. And I counsel you that if the camera reveals what I think it will, you promise to take care in using it. There is danger in invading the realms. He was still chattering away as I bowed out. Great character, Isaac. The following afternoon I called and took the little package which he proffered me. That evening I gave it to Niles. Together we unwrapped the cloudy lens. I had given Vorden the specifications of the large camera we ordinarily employed in our later work, a reflex, with a reflecting mirror set inside so that we could easily peer through and view the focus. Vorden had done his work amazingly well. Niles gave a little snort of astonishment before he commented, "Nice job." He lost no time in changing the lenses and inserting the Star of Sekhmet. He bent over the camera. I shall never forget the sight of him there, and his plump body loomed large against the shadowed walls of the studio. I thought of a stooping alchemist peering into a crystal to seek instructions from the demons that dance within. Niles jerked erect with a grunt. The devil. He muttered. It's all cloudy. Can't make any adjustment. The whole thing's a fake. Let me try. I took my place and stared through a gray mass. Yes, it was merely a dull lens. Or was it? A hint of movement in the cloudy gray. A swirling as of parted mists. A dancing light. The fog was dispersing, and it seemed to be opening up, opening to a view that receded far into the distance. The wall it was focused on appeared faintly, very tiny. I think I shouted. Certainly a scream seared across my brain. For I saw hell. At first only angles and angles, weaving and shifting in light that was of no color, yet phosphorescent. And out of the angles, a flat black plane that stretched upward, endlessly, without horizon. It was moving, and the angles moved, and yet through the lurching roll as of a ship's deck in heavy seas I saw cubes, triangles, mathematical figures of bewildering size and complexity. There were thousands of them, lines of light in the shape of polyhedrons. And as I gazed, they changed. Changed into forms. Those forms, they were spawned only in delirium, only in nightmares and dreams of the pit. There were grinning demons that skulked on padding claws across that endless moving plain. There were shapeless toadstools with tentacles ending in cyclopean eyes. There were fanged heads that rolled towards me, laughing, great hands that curled and crawled like mad spiders. Ghouls, monsters, fiends, the words sprang to my consciousness. And a moment ago they had been mathematical figures. Here, I gasped. Look again, Niles. He gazed, his face reflecting puzzlement at my agitation. Still nothing, he grumbled. But watching him, I saw the pallor come into his face as he stared more intently. Yes, he hissed. The mist is parting. Yes. The room is smaller, fading. And now, something is rushing up or I'm rushing toward it, angles of light. Wait, I said in a low voice, yet triumphantly. You haven't seen anything yet. I see geometrical shapes. Cubic shapes. Polyhedrons of luminance. They cover a plane and, good God. His body shook over the camera. I see them, he cried. I see them. Dozens of tall, eyeless creatures with heads all hair. Knotted hair, it twists and weaves, and underneath the hair, little wrinkled pink pulp mouths like the convolution slits of the human brain. And that, the goat with the hands. He made an indescribable sound, fell back shaking, and turned the adjusting device. His eyes were red, he looked as though he had awakened from a fever sleep. We each had a drink. We didn't trouble about glasses, we drank from the bottle. Well, I said, when composure had been restored. Hallucination, he hazarded, somewhat weakly. Want to look again? I countered. He gave me a wry smile. It can't be delusion, I went on. I didn't see any goat, but we both saw the mist swirl, saw the same plane, the same geometric forms of living light. True. But the last things were different to each of us. I don't understand. I think I do, I said. If Vorden is right. That jewel is a key. Its angles open to the astral plane. The astral plane, here, don't shake your head so, corresponds to the scientific conception of the fourth dimension, although metaphysicians believe it is an extension of third-dimensional life. That is, when men die their souls enter the astral plane and pass through it into another higher form of existence on a higher dimension. The astral plane is a sort of no-man's land existing all about us, where lost souls, and lower entities that have never achieved life, wander forever in a sort of limbo. Hui. A modern criticism. But it's an ancient belief, mirrored in 1,000 forms and scores of religions. And wait until you see what I'm getting at. Ever hear of elementals? Nothing but a few mentions. Ghosts, aren't they? No, forces. Entities not human, but linked with humanity. They are the demons and familiars and the incubi and the genii of all religions, the beings that exist invisibly around us and seek traffic with men. Organisms outside three-dimensional life, if you want it in more scientific terminology. They inhabit another time field, another space continuum that is nevertheless synchronized and coexistent with our own. They can be viewed, or reached, as ultradimensional inhabitants, only through angles. The angles, the facets of this jewel, enabled us to see through to them. They establish a focal point with infinity. What we saw, then, are elementals. All right, Swami, but why did we see different creatures? He persisted. Because, my dear fellow, we have different brains. At first we both saw geometrical figures. That is the purest form of life they exist in. But our minds interpreted these figures into familiar shapes. I saw one type of monstrosity because of my background of mythological study. You received another impression, and I gather from your little comments, you look smug enough now, friend, but you were bleating pretty loudly a while ago, and I know you were genuinely impressed, that you drew your images from past dreams and nightmares. I should imagine that a Hungarian peasant, peering through the lens, would see vampires and werewolves. It's psychological. In some way, that jewel establishes a focal point in more than a visual way. It must also enable those creatures to become aware of us, and they will that we see them according to our mental concepts of such entities. In fact, that's how superstition probably originated. These beings at times communicated with men. Niles made a gesture of impatience. Dropping the psychological and the nuthouse angle for a minute, he said, I certainly must hand it to your friend Vorden. Whether his story about the jewel is hokum or not, and whether your rather naive explanation is accepted or disbelieved, I still can see that we've stumbled on something quite marvelous. I mean it. The pictures we can take with that camera will be unique in the field. I've never read of any experimental work that even approached this. It goes beyond the wildest Dadaistic or surrealistic concepts. We'll get actual photographs, but of what, I'll be darned if I can foretell. Your so-called mental concepts were different from mine. I shook my head as something Vorden had said came back to me. Now look here, Niles. I know you don't believe me, but you believe what you saw in the lens. I saw you shudder. You must admit the horror of those creatures, whether you choose to think they originate in your imagination or in my theory of the astral plane. You must recognize the fact that they are a menace to any man's sanity. If you see too much of that sort of thing, you'll go mad. I'm not being melodramatic. I wouldn't advise looking too closely into that lens, now, or spending too much time before it. Don't be silly, Niles said. Elementals, I persisted, and you must believe this, yearn for life. They are cosmic ghouls, feeding on dead soul bodies, but they long to lure a living man through the planes to them. Consider all legend, it's merely allegory. Stories of men disappearing, selling their souls to the devil, going to foreign worlds, all are founded on the idea of elementals seeking human prey and dragging men down to their plane. Cut it out, it annoys me. Niles was colloquially common in his speech, but his eyes betokened a slight credulity that grew as I ignored his skepticism. You say it's superstition, I went on. I say it's science. Witches, wizards, so-called wonderworkers, the wise men whose secrets built the pyramids, they all employed spells in which they used what? Geometrical figures. They drew angles and pentagons and Kabbalistic circles. Through the lines they summoned the forces from the astral plane, or the outer dimensions. These forces granted them boons, and in turn they finally were drawn along the angles themselves into the astral plane, to pay for the boon with their lives. Witchcraft and geometry are strange bedfellows, but it's historical fact. And so I warn you. You see creatures through the jewel lens, and they see, feel, are in some way aware of you. They will seek your soul, and just as you can look through the lens at them, they can extend their forces back through the jewel to suck you down. Hypnotic force, of some sort, psychology has not yet postulated. Magnetism, telepathy, these are the words psychologists use to describe things they do not fully understand, just as the ancients called such forces magic. Don't look too long or too closely through that jewel. Niles laughed. Tomorrow I'll take the pictures, he declared. And then we'll see just what your elementals are like. If it makes you nervous, you can stay away. Frankly, I will, I said. And I did. The following afternoon I left the studio in Niles' hands. He was tremendously excited. He spoke of using new focusing adjustments to extend part of the field. He wondered what speeds to photograph with, what paper to use for printing. He also speculated as to whether or not the creatures he saw would appear on the finished negative, or merely the amazing light figures. I left, for I felt a growing nervousness and apprehension I did not wish him to see. I went down to Vorden's. The shop was open, but the clerk was not there when I passed through the front of the place, although the bell tinkled its usual warning of a customer's approach as I entered the door. I walked back through the gloom to the room where Isaac usually spent his time in study. He was sitting there in the soft haze peculiar to the lightless chamber, his eyes glazed in rapt attention on the open pages of some old book. "Isaac," I said, "that jewel has something. Niles and I used it last night, and I think it's a gateway to something incredible. Those divinators of ancient times were no fools. They knew what they were doing." Isaac never moved. Imperturbable, he sat and stared through the quiet dusk. There was a little smile on his sallow face. "You promised to look up some more of the jewel's history," I went on. "Did you find anything? It's amazing, quite amazing." Isaac sat and stared and smiled. I bent forward. Sitting bolt upright in his chair, hand clutching a pen, Isaac Vorden seemed a modern necromancer. And like many an ancient necromancer who had overstepped the pale, Isaac Vorden was dead. Stone dead. "Isaac!" I shouted. Funny, isn't it, how people always shout the name of the departed upon discovery of death? It's a sort of despairing wail of disbelief at a friend's passing, an invocation, as though the echo of a human voice can recall the soul of one that has passed beyond, to the astral plane. Quickly I bent over the cold body, stared at the crabbed scrawl covering the paper. I read the notes Vorden had been working on when his pale visitor had arrived. They blurred through my brain. The Star of Sekhmet. Ptolemaic. August. Lula, name of Roman who stole it. See note in Veno's history. Lula died under curse for removing sacred jewel. Point 1. Priestess of Diana who wore it in vestal girdle also died. For sacrilege. Again see Veno. Point 2. The pattern grows. Gilles de Retz, his fate is known. He misused the jewel. Yes, it's the inevitable story of violation. See Mysteries of the Worm for Prinz, chapter on divination. Might be reference concerning jewel during its disappearance. Again, the Russian claims to have stolen jewel from Rasputin, who used it in prophecy. Rasputin dead. The Russian lost his eyes. And unless he lost his reason, his warnings concerning sacred character of jewel are to be respected. Points 3, 4, and 5. Whoever or whatever exists in the world opened up by the jewel is not anxious to have the gateway changed, or misused. Cutting the stone, transplanting it from one setting to another, misusing it, all result in death. And I have done all three. God help this man Niles for what he must endure. They may get at him through the stone. God help me. There will be a price I must pay, soon. Why didn't I think before I gave up the jewel? Now I'm. That was all he had written. There was no scrawling off of the interrupted pen, no frozen look of horror, no mounting dread in the text of the writing. Vorden had written it. 1 minute he was alive, and the next minute he was dead. Of course it could have been heart failure, thrombosis, or simply old age. Shock, excitement, anxiety might have brought it on, a stroke may have done it. But I didn't fool myself. I knew. I rose and ran from that shop as though fiends dogged my heels. And all the way my legs worked in rhythm to a single phrase racing through my brain. God help Niles. It was dusk when I unlocked the studio door. The studio was empty, the twilight room darkened. Had Niles gone out? I prayed so. But where would he go? He wouldn't abandon work. I walked to where the camera loomed, noted the exposure of one film. He must have been called. I restrained an impulse to peer again through the jewel lens, as I lit the light. No, I did not wish to see that plane again, see those horrible figures dwelling outside laws of space and time, yet mocking thoughts. Actually existing here around me, in this very room. Worlds within worlds of horror. Where was Niles? I couldn't brood like this. Why not develop the exposed film? Keep busy. I carried the camera into the darkroom. 10 minutes in darkness, then the regular process. I set the fans going as I hung the dark square up to dry. My mind teemed with excited conjectures. Would we find a blank photograph? Would it show the angled figures of light? Or would, wonderful possibility, the creatures conjured up by our imaginations appear? Would our own brains aid in taking the pictures, as a part of the focal point linked to the camera by the hypnotic jewel? It was a fascinating thought. The fans hummed as the minutes fled. But where was Niles? Whatever had caused his hasty departure, surely he would have returned by now. And he had left no note. The door had been locked from the outside, and I had the only key. The thought grinned at me through a wave of horror. There was no way Niles could have left. Only one way. I jammed the dry negative into the printer, with a sheet of ordinary paper. I pressed down, slipped the print into the developer, waited a moment. I raced out into the light of the other room, held the finished print wet and dripping, to the light. Then I screamed, and smashed the camera, stamped on the jewel until I could control myself sufficiently to pick it up and hurl it through the open window at the further rooftops. I tore print and negative to shreds. And still I screamed, for I could not and never shall be able to erase the memory of what I had seen in that picture Niles had taken. He must have clicked it off at a very fast speed. Very fast. And perhaps it was the actual working of the camera which accounted for what had happened. It might have established the focal point instantaneously, established it so that those things, forces, elementals, call them what you will, could achieve their goal. I saw the print. It was as Niles guessed it might be, a picture of a black endless plain. Only there were no lights visible, no figures, nothing except black shadows that seemed to blur around a central point. They did not photograph. But they blurred around a point, a central point. They got through just as the picture must have snapped, yet faster than light itself. They got through and drew Niles along the angles as I had feared. Faster than light itself, as I have said. For it had to be faster, else I would not have seen what I did see on that print. The central point. The central point of that accursed picture, the only visible thing amidst the shadows, was the dead and mangled body of David Niles. Black Bargain. This story, which appeared in the May 1942 issue of Weird Tales, is a classic Bloch tale in many ways. In fact, perhaps more than any other, Black Bargain ties together elements of his work from different periods. Lovecraft's death was only 5 years in the past, and while, as Bloch later said, Lovecraft's passing took all the fun out of the Cthulhu Mythos game, HPL's fading influence is still visible here, in a story which otherwise manifests the crisp, contemporary style that would mark most of Bloch's future fiction. The most obvious sign of Lovecraftian influence is the use of Mysteries of the Worm, as if for old time's sake. There is no reference to the old ones or even to Ludwig Prynne. The book serves merely as a repository of ancient secrets. Here De Vermis Mysteriis has finished a process of evolution opposite to that of its predecessor the Necronomicon, a mythos text, and finished simply as one more grimoire. The Lovecraft association was fading, even as the anti-hero in Black Bargain does. Another element reminiscent of Lovecraft is the motif of personality displacement toward the end of the story. We almost have a stray scene from The Thing on the Doorstep, with a happier ending. But the same motif is just as reminiscent of Bloch's own earlier story The Mannequin, where a hidden counterpart assumes dominion over a hapless occultist. The treatment is very different in each case, though. Bloch's acid skepticism toward Freudian psychoanalysis is pointedly expressed in this story's exclamation, "To hell with psychoanalysis." Yet Bloch once admitted that he had no such animus toward Jungian theory, no pun intended. Indeed, the present tale may be read as a dramatic portrayal of Jung's theory of the shadow, the dark side of our unconscious selves. We all strive to attain conformity with the persona, what Freud would have called the ego ideal. But the suppressed or repressed dark instincts do not merely vanish. They are forced underground. They become an antichrist opposed to the Christ-like perfections of the persona. And if one denies the existence of this doppelganger, it will play its mischief right under one's oblivious nose. One begins, like Jimmy Swaggart, to accuse others of one's own secret sins. And finally the shadow volcanoes up to the surface in a surprising rampage, leaving one's coworkers telling reporters in dumbfounded naivete, "He always seemed such a decent sort, I can't understand it." In Black Bargain we see the shadow rapidly taking over its daylight rival unprepared for its incursion. Black Bargain by Robert Bloch. It was getting late when I switched off the neon and got busy behind the fountain with my silver polish. The fruit syrup came off easily, but the chocolate stuck and the hot fudge was greasy. I wished to the devil they wouldn't order hot fudge. I began to get irritated as I scrubbed away. 5 hours on my feet, every night, and what did I have to show for it? Varicose veins, and the memory of 1,000 foolish faces. The veins were easier to bear than the memories. They were so depressing, those customers of mine. I knew them all by heart. In early evening all I got was cokes. I could spot the cokes a mile away. Giggling high school girls, with long shocks of uncombed brown hair, with their shapeless tan fingertip coats, and the repulsively thick legs bulging over furry red ankle socks. They were all cokes. For 45 minutes they'd monopolize a booth, messing up the tiled tabletop with cigarette ashes, crushed napkins daubed in lipstick, and little puddles of spilled water. Whenever a high school girl came in, I automatically reached for the cola pump. A little later in the evening I got the gimme 2-packs crowd. Sports shirts hanging limply over hairy arms meant the popular brands. Blue work shirts with rolled sleeves disclosing tattooing mean the 2 for a quarter cigarettes. Once in a while I got a fat boy. He was always a cigar. If he wore glasses he was a 10-center. If not, I merely had to indicate the box on the counter. 5 cents straight. Mild Havana, all long filler. Oh, it was monotonous. The Notions family, who invariably departed with aspirin, X-Lax, candy bars, and a pint of ice cream. The public library crowd, tall, skinny youths bending the pages of magazines on the rack and never buying. The soda waters with their trousers wrinkled by the sofa of a one-room apartment, the hairpins, always looking furtively toward the baby buggy outside. And around 10, the pineapple sundaes, fat women bingo players. Followed by the chocolate sodas when the show let out. More booth parties, giggling girls and redneck young men in sloppy playsuits. In and out, all day long. The rushing telephones, the doddering old 3-cent stamps, the bachelor toothpastes, and razor blades. I could spot them all at a glance. Night after night they dragged up to the counter. I don't know why they even bothered to tell me what they wanted. One look was all I needed to anticipate their slightest wishes. I could have given them what they needed without their asking. Or rather, I suppose I couldn't. Because what most of them really needed was a good long drink of arsenic, as far as I was concerned. Arsenic. Good Lord, how long had it been since I'd been called upon to fill out a prescription? None of these stupid idiots wanted drugs from a drugstore. Why had I bothered to study pharmacy? All I really needed was a 2-week course in pouring chocolate syrup over melting ice cream, and a month's study of how to set up cardboard figures in the windows so as to emphasize their enormous busts. Well, he came in then. I heard the slow footsteps without bothering to look up. For amusement I tried to guess before I glanced. A gimme 2-packs. A toothpaste. Well, the hell with him. I was closing up. The male footsteps had shuffled up to the counter before I raised my head. They halted timidly. I still refused to give any recognition of his presence. Then came a hesitant cough. That did it. I found myself staring at Casper Milquetoast and Nearly Rags. A middle-aged, thin little fellow with sandy hair and rimless glasses perched on a snub nose. The crease of his froggish mouth underlined the despair of his face. He wore a frayed $16.50 suit, a wrinkled white shirt, and a string tie, but humility was his real garment. It covered him completely, that aura of hopeless resignation. To hell with psychoanalysis. I'm not the drugstore Dale Carnegie. What I saw added up to only one thing in my mind. A moocher. I beg your pardon, please, but have you any tincture of aconite? Well, miracles do happen. I was going to get a chance to sell drugs after all. Or was I? When despair walks in and asks for aconite, it means suicide. I shrugged. Aconite. I echoed. I don't know. He smiled a little. Or rather, that crease wrinkled back in a poor imitation of amusement. But on his face a smile had no more mirth in it than the grin you see on a skull. I know what you're thinking, he mumbled. But you're wrong. I'm a chemist. I'm doing some experiments, and I must have 4 ounces of aconite at once. And some belladonna. Yes, and wait a minute. Then he dragged the book out of his pocket. I craned my neck and it was worth it. The book had rusty metal covers, and was obviously very old. When the thick yellow pages fluttered open under his trembling thumb, I saw flecks of dust rise from the binding. The heavy black letter type was German, but I couldn't read anything at that distance. Let me see now, he murmured. Aconite, belladonna, yes, and I have this, the cat, of course, nightshade, oh yes, I'll need some phosphorus, of course. Have you any blue chalk? Good, and I guess that's all. I was beginning to catch on. But what the devil did it matter to me? A screwball more or less was nothing new in my life. All I wanted to do was get out of here and soak my feet. I went back and got the stuff for him, quickly. I peered through the slot above the prescription counter, but he wasn't doing anything, just paging through that black, iron-bound book and moving his lips. Wrapping the parcel, I came out. Anything else, sir? Oh, yes. Could I have about a dozen candles? The large size. I opened a drawer and scrabbled for them under the dust. I'll have to melt them down and reblend them with the fat, he said. What? Nothing. I was just figuring. Sure. That's the kind of figuring you do best when you're counting the pads in your cell. But it wasn't my business, was it? So I handed over the package like a fool. Thank you. You've been very kind. I must ask you to be kinder to charge this. Oh, swell. You see, I'm temporarily out of funds. But I can assure you, in a very short time, in fact within 3 days, I shall pay you in full. Yes. A very convincing plea. I wouldn't give him a cup of coffee on it, and that's what bums usually ask for, instead of aconite and candles. But if his words didn't move me, his eyes did. They were so lonely behind his spectacles, so pitifully alone, those 2 little puddles of hope in the desert of despair that was his face. All right. Let him have his dreams. Let him take his old iron-bound dream book home with him, and make him crazy. Let him light his tapers and draw his phosphorescent circle and recite his spells to Little Wahoo, the Indian guide of the spirit world, or whatever the hell he wanted to do. No, I wouldn't give him coffee, but I'd give him a dream. That's okay, buddy, I said. We're all down on our luck sometime, I guess. That was wrong. I shouldn't have patronized. He stiffened at once and his mouth curled into a sneer of superiority, if you please. I'm not asking charity, he said. You'll get paid, never fear, my good man. In 3 days, mark my words. Now good evening. I have work to do. Out he marched, leaving my good man with his mouth open. Eventually I closed my mouth, but I couldn't clamp a lid on my curiosity. That night, walking home, I looked down the dark street with new interest. The black houses bulked like a barrier behind which lurked fantastic mysteries. Row upon row, not houses anymore, but dark dungeons of dreams. In what house did my stranger hide? In what room was he intoning to what strange gods? Once again I sensed the presence of wonder in the world, of lurking strangeness behind the scenes of drugstore and apartment house civilization. Black books still were read, and wild-eyed strangers walked and muttered, candles burned into the night, and a missing alley cat might mean a chosen sacrifice. But my feet hurt, so I went home. 2. Same old malted milks, cherry cokes, Vaseline, Listerine, hairnets, bathing caps, cigarettes, and what have you. Me, I had a headache. It was 4 days later, almost the same time of night, when I found myself scrubbing off the soda taps again. Sure enough, he walked in. I kept telling myself all evening that I didn't expect him, but I did expect him, really. I had that crawl-in feeling when the door clicked. I waited for the shuffle of the Tom McKen shoes. Instead, there was a brisk tapping of Oxfords. English Oxfords. The $18.50 kind. I looked up in a hurry this time. It was my stranger. At least he was there, someplace beneath the flashy blue pinstrip of his suit, the immaculate shirt and foulard tie. He'd had a shave, a haircut, a manicure, and evidently a winning ticket in the Irish sweepstakes. Hello there. Nothing wrong with that voice. I've heard it in the ritzy hotel lobbies for years, brimming over with pep and confidence and authority. Well, 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 was all I could say. He chuckled. His mouth wasn't a crease anymore. It was a trumpet of command. Out of that mouth could come orders and directions. This wasn't a mouth shaped for hesitant excuses any longer. It was a mouth for requesting expensive dinners, choice vintage wines, heavy cigars, a mouth that barked at taxi drivers and doormen. Surprised to see me, eh? Well, I told you it would take 3 days. Want to pay you your money, thank for your kindness. That was nice. Not the thanks, the money. I like money. The thought of getting some I didn't expect made me genial. So your prayers were answered, eh? I said. He frowned. Prayers, what prayers? Why, I thought that I'd pulled a boner, and no mistake. I don't understand, he snapped, understanding perfectly well. Did you perhaps harbor some misapprehension concerning my purchases of the other evening? A few necessary chemicals, that's all, to complete the experiment I spoke of. And the candles, I must confess, were to light my room. They shut my electricity off the day before. Well, it could be. Might as well tell you the experiment was a howling success. Yes, sir. Went right down to Nuzome with the results, and they put me on as assistant research director. Quite a break. Nuzome was the biggest chemical supply house in our section of the country. And he went right down in his rags and was put on as assistant research director. Well, live and learn. So here's the money. $2.39, wasn't it? Can you change a 20? I couldn't. That's all right, keep it. I refused, I don't know why. Made me feel crawling again, somehow. Well then, tell you what let's do. You are closing up, aren't you? Why not step down the street to the tavern for a little drink? I'll get change there. Come on, I feel like celebrating. So it was that 5 minutes later I walked down the street with Mr. Fritz Golther. We took a table in the tavern and ordered quickly. Neither he nor I was at ease. Somehow there was an unspoken secret between us. It seemed almost as though I harbored criminal knowledge against him, I, of all men, alone knowing that behind this immaculately clad figure of success, there lurked a shabby specter just 3 days in the past. A specter that owed me $2.39. We drank quickly, both of us. The specter got a little fainter. We had another. I insisted on paying for the third round. It's a celebration, I argued. He laughed. Certainly is. And let me tell you, this is only the beginning. Only the beginning. From now on, I'm going to climb so fast it'll make your head swim. I'll be running that place within 6 months. Going to get a lot of new defense orders in from the government, and expand. Wait a minute, I cautioned, reserve gone. You're way ahead of yourself. If I were in your shoes, I'd still be dazed with what happened to me in the past 3 days. Fritz Gulther smiled. Oh, that? I expected that. Didn't I tell you so in the store? I'd been working for over a year and I knew just what to expect. It was no surprise, I assure you. I had it all planned. I was willing to starve to carry out my necessary studies, and I did starve. Might as well admit it. Sure. I was on my 4th drink now, over the barriers. When you came into the story, I said to myself, here's a guy who's been through hell. Truer words were never spoken, said Gulther. I've been through hell all right, quite literally. But it's all over now, and I didn't get burned. Say, confidentially, what kind of magic did you use? Magic. Magic. I don't know anything about magic. Oh, yes you do, Gulther, I said. What about that little black book with the iron covers you were mumbling around with in the store? German inorganic chemistry text, he snapped. Pretty old. Here, drink up and have another. I had another. Gulther began to babble, a bit. About his new clothes and his new apartment and the new car he was going to buy next week. About how he was going to have everything he wanted now. By God, he'd show the fools that laughed at him all these years, he'd pay back the nagging landladies and the cursing grocers, and the sneering rats he told him he was soft in the head for studying the way he did. Then he got into the kindly stage. How'd you like a job at Nizome? He asked me. You're a good pharmacist. You know your chemistry. You're a nice enough fellow, too, but you've got a terrible imagination. How about it? Be my secretary. Sure, that's it. Be my secretary. I'll put you on tomorrow. I'll drink on that, I declared. The prospect intoxicated me. The thought of escape from the damned store, escape from the coke faces, the ciggies' voices, very definitely intoxicated me. So did the next drink. I began to see something. We were sitting against the wall, and the tavern lights were low. Couples around us were babbling in monotone that was akin to silence. We sat in shadow against the wall. Now I looked at my shadow, an ungainly, flickering caricature of myself, hunched over the table. What a contrast it presented before his suddenly erect bulk. His shadow, now. His shadow, now. I saw it. He was sitting up straight across the table from me. But his shadow on the wall was standing. No more scotch for me, I said as the waiter came up. But I continued to stare at his shadow. He was sitting and the shadow was standing. It was a larger shadow than mine, and a blacker shadow. For fun I moved my hands up and down, making heads and faces in silhouette. He wasn't watching me, he was gesturing to the waiter. His shadow didn't gesture. It just stood there. I watched and stared and tried to look away. His hands moved, but the black outline stood poised and silent, hands dangling at the sides. And yet I saw the familiar shape of his head and nose, unmistakably his. Say, Gulther, I said. Your shadow, there on the wall, I slurred my words. My eyes were blurred. But I felt his attitude pierce my consciousness below the alcohol. Fritz Gulther rose to his feet, and then shoved a dead white face against mine. He didn't look at his shadow. He looked at me, through me, at some horror behind my face, my thoughts, my brain. He looked at me, and into some private hell of his own. Shadow, he said. There's nothing wrong with my shadow. You're mistaken. Remember that, you're mistaken. And if you ever mention it again, I'll bash your skull in. Then Fritz Golther got up and walked away. I watched him march across the room, moving swiftly but a little unsteadily. Behind him, moving very slowly and not a bit unsteadily, a tall black shadow followed him from the room. 3. If you can build a better mousetrap than your neighbor, you're liable to put your foot in it. That's certainly what I had done with Golther. Here I was, ready to accept his offer of a good job as his secretary, and I had to go and pull a drunken boner. I was still cursing myself for a full 2 days later. Shadows that don't follow body movements, indeed. Who was that shadow I saw you with last night? That was no shadow, that was the scotch I was drinking. Oh, fine. So I stood in the drug store and sprinkled my Sundays with curses as well as chopped nuts. I nearly knocked the pecans off the counter that second night, when Fritz Golther walked in again. He hurried up to the counter and flashed me a tired smile. Got a minute to spare? Sure, wait till I serve these people in the booth. I dumped the Sundays and raced back. Golther perched himself on a stool and took off his hat. He was sweating profusely. Say, I want to apologize for the way I blew up the other night. Why, that's all right, Mr. Golther. I got a little too excited, that's all. Liquor and success went to my head. No hard feelings, I want you to understand that. It's just that I was nervous. You're ribbing me about my shadow. That stuff sounded too much like the way I was always kidded for sticking to my studies in my room. Landlady used to accuse me of all sorts of things. Claimed I dissected her cat, that I was burning incense, messing the floor up with chalk. Some damn fool college punks downstairs began to yap around that I was some kind of nut dabbling in witchcraft. I wasn't asking for his autobiography, remember. All this sounded a little hysterical. But then, Golther looked the part, his sweating, the way his mouth wobbled and twitched as he got this out. But say, reason I stopped in was to see if you could fix me up a sedative. No bromo or aspirin. I've been taking plenty of that stuff ever since the other evening. My nerves are all shot. That job of mine down at Nuzum takes it all out of me. Wait a minute, I'll get something. I made for the back room. As I compounded, I sneaked a look at Golther through the slot. All right, I'll be honest. It wasn't Golther I wanted to look at. It was his shadow. When a customer sits at the counter stools, the store lights hit him so that his shadow is just a little black pool beneath his feet. Golther's shadow was a complete silhouette of his body, in outline. A black, deep shadow. Stranger still, the shadow seemed to be cast parallel with his body, instead of at an angle from it. It grew out from his chest instead of his legs. I don't know refraction, the laws of light, all that technical stuff. All I know is that Fritz Golther had a big black shadow sitting beside him on the floor, and that the sight of it sent cold shivers along my spine. I wasn't drunk. Neither was he. Neither was the shadow. All three of us existed. Now Golther was putting his hat back on. But not the shadow. It just sat there. Crouched. It was all wrong. The shadow was no denser at one spot than at another. It was evenly dark, and I noted this particularly, the outlines did not blur or fade. They did not blur or fade. They were solid. I stared and stared. I saw a lot now I'd never noticed. The shadow wore no clothes. It was naked, that shadow. But it belonged to Golther, it wore spectacles. It was his shadow, all right. Which suited me fine, because I didn't want it. Fiddling around compounding that sedative, I got in several more peeks. Now Gulther was looking down over his shoulder. He was looking at his shadow, now. Even from a distance I fancied I saw new beads of sweat string a rosary of fear across his forehead. He knew, all right. I came out, finally. Here it is, I said. I kept my eyes from his face. Good. Hope it works. Must get some sleep. And say, that job offer still goes. How about coming down tomorrow morning? I nodded, forcing a smile. Gulther paid me, rose. See you then. Certainly. And why not? After all, what if you do work for a boss with an unnatural shadow? Most bosses have other faults, worse ones and more concrete. That shadow, whatever it was and whatever was wrong with it, wouldn't bite me. Though Gulther acted as though it might bite him. As he turned away I looked at his departing back, and at the long, swooping black outline which followed it. The shadow rose and stalked after him. Stalked. Yes, it followed quite purposefully. To my now bewildered eyes it seemed larger than it had in the tavern. Larger, and a bolder black. Then the night swallowed Gulther and his non-existent companion. I went back to the rear of the store and swallowed the other half of the sedative I had made up for that purpose. After seeing that shadow, I needed it as much as he did. 4. The girl in the ornate outer office smiled prettily. Go right in, she warbled. He's expecting you. So it was true, then. Gulther was assistant research director, and I was to be his secretary. I floated in. In the morning sunshine I forgot all about shadows. The inner office was elaborately furnished, a hug place, with the elegant walnut paneling associated with business authority. There was a kidney desk set before closed Venetian blinds, and a variety of comfortable leather armchairs. Fluorescent lighting gleamed pleasantly. But there was no Gulther. Probably on the other side of the little door at the back, talking to his chief. I sat down, with the tight feeling of anticipation hugged somewhere within my stomach. I glanced around, taking in the room again. My gaze swept the glass-topped desk. It was bare. Except in the corner, where a small box of cigars rested. No, wait a minute. That wasn't a cigar box. It was metal. I'd seen it somewhere before. Of course. It was Gulther's iron-bound book. German inorganic chemistry. Who was I to doubt his word? So naturally, I just had to sneak a look before he came in. I opened the yellowed pages. De Vermis Mysteriis. Mysteries of the Worm. This was no inorganic chemistry text. It was something entirely different. Something that told you how you could compound aconite and belladonna and draw circles of phosphorescent fire on the floor when the stars were right. Something that spoke of melting tallow candles and blending them with corpse fat, whispered of the uses to which animal sacrifice might be put. It spoke of meetings that could be arranged with various parties most people don't either care to meet or even believe in. The thick black letters crawled across the pages, and the detestable odor arising from the musty thing formed a background for the nastiness of the text. I won't say whether or not I believed what I was reading, but I will admit that there was an air, a suggestion about those cold, deliberate directions for traffic with alien evil, which made me shiver with repulsion. Such thoughts have no place in sanity, even as fantasy. And if this is what Gulther had done with the materials, he'd bought himself for $2.39. Years of study, eh? Experiments. What was Gulther trying to call up, what did he call up, and what bargain did he make? The man who could answer these questions sidled out from behind the door. Gone was the Fritz Gulther of the pinstripe suit personality. It was my original Casper Milquetoast who creased his mouth at me in abject fear. He looked like a man, I had to say it, who was afraid of his own shadow. The shadow trailed him through the doorway. To my eyes, it had grown overnight. Its arms were slightly raised, though Gulther had both hands pressed against his sides. I saw it cross the wall as he walked toward me, and it moved more swiftly than he did. Make no mistake. I saw the shadow. Since then I've talked to wise boys who assure me that under even fluorescence no shadow is cast. They're wise boys all right, but I saw that shadow. Gulther saw that book in my hands. All right, he said simply. You know. And maybe it's just as well. No. Yes. Know that I made a bargain with someone. I thought I was being smart. He promised me success, and wealth, anything I wanted, on only one condition. Those damned conditions, you always read about them and you always forget, because they sound so foolish. Oh, not in size, but in depth, in intensity. It's becoming, maybe I am crazy, but you see it too, more solid. Thicker. As though it had palpable substance. Kree's mouth wobbled violently, but the words choked on. The further I go, the more it grows. Last night I took your sedative, and it didn't work. Didn't work at all. I sat up in the darkness and watched my shadow. In darkness. Yes. It doesn't need light. It really exists now. Permanently. In the dark it's just a blacker blur. But you can see it. It doesn't sleep or rest. It just waits. And you're afraid of it. Why? I don't know. It doesn't threaten me, or make gestures, or even take any notice of me. Shadows taking notice sounds crazy, doesn't it? But you see it as I do. You can see it waiting. And that's why I'm afraid. What's it waiting for? The shadow crept closer over his shoulder. Eavesdropping. I don't need you for a secretary. I need a nurse. What you need is a good rest. Rest. How can I rest? I just came out of Nuzom's office. He doesn't notice anything yet. Too stupid, I suppose? The girls in the office look at me when I pass, and I wonder if they see something peculiar. But Nuzom doesn't. He just made me head of research. Completely in charge. In 5 days. Marvelous. Isn't it? Except for our bargain, whenever I succeed, my rival gains power with me. That will make the shadow stronger. How, I don't know. I'm waiting. And I can't find rest. I'll find it for you. Just lie down and wait, I'll be back. I left him hastily, left him sitting at his desk, all alone. Not quite alone. The shadow was there, too. Before I went, I had the funniest temptation. I wanted to run my hand along the wall, through that shadow. And yet I didn't. It was too black, too solid. What if my hand should actually encounter something? So I just left. I was back in half an hour. I grabbed Gulther's arm, bared it, plunged the needle home. Morphine, I whispered. You'll sleep now. He did, resting on the leather sofa. I sat at his side, watching the shadow that didn't sleep. It stood there towering above him unnaturally. I tried to ignore it, but it was a third party in the room. Once, when I turned my back, it moved. It began to pace up and down. I opened my mouth, trying to hold back a scream. The phone buzzed. I answered mechanically, my eyes never leaving the black outline on the wall that swayed over Gulther's recumbent form. Use. No, he's not in right now. This is Mr. Gulther's secretary speaking. Your message. Yes, I'll tell him. I certainly will. Thank you. It had been a woman's voice, a deep, rich voice. Her message was to tell Mr. Gulther she'd changed her mind. She'd be happy to meet him that evening at dinner. Another conquest for Fritz Gulther. Conquest, 2 conquests in a row. That meant conquests for the shadows, too. But how? I turned to the shadow on the wall, and got a shock. It was lighter. Grayer, thinner, wavering a little. What was wrong? I glanced down at Gulther's sleeping face. Then I got another shock. Gulther's face was dark. Not tan, but dark. Blackish. Sooty. Shadowy. Then I did scream, a little. Gulther woke. I just pointed to his face and indicated the wall mirror. He almost fainted. It's combining with me, he whispered. His skin was slate-colored. I turned my back because I couldn't look at him. We must do something, he mumbled. Fast. Perhaps if you were to use that book again, you could make another bargain. It was a fantastic idea, but it popped out. I faced Gulther and saw him smile. That's it. If you could get the materials now, you know what I need, go to the drugstore, but hurry up because... I shook my head. Gulther was nebulous, shimmery. I saw him through a mist. Then I heard him yell. You damned fool. Look at me. That's my shadow you're staring at. I ran out of the room, and in less than 10 minutes I was trying to fill a vial with belladonna with fingers that trembled like lumps of jelly. 5. I must have looked like a fool, carrying that armful of packages through the outer office. Candles, chalk, phosphorus, aconite, belladonna, and blame it on my hysteria, the dead body of an alley cat I decoyed behind the store. Certainly I felt like a fool when Fritz Gulther met me at the door of his sanctum. Come on in, he snapped. Yes, snapped. It took only a glance to convince me that Gulther was himself again. Whatever the black change that frightened us so had been, he'd shook it off while I was gone. Once again the trumpet voice held authority. Once again the sneering smile replaced the apologetic crease in the mouth. Gulther's skin was white, normal. His movements were brisk and no longer frightened. He didn't need any wild spells, or had he ever, really. Suddenly I felt as though I'd been a victim of my own imagination. After all, men don't make bargains with demons, they don't change places with their shadows. The moment Gulther closed the door, his words corroborated my mood. Well, I've snapped out of it. Foolish nonsense, wasn't it? He smiled easily. Guess we won't need that junk after all. Right when you left, I began to feel better. Here, sit down and take it easy. I sat. Gulther rested on the desk, nonchalantly swinging his legs. All that nervousness, that strain, has disappeared. But before I forget it, I'd like to apologize for telling you that crazy story about sorcery and my obsession. Matter of fact, I'd feel better about the whole thing in the future if you just forget that all this ever happened. I nodded. Gulther smiled again. That's right. Now we're ready to get down to business. I tell you, it's a real relief to realize the progress we're going to make. I'm head research director already, and if I play my cards right, I think I'll be running this place in another 3 months. Some of the things Nuzum told me today tipped me off. So just play ball with me and we'll go a long way. A long way. And I can promise you one thing, I'll never have any of these crazy spells again. There was nothing wrong with what Gulther said here. Nothing wrong with any of it. There was nothing wrong with the way Gulther lolled and smiled at me, either. Then why did I suddenly get that old crawling sensation along my spine? For a moment I couldn't place it, and then I realized. Fritz Gulther sat on his desk, before the wall, but now he cast no shadow. No shadow. No shadow at all. A shadow had tried to enter the body of Fritz Gulther when I left. Now there was no shadow. Where had it gone? There was only one place for it to go. And if it had gone there, then, where was Fritz Gulther? He read it in my eyes. I read it in his swift gesture. Gulther's hand dipped into his pocket and re-emerged. As it rose, I rose and sprang across the room. I gripped the revolver, pressed it back and away, and stared into his convulsed countenance, into his eyes. Behind the glasses, behind the human pupils, there was only a blackness. The cold, grinning blackness of a shadow. Then he snarled, arms clawing up as he tried wrest the weapon free, aim it. His body was cold, curiously weightless, but filled with a slithering strength. I felt myself go limp under those icy, scrabbling talons, but as I gazed into those two dark pools of hate that were his eyes, fear and desperation lent me aid. A single gesture, and I turned the muzzle in. The gun exploded, and Gulther slumped to the floor. They crowded in then. They stood and stared down, too. We all stood and stared down at the body lying on the floor. Body. There was Fritz Gulther's shoes, his shirt, his tie, his expensive blue pinstripe suit. The toes of the shoes pointed up, the shirt and tie and suit were creased and filled out to support a body beneath. But there was no body on the floor. There was only a shadow, a deep, black shadow, encased in Fritz Gulther's clothes. Nobody said a word for a long minute. Then one of the girls whispered, "Look, it's just a shadow." I bent down quickly and shook the clothes. As I did so, the shadow seemed to move beneath my fingers, to move and to melt. In an instant it slithered free from the garments. There was a flash, or a final retinal impression of blackness, and the shadow was gone. The clothing sagged down into an empty, huddled heap on the floor. I rose and faced them. I couldn't say it loud, but I could say it gratefully, very gratefully. "No," I said. "You're mistaken. There's no shadow there. There's nothing at all, absolutely nothing at all." The unspeakable betrothal. Bloch has said, I don't recall my original title for what was to become, by editorial fiat, The Unspeakable Betrothal, along with some of the misnomers attached to my mystery yarns in the 40s and Howard Brown's execrable Let's Do It for Love. I regard it as an abomination. Interview with Randall Larson, the Robert Bloch companion, page 146. Yet Bloch is equally quick to count the story among the canon of his Cthulhu Mythos tales, those which have some direct affiliation with HPL's cosmology beyond mere use of nomenclature. Interview with Graham Flanagan, Ibid, page 38. The connections with or parallels to Lovecraftian themes and even particular Lovecraftian works are evident. Compare the story, for instance, to the fungi from Yuggoth's Sonnet 16, The Window. The link with the Whisperer in Darkness is explicit, with the promise of the earthlings being borne aloft, though transmogrified, to the stars by those from Yuggoth. These entities seem here to partake equally of the cone race of Yith and the teasing night gaunts. And the leaving behind of a disembodied face, we cannot help but think of poor Henry Akeley. The Unspeakable Betrothal. By Robert Bloch. Not far thence is the secret garden in which grow like strange flowers the kinds of sleep, so different one from the other, the sleep induced by datura, by the multiple extracts of aether, the sleep of belladonna, of opium, of valerian, flowers whose petals remain shut until the day when the predestined visitor shall come and, touching them, bid them open, and for long hours inhale the aroma of their peculiar dreams into a marveling and bewildered being. Proust, Remembrance of Things Past. Avis knew she wasn't really as sick as Dr. Clegg had said. She was merely bored with living. The death impulse, perhaps. Then again, it might have been nothing more than her distaste for clever young men who persisted in addressing her as O rara avis. She felt better now, though. The fever had settled until it was no more than one of the white blankets which covered her, something she could toss aside with a gesture, if it weren't so pleasant just to burrow into it, to snuggle deeply within its confining warmth. Avis smiled as she realized the truth. Monotony was the one thing that didn't bore her. The sterility of excitement was the really jading routine, after all. This quiet, uneventful feeling of restfulness seemed rich and fertile by comparison. Rich and fertile, creative, womb. The words linked. Back to the womb. Dark room, warm bed, lying doubled up in the restful, nourishing lethargy of fever. It wasn't the womb, exactly, she hadn't gone back that far, she knew. But it did remind her of the days when she was a little girl. Just a little girl with big round eyes, mirroring the curiosity that lay behind them. Just a little girl, living all alone in a huge old house, like a fairy princess in an enchanted castle. Of course her aunt and uncle had lived here too, and it wasn't a really truly castle, and nobody else knew that she was a princess. Except Marvin Mason, that is. Marvin had lived next door, and sometimes he'd come over and play with her. They would come up to her room and look out of the high window, the little round window that bordered on the sky. Marvin knew that she was a sure enough princess, and he knew that her room was an ivory tower. The window was an enchanted window, and when they stood on a chair and peeked out they could see the world behind the sky. Sometimes she wasn't quite sure if Marvin Mason honest and truly saw the world beyond the window. Maybe he just said he did because he was fond of her. But he listened very quietly when she told him stories about that world. Sometimes she told him stories she had read in books, and other times she made them up out of her very own head. It was only later that the dreams came, and she told him those stories too. That is, she always started to, but somehow the words would go wrong. She didn't always know the words for what she saw in those dreams. They were very special dreams. They came only on those nights when Aunt May left the window open, and there was no moon. She would lie in the bed, all curled up in a little ball, and wait for the wind to come through the high, round window. It came quietly, and she would feel it on her forehead and neck, like fingers stroking. Cool, soft fingers stroking her face, soothing fingers that made her uncurl and stretch out so that the shadows could cover her body. Even then she slept in the big bed, and the shadows would pour down from the window in a path. She wasn't asleep when the shadows came, so she knew they were real. They came on the breeze, from the window, and covered her up. Maybe it was the shadows that were cool and not the wind. Maybe the shadows stroked her hair until she fell asleep. But she would sleep then, and the dreams always came. They followed the same path as the wind and the shadows. They poured down from the sky, through the window. There were voices she heard but could not understand, colors she saw but could not name, shapes she glimpsed but which never seemed to resemble any figures she found in picture books. Sometimes the same voices and colors and shapes came again and again, until she learned to recognize them, in a way. There was the deep, buzzing voice that seemed to come from right inside her own head, although she knew it really issued from the black, shiny pyramid thing that had the arms with eyes in it. It didn't look slimy or nasty, and there was nothing to be afraid of. Avis could never understand why Marvin Mason made her shut up when she started telling about those dreams. But he was only a little boy, and he got scared and ran to his mommy. Avis didn't have any mommy, only Aunt May, but she would never tell Aunt May such things. Besides, why should she? The dreams didn't frighten her, and they were so very real and interesting. Sometimes, on gray, rainy days when there was nothing to do but play with dolls or cut out pictures to paste in her album, she wished that night would hurry up and come. Then she could dream and make everything real again. She got so she liked to stay in bed, and would pretend to have a cold so she didn't have to go to school. Avis would look up at the window and wait for the dreams to come, but they never came in the daytime, only at night. Often she wondered what it was like up there. The dreams must come from the sky, she knew that. The voices and shapes lived way up, somewhere beyond the window. Aunt May said that dreams came from tummy aches, but she knew that wasn't so. Aunt May was always worried about tummy aches, and she scolded Avis for not going outside to play. She said she was getting pale and puny. But Avis felt fine, and she had her secret to think of. Now she scarcely ever saw Marvin Mason anymore, and she didn't bother to read. It wasn't much fun to pretend she was a princess, either. Because the dreams were ever so much more real, and she could talk to the voices and ask them to take her with them when they went away. She got so she could almost understand what they were saying. The shiny thing that just hung through the window now, the one that looked like it had so much more to it she couldn't see, it made music inside her head that she recognized. Not a real tune, more like words in a rhyme. In her dreams she asked it to take her away. She would crawl up on its back and let it fly with her up over the stars. That was funny, asking it to fly, but she knew that the part beyond the window had wings. Wings as big as the world. She begged and pleaded, but the voices made her understand that they couldn't take little girls back with them. That is, not entirely. Because it was too cold and too far, and something would change her. She said she didn't care how she changed, she wanted to go. She would let them do anything they wanted if only they would take her. It would be nice to be able to talk to them all the time and feel that cool softness, to dream forever. One night they came to her, and there were more things than she had ever seen before. They hung through the window and in the air all over the room. They were so funny, some of them. You could see through them, and sometimes one was partly inside another. She knew she giggled in her sleep, but she couldn't help it. Then she was quiet and listening to them. They told her it was all right. They would carry her away. Only she mustn't tell anyone, and she mustn't be frightened. They would come for her soon. They couldn't take her as she was, and she must be willing to change. Avis said yes, and they all hummed a sort of music together, and went away. The next morning Avis was really and truly sick and didn't want to get up. She could hardly breathe, she was so warm, and when Aunt May brought in a tray she wouldn't eat a bite. That night she didn't dream. Her head ached, and she tossed all night long. But there was a moon out, so the dreams couldn't get through anyway. She knew they would come back when the moon was gone again, so she waited. Besides, she hurt so that she really didn't care. She had to feel better before she was ready to go anywhere. The next day Dr. Clegg came to see her. Dr. Clegg was a good friend of Aunt May's, and he was always visiting her because he was her guardian. Dr. Clegg held her hand and asked her what seemed to be the matter with his young lady today. Avis was too smart to say anything, and besides, there was a shiny thing in her mouth. Dr. Clegg took it out and looked at it, and shook his head. After a while he went away, and then Aunt May and Uncle Roscoe came in. They made her swallow some medicine that tasted just awful. By that time it was getting dark, and there was a storm coming outside. Avis wasn't able to talk much, and when they shut the round window she couldn't ask them to please leave it open tonight because there was no moon, and they were coming for her. But everything kept going round and round, and when Aunt May walked past the bed she seemed to flatten out like a shadow, or one of the things, only she made a loud noise which was really the thunder outside, and now she was sleeping really and truly even though she heard the thunder, but the thunder wasn't real. Nothing was real except the things. That was, and nothing was real anymore but the things. And they came through the window. It wasn't closed after all because she opened it, and she was crawling out high up there where she had never crawled before, but it was easy without a body, and soon she would have a new body. They wanted the old one because they carried it, but she didn't care because she didn't need it, and now they would carry her Olniger Yugath Farnomi Ilya. That was when Aunt May and Uncle Roscoe found her and pulled her down from the window. They said later she had screamed at the top of her voice, or else she would have gone over without anyone noticing. After that Dr. Clegg took her away to the hospital where there were no high windows, and they came in to see her all night long. The dream stopped. When at last she was well enough to go back home, she found that the window was gone, too. Aunt May and Uncle Roscoe had boarded it up, because she was a somnambulist. She didn't know what a somnambulist was, but guessed it had something to do with her being sick and the dreams not coming anymore. For the dreams stopped then. There was no way of making them come back, and she really didn't want them anymore. It was fun to play outside with Marvin Mason now, and she went back to school when the new semester began. Now, without the window to look at, she just slept at night. Aunt May and Uncle Roscoe were glad, and Dr. Clegg said she was turning out to be a mighty fine little specimen. Avis could remember it all now as though it were yesterday or today. Or tomorrow. How she grew up. How Marvin Mason fell in love with her. How she went to college and they became engaged. How she felt the night Aunt May and Uncle Roscoe were killed in the crash at Leedsville. That was a bad time. An even worse time was when Marvin had gone away. He was in service now, overseas. She had stayed on all alone in the house, for it was her house now. Reba came in days to do the housework, and Dr. Clegg dropped around, even after she turned 21 and officially inherited her estate. He didn't seem to approve of her present mode of living. He asked her several times why she didn't shut up the house and move into a small apartment downtown. He was concerned because she showed no desire to keep up the friendships she had made in college. Avis was curiously reminded of the solicitude she had exhibited during her childhood. But Avis was no longer a child. She proved that by removing what had always seemed to her a symbol of adult domination, she had the high round window in her room unboarded once more. It was a silly gesture. She knew it at the time, but somehow it held a curious significance for her. For one thing, it re-established a linkage with her childhood, and more, childhood came to epitomize happiness for her. With Marvin Mason gone, and Aunt May and Uncle Roscoe dead, there was little enough to fill the present. Avis would sit up in her bedroom and pore over the scrapbooks she had so assiduously pasted up as a girl. She had kept her dolls and the old fairy tale books. She spent drowsy afternoons examining them. It was almost possible to lose one's time sense in such pastimes. Her surroundings were unchanged. Of course, Avis was larger now and the bed wasn't quite as massive nor the window as high. But both were there, waiting for the little girl that she became when, at nightfall, she curled up into a ball and snuggled under the sheets, snuggled and stared up at the high, round window that bordered the sky. Avis wanted to dream again. At first, she couldn't. After all, she was a grown woman, engaged to be married. She wasn't a character out of Peter Ibbotson. And those dreams of her childhood had been silly. But they were nice. Yes, even when she had been ill and nearly fallen out of the window that time, it had been pleasant to dream. Of course, those voices and shapes were nothing but Freudian fantasies, everyone knew that. Or did they? Suppose it were all real. Suppose dreams are not just subconscious manifestations caused by indigestion and gas pressure. What if dreams are really a product of electronic impulse, or planetary radiations, attuned to the wavelength of the sleeping mind? Thought is an electrical impulse. Life itself is an electrical impulse. Perhaps a dreamer is like a spiritualist medium, placed in a receptive state during sleep. Instead of ghosts, the creatures of another world or another dimension can come through, if the sleeper is granted the rare gift of acting as a filter. What if the dreams feed on the dreamer for substance, just as spirits attain ectoplasmic being by draining the medium of energy? Avis thought and thought about it, and when she had evolved this theory, everything seemed to fit. Not that she would ever tell anyone about her attitude. Dr. Clegg would only laugh at her, or still worse, shake his head. Marvin Mason didn't approve either. Nobody wanted her to dream. They still treated her like a little girl. Very well, she would be a little girl who could do as she pleased now. She would dream. It was shortly after reaching this decision that the dreams began again, almost as though they had been waiting until she would fully accept them in terms of their own reality. Yes, they came back, slowly, a bit at a time. Avis found that it helped to concentrate on the past during the day, to strive to remember her childhood. To this end she spent more and more time in her room, leaving Reba to tend to housework downstairs. As for fresh air, she always could look out of her window. It was high and small, but she would climb on a stool and gaze up at the sky through the round aperture, watching the clouds that veiled the blue beyond, and waiting for night to come. Then she would sleep in the big bed and wait for the wind. The wind soothed and the darkness slithered, and soon she could hear the buzzing, blurring voices. At first only the voices came back, and they were faint and far away. Gradually, they increased in intensity, and once more she was able to discriminate, to recognize individual intonations. Timidly, hesitantly, the figures re-emerged. Each night they grew stronger. Avis Long, little girl with big round eyes and big bed below round window, welcomed their presence. She wasn't alone anymore. No need to see her friends, or talk to that silly old Dr. Clegg. No need to waste much time gossiping with Reba, or fussing over meals. No need to dress or venture out. There was the window by day and the dreams by night. Then all at once she was curiously weak, and this illness came. But it was all false somehow, this physical change. Her mind was untouched. She knew that. No matter how often Dr. Clegg pursed his lips and hinted about calling in a specialist, she wasn't afraid. Of course Avis knew he really wanted her to see a psychiatrist. The doddering fool was filled with glib patter about retreat from reality and escape mechanisms. But he didn't understand about the dreams. She wouldn't tell him, either. He'd never know the richness, the fullness, the sense of completion that came from experiencing contact with other worlds. Avis knew that now. The voices and shapes that came in the window were from other worlds. As a naive child she had invited them by her very unsophistication. Now, striving consciously to return to the childlike attitude, she again admitted them. They were from other worlds, worlds of wonder and splendor. Now they could meet only on the plane of dreams, but someday soon, she would bridge the gap. They whispered about her body. Something about the trip, making the change. It couldn't be explained in their words. But she trusted them, and after all, a physical change was of slight importance contrasted with the opportunity. Soon she would be well again. Strong enough to say yes. And then they would come for her when the moon was right. Until then, she could strengthen the determination and the dream. Avis Long lay in the great bed and basked in the blackness that poured palpably through the open window. The shapes filtered down, wriggling through the warps, feeding upon the night, growing, pulsing, encompassing all. They reassured her about the body, but she didn't care, and she told them she didn't care because the body was unimportant, and yes, she would gladly consider it in exchange if only she could go, and she knew she belonged. Not beyond the rim of the stars, but between it, and amongst substance dwells that which is blackness, and blackness for Yuggoth is only a symbol. No, that is wrong, there are no symbols, for all is reality, and only perception is limited. Chr Olnyar Shagarnath. It is hard for us to make you understand, but I do understand. You cannot fight it, I will not fight it, they will try to stop you, nothing shall stop me, for I belong. Yes, you belong. Will it be soon? Yes, it will be soon, very soon, yes, very soon. Marvin Mason was unprepared for this sort of reception. Of course, Avis hadn't written, and she wasn't at the station to meet him, but the possibility of her being seriously ill had never occurred to him. He had come out to the house at once, and it was a shock when Dr. Clegg met him at the door. The old man's face was grim, and the tenor of his opening remarks still grimmer. They faced each other in the library downstairs, Mason self-consciously diffident in khaki, the older man a bit too professionally brusque. "Just what is it, doctor?" Mason asked. "I don't know. Slight, recurrent fever. Listlessness. I've checked everything. No TB, no trace of low-grade infection. Her trouble isn't organic." "You mean something's wrong with her mind?" Dr. Clegg slumped into an armchair and lowered his head. Mason, I could say many things to you about the psychosomatic theory of medicine, about the benefits of psychiatry, but never mind. It would be sheer hypocrisy. I've talked to Avis. Rather, I've tried to talk to her. She won't say much, but what she does say disturbs me. Her actions disturb me even more. You can guess what I'm driving at, I think, when I tell you that she is leading the life of an 8-year-old girl. The life she did lead at that age. Mason scowled. Don't tell me she sits in her room again and looks out of that window. Dr. Clegg nodded. But I thought it was boarded up long ago, because she's a somnambulist and she had it unboarded several months ago. And she is not, never was, a somnambulist. What do you mean? Avis Long never walked in her sleep. I remember the night she was found on that window's edge, not ledge for there is no ledge. She was perched on the edge of the open window, already halfway out, a little tyke hanging through a high window. But there was no chair beneath her, no ladder. No way for her to climb up. She was simply there. Dr. Clegg looked away before continuing. Don't ask me what it means. I can't explain, and I wouldn't want to. I'd have to talk about the things she talks about, the dreams, and the presences that come to her, the presences that want her to go away. Mason, it's up to you. I can't honestly move to have her committed on the basis of material evidence. Confinement means nothing to them. You can't build a wall to keep out dreams. But you can love her. You can save her. You can make her well, make her take an interest in reality. Oh, I know it sounds mawkish and stupid, just as the other sounds wild and fantastic. Yes, it's true. It's happening right now to her. She's asleep up in her room at this very moment. She's hearing the voices, I know that much. Let her hear your voice. Mason walked out of the room and started up the stairs. But what do you mean, you can't marry me? Mason stared at the huddled figure in the swirl of bedclothes. He tried to avoid the direct stare of Avis Long's curiously childlike eyes, just as he avoided gazing up at the black, ominous aperture of the round window. I can't, that's all Avis answered. Even her voice seemed to hold a childlike quality. The high, piercing tones might well have emanated from the throat of a little girl, a tired little girl, half asleep and a bit petulant about being abruptly awakened. But our plans, your letters? I'm sorry, dear. I can't talk about it. You know I haven't been well. Dr. Clegg is downstairs, he must have told you. But you're getting better, Mason pleaded. You'll be up and around again in a few days. Avis shook her head. A smile, the secret smile of a naughty child, clung to the corners of her mouth. You can't understand, Marvin. You never could understand. That's because you belong here. A gesture indicated the room. I belong somewhere else. Her finger stabbed, unconsciously, towards the window. Marvin looked at the window now. He couldn't help it. The round black hole that led to nothingness. Or something. The sky outside was dark, moonless. A cold wind curled about the bed. Let me close the window for you, dear, he said, striving to keep his voice even and gentle. No. But you're ill, you'll catch cold. That isn't why you want to close it. Even in accusation, the voice was curiously piping. Avis sat bolt upright and confronted him. You're jealous, Marvin. Jealous of me. Jealous of them. You would never let me dream. You would never let me go. And I want to go. They're coming for me. I know why Dr. Clegg sent you up here. He wants you to persuade me to go away. He'd like to shut me up, just as he wants to shut the window. He wants to keep me here because he's afraid. You're all afraid of what lies out there. Well, it's no use. You can't stop me. You can't stop them. Take it easy, darling. Never mind. Do you think I care what they do to me, if only I can go? I'm not afraid. I know I can't go as I am now. I know they must alter me. There are certain parts they want for reasons of their own. You'd be frightened if I told you. But I'm not afraid. You say I'm sick and insane, don't deny it. Yet I'm healthy enough, sane enough to face them and their world. It's you who are too morbid to endure it all. Avis Long was wailing now, a thin, high-pitched wail of a little girl in a tantrum. You and I are leaving this house tomorrow, Mason said. We're going away. We'll be married and live happily ever after, in good old storybook style. The trouble with you, young lady, is that you've never had to grow up. All this nonsense about goblins and other worlds. Avis screamed. Mason ignored her. Right now I'm going to shut that window, he declared. Avis continued to scream. The shrill ululation echoed on a sustained note as Mason reached up and closed the round pane of glass over the black aperture. The wind resisted his efforts, but he shut the window and secured the latch. Then her fingers were digging into his throat from the rear, and her scream was pouring down his ear. I'll kill you, she wailed. It was the wail of an enraged child. But there was nothing of the child, or the invalid, in the strength behind her clawing fingers. He fought her off, panting. Then, suddenly, Dr. Clegg was in the room. A hypodermic needle flashed and gleamed in an arc of plunging silver. They carried her back to the bed, tucked her in. The blankets nestled about the weary face of a child in sleep. The window was closed tightly now. Everything was in order as the two men turned out the light and tiptoed from the room. Neither of them said a word until they stood downstairs once again. Facing the fireplace, Mason sighed. Somehow I'll get her out of here tomorrow, he promised. Perhaps it was too abrupt, my coming back tonight and waking her. I wasn't very tactful. But something about her, something about that room, frightened me. Dr. Clegg lit his pipe. I know, he said. That's why I couldn't pretend to you that I completely understand. There's more to it than mere hallucination. I'm going to sit up here tonight, Mason continued. Just in case something might happen. She'll sleep, Dr. Clegg assured him. No need to worry. I'll feel better if I stay. I'm beginning to get a theory about all this talk, other worlds, and changes in her body before a trip. It ties in with the window, somehow. And it sounds like a fantasy on suicide. The death impulse. Perhaps. I should have thought of that possibility. Dreams foreshadowing death. On second thought, Mason, I may stay with you. We can make ourselves comfortable here before the fire, I suppose. Silence settled. It must have been well after midnight before either of them moved from their place before the fire. Then a sharp splinter of sound crashed from above. Before the tinkling echo died away, both men were on their feet and moving towards the stairway. There was no further noise from above, and neither of them exchanged a single word. Only the thud of their running footsteps on the stairs broke the silence. And as they paused outside Avis Long's room, the silence seemed to deepen in intensity. It was a silence palpable, complete, accomplished. Dr. Clegg's hand darted to the doorknob, wrenched it ineffectually. Locked. He muttered. She must have gotten up and locked it. Mason scowled. The window, do you think she could have? Dr. Clegg refused to meet his glance. Instead he turned and put his massive shoulder to the door panel. A bulge of muscle ridged his neck. Then the panel splintered and gave way. Mason reached around and opened the door from inside. They entered the darkened room, Dr. Clegg in the lead, fumbling for the light switch. The harsh, electric glare flooded the scene. It was a tribute to the power of suggestion that both men glanced, not at the patient in the bed, but at the round window high up on the wall. Cold night air streamed through a jagged aperture, where the glass had been shattered, as though by the blow of a gigantic fist. Fragments of glass littered the floor beneath, but there was no trace of any missile. And obviously the glass had been broken from the outer side of the pane. "The wind," Mason murmured weakly, but he could not look at Dr. Clegg as he spoke. For there was no wind, only the cold, soft breeze that billowed ever so gently from the night sky above. Only the cold, soft breeze, rustling the curtains and prompting a saraband of shadows on the wall, shadows that danced in silence over the great bed in the corner. The breeze and the silence and the shadows enveloped them as they stared now at the bed. Avis Long's head was turned towards them on the pillow. They could see her face quite plainly, and Dr. Clegg realized on the basis of experience what Mason knew instinctively: Avis Long's eyes were closed in death. But that is not what made Mason gasp and shudder, nor did the sight of death alone cause Dr. Clegg to scream aloud. There was nothing whatsoever to frighten the beholder of the placid countenance turned towards them in death. They did not scream at the sight of Avis Long's face. Lying on the pillow of the huge bed, Avis Long's face bore a look of perfect peace. But Avis Long's body was gone. The shadow from the steeple. Young Bloch had sought and obtained Lovecraft's permission to destroy him nastily in the Shambler from the Stars. Lovecraft took friendly revenge by causing Bloch to share pretty much the same fate in The Haunter of the Dark, in which he named Bloch's narrator Robert Blake and even thinly veiled the preceding story as The Feaster from the Stars. The present story is a sequel to the sequel. In his demon-dreaded lore, included in this book, Lynn Carter notes that the protagonist Edmund Fisk is supposed to be Bloch himself, Redivivus. He cogently points to the name Fisk as corroboration, since Bloch sometimes used Tarleton Fisk as a pseudonym, in The Sorcerer's Jewel, for example. But in fact, Bloch has more than once revealed that he meant the doomed Fisk to stand for Fritz Lieber. By the way, Etienne Laurent de Marigny in The Secret of Sebek is another Lovecraft Circle member, namely E. Hoffman Price, co-author with HPL of Through the Gates of the Silver Key, in which de Marigny first appears. In fact, it is in Price's/de Marigny's French Quarter apartment that Swami Chandraputra recounts his tale of the fate of Randolph Carter. The Shadow from the Steeple. By Robert Bloch. William Hurley was born an Irishman and grew up to be a taxicab driver, therefore it would be redundant, in the face of both of these facts, to say that he was garrulous. The minute he picked up his passenger in downtown Providence that warm summer evening, he began talking. The passenger, a tall thin man in his early 30s, entered the cab and sat back, clutching a briefcase. He gave an address on Benefit Street, and Hurley started out, shifting both taxi and tongue into high gear. Hurley began what was to be a one-sided conversation by commenting on the afternoon performance of the New York Giants. Unperturbed by his passenger's silence, he made a few remarks about the weather, recent, current, and expected. Since he received no reply, the driver then proceeded to discuss a local phenomenon, namely the reported escape, that morning, of 2 black panthers or leopards from the traveling menagerie of Langer Brothers Circus, currently appearing in the city. In response to a direct inquiry as to whether he had seen the beasts roaming at large, Hurley's customer shook his head. The driver then made several uncomplimentary remarks about the local police force and their inability to capture the beasts. It was his considered opinion that a given platoon of law enforcement officers would be unable to catch a cold if immured in an icebox for a year. This witticism failed to amuse his passenger, and before Hurley could continue his monologue, they had arrived at the Benefit Street address. 85 cents changed hands, passenger and briefcase left the cab, and Hurley drove away. He could not know it at the time, but he thus became the last man who could or would testify to seeing his passenger alive. The rest is conjecture, and perhaps that is for the best. Certainly it is easy enough to draw certain conclusions as to what happened that night in the old house on Benefit Street, but the weight of those conclusions is hard to bear. One minor mystery is easy enough to clear up: the peculiar silence and aloofness of Hurley's passenger. That passenger, Edmund Fisk, of Chicago, Illinois, was meditating upon the fulfillment of 15 years of questing. The cab trip represented the last stage of this long journey, and he was reviewing the circumstances as he rode. Edmund Fisk's quest had begun, on August 8, 1935, with the death of his close friend, Robert Harrison Blake, of Milwaukee. Like Fisk himself at the time, Blake had been a precocious adolescent interested in fantasy writing, and as such became a member of the Lovecraft Circle, a group of writers maintaining correspondence with one another, and with the late Howard Phillips Lovecraft, of Providence. It was through correspondence that Fisk and Blake had become acquainted. They visited back and forth between Milwaukee and Chicago, and their mutual preoccupation with the weird and the fantastic in literature and art served to form the foundation for the close friendship which existed at the time of Blake's unexpected and inexplicable demise. Most of the facts, and certain of the conjectures, in connection with Blake's death have been embodied in Lovecraft's story, The Haunter of the Dark, which was published more than a year after the younger writer's passing. Lovecraft had an excellent opportunity to observe matters, for it was on his suggestion that young Blake had journeyed to Providence early in 1935, and had been provided with living quarters on College Street by Lovecraft himself. So it was both as friend and neighbor that the elder fantasy writer had acted in narrating the singular story of Robert Harrison Blake's last months. In his story, he tells of Blake's efforts to begin a novel dealing with the survival of New England witch cults, but modestly omits his own part in assisting his friend to secure material. Apparently Blake began work on his project, and then became enmeshed in a horror greater than any envisioned by his imagination. For Blake was drawn to investigate the crumbling black pile on Federal Hill, the deserted ruin of a church that had once housed the worshippers of an esoteric cult. Early in spring he paid a visit to the shunned structure, and there made certain discoveries which, in Lovecraft's opinion, made his death inevitable. Briefly, Blake entered the boarded-up Free Will Church and stumbled across the skeleton of a reporter from the Providence Telegram, one Edwin M. Lillibridge, who had apparently attempted a similar investigation in 1893. The fact that his death was not explained seemed alarming enough, but more disturbing still was the realization that no one had been bold enough to enter the church since that date and discover the body. Blake found the reporter's notebook in his clothing, and its contents afforded a partial revelation. A certain Professor Bowen, of Providence, had traveled widely in Egypt, and in 1843, in the course of archaeological investigations of the crypt of Neferka, had made an unusual find. Neferka is the forgotten pharaoh, whose name has been cursed by the priests and obliterated from official dynastic records. The name was familiar to the young writer at the time, due largely to the work of another Milwaukee author who had dealt with the semi-legendary ruler in his tale, Fane of the Black Pharaoh. But the discovery Bowen made in the crypt was totally unexpected. The reporter's notebook said little of the actual nature of that discovery, but it recorded subsequent events in a precise, chronological fashion. Immediately upon unearthing his mysterious find in Egypt, Professor Bowen abandoned his research and returned to Providence, where he purchased the Free Will Church in 1844 and made it the headquarters of what was called the Starry Wisdom sect. Members of this religious cult, evidently recruited by Bowen, professed to worship an entity they called the Haunter of the Dark. By gazing into a crystal they summoned the actual presence of this entity, and did homage with blood sacrifice. Such, at least, was the fantastic story circulated in Providence at the time, and the church became a place to be avoided. Local superstition fanned agitation, and agitation precipitated direct action. In May of 1877 the sect was forcibly broken up by the authorities, due to public pressure, and several hundred of its members abruptly left the city. The church itself was immediately closed, and apparently individual curiosity could not overcome the widespread fear which resulted in leaving the structure undisturbed and unexplored until the reporter, Lillibridge, made his ill-fated private investigation in 1893. Such was the gist of the story unfolded in the pages of his notebook. Blake read it, but was nevertheless undeterred in his further scrutiny of the environs. Eventually he came upon the mysterious object Bowen had found in the Egyptian crypt, the object upon which the starry wisdom worship had been founded, the asymmetrical metal box with its curiously hinged lid, a lid that had been closed for countless years. Blake thus gazed at the interior, gazed upon the 4-inch red-black crystal polyhedron hanging suspended by 7 supports. He not only gazed at but also into the polyhedron, just as the cult worshippers had purportedly gazed, and with the same results. He was assailed by a curious psychic disturbance. He seemed to see visions of other lands and the gulfs beyond the stars, as superstitious accounts had told. And then Blake made his greatest mistake. He closed the box. Closing the box, again, according to the superstitions annotated by Lillibridge, was the act that summoned the alien entity itself, the Haunter of the Dark. It was a creature of darkness, and could not survive light. And in that boarded-up blackness of the ruined church, the thing emerged by night. Blake fled the church in terror, but the damage was done. In mid-July, a thunderstorm put out the lights in Providence for an hour, and the Italian colony living near the deserted church heard bumping and thumping from inside the shadow-shrouded structure. Crowds with candles stood outside in the rain and played candles upon the building, shielding themselves against the possible emergence of the feared entity by a barrier of light. Apparently the story remained alive throughout the neighborhood. Once the storm abated, local newspapers grew interested, and on the 17th of July 2 reporters entered the old church, together with a policeman. Nothing definite was found, although there were curious and inexplicable smears and stains on the stairs and pews. Less than a month later, at 2:35 a.m. on the morning of August 8th, to be exact, Robert Harrison Blake met his death during an electrical storm while seated before the window of his room on College Street. During the gathering storm, before his death occurred, Blake scribbled frantically in his diary, gradually revealing his innermost obsessions and delusions concerning the Haunter of the Dark. It was Blake's conviction that by gazing into the curious crystal in its box he had somehow established a linkage with the non-terrestrial entity. He further believed that closing the box had summoned the creature to dwell in the darkness of the church steeple, and that in some way his own fate was now irrevocably linked to that of the monstrosity. All this was revealed in the last messages he set down while watching the progress of the storm from his window. Meanwhile, at the church itself, on Federal Hill, a crowd of agitated spectators gathered to play lights upon the structure. That they heard alarming sounds from inside the boarded-up building is undeniable. At least 2 competent witnesses have testified to the fact. One, Father Merluzzo of the Spirito Santo Church, was on hand to quiet his congregation. The other, Patrolman, now Sergeant, William J. Monahan, of Central Station, was attempting to preserve order in the face of growing panic. Monahan himself saw the blinding blur that seemed to issue smoke-like from the steeple of the ancient edifice as the final lightning flash came. Flash, meteor, fireball, call it what you will, erupted over the city in a blinding blaze, perhaps at the very moment that Robert Harrison Blake, across town, was writing, "Is it not an avatar of Nyarlathotep, who in antique and shadowy Chem took the form of man?" A few moments later he was dead. The coroner's physician rendered a verdict attributing his demise to electrical shock, although the window he faced was unbroken. Another physician, known to Lovecraft, quarreled privately with that verdict and subsequently entered the affair the next day. Without legal authority, he entered the church and climbed to the windowless steeple where he discovered the strange asymmetrical, was it golden, box and the curious stone within. Apparently his first gesture was to make sure of raising the lid and bringing the stone into the light. His next recorded gesture was to charter a boat, take the box and curiously angled stone aboard, and drop them into the deepest channel of Narragansett Bay. There ended the admittedly fictionalized account of Blake's death as recorded by H. P. Lovecraft. And there began Edmund Fisk's 15-year quest. Fisk, of course, had known some of the events outlined in the story. When Blake had left for Providence in the spring, Fisk had tentatively promised to join him the following autumn. At first, the two friends had exchanged letters regularly, but by early summer Blake ceased correspondence altogether. At the time, Fisk was unaware of Blake's exploration of the ruined church. He could not account for Blake's silence, and wrote Lovecraft for a possible explanation. Lovecraft could supply little information. Young Blake, he said, had visited with him frequently during the early weeks of his stay, had consulted with him about his writing, and had accompanied him on several nocturnal strolls through the city. But during the summer, Blake's neighborliness ceased. It was not in Lovecraft's reclusive nature to impose himself on others, and he did not seek to invade Blake's privacy for several weeks. When he did so, and learned from the almost hysterical adolescent of his experiences in the forbidden church on Federal Hill, Lovecraft offered words of warning and advice. But it was already too late. Within 10 days of his visit came the shocking end. Fisk learned of that end from Lovecraft on the following day. It was his task to break the news to Blake's parents. For a time he was tempted to visit Providence immediately, but lack of funds and the pressure of his own domestic affairs forestalled him. The body of his young friend duly arrived and Fisk attended the brief ceremony of cremation. Then Lovecraft began his own investigation, an investigation which ultimately resulted in the publication of his story. And there the matter might have rested. But Fisk was not satisfied. His best friend had died under circumstances which even the most skeptical must admit were mysterious. The local authorities summarily wrote off the matter with a fatuous and inadequate explanation. Fisk determined to ascertain the truth. Bear in mind one salient fact: all three of these men, Lovecraft, Blake and Fisk, were professional writers and students of the supernatural or the supernormal. All three of them had extraordinary access to a bulk of written material dealing with ancient legend and superstition. Ironically enough, the use to which they put their knowledge was limited to excursions into so-called fantasy fiction, but none of them, in the light of their own experience, could wholly join their reading audience in scoffing at the myths of which they wrote. For, as Fisk wrote to Lovecraft, the term myth, as we know, is merely a polite euphemism. Blake's death was not a myth, but a hideous reality. I implore you to investigate fully. See this matter through to the end, for if Blake's diary holds even a distorted truth, there is no telling what may be loosed upon the world. Lovecraft pledged cooperation, discovered the fate of the metal box and its contents, and endeavored to arrange a meeting with Dr. Ambrose Dexter, of Benefit Street. Dr. Dexter, it appeared, had left town immediately following his dramatic theft and disposal of the shining trapezohedron, as Lovecraft called it. Lovecraft then apparently interviewed Father Merluzzo and Patrolman Monahan, plunged into the files of the Bulletin, and endeavored to reconstruct the story of the Starry Wisdom sect and the entity they worshipped. Of course, he learned a good deal more than he dared to put into his magazine story. His letters to Edmund Fisk in the late fall and early spring of 1936 contained guarded hints and references to menaces from outside. But he seemed anxious to reassure Fisk that if there had been any menace, even in the realistic rather than the supernatural sense, the danger was now averted because Dr. Dexter had disposed of the shining trapezohedron which acted as a summoning talisman. Such was the gist of his report, and the matter rested there for a time. Fisk made tentative arrangements, early in 1937, to visit Lovecraft at his home, with the private intention of doing some further research on his own into the cause of Blake's death. But once again, circumstances intervened. For in March of that year, Lovecraft died. His unexpected passing plunged Fisk into a period of mental despondency from which he was slow to recover. Accordingly, it was not until almost a year later that Edmund Fisk paid his first visit to Providence, and to the scene of the tragic episodes which brought Blake's life to a close. For somehow, always, a black undercurrent of suspicion existed. The coroner's physician had been glib, Lovecraft had been tactful, the press and the general public had accepted matters completely, yet Blake was dead, and there had been an entity abroad in the night. Fisk felt that if he could visit the accursed church himself, talk to Dr. Dexter, and find out what had drawn him into the affair, interrogate the reporters, and pursue any relevant leads or clues, he might eventually hope to uncover the truth and at least clear his dead friend's name of the ugly shadow of mental unbalance. Accordingly, Fisk's first step after arriving in Providence and registering at a hotel was to set out for Federal Hill and the ruined church. The search was doomed to immediate, irremediable disappointment, for the church was no more. It had been razed the previous fall and the property taken over by the city authorities. The black and baleful spire no longer cast its spell over the hill. Fisk immediately took pains to see Father Merluzzo, at Spirito Santo, a few squares away. He learned from a courteous housekeeper that Father Merluzzo had died in 1936, within a year of young Blake. Discouraged but persistent, Fisk next attempted to reach Dr. Dexter, but the old house on Benefit Street was boarded up. A call to the Physician's Service Bureau produced only the cryptic information that Ambrose Dexter, MD, had left the city for an indeterminate stay. Nor did a visit with the city editor of the Bulletin yield any better result. Fisk was permitted to go into the newspaper's morgue and read the aggravatingly short and matter-of-fact story on Blake's death, but the two reporters who had covered the assignment and subsequently visited the Federal Hill Church had left the paper for berths in other cities. There were, of course, other leads to follow, and during the ensuing week Fisk ran them all to the ground. A copy of Who's Who added nothing significant to his mental picture of Dr. Ambrose Dexter. The physician was Providence-born, a lifelong resident, 40 years of age, unmarried, a general practitioner, member of several medical societies, but there was no indication of any unusual hobbies or other interests which might provide a clue as to his participation in the affair. Sergeant William J. Monahan of Central Station was sought out, and for the first time Fisk actually managed to speak to someone who admitted an actual connection with the events leading to Blake's death. Monahan was polite, but cautiously non-committal. Despite Fisk's complete unburdening, the police officer remained discreetly reticent. "There's really nothing I can tell you," he said. "It's true, like Mr. Lovecraft said, that I was at the church that night, for there was a rough crowd out, and there's no telling what some of them ones in the neighborhood will do when riled up. Like the story said, the old church had a bad name, and I guess Sheely could have given you many's the story." "Sheely," interjected Fisk. "Bert Sheely, it was his beat, you know, not mine. He was ill of pneumonia at the time, and I substituted for 2 weeks. Then, when he died." Fisk shook his head. Another possible source of information gone. Blake dead, Lovecraft dead, Father Merluzzo dead, and now Sheely. Reporters scattered, and Dr. Dexter mysteriously missing. He sighed and persevered. "That last night, when you saw the blur," he asked, "can you add anything by way of details? Were there any noises? Did anyone in the crowd say anything? Try to remember. Whatever you can add may be of great help to me." Monahan shook his head. "There were noises aplenty," he said. "But what with the thunder and all, I couldn't rightly make out if anything came from inside the church, like the story has it. And as for the crowd, with the women wailing and the men muttering, all mixed up with thunderclaps and wind, it was as much as I could do to hear myself yelling to keep in place, let alone make out what was being said." "And the blur?" Fisk persisted. "It was a blur, and that's all. Smoke, or a cloud, or just a shadow before the lightning struck again. But I'll not be saying I saw any devils, or monsters, or watch McCallets as Mr. Lovecraft would write about in those wild tales of his." Sergeant Monahan shrugged self-righteously and picked up the desk phone to answer a call. The interview was obviously at an end. And so, for the nonce, was Fisk's quest. He didn't abandon hope, however. For a day he sat by his own hotel phone and called up every Dexter listed in the book in an effort to locate a relative of the missing doctor, but to no avail. Another day was spent in a small boat on Narragansett Bay, as Fisk assiduously and painstakingly familiarized himself with the location of the deepest channel alluded to in Lovecraft's story. But at the end of a futile week in Providence, Fisk had to confess himself beaten. He returned to Chicago, his work, and his normal pursuits. Gradually the affair dropped out of the foreground of his consciousness, but he by no means forgot it completely or gave up the notion of eventually unraveling the mystery, if mystery there was. In 1941, during a 3-day furlough from basic training, Private First Class Edmund Fisk passed through Providence on his way to New York City and again attempted to locate Dr. Ambrose Dexter, without success. During 1942 and 1943, Sergeant Edmund Fisk wrote, from his station overseas, to Dr. Ambrose Dexter, care of General Delivery, Providence, Rhode Island. His letters were never acknowledged, if indeed they were received. In 1945, in a USO library lounge in Honolulu, Fisk read a report in, of all things, a journal on astrophysics which mentioned a recent gathering at Princeton University, at which the guest speaker, Dr. Ambrose Dexter, had delivered an address on practical applications in military technology. Fisk did not return to the States until the end of 1946. Domestic affairs, naturally, were the subject of his paramount consideration during the following year. It wasn't until 1948 that he accidentally came upon Dr. Dexter's name again, this time in a listing of investigators in the field of nuclear physics in a national weekly news magazine. He wrote the editors for further information, but received no reply. And another letter, dispatched to Providence, remained unanswered. But in 1949, late in autumn, Dexter's name again came to his attention through the news columns, this time in relation to a discussion of work on the secret H-bomb. Whatever he guessed, whatever he feared, whatever he wildly imagined, Fisk was impelled to action. It was then that he wrote to a certain Ogden Purvis, a private investigator in the city of Providence, and commissioned him to locate Dr. Ambrose Dexter. All that he required was that he be placed in communication with Dexter, and he paid a substantial retainer fee. Purvis took the case. The private detectives sent several reports to Fisk in Chicago, and they were, at first, disheartening. The Dexter residence was still untenanted. Dexter himself, according to the information elicited from governmental sources, was on a special mission. The private investigator seemed to assume from this that he was a person above reproach, engaged in confidential defense work. Fisk's own reaction was panic. He raised his offer of a fee and insisted that Ogden Purvis continue his efforts to find the elusive doctor. Winter of 1950 came, and with it, another report. The private investigator had tracked down every lead Fisk suggested, and one of them led, eventually, to Tom Jonas. Tom Jonas was the owner of the small boat which had been chartered by Dr. Dexter one evening in the late summer of 1935, the small boat which had been rowed to the deepest channel of Narragansett Bay. Tom Jonas had rested his oars as Dexter threw overboard the dully gleaming, asymmetrical metal box with the hinged lid open to disclose the shining trapezohedron. The old fisherman had spoken freely to the private detective. His words were reported in detail to Fisk via confidential report. Mighty peculiar was Jonas' own reaction to the incident. Dexter had offered him 20 smackers to take to boat out in the middle o' midnight and heave this funny-looking contraption overboard. Said there was no harm in it, said it was just an old keepsake he wanted to get rid of. But all the way out he kept staring at the sort of jewel thing set in some iron bands inside the box, and mumbling in some foreign language, I guess. No, 'tweren't French or German or Italian talk either. Polish, meb. I don't remember any words either. But he acted sort of drunk. Not that I'd say anything against Dr. Dexter, understand, comes of a fine old family, even if he ain't been around these parts since, to my knowing. But I figured he was a bit under the influence, you might say. Else why would he pay me 20 smackers to do a crazy stunt like that? There was more to the verbatim transcript of the old fisherman's monologue, but it did not explain anything. He sure seemed glad to get rid of it, as I recollect. On the way back he told me to keep mum about it, but I can't see no harm in telling at this late date. I wouldn't hold anything back from the law. Evidently the private investigator had made use of a rather unethical stratagem, posing as an actual detective in order to get Jonas to talk. This did not bother Fisk in Chicago. It was enough to get his grasp on something tangible at last, enough to make him send Purvis another payment, with instructions to keep up the search for Ambrose Dexter. Several months passed in waiting. Then, in late spring, came the news Fisk had waited for. Dr. Dexter was back. He had returned to his house on Benefit Street. The boards had been removed, furniture vans appeared to discharge their contents, and a manservant appeared to answer the door, and to take telephone messages. Dr. Dexter was not at home to the investigator or to anyone. He was, it appeared, recuperating from a severe illness contracted while in government service. He took a card from Purvis and promised to deliver a message, but repeated calls brought no indication of a reply. Nor did Purvis, who conscientiously cased the house and neighborhood, ever succeed in laying eyes upon the doctor himself, or in finding anyone who claimed to have seen the convalescent physician on the street. Groceries were delivered regularly. Mail appeared in the box. Lights glowed in the Benefit Street house nightly until all hours. As a matter of fact, this was the only concrete statement Purvis could make regarding any possible irregularity in Dr. Dexter's mode of life. He seemed to keep electricity burning 24 hours a day. Fisk promptly dispatched another letter to Dr. Dexter, and then another. Still no acknowledgment or reply was forthcoming. And after several more unenlightening reports from Purvis, Fisk made up his mind. He would go to Providence and see Dexter somehow, come what may. He might be completely wrong in his suspicions. He might be completely wrong in his assumption that Dr. Dexter could clear the name of his dead friend. He might be completely wrong in even surmising any connection between the two, but for 15 years he had brooded and wondered, and it was time to put an end to his own inner conflict. Accordingly, late that summer, Fisk wired Purvis of his intentions and instructed him to meet him at the hotel upon his arrival. Thus it was that Edmund Fisk came to Providence for the last time, on the day that the Giants lost, on the day that the Langer brothers lost their 2 Black Panthers, on the day that cab driver William Hurley was in a garrulous mood. Purvis was not at the hotel to meet him, but such was Fisk's own frenzy of impatience that he decided to act without him and drove, as we have seen, to Benefit Street in the early evening. As the cab departed, Fisk stared up at the paneled doorway, stared at the lights blazing from the upper windows of the Georgian structure. A brass nameplate gleamed on the door itself, and the light from the windows played upon the legend, Ambrose Dexter, M.D. Slight as it was, this seemed a reassuring touch to Edmund Fisk. The doctor was not concealing his presence in the house from the world, however much he might conceal his actual person. Surely the blazing lights and the appearance of the nameplate augured well. Fisk shrugged, rang the bell. The door opened quickly. A small, dark-skinned man with a slight stoop appeared and made a question of the word yes. Dr. Dexter, please. The doctor is not into callers. He is ill. Would you take a message, please? Certainly. The dark-skinned servant smiled. Tell him that Edmund Fisk of Chicago wishes to see him at his convenience for a few moments. I have come all the way from the Middle West for this purpose, and what I have to speak to him about would take only a moment or 2 of his time. Wait, please. The door closed. Fisk stood in the gathering darkness and transferred his briefcase from one hand to the other. Abruptly, the door opened again. The servant peered out at him. Mr. Fisk, are you the gentleman who wrote the letters? Letters? Oh, yes, I am. I did not know the doctor ever received them. The servant nodded. I could not say. But Dr. Dexter said that if you were the man who had written him, you were to come right in. Fisk permitted himself an audible sigh of relief as he stepped over the threshold. It had taken 15 years to come this far, and now. Just go upstairs, if you please. You will find Dr. Dexter waiting in the study, right at the head of the hall. Edmund Fisk climbed the stairs, turned at the top to a doorway, and entered a room in which the light was an almost palpable presence, so intense was its glare. And there, rising from a chair beside the fireplace, was Dr. Ambrose Dexter. Fisk found himself facing a tall, thin, immaculately dressed man who may have been 50 but who scarcely looked 35, a man whose wholly natural grace and elegance of movement concealed the sole incongruity of his aspect, a very deep suntan. So you are Edmund Fisk. The voice was soft, well modulated, and unmistakably New England, and the accompanying handclasp warm and firm. Dr. Dexter's smile was natural and friendly. White teeth gleamed against the brown background of his features. "Won't you sit down?" invited the doctor. He indicated a chair and bowed slightly. Fisk couldn't help but stare. There was certainly no indication of any present or recent illness in his host's demeanor or behavior. As Dr. Dexter resumed his own seat near the fire and Fisk moved around the chair to join him, he noted the bookshelves on either side of the room. The size and shape of several volumes immediately engaged his rapt attention, much that he hesitated before taking a seat, and instead inspected the titles of the tomes. For the first time in his life, Edmund Fisk found himself confronting the half-legendary De Vermis Mysteriis, the Liber Ivonis, and the almost mythical Latin version of the Necronomicon. Without seeking his host's permission, he lifted the bulk of the latter volume from the shelf and riffled through the yellowed pages of the Spanish translation of 1622. Then he turned to Dr. Dexter, and all traces of his carefully contrived composure dropped away. "Then it must have been you who found these books in the church," he said. "In the rear vestry room beside the apse. Lovecraft mentioned them in his story, and I've always wondered what became of them." Dr. Dexter nodded gravely. "Yes, I took them. I did not think it wise for such books to fall into the hands of authorities. You know what they contain, and what might happen if such knowledge were wrongfully employed." Fisk reluctantly replaced the great book on the shelf and took a chair facing the doctor before the fire. He held his briefcase on his lap and fumbled uneasily with the clasp. "Don't be uneasy," said Dr. Dexter, with a kindly smile. "Let us proceed without fencing. You are here to discover what part one played in the affair of your friend's death." "Yes, there are some questions I wanted to ask." "Please." The doctor raised a slim brown hand. "I am not in the best of health and can give you only a few minutes. Allow me to anticipate your queries and tell you what little I know." "As you wish." Fisk stared at the bronze man, wondering what lay behind the perfection of his poise. "I met your friend Robert Harrison Blake only once," said Dr. Dexter. "It was on an evening during the latter part of July, 1935. He called upon me here, as a patient." Fisk leaned forward eagerly. "I never knew that," he exclaimed. "There was no reason for anyone to know it," the doctor answered. "He was merely a patient. He claimed to be suffering from insomnia. I examined him, prescribed a sedative, and acting on the merest surmise, asked if he had recently been subjected to any unusual strain or trauma. It was then that he told me the story of his visit to the church on Federal Hill, and of what he had found there. I must say that I had the acumen not to dismiss his tale as the product of a hysterical imagination. As a member of one of the older families here, I was already acquainted with the legends surrounding the Starry Wisdom sect and the so-called Haunter of the Dark. Young Blake confessed to me certain of his fears concerning the shining trapezohedron, intimating that it was the focal point of primal evil. He further admitted his own dread of being somehow linked to the monstrosity in the church. Naturally, I was not prepared to accept this last premise as a rational one. I attempted to reassure the young man, advised him to leave Providence and forget it. And at the time I acted in all good faith. And then, in August, came news of Blake's death. So you went to the church, Fisk said. Wouldn't you have done the same thing? Parried Dr. Dexter. If Blake had come to you with this story, told you of what he feared, wouldn't his death have moved you to action? I assure you, I did what I thought best. Rather than provoke a scandal, rather than expose the general public to needless fears, rather than permit the possibility of danger to exist, I went to the church. I took the books. I took the shining trapezohedron from under the noses of the authorities. And I chartered a boat and dumped the accursed thing in Narragansett Bay, where it could no longer possibly harm mankind. The lid was up when I dropped it, for as you know, only darkness can summon the haunter, and now the stone is eternally exposed to light. But that is all I can tell you. I regret that my work in recent years has prevented me from seeing or communicating with you before this. I appreciate your interest in the affair and trust my remarks will help to clarify, in a small way, your bewilderment. As to young Blake, in my capacity as examining physician, I will gladly give you a written testimony to my belief in his sanity at the time of his death. I'll have it drawn up tomorrow and send it to your hotel if you give me the address. Fair enough. The doctor rose, signifying that the interview was over. Fisk remained seated, shifting his briefcase. Now if you will excuse me, the physician murmured. In a moment. There are still one or two brief questions I'd appreciate your answering. Certainly. If Dr. Dexter was irritated, he gave no sign. Did you by any chance see Lovecraft before or during his last illness? No. I was not his physician. In fact, I never met the man, though of course I knew of him and his work. What caused you to leave Providence so abruptly after the Blake affair? My interests in physics superseded my interest in medicine. As you may or may not know, during the past decade or more, I have been working on problems relative to atomic energy and nuclear fission. In fact, starting tomorrow, I am leaving Providence once more to deliver a course of lectures before the faculties of Eastern universities and certain governmental groups. That is very interesting to me, Doctor, said Fisk. By the way, did you ever meet Einstein? As a matter of fact, I did, some years ago. I worked with him on, but no matter. I must beg you to excuse me, now. At another time, perhaps, we can discuss such things. His impatience was unmistakable now. Fisk rose, lifting his briefcase in one hand and reaching out to extinguish a table lamp with the other. Dr. Dexter crossed swiftly and lighted the lamp again. Why are you afraid of the dark, Doctor? Asked Fisk softly. I am not AF. For the first time the physician seemed on the verge of losing his composure. What makes you think that? He whispered. It's the shining trapezohedron, isn't it? Fisk continued. When you threw it into the bay you acted too hastily. You didn't remember at the time that even if you left the lid open, the stone would be surrounded by darkness there at the bottom of the channel. Perhaps the haunter didn't want you to remember. You looked into the stone just as Blake did, and established the same psychic linkage. And when you threw the thing away, you gave it into perpetual darkness, where the haunter's power would feed and grow. That's why you left Providence, because you were afraid the haunter would come to you, just as it came to Blake. And because you knew that now the thing would remain abroad forever. Dr. Dexter moved towards the door. I must definitely ask that you leave now, he said. If you're implying that I keep the lights on because I'm afraid of the haunter coming after me, the way it did Blake, then you're mistaken. Fisk smiled wryly. That's not it at all, he answered. I know you don't fear that. Because it's too late. The haunter must have come to you long before this, perhaps within a day or so after you gave it power by consigning the trapezohedron to the darkness of the bay. It came to you, but unlike the case of Blake, it did not kill you. It used you. That's why you fear the dark. You fear it as the haunter itself fears being discovered. I believe that in the darkness you look different. More like the old shape. Because when the haunter came to you, it did not kill but instead merged. You are the haunter of the dark. Mr. Fisk, really? There is no Dr. Dexter. There hasn't been any such person for many years, now. There's only the outer shell, possessed by an entity older than the world, an entity that is moving quickly and cunningly to bring destruction to all mankind. It was you who turned scientist and insinuated yourself into the proper circles, hinting and prompting and assisting foolish men into their sudden discovery of nuclear fission. When the first atomic bomb fell, how you must have laughed. And now you've given them the secret of the hydrogen bomb, and you're going to teach them more, show them new ways to bring about their own destruction. It took me years of brooding to discover the clues, the keys to the so-called wild myths that Lovecraft wrote about. For he wrote in parable and allegory, but he wrote the truth. He has set it down in black and white time and again, the prophecy of your coming to Earth. Blake knew it at the last when he identified the haunter by its rightful name. And that is, snapped the doctor, Nyarlathotep. The brown face creased into a grimace of laughter. I'm afraid you're a victim of the same fantasy projections as poor Blake and your friend Lovecraft. Everyone knows that Nyarlathotep is pure invention, part of the Lovecraft mythos. I thought so, until I found the clue in his poem. That's when it all fitted in, the haunter of the dark, your fleeing, and your sudden interest in scientific research. Lovecraft's words took on a new meaning, and at last from inner Egypt came the strange dark one to whom the fellows bowed. Fisk chanted the lines, staring at the dark face of the physician. Nonsense, if you must know, this dermatological disturbance of mine is a result of exposure to radiation at Los Alamos. Fisk did not heed. He was continuing Lovecraft's poem. That wild beast followed him and licked his hands. Soon from the sea a noxious birth began, forgotten lands with weedy spires of gold. The ground was cleft, and mad auroras rolled down on the quaking cities of man. Then crushing what he chanced to mold and play, the idiot chaos blew Earth's dust away. Dr. Dexter shook his head. Ridiculous on the face of it, he asserted. Surely, even in your upset condition, you can understand that, man. The poem has no literal meaning. Do wild beasts lick my hands? Is something rising from the sea? Are there earthquakes and auroras? Nonsense. You're suffering from a bad case of what we call atomic jitters, I can see it now. You're preoccupied, as so many laymen are today, with the foolish obsession that somehow our work in nuclear fission will result in the destruction of the Earth. All this rationalization is a product of your imaginings. Fisk held his briefcase tightly. I told you it was a parable, this prophecy of Lovecraft's. God knows what he knew or feared. Whatever it was enough to make him cloak his meaning. And even then, perhaps, they got to him because he knew too much. They from outside, the ones you serve. You are their messenger, Nyarlathotep. You came, in linkage with the shining trapezohedron, out of inner Egypt, as the poem says. And the fellas, the common workers of Providence who became converted to the Starry Wisdom sect, bowed before the strange dark one they worshipped as the haunter. The trapezohedron was thrown into the bay, and soon from the sea came this noxious birth, your birth, or incarnation in the body of Dr. Dexter. And you taught men new methods of destruction with atomic bombs in which the ground was cleft and mad auroras rolled down on the quaking cities of man. Oh, Lovecraft knew what he was writing, and Blake recognized you too. And they both died. I suppose you'll try to kill me now, so you can go on. You'll lecture, and stand at the elbows of the laboratory men urging them on, and giving them new suggestions to result in greater destruction. And finally you'll blow Earth's dust away. Please. Dr. Dexter held out both hands. Control yourself, let me get you something. Can't you realize this whole thing is absurd? Fisk moved towards him, hands fumbling at the clasp of the briefcase. The flap opened, and Fisk reached inside, then withdrew his hand. He held a revolver now, and he pointed it quite steadily at Dr. Dexter's breast. "Of course it's absurd," Fisk muttered. "No one ever believed in the Starry Wisdom sect except a few fanatics and some ignorant foreigners. No one ever took Blake's stories or Lovecraft's, or mine for that matter, as anything but a rather morbid form of amusement. By the same token, no one will ever believe there is anything wrong with you, or with so-called scientific investigation of atomic energy, or the other horrors you plan to loose on the world to bring about its doom. And that's why I'm going to kill you now. Put down that gun." Fisk began suddenly to tremble. His whole body shook in a spectacular spasm. Dexter noted it and moved forward. The younger man's eyes were bulging and the physician inched towards him. "Stand back," Fisk warned. The words were distorted by the convulsive shuddering of his jaws. "That's all I needed to know. Since you are in a human body, you can be destroyed by ordinary weapons. And so I destroy you, Nyarlathotep." His finger moved. So did Dr. Dexter's. His hand went swiftly behind him, to the wall master light switch. A click and the room was plunged into utter darkness. Not utter darkness, for there was a glow. The face and hands of Dr. Ambrose Dexter glowed with a phosphorescent fire in the dark. There are presumable forms of radium poisoning which can cause such an effect, and no doubt Dr. Dexter would have so explained the phenomenon to Edmund Fisk, had he the opportunity. But there was no opportunity. Edmund Fisk heard the click, saw the fantastic flaming features, and pitched forward to the floor. Dr. Dexter quietly switched on the lights, went over to the younger man's side and knelt for a long moment. He sought a pulse in vain. Edmund Fisk was dead. The doctor sighed, rose, and left the room. In the hall downstairs he summoned his servant. "There has been a regrettable accident," he said. "That young visitor of mine, a hysteric, suffered a heart attack. You had better call the police, immediately. And then continue with the packing. We must leave tomorrow, for the lecture tour." "But the police may detain you." Dr. Dexter shook his head. "I think not. It's a clear-cut case. In any event, I can easily explain. When they arrive, notify me. I shall be in the garden." The doctor proceeded down the hall to the rear exit and emerged upon the moonlit splendor of the garden behind the house on Benefit Street. The radiant vista was walled off from the world, utterly deserted. The dark man stood in moonlight, and its glow mingled with his own aura. At this moment 2 silken shadows leaped over the wall. They crouched in the coolness of the garden, then slithered forwards towards Dr. Dexter. They made panting sounds. In the moonlight, he recognized the shapes of 2 black panthers. Immobile, he waited as they advanced, padding purposefully towards him. Eyes aglow, jaws slavering and agape. Dr. Dexter turned away. His face was turned in mockery to the moon as the beasts fawned before him and licked his hands. Notebook found in a deserted house. This effective story has the distinction of being the first piece of Cthulhu mythos fiction that young Ramsey Campbell stumbled upon, before he'd even run across the name Lovecraft. It was the direct inspiration for one of his earliest efforts, The Hollow in the Woods, published in Crypt of Cthulhu No. 50. Notebook found in a deserted house gains much of its effect from the device shared with Arthur Machen's The White People. We are at a certain remove from the action, since we view it from the perspective of a child narrator. We know better than the narrator because we lack his/her innocence. This narrative technique allows an ominous irony to emerge through stylistic restraint. Oh, and the misspellings in the story are naturally Willie's, therefore, and not Bloch's. In this story, Bloch is actually pursuing some themes, e.g. the connection between the Druids and the tree-like Shoggoths he had used in an earlier tale, The Druidic Doom Weird Tales, April 1936. Kurt Singer, edition Bloch and Bradbury, Tower Books, 1969. Notebook found in a deserted house. By Robert Bloch. First off, I want to write that I never did anything wrong. Not to nobody. They got no call to shut me up here, whoever they are. They got no reason to do what I'm afraid they're going to do either. I think they're coming pretty soon, because they've been gone outside a long time. Digging, I guess, in that old well? Looking for a gate, I heard. Not a regular gate, of course, but something else. Got a notion what they mean, and I'm scared. I'd look out the windows, but of course they are boarded up so I can't see. But I turned on the lamp, and I found this here notebook, so I want to put it all down. Then if I get a chance, maybe I can send it to somebody who can help me. Or maybe somebody will find it. Anyway, it's better to write it out as best I can instead of just sitting here and waiting. Waiting for them to come and get me. I'd better start by telling my name, which is Willie Osborne, and that I am 12 years old last July. I don't know where I was born. First thing I can remember is living out Woodsford way, out in what folks call the back hill country. It's real lonesome out there, with deep woods all around and lots of mountains and hills that nobody ever climbs. Grandma used to tell me about it when I was just a little shaver. That's who I lived with, just Grandma on account of my real folks being dead. Grandma was the one who taught me how to read and write. I never been to a regular school. Grandma knew all kinds of things about the hills and the woods, and she told me some mighty queer stories. That's what I thought they was, anyway, when I was little and living all alone with her. Just stories, like the ones in books. Like stories about them ones hiding in the swamps, that was here before the settlers and the Indians both, and how there was circles in swamps and big stones called altars where them ones used to make sacrifices to what they worshipped. Grandma got some of the stories from her grandma, she said, about how them ones hid in the woods and swamps because they couldn't stand sunshine, and how the Indians kept out of their way. She said sometimes the Indians would leave some of their young people tied to trees in the forest as a sacrifice, so as to keep them contented and peaceful. Indians knew all about them, and they tried to keep white folks from noticing too much or settling too close to the hills. Them ones didn't cause much trouble, but they might if they was crowded. So the Indians gave excuses for not settling, saying there weren't enough hunting and no trails and it was too far off from the coast. Grandma told me that was why not many places was settled even today. Nothing but a few farmhouses here and there. She told me them ones was still alive, and sometimes on certain nights in the spring and fall you could see lights and hear noises far off on the tops of the hills. Grandma said I had an Aunt Lucy and an Uncle Fred who lived out there right smack in the middle of the hills. Said my pa used to visit them before he got married, and once he heard them beating on a tree drum one night along about Halloween time. That was before he met Ma and they got married, and she died when I come and he went away. I heard all kinds of stories. About witches and devils and Batmen that sucked your blood and haunts. About Salem and Arkham because I never been to a city and I wanted to hear tell how they were. About a place called Innsmouth with old rotten houses where people hid awful things away in the cellars and the attics. She told me about the way graves was dug deep under Arkham. Made it sound like the whole country was full of haunts. She used to scare me, telling about how some of these things looked and all, but she never would tell me how them ones looked no matter how much I asked. Said she didn't want me to have any truck with such things. Bad enough she and her kin knew as much as they did, almost too much for decent God-fearing people. It was lucky for me I didn't have to bother with such ideas, like my own ancestor on my father's side, Mehitabel Osborne, who got hanged for a witch back in the Salem days. So they was just stories to me until last year when Grandma died and Judge Krubenthorpe put me on the train and I went out to live with Aunt Lucy and Uncle Fred in the very same hills that Grandma used to tell about so often. You can bet I was pretty excited, and the conductor let me ride with him all the way and told me about the towns and everything. Uncle Fred met me at the station. He was a tall, thin man with a long beard. We drove off in a buggy from the little depot, no houses around there or nothing, right into the woods. Funny thing about those woods. They was so still and quiet. Gave me the creeps, they was so dark and lonesome. Seemed like nobody had ever shouted and laughed, or even smiled in them. Couldn't imagine anyone saying anything there except in whispers. Trees and all was so old, too. No animals around or birds. Path kind of overgrown, like nobody used it much ever. Uncle Fred drove along right fast. He didn't hardly talk to me at all, but just made that old horse hump it. Pretty soon we struck into some hills. They was awfully high ones. There was woods on them, too, and sometimes a brook come running down, but I didn't see no houses, and it was always dark like at twilight, wherever you looked. Lastly we got to the farmhouse, a little place, old frame house and barn in a clear space with trees all around, kind of gloomy like. Aunt Lucy come out to meet us. She was a nice sort of middle-aged lady who hugged me and took my stuff in back. But all this don't hold with what I'm supposed to write down here. It don't matter that all this last year I was living in the house here with them, eating off the stuff Uncle Fred farmed without ever going into town. No other farms around here for almost 4 miles and no school, so evenings Aunt Lucy would help me with my reading. I never played much. At first I was scared of going into the woods on account of what Grandma had told me. Besides, I could tell as Aunt Lucy and Uncle Fred were scared of something from the way they locked the doors at night and never went into the woods after dark, even in summer. But after a while, I got used to the idea of living in the woods and they didn't seem so scary. I did chores for Uncle Fred, of course, but sometimes in afternoons when he was busy, I'd go off by myself. Particular by the time it was fall. And that's how I heard one of the things. It was early October. I was in the glen right by the big boulder. Then the noise started. I got behind that rock fast. You see, like I say, there isn't any animals in the woods. Nor people. Except perhaps old Cap Pritchett, the mailman who only comes through on Thursday afternoons. So when I heard a sound that wasn't Uncle Fred or Aunt Lucy calling to me, I knew I'd better hide. About that sound. It was far away at first, kind of a dropping noise. Sounded like the blood falling in little spurts on the bottom of the bucket when Uncle Fred hung up a butchered hog. I looked around, but I couldn't make out nothing, and I couldn't figure out the direction the noise was from either. The noise sort of stopped for a minute, and there was only twilight and trees still as death. Then the noise started again, nearer and louder. Sounded like a lot of people running or walking all at once, moving this way. Twigs busting under feet and scrabbling in the bushes all mixed up in the noise. I scrunched down behind that boulder and kept real quiet. I can tell that whatever makes the noise, it's real close now, right in the glen. I want to look up but dasn't because the sound is so loud and mean. And also there is an awful smell like something that was dead and buried being uncovered again in the sun. All at once the noise stops again and I can tell that whatever makes it is real close by. For a minute the woods are creepy still. Then comes the sound. It's a voice and it's not a voice. That is, it doesn't sound like a voice but more like a buzzing or croaking, deep and droning. But it has to be a voice because it is saying words. Not words I could understand, but words. Words that made me keep my head down, half afraid I might be seen and half afraid I might see something. I stayed there sweating and shaking. The smell was making me pretty sick, but that awful, deep droning voice was worse. Saying over and over something like "E who shub niggeratich and ga ryla neb shagath." I can't hope to spell it out the way it sounded, but I heard it enough times to remember. I was still listening when the smell got awful thick and I guess I must have fainted because when I woke up the voice was gone, and it was getting dark. I ran all the way home that night, but not before I saw where the thing had stood when it talked, and it was a thing. No human being can leave tracks in the mud like goats' hoofs all green with slime that smell awful, not 4 or 8, but a couple hundred. I didn't tell Aunt Lucy or Uncle Fred. But that night when I went to bed I had terrible dreams. I thought I was back in the glen, only this time I could see the thing. It was real tall and all inky black, without any particular shape except a lot of black ropes with ends like hoofs on it. I mean, it had a shape but it kept changing, all bulgy and squirming into different sizes. There was a lot of mouths all over the thing like puckered up leaves on branches. That's as close as I can come. The mouths was like leaves and the whole thing was like a tree in the wind, a black tree with lots of branches trailing the ground, and a whole lot of roots ending in hoofs. And that green slime dribbling out of the mouths and down the legs was like sap. Next day I remembered to look in a book Aunt Lucy had downstairs. It was called A Mythology. This book told about some people who lived over in England and France in the old days and was called Druids. They worshipped trees and thought they was alive. Maybe this thing was like what they worshipped, called a nature spirit. But these Druids lived across the ocean, so how could it be? I did a lot of thinking about it the next couple of days, and you can bet I didn't go out to play in those woods again. At last I figured it out something like this. Maybe those Druids got chased out of the forests over in England and France, and some of them was smart enough to build boats, and come across the ocean like old Leif Erikson is supposed to have. Then they could maybe settle in the woods back here and frighten away the Indians with their magic spells. They would know how to hide themselves away in the swamps and go right on with their heathen worshipping and call up these spirits out of the ground, or wherever they come from. Indians used to believe that white gods come from out of the sea a long time ago. What if that was just another way of telling how the Druids got here? Some real civilized Indians down in Mexico or South America, Aztecs or Incas, I guess, said a white god come over in a boat and taught them all kinds of magic. Couldn't he have been a Druid? That would explain Grandma's stories about them ones, too. Those Druids hiding in the swamps would be the ones who did the drumming and pounding and lit the fires on the hills. And they would be calling up them ones, the tree spirits, or whatever, out of the earth. Then they would make sacrifices. Those Druids always made sacrifices with blood, just like the old witches. And didn't Grandma tell about people who lived too near the hills disappearing and never being found again? We lived in a spot just exactly like that. And it was getting close to Halloween. That was the big time, Grandma always said. I began to wonder how soon now. Got so scared I didn't go out of the house. Aunt Lucy made me take a tonic, said I looked peaked. Guess I did. All I know is one afternoon when I heard a buggy coming through the woods I ran and hid under the bed. But it was only Cap Pritchett with the mail. Uncle Fred got it, and come in all excited with a letter. Cousin Osborne was coming to stay with us. He was kin to Aunt Lucy, and he had a vacation, and he wanted to stay a week. He'd get here on the same train I did, the only train they was passing through these parts, on noon, October 25th. For the next few days we was all so excited that I forgot all my crazy notions for a spell. Uncle Fred fixed up the back room for Cousin Osborne to sleep in, and I helped him with the carpenter parts of the job. Days got shorter right along, and the nights was all cold with big winds. It was pretty brisk the morning of the 25th, and Uncle Fred bundled up warm to drive through the woods. He meant to fetch Cousin Osborne at noon, and it was 7 miles to the station. He wouldn't take me, and I didn't beg. Them woods was too full of creaking and rustling sounds from the wind, sounds that might be something else, too. Well, he left, and Aunt Lucy and I stayed in the house. She was putting up preserves now, plums, for over the winter season. I washed out jars from the well. Seems like I should have told about them having 2 wells. A new one with a big shiny pump close to the house. Then an old stone one out by the barn, with the pump gone. It never had been any good, Uncle Fred said. It was there when they bought the place. Water was all slimy. Something funny about it, because even without a pump, sometimes it seemed to back up. Uncle Fred couldn't figure it out, but some mornings water would be running out over the sides, green, slimy water that smelled terrible. We kept away from it, and I was by the new well, till along about noon when it started to cloud up. Aunt Lucy fixed lunch, and it started to rain hard with thunder rolling in off the big hills in the west. Seemed to me Uncle Fred and Cousin Osborne was going to have troubles getting home in the storm, but Aunt Lucy didn't fret about it, just made me help her put up the stock. Come 5 o'clock, getting dark, and still no Uncle Fred. Then we began to worry. Maybe the train was late, or something happened to the horse or buggy. 6 o'clock and still no Uncle Fred. The rain stopped, but you could still hear the thunder sort of growling off in the hills, and the wet branches kept dripping down in the woods, making a sound like women laughing. Maybe the road was too bad for them to get through. Buggy might bog down in the mud. Perhaps they decided to stay in the depot overnight. 7 o'clock and it was pitch dark outside. No rain sounds anymore. And Lucy was awful worried. She said for us to go out and post a lantern on the fence rail by the road. We went down the path to the fence. It was dark and the wind had died down. Everything was still, like in the deep part of the woods. I felt kind of scared just walking down the path with Aunt Lucy, like something was out there in the quiet dark, someplace, waiting to grab me. We lit a lantern and stood there looking down the dark road and, "What's that?" said Aunt Lucy, real sharp. I listened and heard a drumming sound far away. "Horse and buggy," I said. Aunt Lucy perked up. "You're right," she says all at once. "And it is, because we see it. The horse is running fast and the buggy lurches behind it, crazy-like. It don't even take a second look to see something has happened, because the buggy don't stop by the gate but keep going up the barn with Aunt Lucy and me running through the mud after the horse. The horse is all full of lather and foam, and when it stops it can't stand still. Aunt Lucy and I wait for Uncle Fred and Cousin Osborne to step out, but nothing happens. We look inside. There isn't anybody in the buggy at all. Aunt Lucy says, "Oh," in a real loud voice and then faints. I had to carry her back to the house and get her into bed. I waited almost all night by the window, but Uncle Fred and Cousin Osborne never showed up. Never. The next few days was awful. There was nothing in the buggy for a clue like to what happened, and Aunt Lucy wouldn't let me go along the road or into town, or even to the station through the woods. The next morning the horse was dead in the barn, and of course we would have had to walk to the depot or all those miles to Warren's farm. Aunt Lucy was scared to go and scared to stay, and she allowed us how when Cap Pritchett comes by we had best go with him over to town and make a report, and then stay there until we found out what happened. Me, I had my own ideas what happened. Halloween was only a few days away now, and maybe them ones had snatched Uncle Fred and Cousin Osborne for sacrifice. Them ones or the Druids. The mythology book said Druids could even raise storms if they wanted to with their spells. No sense talking to Aunt Lucy, though. She was like out of her head with worry, anyway, just rocking back and forth and mumbling over and over, "They're gone," and Fred always warned me, and no use, no use. I had to get the meals and tend to stock myself. And nights it was hard to sleep, because I kept listening for drums. I never heard any though, but still it was better than sleeping and having those dreams. Dreams about the black thing like a tree, walking through the woods and sort of rooting itself to one particular spot so it could pray with all those mouths, pray down to that old god in the ground below. I don't know where I got the idea that was how it prayed, by sort of attaching its mouths to the ground. Maybe it was on account of seeing the green slime. Or had I really seen it? I'd never gone back to look. Maybe it was all in my head, the Druid story and about them ones and the voice that said Shoggoth and all the rest. But then, where was Cousin Osborne and Uncle Fred? And what scared the horse so it up and died the next day? Thoughts kept going round and round in my head, chasing each other, but all I knew was we'd be out of here by Halloween night. Because Halloween was on a Thursday, and Cap Pritchett would come and we could ride to town with him. Night before I made Aunt Lucy pack and we got all ready, and then I settled down to sleep. There was no noises, and for the first time I felt a little better. Only the dreams came again. I dreamed a bunch of men come in the night, and crawled through the parlor bedroom window where Aunt Lucy slept, and got her. They tied her up and took her away, all quiet, in the dark, because they had cat eyes and didn't need light to see. The dream scared me, so I woke up while it was just breaking into dawn. I went down the hall to Aunt Lucy right away. She was gone. The window was wide open like in my dream, and some of the blankets was torn. Ground was hard outside the window and I didn't see footprints or anything. But she was gone. I guess I cried then. It's hard to remember what I did next. Didn't want breakfast. Went out hollering at Lucy and not expecting any answer. I walked to the barn and the door was open and the cows were gone. Saw 1 or 2 prints going out the yard and up the road, but I didn't think it was safe to follow them. Some time later I went over to the well and then I cried again because the water was all slimy green in the new one, just like the old. When I saw that I knew I was right, them ones must have come in the night, and they wasn't even trying to hide their doings anymore. Like they was sure of things. Tonight was Halloween. I had to get out of here. If them ones was watching and waiting, I couldn't depend on Cap Pritchett showing up this afternoon. I'd have to chance it down the road and I'd better start walking now, in the morning, while it was still light enough to make town. So I rummaged around and found a little money in Uncle Fred's drawer of the bureau and Cousin Osborne's letter with the address in Kingsport he wrote it from. That's where I'd have to go after I told folks in town what happened. I'd have some kin there. I wondered if they'd believe me in town when I told them about the way Uncle Fred had disappeared and Aunt Lucy, and about them stealing the cattle for a sacrifice and about the green slime in the well where something had stopped to drink. I wondered if they would know about the drums and the lights on the hills tonight, and if they was going to get up a party and come back this evening to try to catch them ones, and what they meant to call up rumbling out of the earth. I wondered if they knew what a shoggoth was. Well, whether they did or not, I couldn't stay and find out for myself. So I packed up my satchel and got ready to leave. Must have been around noon, and everything was still. I went to the door and stepped outside, not bothering to lock it behind me. Why should I with nobody around for miles? Then I heard the noise down the road. Footsteps. Somebody walking along the road, just around the bend. I stood for a minute, waiting to see, waiting to run. Then he come along. He was tall and thin, and looked something like Uncle Fred, only a lot younger and without a beard, and he was wearing a nice city kind of suit and a crush hat. He smiled when he saw me and come marching up like he knowed who I was. "Hello, Willie," he said. I didn't say nothing. I was so confused. "Don't you know me?" he said. "I'm Cousin Osborne." "Your cousin, Frank?" He held out his hand to shake. "But then I guess you wouldn't remember, would you? Last time I saw you, you were only a baby." "But I thought you were supposed to come last week," I said. "We expected you on the 25th. Didn't you get my telegram?" he asked. "I had business." I shook my head. "We never get nothing here unless the mail delivers it on Thursdays. Maybe it's at the station." Cousin Osborne grinned. "You are pretty well off the beaten track at that. Nobody at the station this noon. I was hoping Fred would come along with the buggy so I wouldn't have to walk, but no luck." "You walked all the way?" I asked. "That's right. And you come on the train?" Cousin Osborne nodded. "Then where's your suitcase?" "I left it at the depot," he told me. "Too far to fetch it along." I thought Fred would drive me back there in the buggy to pick it up. He noticed my luggage for the first time. But wait a minute, where are you going with a suitcase, son? Well, there was nothing else for me to do but tell him everything that happened. So I said for him to come into the house and sit down, and I'd explain. We went back in and he fixed some coffee and I made a couple sandwiches and we ate, and then I told him about Uncle Fred going to the depot and not coming back, and about the horse and then what happened to Aunt Lucy. I left out the part about me in the woods, of course, and I didn't even hint at them once. But I told him I was scared and figured on walking to town today before dark. Cousin Osborne, he listened to me, nodding and not saying much or interrupting. Now you can see why we got to go, right away, I said. Whatever come after them will be coming after us, and I don't want to spend another night here. Cousin Osborne stood up. You may be right, Willie, he said. But don't let your imagination run away with you, son. Try to separate fact from fancy. Your aunt and uncle have disappeared. That's fact. But this other nonsense about things in the woods coming after you, that's fancy. Reminds me of all that silly talk I heard back home, in Arkham. And for some reason there seems to be more of it around this time of year, at Halloween. Why, when I left. Excuse me, Cousin Osborne, I said. But don't you live in Kingsport? Why, to be sure, he told me. But I did live in Arkham once, and I know the people around here. It's no wonder you were so frightened in the woods and got to imagining things. As it is, I admire your bravery. For a 12-year-old, you've acted very sensibly. Then let's get walking, I said. Here it is almost 2 and we better get moving if we want to make town before sundown. Not just yet, son, Cousin Osborne said. I wouldn't feel right about leaving without looking around and seeing what we can discover about this mystery. After all, you must understand that we can't just march into town and tell the sheriff some wild nonsense about strange creatures in the woods making off with your aunt and uncle. Sensible folks just won't believe such things. They might think I was lying and laugh at me. Why, they might even think that you had something to do with your aunt and uncle's, well, leaving. Please, I said. We got to go right now. He shook his head. I didn't say anything more. I might have told him a lot, about what I dreamed and heard and saw and knew, but I figured it was no use. Besides, there was some things I didn't want to say to him now that I had talked to him. I was feeling scared again. First he said he was from Arkham, and then when I asked him he said he was from Kingsport, but it sounded like a lie to me. Then he said something about me being scared in the woods, and how could he know that? I never told him that part at all. If you want to know what I really thought, I thought maybe he wasn't really Cousin Osborne at all. And if he wasn't, then who was he? I stood up and walked back into the hall. Where you going, son? He asked. Outside. I'll come with you. Sure enough, he was watching me. He wasn't going to let me out of his sight. He came over and took my arm, real friendly, but I couldn't break loose. No, he hung on to me. He knew I meant to run for it. What could I do? All alone in the house in the woods with this man, with night coming on, Halloween night, and them ones out there waiting. We went outside and I noticed it was getting darker already, even in afternoon. Clouds had covered up the sun, and the wind was moving the trees so they stretched out their branches, like they was trying to hold me back. They made a rustling noise, just as if they were whispering things about me, and he sort of looked up at them and listened. Maybe he understood what they were saying. Maybe they were giving him orders. Then I almost laughed, because he was listening to something and now I heard it too. It was a drumming sound on the road. Cap Pritchett, I said. He's the mailman. Now we can ride to town with him in the buggy. Let me talk to him, he says. About your aunt and uncle. No sense in alarming him, and we don't want any scandal, do we? You just run along inside. But Cousin Osborne, I said. We got to tell the truth. Of course, son. But this is a matter for adults. Now run along. I'll call you. He was real polite about it and even smiled. But all the same he dragged me back up the porch and into the house and slammed the door. I stood there in the dark hall and I could hear Cap Pritchett slow down and call out to him, and him going up to the buggy and talking, and then all I heard was a lot of mumbling, real low. I peeked out through a crack in the door and saw them. Cap Pritchett was talking to him friendly, all right, and nothing was wrong. Except that in a minute or so, Cap Pritchett waved and then he grabbed the reins and the buggy started off again. Then I knew I'd have to do it, no matter what happened. I opened the door and ran out, suitcase and all, down the path and up the road after the buggy. Cousin Osborne he tried to grab me when I went by, but I ducked around him and yelled, "Wait for me, Cap, I'm coming, take me to town." Cap slowed down and stared back, real puzzled. "Willie," he says. "Why I though you was gone? He said you went away with Fred and Lucy." "Pay no attention," I said. "He didn't want me to go. Take me to town. I'll tell you what really happened." "Please, Cap, you gotta take me." "Sure I'll take you, Willie. Hop right up here." I hopped. Cousin Osborne came right up to the buggy. "Here, now," he said real sharp. "You can't leave like this." "I forbid it. You're in my custody." "Don't listen to him," I yelled. "Take me, Cap, please." "Very well," said Cousin Osborne. "If you insist on being unreasonable, we'll all go. I cannot permit you to leave alone." He smiled at Cap. "You can see the boy is unstrung," he said. "And I trust you will not be disturbed by his imaginings. Living out here like this, well, you understand, he's not quite himself. I'll explain everything on the way to town." He sort of shrugged at Cap and made signs of tapping his head. Then he smiled again and made to climb up next to us in the buggy seat. But Cap didn't smile back. "No, you don't," he said. "This boy Willie is a good boy. I know him. I don't know you. Looks as if you'd done enough explaining already, mister, when you said Willie had gone away." "But I merely wanted to avoid talk, you see. I'd been called in to doctor the boy. He's mentally unstable." "Stables be damned." Cap spit out some tobacco juice right at Cousin Osborne's feet. "We're going." Cousin Osborne stopped smiling. "Then I insist you take me with you," he said. And he tried to climb into the buggy. Cap reached into his jacket, and when he pulled his hand out again he had a big pistol in it. "Get down," he yelled. "Mister, you're talking to the United States mail, and you don't tell the government nothing, understand? Now get down before I mess your brains all over this road." Cousin Osborne scowled, but he got away from the buggy, fast. He looked at me and shrugged. "You're making a big mistake, Willie," he said. I didn't even look at him. Cap said gee up, and we went off down the road. The buggy wheels turned faster and faster, and soon the farmhouse was out of sight, and Cap put his pistol away, and patted me on the shoulder. "Stop that trembling, Willie," he said. "You're safe now. Nothing to worry about. Be in town in a little over an hour or so. Now you just sit back and tell old Cap all about it." So I told him. It took a long time. We kept going through the woods, and before I knew it, it was almost dark. The sun sneaked down and hid behind the hills. The dark began to creep out of the woods on each side of the road, and the trees started to rustle, whispering to the big shadows that followed us. The horse was clipping and clopping along, and pretty soon there were other noises from far away. Might have been thunder, and might have been something else. But it was getting night time for sure, and it was the night of Halloween. The road cut off through the hills now, and you could hardly see where the next turn would take you. Besides, it was getting dark awful fast. "Guess we're in for a spell of rain," Cap said, looking up. That's thunder, I reckon. Drums, I said. Drums. At night in the hills you can hear them, I told him. I heard them all this month. It's them ones, getting ready for the Sabbath. Sabbath. Cap looked at me. Where you hear tell about a Sabbath? Then I told him some more about what had happened. I told him all the rest. He didn't say anything, and before long he couldn't have answered me anyway, because the thunder was all around us, and the rain was lashing down on the buggy, on the road, everywhere. It was pitch black outside now, and the only time we could see was when lightning flashed. I had to yell to make him hear me, yell about the things that caught Uncle Frank and come for Aunt Lucy, the things that took our cattle and then sent Cousin Osborne back to fetch me. I hollered out about what I heard in the wood, too. In the lightning flashes I could see Cap's face. He wasn't smiling or scowling, he just looked like he believed me. And I noticed he had his pistol out again, and was holding the reins with one hand even though we were racing along. The horse was so scared he didn't need the whip to keep him running. The old buggy was lurching and bouncing, and the rain was whistling down in the wind, and it was all like an awful dream, but it was real. It was real when I hollered out to Cap Pritchett about that time in the woods. Shoggoth, I yelled. What's a shoggoth? Cap grabbed my arm, and then the lightning come and I could see his face, with his mouth open. But he wasn't looking at me. He was looking at the road and what was ahead of us. The trees sort of come together, hanging over the next turn, and in the black it looked as if they were alive, moving and bending and twisting to block our way. Lightning flickered up again and I could see them plain, and also something else. Something black in the road, something that wasn't a tree. Something big and black, just squatting there, waiting, with ropey arms squirming and reaching. Shoggoth! Cap yelled. But I could scarcely hear him because the thunder was roaring, and now the horse let out a scream and I felt the buggy jerk to one side and the horse reared up, and we was almost into the black stuff. I could smell an awful smell, and Cap was pointing his pistol and it went off with a bang that was almost as loud as the thunder, and almost as loud as the sound we made when we hit the black thing. Then everything happened at once. The thunder, the horse falling, the shot, and us hitting as the buggy went over. Cap must have had the reins wrapped around his arm, because when the horse fell and the buggy turned over, he went right over the dashboard head first and down into the squirming mess that was the horse, and the black thing that grabbed it. I felt myself falling in the dark, then landing in the mud and gravel of the road. There was thunder and screaming and another sound which I had heard once before in the woods, a droning sound like a voice. That's why I never looked back. That's why I didn't even think about being hurt when I landed, just got up and started to run down the road, fast as I could, run down the road in the storm and the dark with the trees squirming and twisting and shaking their heads while they pointed at me with their branches and laughed. Over the thunder I heard the horse scream and I heard Cap scream, too, but I still didn't look back. The lightning winked on and off, and I ran through the trees now because the road was nothing but mud that dragged me down and sucked at my legs. After a while I began to scream, too, but I couldn't even hear myself for thunder. And more than thunder, I heard drums. All at once I busted clear of the woods and got to the hills. I ran up, and the drumming got louder, and pretty soon I could see regular, not just when they was lightning. Because they was fires burning on the hill, and the booming of the drums come from there. I got lost in the noise, the wind shrieking and the trees laughing and the drums pounding. But I stopped in time. I stopped when I saw the fires plain, red and green fires burning in all that rain. I saw a big white stone in the center of a cleared-off space on top of the hill. The red and green fires was around and behind it, so everything stood out clear against the flames. There was men around the altar, men with long gray beards and wrinkled-up faces, men throwing awful-smelling stuff on the fires to make them blaze red and green. And they had knives in their hands, and I could hear them howling over the storm. In back, squatting on the ground, more men pounded on drums. Pretty soon something else came up the hill, 2 men driving cattle. I could tell it was our cows they drove them right up to the altar, and then the men with the knives cut their throats, for a sacrifice. All this I could see in lightning flashes and in the firelights, and I sort of scooched down so I couldn't get spotted by anyone. But pretty soon I couldn't see very good anymore, on account of the way they threw stuff on the fire. It set up a real thick black smoke. When this smoke come up, the men began to chant and pray louder. I couldn't hear words, but the sounds was like what I heard back in the woods. I couldn't see too good, but I knew what was going to happen. 2 men who had led the cattle went back down the other side of the hill, and when they come up again they had new sacrifices. The smoke kept me from seeing plain, but these was 2-legged sacrifices, not 4. I might have seen better at that. Only now I hid my face when they dragged them up to the white altar and used the knives, and the fire and smoke flared up and the drums boomed and they all chanted and called in a loud voice to something waiting over on the other side of the hill. The ground began to shake. It was storming, there was thunder and lightning and fire and smoke and chanting, and I was scared half out of my wits. But one thing I'll swear to, the ground began to shake. It shook and shivered and they called out to something, and in a minute something came. It came crawling up the hillside to the altar and the sacrifice, and it was the black thing of my dreams, that black, ropey, slimy, jelly tree thing out of the woods. It crawled up and it flowed up on its hoofs and mouths and snaky arms. And the men bowed and stood back, and then it got to the altar where there was something squirming on top, squirming and screaming. The black thing sort of bent over the altar, and then I heard droning sounds over the screaming as it come down. I only watched a minute, but while I watched the black thing began to swell and grow. That finished me. I didn't care anymore. I had to run. I got up and I run and run and run, screaming at the top of my lungs no matter who heard. I kept running and I kept screaming forever, through the woods and the storm, away from that hill and that altar, and then all at once I knew where I was, and I was back here at the farmhouse. Yes, that's what I'd done, run in a circle and come back. But I couldn't go any further, I couldn't stand the night and the storm. So I run inside here. At first, after I locked the door, I just lay right down on the floor, all tuckered out from running and crying. But in a little while I got up and hunted me some nails and a hammer and some of Uncle Fred's boards that wasn't split up into kindling. I nailed up the door first, and then boarded up all the windows. Every last one of them. Guess I worked for hours, tired as I was. When it was all done, the storm died down and it got quiet. Quiet enough for me to lie down on the couch and go to sleep. Woke up a couple hours ago. It was daylight. I could see it shining through the cracks. From the way the sun come in, I knew it was afternoon already. I'd slept through the whole morning, and nothing had come. I figured now maybe I could let myself out and make town on foot, like I'd planned yesterday. But I figured wrong. Before I got started taking out the nails, I heard him. It was Cousin Osborne, of course. The man who said he was Cousin Osborne, I mean. He come into the yard calling Willie. But I didn't answer. Then he tried the door and then the windows. I could hear him pounding and cussing. That was bad. But then he began mumbling, and that was worse. Because it meant he wasn't out there alone. I sneaked a look through the crack, but he already went around to the back of the house, so I didn't see him or who was with him. Guess that's just as well, because if I'm right, I wouldn't want to see. Hearing's bad enough. Hearing that deep croaking, and then him talking, and then that croaking again. Smelling that awful smell, like the green slime from the woods and around the well. The well, they went over to the well and back. And I heard Cousin Osborne say something about, wait until dark. We can use the well if you find the gate. Look for the gate. I know what that means now. The well must be a sort of entrance to the underground place. That's where those druid men live. And the black thing? They're out and back now, looking. I'd been riding for quite a spell and already the afternoon is going. Peeking through the cracks I can see it's getting dark again. That's when they'll come for me, when it's dark. They'll break down the doors or the windows and come and take me. They'll take me down into the well, into the black places where the Shoggoths are. There must be a whole world down under the hills, a world where they hide and wait to come out for more sacrifices, more blood. They don't want any humans around, except for sacrifices. I saw what the black thing did on the altar. I know what's going to happen to me. Maybe they'll miss the real cousin Osborne back home and send somebody to find out what become of him. Maybe folks in town will miss Cap Pritchett and go on a search. Maybe they'll come here and find me. But if they don't come soon, it will be too late. That's why I wrote this. It's true, cross my heart, every word of it. And if anyone finds this notebook where I hide it, come and look down the well. The old well, out and back. Remember what I told about them once. Block up the well and clean out them swamps. No sense looking for me, if I'm not here. I wish I wasn't so scared. I'm not even scared so much for myself, but for other folks. The ones who might come after and live around here and have the same thing happen, or worse. You just got to believe me. Go to the woods if you don't. Go to the hill. The hill where they had the sacrifice. Maybe the stains are gone and the rain washed the footprints away. Maybe they got rid of the traces of the fire. But the altar stone must be there. And if it is, you'll know the truth. There should be some big round spots on that stone. Round spots about 2 feet wide. I didn't tell about that. At the last, I did look back. I looked back at the big black thing that was a Shoggoth. I looked back as it kept swelling and growing. I guess I told about how it could change shape, and how big it got. But you can't hardly imagine how big or what shape, and I still dasn't tell. All I say is look. Look and you'll see what's hiding under the earth in these hills, waiting to creep out and feast and kill some more. Wait. They're coming now. Getting twilight and I can hear footsteps. And other sounds. Voices. And other sounds. They're banging on the door. And sure enough, they must have a tree or plank to use for battering it down. The whole place is shaking. I can hear Cousin Osborne yelling, and that droning. The smell is awful, I'm getting sick, and in a minute. Look at the altar. Then you'll understand what I'm trying to tell. Look at the big round marks, 2 feet wide, on each side. That's where the big black thing grabbed hold. Look for the marks and you'll know what I saw, what I'm afraid of, what's waiting to grab you unless you shut it up forever under the earth. Black marks 2 feet wide, but they aren't just marks. What they really are is fingerprints. The door is busting. Terror in Cutthroat Cove. When an editor assigned Bloch to come up with a story to fit this title, he might have written pretty much any type of action or adventure yarn. But he made a tale of the Cthulhu mythos. Here we have something of a modern Obed Marsh, propelled by venal greed into unlocking a submerged trove of unearthly horror. And in the eventual mind meld between the hapless narrator and the alien entity, we have an echo of the psychic fusion of Robert Blake and the Avatar from the steeple many years before in The Haunter of the Dark. With its apocalyptic denouement, the story prefigures Bloch's later Cthulhu mythos novel, Strange Aeons. The story was based on a plot germ Bloch had related to Lovecraft back in 1933, which Lovecraft summarizes in his reply. That idea of finding a thing in the hold of a long-sunken treasure ship is excellent, July 1933. Bloch later expressed some surprise that fans had not noticed the mythos character of the tale. I came up with a Cthulhu-inspired yarn, on which no one has ever commented. Though bearing none of the expected mythos jargon, the Lovecraftian character is manifest in its direct affiliation with HPL's cosmology beyond mere use of nomenclature. These Bloch quotes are taken from Randall D. Larson edition. The Robert Bloch Companion, Collected Interviews 1969 to 1989, pages 39-38. More importantly, the story demonstrates something about the adaptability of the classic Cthulhuvian tale to new modes of narration. Lovecraft cloistered his cosmic horrors in a castle of antique prose and purposely kept character development to a minimum. His success raises the question of whether it is possible to write in a distinctly un-Lovecraftian manner, and yet pen a tale true to his vision of the mythos. Terror in Cutthroat Cove answers that question in the affirmative, as Cthulhu's tentacles reach forth through the medium of Bloch's punchy, hard-boiled style and his strong, well-defined characters. The challenge could be met, and Bloch was the one to meet it. Terror in Cutthroat Cove, by Robert Bloch. You won't find Cutthroat Cove on any map, because that is not its real name. And you can search a chart of the West Indies thoroughly without locating the island of Santa Rita. I have changed the names for obvious reasons. If those reasons are not obvious at the moment, they will be by the time you finish this account. My own name is Howard Lane, and I lived on Santa Rita for almost a year without ever hearing of Cutthroat Cove. That isn't too surprising, for it wasn't the lure of buccaneers and bullion that brought me here. In fact, you might say I left the United States just to get away from the atmosphere of piracy and plunder which dominates the modern commercial scene. You might say it, but I did say it, night after night, in Rico's bar. Eventually, of course, I'd stop talking and fall down. Nobody ever paid much attention to me, before or after. Except on the night when I met Don and Dina. The teddy bear and the Christmas tree angel. I had a little bit too much of Rico's rum that evening, and I admit it. But even after I got to know them, I still thought my first impression was right. Teddy bear. That was Don, standing at the bar beside me, blond, burly, his short arms thick and bare and covered with that soft, golden fuzz, his nose splayed and pink, and his eyes like big brown buttons. I watched him order a drink, American beer. American beer, in cans, at $1 a throw. And he was tossing American money on the bar, a 20. That was enough to make me look twice. We seldom get strangers or tourists in Santa Rita, and the infrequent visitors never have any money. So I watched the teddy bear as he carried the 2 cans of beer over to a table in the corner. And that's when I saw her sitting across from him. The Christmas tree angel. Her dress was white and wispy, her hair was spun gold, her eyes china blue. The complexion was peaches and cream, the peaches being slightly ripened by the sun. She laughed up at the teddy bear as he approached, and I felt an unreasoning resentment. Why is it always that way? Why does that kind of a girl always pick that kind of a man? I'd asked myself that question 1,000 times. I'd asked it ever since I'd come to Santa Rita a year ago. In fact, that's the real reason I had come, because once I'd picked just such a girl, only to find she picked that sort of man. And I knew what he was, the moment I looked at him. He was the muscle beach boy, the busy eyebrows type, the kind who shows up in all the cigarette ads with a tattoo on his hand. I made a little bet with myself about what would happen after he had poured out the beer. Sure enough, I won. He took hold of the empty beer can in one ham-like hand and squeezed, crushing it flat. That made her laugh again, and I knew why. Because she wasn't a Christmas tree angel, after all. She was just the kind of girl who fooled my kind of man into thinking that's what she was. So that we treated her that way, like a fragile, precious, enchanting ornament at the unattainable top of the tree of illusion. Until one of these crude animals came along to grab her with his furry paws, drink his fill, slake his lust, then squeeze her and toss her aside. But she liked that. Beer cans are made to be crushed. Laughing beer cans and tattooed teddy bears. Yes, I was drunk enough, I suppose, with my stupid similes and maudlin metaphors and the whole sickening mixture of cheap cynicism, sentimental self-pity, and raw rum. Drunk enough so that when the teddy bear returned to the bar and ordered another round, I pretended complete indifference. Even after he tapped me on the shoulder, I took my own ill-natured time before turning around. "Care for a drink?" he asked. I shrugged. "No, thank you." "Come on, have a beer. Thought maybe you'd like to join us. We're strangers here, and we'd like to get acquainted." That intrigued me. I knew the teddy bear type, or thought I did. And while they're often full of false geniality at the bar, they never invite you to join them when they have a Christmas tree angel in tow. Unless, of course, there's some ulterior motive involved. Well, I had ulterior motives too. American beer was $1 a can, and I hadn't been able to lay a dollar bill down on the bar for a single drink in over 8 months now. I nodded. He held out a golden paw. "My name's Don Hanson. Howard Lane. Pleased to meet you. Come on over, I'd like you to meet Dina here." "Dina, this is Howard Lane." He turned to me. "Dina Drake, my secretary." I stared at her. "It's really Dinah," she told me. "Like in the song. But Danny Kaye made a recording once, years ago, before I was born, and be pronounced a Dina, and that's what my older sister called me. So I guess I'm stuck with it. Everybody does a double take when they hear it." I nodded, but not in agreement. It wasn't her name that caused me to stare. It was Don Hanson's description of her as his secretary. Their relationship was so obvious I couldn't imagine anyone except a child coming up with such an uninspired lie. Besides, it wasn't necessary here. Santa Rita isn't Santa Monica. Only a newcomer would feel it necessary to apologize for the obvious. Still, this Don Hanson was a newcomer. In fact, that's what he was talking about now. "Just got in before sundown," he was saying. "Little surprised to see how small this place is, not even a hotel, is there? Doesn't matter, really, because I can sleep right on the boat." "You came in your own boat?" "It's a yacht," Dina said. "We sailed all the way from Barbados." Don chuckled. "Pay no attention to her. It isn't much of a yacht, and besides, the crew did all the sailing. We couldn't be bothered, could we, honey?" I would have liked it if Dina had blushed. But she didn't blush. She squealed as Don did the crushing act with the beer cans again. Then he turned to me and grinned. "Lucky I ran into you this way," he said. "I was intending to look you up very soon." "That's right," Dina chimed in. "We don't speak Spanish, either of us, but Robert, that's the first mate of our crew, he does, and he talked to somebody here in town after we landed. That's how we found out you're the only white man on the whole island." "Is that true?" Don asked. "Are you living down here all alone with these blacks?" "No," I said. "But they told Roberto." "No," I repeated. "It is not true. There are very few pure-blooded blacks on Santa Rita. The bulk of the population is of mixed blood, mestizo and merino, and even more complicated combinations of African, Carib, Spanish, Portuguese, and French racial stocks. These people are for the most part simple and uneducated, but they have pride." "Sure, I understand. I thank you for the tip. But you are the only white man. According to your interpretation of anthropology, yes?" "Dig him." Dina giggled. She gave me a melting sideways glance from beneath the long eyelashes, the kind of a glance such girls practice while sitting before a mirror and curling those eyelashes. "You'll pardon my curiosity, but just what are you doing way off here in this godforsaken place?" "I am drinking your employer's beer," I said in a flat voice. "And for the past year I have been drinking rum. And this is not a godforsaken place. It is an exotic tropical paradise, complete with cockroaches, beetles, bedbugs, mosquitoes, flies, and black widow spiders. Only one form of vermin is unknown here, the tax collector. His absence more than makes up for the presence of the other insect pests, and also explains my own. You a tax dodger, is that it? Dina's voice held genuine interest. A gambler on the lam, maybe? I shrugged. I'm afraid it's not quite that romantic. I happen to be a freelance writer with an unpredictable income. Having no family ties, I decided to look around for a place where the cost of living is low. Here in Santa Rita, I have rented a roomy old furnished house built in the days of Spanish occupation, acquired a devoted couple as servants, and supplied myself with ample food, for less than I'd spend in such mainland paradises as Downhill, Oklahoma, or Flyspeck, Utah. But don't you ever get lonely. I was lonely long before I came to Santa Rita, I told her. You can be lonely in New York. Brother, don't I know it? Her smile seemed a little more genuine, but I didn't have an opportunity to analyze it. Don put his hand on my arm. Freelance writer, eh? How's it going? SOSO. Some months good, some months not so good. It varies. Well, maybe you'd like to earn a few bucks. I could use a little help. What doing? Oh, sort of straightening things out with the local natives. You know these people, maybe you could smooth the way for me. I'd like to get a couple of permits for one thing. Fishing. You don't need anything for that. Not fishing, exactly. Diving. He's a marvelous skin diver, Dina said. Absolutely fabulous. I nodded. That won't require any official permission either. Even if it's a salvage job. Salvage. Treasure, Dina said. Why don't you level with him, darling? Why don't you shut up? Don scowled. He turned it into a grin for me. All right, you might as well know. I've got a lead on something pretty big down here. Wait a minute, I said. Did somebody sell you a map? No, it isn't a map. It's a manuscript. An old manuscript. I nodded. And it describes how one of the galleons laden with bullion from the Inca mines was wrecked and sunk right here off the shoals of Santa Rita, in clear water. Is that it? I gave him back his grin, with interest. Why, that's one of the stalest yarns in the Indies. Somebody's always waiting to make a sucker out of the tourists with that gag. As far as I know, nobody has salvaged a Spanish treasure ship anywhere in Caribbean waters for years. Don shook his head. Perhaps we'd better get a few things straight, he said. First of all, I know about the treasure ship Dodge. I've knocked around these parts for a couple of years, mostly diving, and doing some fishing for kicks. A man can really live down here. The Hemingway bit, I said. Did you know Papa? I spit in his milk. I'm a Beatrix Potter fan myself. You don't say, Don muttered. Well, anyway, I'm not a sucker fresh out of Miami. And I've gotten together a pretty good crew of boys. 5 of them, including this mate of mine, Roberto. It was his father who had the manuscript. Don went after him when the sharks got him, Dina said. He told me about it. He pulled him out, but his legs were gone and... Knock it off. Maybe I should have left you on the boat. Or back in Barbados. He gave us each our portion of the frown and grin routine again. Then continued. Well, the father died, and Roberto came to me with this manuscript. He'd found it in with the old man's effects. Didn't know what it was, either he nor the father could read English. You keep talking about a manuscript, I said. Just what is it, really? Actually, it's a sort of a journal. Written by an old Spanish prisoner on old Spanish parchment, and watermarked 1924, in Yonkers. Nothing like that. And it isn't your treasure ship yarn either. He leaned across the table. Look here. I'm no brain, but I wouldn't sail a crew of 5 all the way down here to this crummy little island unless I was pretty sure there was something in it for me. So you needn't do the needling bit. You want to take a look at it for yourself, come aboard tomorrow morning. Then you can decide if you want in or not. I hesitated, thinking of the teddy bear and the Christmas tree angel, and how I'd come all this way just to avoid playing with toys again. I had resolved that. On the other hand, I could use some extra money, for eating, and for drinking too. Drinking helped me to forget about teddy bears and angels. So I stood up and I bowed politely and I said, yes, it's a date, to the teddy bear. And all the while I couldn't take my eyes off the angel. At 10 o'clock the next morning I sat on the forward deck of the rover, reading Isaiah Horner, Heist Journal, Theiss being a true ACCT. Of the Voyage of the Black Star, 171 Anno Domini. Don had told the truth. It wasn't a Spanish manuscript at all. It was written in the quaint and barbarous English of a semi-literate seaman in the first years of the 18th century. The crabbed handwriting was atrocious, the spelling and grammar worse, and no forger would have been inspired to disguise his bait with a long, rambling preliminary account of a sea voyage. I'll make no attempt to reproduce the contents of the journal, but it was obviously genuine. Isaiah Horner had been second mate of the Black Star during what he smugly described as a trading voyage to the Isthmus and the northern coast of Venezuela, but it took no great perception to realize that the principal business of the vessel was armed piracy. Indeed, Captain Barnaby Jakes, his commander, bears a name well known to anyone who has ever followed the history of the Brotherhood of the Coast, and there were a number of references to meetings with other gentlemen familiar to students of buccaneer lore. Moreover, the Black Star did no trading. Instead, it confiscated the property of several Spanish and Portuguese ships which it intercepted en route from the Isthmus. But the big prize was the Santa Maria, not Columbus' vessel, but a namesake, built well over 100 years later in Spanish shipyards to convey the wealth of the New World to the coffers of His Most Christian Majesty. The captain had learned that the Santa Maria was departing for Spain on its annual voyage, laden with a most unusual cargo of booty, the fruit of no less than 3 forays during which the conquistadores had penetrated far more deeply than ever before into the jungles south of Venezuela, in what is now known as the Amazon backwaters. A civilization had been ravished, not the Inca, but a valley people, worshipping a deity of their own and offering its sacrifice on an altar of beaten gold. The altar and the trappings of the temples constituted the sole treasure, but from rumored accounts, this was enough. There was, for example, a huge golden chest or ark which had been transported on the long march to the coast by no less than 40 captured native slaves. Just why the gold had not been melted down into portable ingots on the spot was not made clear, except that the accounts mentioned a certain padre accompanying the expedition who insisted that the artifacts of pagan religion be kept intact. Indeed, there was some confusion as to whether or not he approved of removing the temple's contents at all. Apparently there had been actual conflict with the commander of the expedition, and a number of men had died during the return journey to Spain. But that was not important. What mattered was that the booty had been placed aboard the Santa Maria, in the deep hold designed for the conveyance of such cargoes, and the ship was sailing for Spanish waters, accompanied by a convoy of 2 lighter escort vessels, fully armed for protection against piratical marauders. All this had Isaiah Horner's commander learned, and so, apparently, had a number of other freebooters whose spies were active in the ports. Normally, Captain Barnaby Jakes would not have acted upon this knowledge. The Black Star, with its 12 small guns and its mongrel crew of 40, preyed on smaller game. There were few members of the Brotherhood, even those equipped with a fleet of larger vessels, who ever dared attack a full-sized galleon, let alone one accompanied by an armed and alert escort. For pirates, despite the romantic lore and legend accumulating about their exploits through the centuries, were not lions in courage. They could more aptly be compared to jackals, or at best hyenas. They sought out the defenseless, the crippled ships, the wrecks, and by the 18th century the days of the great early commanders, Henry Morgan, L'Olonnais and their like, were past. The true buccaneers of the Indies had vanished. Those who remained would seldom board an armed brigantine, let alone sack a city. So Captain Barnaby Jakes had no intention of attempting to intercept the Santa Maria and her sister ships. Not until he heard of the storm. A small sloop drifted up out of southern waters, and he rescued, and later slew, its 2 surviving crew members. But not before he had their eyewitness accounts of the great tempest in which they saw the Santa Maria riding the waves alone, after one of her escort ships foundered and the other was sent careening off its course. The Santa Maria, crippled and alone, would have to put in at the nearest port now. And that would be the island of Santa Rita. If she could be caught in open waters. The Black Star bore south for Santa Rita. Isaiah Horner, writing in his journal, spoke piously enough of the duties of a subject of His Majesty to harass the Papish enemy and take legitimate spoils. But it was an expedition of piracy, impure and simple, and it might have succeeded, for they bore down on the Santa Maria just outside Santa Rita harbor. The only trouble was, another subject of His Majesty had found her first. Closing in on her, cutting across her bows as she wallowed towards the safety of the shore, was a vessel which both Captain Jakes and mate Isaiah Horner recognized immediately as the pride of one Ned Thatch, alias Edward Teach, alias Blackbeard. Because of a strict punctilio observed among the Brotherhood, and because Blackbeard's ship was easily twice the size and carried 3 times the guns of the little Black Star, there was nothing to do but stand by and watch the battle. The Santa Maria had lost a mast in the storm, and its rudder did not function properly. Apparently most of its guns were out of commission, too, for while it fired defensive salvos as it lumbered along, there was not enough threat in its volleys to prevent Blackbeard from heading her off from the harbor entrance. The big galleon was forced to hug the shore and make for another opening along the coast of the island. Blackbeard followed, closing in without firing. That was ever his way, to hold his fire until almost alongside, and then let a direct volley rake the hull and then the decks. Not until the Santa Maria had almost gained the shelter of the cove at the far side of the island did this opportunity occur. Blackbeard closed in quickly, then stood about for a direct broadside. It came, with a roar. The great galleon rocked and shuddered. The gunners reloaded for a second salvo, even more shattering than the first. The Santa Maria, riding low in the water, attempted to turn. A foremast toppled in a shroud of smoke. Now was the time to close in for the kill. Grappling irons were ready, the boarding pikes mustered. If enough shots had penetrated the vitals of the ship, it would sink within 5 or 6 hours. But a boarding party could secure surrender and transfer the treasure long before then. Blackbeard, presumably, was ready to lead the attack. As was his usual custom, he'd be lighting the candles he twisted into his beard, and carrying the pots of brimstone he hurled before boarding the enemy's deck. One more broadside, now. It came. And the Santa Maria rolled with the blast, then careened tipsily to one side. According to eyewitness Isaiah Horner, watching from the deck of the Black Star at a distance of less than a mile away, the shots were directed at the top deck of the galleon. But it was as though the entire discharge of 30 ships' cannons had simultaneously penetrated the vessel below the waterline, as if something had ripped the keel out of the Spanish ship. For with a roaring and a roiling, with a great tidal tremor, the Santa Maria sank like a plummet before his very eyes. The water shot up from the open hatchways like a veritable fountain, and Blackbeard, instead of boarding, hastily sheered off to avoid being caught in the almost instantaneous vortex of a whirlpool set up by the downward plunge of the great galleon. Within the space of 2 minutes the Santa Maria was gone. It had sunk into the waters of Cutthroat Cove. The journal did not end here. It told of how Blackbeard and Captain Barnaby Jakes made common ground in a salvage attempt, but were unable to send men down into the deep water to reach the vessel. There were several survivors whose accounts were reported and paraphrased. None of them could explain why the ship had so suddenly and inexplicably perished, except in terms of sailors' superstitions. It had been a black voyage, and there was a curse upon the ship. They should not have carried the treasures of a heathen temple. Isaiah Horner had small patience with these notions, either did Blackbeard or Captain Jakes. Being somewhat short of rations, and even more short of temper after the loss of such a prize, they merely slit the throats of the Spanish seamen, and sent them down to follow their fellows. It was impossible to land at Santa Rita. The Spanish garrison would undoubtedly be sending out vessels of its own against the intruders, so Blackbeard and the Black Star went their separate ways. Isaiah Horner's journal ended abruptly, a few pages later. He'd put in at Kingston, Jamaica, and was thinking of giving up the life of a mariner. And that's just what he did, Don told me, as I laid the manuscript down on top of the oiled pouch in which it had been preserved. I guess he turned to robbery on land. Anyway, when I tried to trace down what had become of him, I found out that an Isaiah Horner was hanged for purse snatching in the government docks in 1712. Then you checked on all this? I asked. Of course I did. I told you I hadn't come down here on a wild goose chase. Found out everything I could. About the Santa Maria, the storm, the sinking. It's in the records. What about the treasure? There isn't much. But it stands to reason that it existed. They never sent a galleon back to Spain with an escort unless it was loaded. Besides, this story of Horner's impressed me a lot more because it spoke about an altar and temple trappings instead of the usual guff, gold bullion, chests of jewels, stuff like that. There wasn't any such thing, anyway, except during the early days when the Spaniards went after the Aztecs and the Inca tribes. But if it's in the records, then why didn't others try salvaging the ship? They did. Trouble is, it's in fairly deep water, I'd say somewhere between 200 and 300 feet. And up until a dozen years ago, it was impossible to dive that far safely, or to do any work at such a depth. Now we have the technique and the equipment. And we have the details we need. 500 yards offshore, just east of the cove entrance. How would you lift up an altar or a heavy chest? We'd have to go back for a big rig. What I want to do now is locate the wreck. That's a job in itself. You have any idea what happens to a boat that has been underwater for almost 250 years? Just finding its topmasts above the silt is hard enough to do. Don shrugged. But that's no concern of yours. What I want is a little help from you in handling the local authorities. Explain what we're here for, that we're a research expedition, interested in salvaging historical relics. You don't need to mention the gold. I see. Don eyed me. Well, why should you? It isn't their property, is it? The laws of salvage. According to the laws of salvage, you need a government permit to start work, not from here but from the mainland. All right, so I didn't make arrangements. Why can't you go to the mayor or whatever the head man calls himself, and just get his okay? You can handle him. And I'm willing to spend a few bucks. How much? How much do you think it will take? Well, $100 is a fortune down here. That's pretty reasonable. He nodded. I'll go another couple of hundred for you, if you can sew it up. What we want is permission to dive over at the cove, without any interference from the natives. Nobody should be allowed to hang around. Get it? Got it. How long do you think it'll take to line up the deal? I can probably see Jose Robles this morning. He's the mayor of Santa Rita. The inland villages have chiefs of their own, but they don't count. I should have word for you before the day is over. Make it in writing. Will do. I held out my hand. He'll expect payment in advance. Right. Don reached into his jacket, pulled out his wallet. He extracted 3 $100 bills quite casually. I was equally casual, an hour later, when I flipped one of the bills to Jose Robles in his little office near the waterfront. He signed the permit with a flourish. Remember, he told me, I take your word for it that these people will not create problems here. You are to observe them as my representative, and see that the crew keeps away from the village at the cove. I understand. I'll keep an eye on them, I promise. That is good. Then there will be no trouble, no. There will be no trouble, no, I echoed. But I was wrong. The trouble came almost 10 days later, when Don finally located the ship. He'd moved to the area outside the cove immediately, of course, and anchored in 50 fathoms, 500 yards out. Roberto and Juan Perez, another crew member, assisted him in the actual diving operations, while the other 3 attended to arrangements topside. They put down a heavy shot line, with handholds, and it hit bottom at 260 feet. Nobody got down that far until the 3rd day. It takes time to get accustomed to such depths. And even when they managed to reach the ocean floor, that didn't locate the vessel for them. As Don explained, the ship itself would be covered with silt and almost undetectable. The shifting of the sands, the alteration of the shoreline itself through the long years, these factors added to the problem. It would take time and patience. I came out every day. I beached a rowboat on the shore of the cove, and it wasn't a long pull. I sat there and watched the operations. After they hit bottom, Don did most of the diving himself. Every second dive, he'd haul anchor and try a new location. By the time a week had passed, they'd explored an area several hundred yards in circumference without finding a thing. But Don wasn't discouraged yet, just tired. Dina was bored. I'd sit with her on the deck of the yacht while Don was diving, and listen to her complain. She didn't care if Roberto and the others overheard her. Actually, they were much too busy up forward to pay any attention to us. Pleasure trip, she murmured. He hauls me way off here to the middle of nowhere, and for what? To sit on my fanny out in the hot sun all day long while he's down there playing footsie with the fishes. Then at night he's tired, wants to turn in right away, not that there's anything else to do for excitement over on that crummy island of yours. A big nothing, that's all it is. Then why did you come along in the first place? Dina shrugged. Did he promise you a share of the treasure? In a way. She scowled at me. Not that it's any of your business. You in love with him. That isn't any of your business either. All right. I'm sorry. You don't have to be. I can take care of myself. So I notice. You notice a lot, don't you? It's my business. I'm a writer, remember? I'll bet you are. She lit a cigarette. What would a writer want in a nowhere like this place? Now you're getting personal, I told her. But I am a writer. I've got books and stuff up at the house to prove it. Want to see them? I've seen books already, thanks. Also etchings. That isn't what I had in mind. Don't kid me. I haven't met a man since I was 15 who had anything else in mind. They always want to show me something. When I came aboard Don's boat back in Barbados, he was going to show me the portable bar. Then why did you accept his invitation, if you knew the way it would turn out? Maybe I wanted it to turn out that way. Then you are in love with him. Shut up. She turned away, tossing her cigarette over the side. It arced down and hissed into the waves. All right, what's the sense of putting on an act? When I was 18, I was singing with a band. I had a contract with GC and a chance to do a TV show, just a summer replacement deal on sustaining, but they told me it could build into something big if I got a few breaks. That was 7 years ago, and I'm still waiting for the breaks. I haven't been with GC for a long time, and I haven't done any television either. 6 months ago I got a chance to play a night spot in San Juan. It wasn't a very good one, but the one in Port-au-Prince was worse, and the one in Trinidad was just plain lousy. I ended up in Barbados without a job, and without a dime. Then Don Hansen came along with his boat. I didn't care what kind of a guy he was or what kind of a boat he had. I wanted out. So, as the sun sinks into the west, we say farewell to beautiful Barbados. End of story. You don't really like him, do you? I hate his guts. He's the kind of a guy who's always had plenty of money, and is still greedy for more. He's the kind of a guy who always had plenty of muscles, but still has to use them to show off, and to push other people around. As far as he's concerned, I'm not even a person, just another convenience he wanted to take along on the trip, like his portable bar. Then why don't you? What? Ditch him and come with you to your island paradise. Don't give me that, chum. You've got nothing to offer. But nothing. The blue eyes were level. I didn't ask you for your sad story, but I'll bet I already know it. There was a girl in it, wasn't there? And another guy, who took her away, while you sat mooning around. I've met your kind before, the sensitive intellectual type, isn't it? Which is just another way of saying you don't have any guts. I told you I hated Don's guts, but at least he has some. Enough to go out after what he wants. He never asked me to pull a sneak on another man, he'd fight him for me. Would you fight Don? Not in a million years. I sighed. You're right, I said. And very honest. I shouldn't have said that, she told me. If I was really honest, I'd admit I'm not worth fighting for. Not anymore. Suppose I think differently? Suppose I'm willing to fight. You couldn't win. She sighed again, and lighted another cigarette. Guys like you can never win. This is a money and muscle world. Them as has gets. Even if the prize is only a beat-up blonde with a bad case of the whimwamps. Oh, let's forget it, shall we? I was going to tell her that I wouldn't forget it, that I preferred an angel who admitted truthfully to a little tarnish, and that maybe both of us were a bit too cynical and defeatist for our own good. But I never got the opportunity. Because suddenly there was a commotion up forward, and a babble of excited Spanish. Don was coming up, he was clinging to the shot line 20 feet down, spending 5 minutes in stage decompression before being hauled aboard. His body was perfectly visible in the clear water, the weird fins, the goggles, the cylinder assembly and regulator on his back all part of an eerie ensemble. We waited patiently until he tugged 3 times, giving the signal for hauling up the line. Roberto and Juan hoisted him to the deck. He stood there, shivering slightly, while they unstrapped his equipment. Then he took off his goggles and grinned. I've found it, he said. No, are you sure? Positive. He nodded, reaching for a towel. And it's better than we could have hoped for. Went down on its side, right into a big rock crevice that protected the top deck from silting. Part of the deck itself is still clear, and I could see what's left of the masts and forward cabin. We ought to be able to clear a path inside almost immediately, just chop a hole in the hull. He turned to Roberto. But don't take my word for it. Here, I want you to go down and take a look for yourself, right now. And then Juan. The sooner all 3 of us have had a look at her and compared notes, the better. Got your stuff? Roberto nodded, then hurried below. By the time Don had toweled himself back to warmth, taken a shot of brandy and accepted a cigarette, Roberto was already lowering himself over the side. We watched him disappear along the shot line, going down into the water. Dina was excited. What's it look like? She asked. Can you really see anything down there? Don lifted his head impatiently. Of course you can, he told her. It gets quite dark about halfway, but once you actually hit the bottom there's a lot of reflected sunlight. It seems to penetrate the dark, transparent area above. The light is bluish, but you can make out objects quite easily. I recognized the boat at once, even though it doesn't look much like a galleon anymore. Everything's covered with slime, eh? I asked. Slime. Whatever gave you that idea? Don stared at me. Trouble with you writers, you get everything out of books. Make a few dives yourself and you'd find out differently. There's no slime. The wood is just about eaten away and the metal structure is just a skeleton. Lots of little marine animals covering it. And fish everywhere, millions of them. You know, I may even have guessed wrong about the hull. Maybe there's only the iron hasps and what I thought was wood was just a solid mass of fish. They like to swarm where there's some protection. Roberto should be able to tell us more when he comes back. It takes a long time to make a dive, doesn't it? Going down is easy, if you're carrying a shot like he is. But coming back is slow work. You have to make at least 3 stops for decompression, to avoid the bends. There was a waterproof watch strapped to Don's wrist. He parted the golden fuzz and glanced at it. I'd say he's due up again in about 15 minutes. Should just be at the first stage of decompression now, about 50 feet under. He went over to the rail where the rest of the crew was gathered. See anything yet? He asked. No, Juan told him. Well, he ought to give the first signal soon. We watched the rope, but it remained taut. 15 minutes, Don muttered to himself. But it wasn't 15 minutes. It was less than 1 minute later that Juan shouted, "Here he come." And he wasn't pointing along the shot line either, but far offside, beyond the rail. You're crazy, Don grunted. That's some damn fish, surfacing. No, is Roberto, Juan said. I stared. What broke water certainly wasn't a fish, for fish lack arms and legs, and they do not wear apparatus on their backs. Madre de Dios, Juan cried. Is Roberto. It was Roberto, all right, but I'd never have recognized him floating there in the water, his body swollen and distorted grotesquely by the change in pressure. Nor was that the worst of it. Roberto's body had come up from the wreck below. But it no longer had a head. Of course it wasn't a shark, Don said. No shark could bite like that. Besides, the way it was sheared off. He kept his voice low, even though Dina had gone below to her bunk. How about a squid? I asked. I've read about the way the big ones hole up in wrecks down there. You've read. He gave me a pitying look. Maybe you'd better read a little more. A squid isn't the answer either. There isn't any kind of marine creature that could take a man's head off clean at the shoulders. And that includes whales, in case you also happen to have read Moby Dick. Don glanced at the body lying on the deck, covered with a tarpaulin. No, the answer's not a fish or an animal either. Roberto must have left the line and gone off to explore the wreck. And my guess about the fish is probably right. There is no solid hull left, only a framework. When Roberto reached the wreck, the fish swam off. My guess is that he tried to enter what's left of the ship, swimming between the ribs. And then he drew a finger across his throat. It wasn't a pleasant gesture, but it was extremely graphic. But how could that do it? I persisted. I don't pretend to know the way those old boats were put together, but if they used iron, surely it was in big pieces. There wouldn't be any razor edges to worry about. Don shrugged. Do you know what happens to metal after it's been under water for a few hundred years? It wears down, eventually just crumbles away. Gold wouldn't, but old iron. Then how could it be so sharp, and how would it hold up to slice a man's head from his shoulders just because he swam against it? I don't know. But we'll find out tomorrow. Juan and I will go down. He was only partially correct. They buried Roberto at sunset, and I didn't stick around after the simple ceremony. That's just as well, because I heard about it the next morning. If the sharks hadn't taken Roberto's head, they got their consolation prize. Even though the body had been carefully wrapped and weighted down with shot, they must have found him, because they had been swimming around the yacht all night, their long cold bodies gleaming as they surfaced and snapped their teeth in the moonlight. It hadn't been a pleasant evening. I could tell that when I looked at Dina's face the next day, and the crew's reaction was even more apparent. As for Don, he was agitated only by anger. "They're grumbling," he murmured, as he led me down into the cabin, out of earshot of those on deck. "Want me to turn back, chuck the whole thing. I don't know who started it, but then these niggers are like children. Giving me a lot of crap about curses and hoodoos." He sighed. "But that's not the worst of it. One won't dive anymore. He absolutely refuses to go down." "So what are you going to do?" "Do? I can turn back, the way they want me to, and come here again with a fresh crew. But that's a waste of time and money. Damn it, I found the wreck. A few more trips down, and I'll have all the data I need on what it'll take to bring up the treasure. If it's really there." "That's just the point. I intend to find out. This is no time to stop. You can still dive yourself." "Yes, but it isn't a good idea to do it alone, at that depth, unless there's someone else standing by in case of emergencies. Not that there'll be any. Now that I know what to expect, I won't get caught the way Roberto was. Still, I need someone to rely on." "Have you tried offering Juan more money?" "Certainly. I told him I'd pay him Roberto's wages in addition to his own. But he's scared spitless." Dina clambered down the ladder. "So what's the story?" she asked, listlessly. "We leaving nature's wonderland?" "Looks as though we'll have to," Don told her. "Unless," he paused, eyeing me. "Unless you could help out." "Me? Why not? You could learn to dive. I could teach you in 3 days. Nothing to it, with a regulator, and we've got all of Roberto's equipment. I'd make it worth your while." "No thanks," I said. "Don't mention money. I've got a poor head for figures, but at least it's still on my shoulders. Which is more than you can say for Roberto's." "I'd cut you in on the salvage," Don said. "We'd split the gold. Think of it, a solid gold altar, and a golden chest so big it took half a dozen men to carry it." Dina smiled. "Never mind the sales talk," she said. "Can't you see he just isn't the outdoor type?" I don't know if it was that did it, or the realization that unless I agreed she'd be sailing away. But all at once I heard myself saying, "Why not? At least I can give it a try." That shut her up in a hurry, and it made Don start talking. Within a matter of minutes it was all arranged. He'd abandon his project for the next few days and devote all his time to instructing me. We'd start inland, near the beach at the cove, and then I'd get into deeper water. First with the shot line and then alone, gradually learning how to handle myself in the depths. And that's just the way it worked out. There's no need to give a detailed account of what it's like to learn skin diving. The sea holds a lot of surprises, but your own body holds still more. I'd never have believed I could undergo the amount of pressure I experienced in the increasing scope of my descents, or endure the cold. I learned how to accomplish the necessary decompression, how to walk and swim and handle my limbs under weird gravitational alterations. And I learned, still more importantly, that I was not afraid. For the first time I really understood the fascination of skin diving as a hobby, or as the avocation or vocation of men like Clark and Cousteau. Don was a good, if impatient, instructor. And more than his grudging praise, I relished the reluctant admiration of Dina. Thus stimulated, I underwent a rapid apprenticeship. By the morning of the 5th day, I was ready to stand by and handle the line while Don dived. The crew seemed to have settled down into a state of morose resignation once more, and there were no difficulties. I watched Don adjust his helmet and fins and clamber over the side. Dina leaned over the rail at my elbow, and we traced the trail of bubbles rising through the translucent water. Then we waited. Almost an hour passed before Don reappeared on the line at the 20-foot decompression stage. He stayed so long that I went down myself, gesturing to him in the water. He signaled for me to leave, with a wave of his hand. I came up again. Is he all right? Dina asked. I guess so. But he's certainly in no hurry to come up. Finally, though, he emerged. The fins, the tanks, the helmet came off. He took a towel, sank into a deck chair, and his usually ruddy face was unnaturally pale in the midday sun. What's the matter? I muttered. Nothing. Nitrogen narcosis. I nodded. He'd explained it to me, the nitrogen intoxication which sometimes affects the central nervous system after one relies on the air supply from the tanks during long dives to great depths. It brings on anesthesia, hallucinations, and all sorts of odd reactions, but disappears when the diver decompresses. Took a long time to wear off, Don continued. Hit me so suddenly I wasn't really aware of it. At first I thought the men were right about their squid, or whatever they think is down there in the wreck. You reached it? Yes. And there is no hull, as I suspected, just masses of fish clustering almost solidly around the crevice where the ship settled. Inside there's bits of wood and metal still leaving a partial skeleton, but all the heavy stuff, the guns and the spars, is sunken into the sand. Over at one side there's a big bulge. I'd swear it's the altar and the chest we're looking for, but I never got to examine them. Because that's when I began to feel funny. The water seemed to be turning black. The first idea I had was about the squid, so I scuttled out of there. And when I turned around to take a look, the whole area seemed to be not only black, but boiling. Clouds of bubbles. Fish, of course, returning to the spot. And they churned up the silt. But at the time I would have sworn there was some big animal coming up from under the wreckage. Then, when I saw Roberto's head bobbing around in the center of the black stuff, I realized what was wrong with me. I was drunk as a coot. So I came back up on the rope. I was so woozy I almost forgot to let go of the weights. Did you find the place where Roberto had his accident? No, I didn't. Maybe you can when you go down. You mean? Why not? No reason why you shouldn't get used to it. I won't tackle it again today, so it's your turn. Maybe you can get closer than I did. Just remember to watch out for the nitrogen when it hits you. Chances are it won't, though. Dina shook her head. He shouldn't risk it, she said. After all, he's just learning, and it's over 200 feet. You told me yourself it calls for an experienced diver. Only one way to get experience, isn't there? I said. I'm ready. And I was, the moment I heard the veiled concern in Dina's voice. I lowered my mask over the side, dipping it in the water so that no mist would cloud the inner surface of the goggles. One strapped the cylinder blocks of the regulator to my back and looped the hose over my head as I fitted the rubber mask until it molded tightly to my face. I gripped the mouthpiece between my lips as Juan hung 10 pounds in weights to my belt. I adjusted my fins, picked up a spear, then went over the side, grasping the rope with my left hand as I lowered myself into the water. It was cold. Gradually I felt my body adjusting to the temperature and the pressure, just as my eyes adjusted to the deeper gloom. Bubbles burst around me and fish swam past. My lungs ached. I straightened to a horizontal position so that intake and exhaust were equalized at the same pressure level and the regulator would function properly. It was hard not to panic, to remember, in effect, that the demand regulator was doing my breathing for me, or at least supplying the air which my constricted lungs needed as I flailed my way down. The pressure grew stronger, my movements correspondingly slower. Here in the deeper darkness I began to feel drunk. Nitrogen narcosis was not the cause, merely the gravitational change. My ears and sinuses ached, and I swallowed until the pain eased. A school of small fish glided by. I was tempted to abandon the shot line and follow them. But no, the line was my guide to the treasure below. I went down, deeper into the darkness. Not enough nitrogen had entered my bloodstream to produce any side effects. All I had to worry about was the pressure. How far down was I? Close to 200 feet, probably. It was hard to move, now, hard to hold the spear. I wanted to rest for a while, to float. The water here was dark. Only the bubbles from the regulator retained any color. They were round and yellowish, like beads of amber strung endlessly upwards from here to the surface. So far to the surface up there. So cold down here. And getting colder now. Because I was descending again. Deeper and deeper. Darker and darker. Colder and colder. Down went McGinty. Drunk. All right, so I was drunk. But that was good, because I couldn't feel the pain anymore. My ears had stopped hurting. The cold didn't bother me now. And it was easy to continue, to go all the way down. All the way down to where the treasure lay, the golden altar. And then I saw the rock crevice, saw the great solid swarm of fish packed in a writhing mass, and rising up like the dim drowned outline of a ghostly galleon. And I left the line and wriggled forward, moving like a fish myself. A swordfish, with a spear. They fled before me, these little ones. I was Neptune, scattering my subjects. Make way for the king. King of the sea. Drunken diver, rather. Or was it drunken driver? Could they arrest you for drunken diving? Fine you 20 clams. I tried to clear my mind. Mustn't go on like that. Had to be careful, avoid running into whatever it was that sheared off poor Roberto's head. Funny way to die. Most men lost their heads over a woman. And then I saw her. I saw the woman. She was standing perhaps 50 feet to my left, away from the crevice and the wreck. It was the glint of light that first caught my eye, a reflection brighter than anything else here in the murky dimness. I thought it might be the sunlight glinting from the scales of a large fish, and I turned my head, and I saw her. Saw the black hair floating free in a mane that masked the face. Saw the sudden movement of her body as she turned and waved the cutlass. The gleaming cutlass, razor sharp. Women do not walk the ocean floor brandishing cutlasses. I realized that, but my awareness was only partial. Because another part of me was whispering, now you know. Now you know what cut off Roberto's head. And then she saw me, and the black mane whipped back, revealing her face. It was a blob of greenish-white gristle with 4 gaping holes, 2 black sockets, a jagged nasal septum, and a grinning maw that parted now as a tiny fish wriggled out. And it wasn't the skull that frightened me, it wasn't the sight of a corpse walking here at the bottom of the sea. It was just the hideous, grotesque inconsequence of the little fish swimming out of the dead mouth. That's what I was afraid of, and that's what I remembered as I pulled in panic for the shot line. As I struggled to release the weights, I dropped my spear and stared. The figure wavered off in the distance, disappearing into the crevice where the ship lay. And now the black bubbles were rising, cascading in clouds from the spot. Through the turbulence I could see the skull face melting and blending, and I saw another face that could have been Roberto's and yet other, brown, bearded, grimacing faces that formed out of bubbling blackness and disappeared in inky incoherence. Then I was going up the line, not remembering to move slowly, but propelled by the panic, flailing forward in frantic fear. At the 50-foot level I forced myself to stop and wait. The water below was clear and no inchoate ichor rose about me. I counted slowly, then climbed again. 20 feet now, another 5 minutes and I'd be free. Free and safe. But what if I waited, and something came after me? What if it was following me, crawling along the line? My lungs were bursting. My head was bursting. Not with pressure, but with fright. I couldn't wait any more, I couldn't stand it, I had to get out, I had to. I kicked and released myself, straining upwards, striving for the sun. My head broke water and I could see the light, feel it all about me. Then it dissolved into darkness and I went down again, down into the black bubbles. It was Don who hauled me out. I learned it later, when I opened my eyes and found myself lying on the deck. "Don't try to talk," Dina said. I nodded. I had neither the strength nor the desire. It was a good 20 minutes and 2 shots of rum later before I was able to sit in a deck chair and tell my story. Don shook his head. "Nitrogen narcosis," he said. "You had it worse than I." "But the corpse with the cutlass, Roberto's head, hallucinations." "Yes, but how?" I thought about it for a moment. Was it the manuscript that set me off? The part about the pirates? Did I subconsciously remember Mary Read and Bonnie and the other females who sailed in Blackbeard's day? "You must have," Don told me. "But we both saw Roberto. We were both thinking about him, and what happened down there." "Well, what did happen, do you suppose?" Don sighed. "Perhaps we can find out tomorrow." "You're not going down again?" Dina asked. "Of course I am. One more trip and I should be able to locate that altar, and the chest. A few fish churning up the silt aren't going to scare me away." He grinned at me. "Tell you what. If you're so concerned about my welfare, I'll take Howard along tomorrow for a guardian. We'll both go down. What d'you say?" What could I say, with Dina watching me? I nodded reluctantly. I didn't really want to go down into that deeper darkness again. And that night, when the dreams came, I was left with still less desire to return to the wreck. The dreams came, and I lay tossing in my bed in the old house on the hillside above the winding waterfront of Santa Rita. I knew I was there, in my bed, but at the same time I was once again writhing in deep waters. In my dreams I swam down to the wreckage, wriggled into the crevice where the black bubbles churned, and scraped at the sand with my spear until the point wedged against a solid object. It was the chest, of course, and I could detect the outline of the heavy lid set solid on the massive golden container. I sought to brush away the incrustation of corrosion and fungoid growth and gaze upon the gold beneath, but as I reached out the lid began to rise. It swung open slowly, and the blackness seeped out. The black bubbles burst like bloating blossoms. And they were not bubbles, but heads, and each head had a face, and each face had a mouth, and each mouth was gaping wide to greet me with a grotesque grimace. Yet these were only smoky bubbles, ghost faces floating there in the water, the broad, flat faces of savages, the bearded faces of hidalgos and Spanish mariners, the seamed and pitted countenances of corsairs. Yes, and here was Roberto again, and the woman. The dark cloud floated forth, and it was like a great black bush bearing heads for fruit, a strange undersea growth waving there in the dim depths, growing before my eyes. And now the bush put forth fresh branches, and the branches were long and waving, a writhing mass of titanic tentacles. Still the smoke poured out, and billowed forth, and now I perceived that there was a body beneath the nightmare nebulosity of faces and feelers. A black body that was like a squid, a sea serpent, a reptilian monster spawned in the dawn of prehistory when nature shaped strange simulacra from primeval slime. And beneath the seething, shifting smokiness of that amorphous and polymorphous presence there were real eyes that glowed and glared and glinted at me. But they were more than eyes, they were mouths as well. Yes, they were mouths, for I could see the pupils gape and the lids rolled back like lips. And I knew that the eyes would devour me, they would ingest me in their hunger, incorporate my essence into the black being of that incredible body so that I too would take my place as one of the scores of shifting shapes in the smoke which emanated from it. It was one and it was many, it was a composite creature of an incorruptible corruption, it was insanity incarnate. I screamed and fled from it, but the faces and the feelers flowed forth to envelop me in ichorous essence, so that I drowned in the bubbling blackness of its being. I was consumed by it. And then there was no fear, and no revulsion, for in its place came an overwhelming expansion of awareness, so that I became a part of it, and I knew. My memory was its memory, my knowledge was its knowledge, and my hunger was its hunger. Memory. Deep in the jungle they built the temple and reared a golden altar of worship. And behind the golden altar was the great golden ark in which I rested and waited for the sacrifice. Nor did I wait too long, for they came frequently to attend me, bringing me the captives of their warfare, trussed on poles like pigs. And when there were no captives they brought me slaves, and when there were no slaves, they brought me children, and when there were no children they brought me their choicest virgins. All I devoured in the darkness, incorporating far more than flesh, for I took from living things the continuity of their consciousness, and added their awareness to mine. So that I grew and grew, eternally enlarging. For I was that which is known in all legends, the creature of darkness which devours the world. And if I were not fed, if my appetite were not appeased, I would flow forth to raven freely as I had, long eons ago, or was it yesterday, or would it be tomorrow? But if they kept me sated, I was content to dwell in the temple. And when they built the ark I entered it willingly, nor did I try to leave, for it was pleasant to curl and coil and coalesce in the darkness, and wait for them to bring me fresh fare. I remembered now. Knowledge. Time is a rushing river that flows endlessly, yet never reaches the sea. And it is pleasant to drift upon the stream, drift drowsily and content. So that when I coiled compactly in the golden chest, I willed myself to satiated sleep. And it was then that they hammered down the lid, so that I could not escape, hammered it fast to hold me captive, and put an end to sacrifice. But I was still aware. I knew when the armored white strangers came and prevailed over my worshippers, and I endured as they sought to pry open the lid of the great chest, and then abandoned their vain efforts to talk of fire and of melting down. Finally there was talk of a golden gift to their ruler, and in the end the chest was borne away to the ship, together with the altar of sacrifice. I did not stir or struggle, for I anticipated the nearing moment when the chest would be opened again, and I could feast. Feast on flesh, feast on spirit. Yes, I knew now. Hunger. I drowsed in the darkness, and then the thunder came, and the shattering sound awakened me. I felt the shock and the shudder as the sinking ship gave way and I fell into the depths. The lid of the chest burst, and I was free. Yet I did not come forth, for there was no reason. Not until the bodies drifted down, sinking slowly. Then I put forth a portion of myself, bubbling out from the lid and groping until I grasped the floating forms and drew them to me. I feasted until replete, then slept once more. There was no need to emerge from the chest until the opportunity came to feed again. Time means nothing, for I endure forever. I have but to wait. I neither dwindle nor grow, nothing grows except the hunger. But the hunger is there, and lately I have stirred, heeding its pangs. The other day I took a man. It was curious, in that he came to me willingly and saw the chest with its lid ajar. He could not lift it, of course, because of the weight of the water, but he felt along the edges. Then I bubbled forth, grasping him and pulling him down, and he threshed mightily so that the lid fell, decapitating him. The body floated away, but I did not pursue. I do not have to pursue. I am aware of his awareness now, and with it I know that there are others of his kind in a ship, just above me. They will follow him down, for they are seeking the chest and the altar. Yes, they will come to me, and soon I shall feast again. In the feasting there is great pleasure. To taste the memories, to savor the surge of every emotion, to know the nuances of all desires, there is the richness of rage, the pungency of passion, the fine, full flavor of frantic fear. I eat it all, and I digest it, and I retain it, and that is my ruling need. Most of all I want the woman, the golden woman. And I will engulf her with my eyes, and I will take her whiteness into my blackness, and drain her body of all delight. No. I was screaming now, It was my own voice that was screaming, and it was my own sweat-drenched body that threshed in ultimate fright there upon the bed in the moonlight as I awoke. It had been a nightmare. I knew that now, and yet I believed. No subconscious fantasies can evolve without stimulation, and my stimuli had come from beneath the sea. I believed. But when the harsh sun rose, my certainty wavered. By the time I rowed out to the yacht, I was half ashamed to even speak about the dream. And when I started to tell Dina and Don of what had shattered my sleep, I was more than apologetic. "Sure you weren't hitting the rum again?" Don asked. "No, I didn't touch a drop. But even if it was just a nightmare, I'm convinced there's something behind it. That business of the lid coming down to decapitate Roberto. You know yourself what it would weigh, and how slowly it would move in water at that depth." "Yes, but if something were holding him." "What could hold him?" "Your mysterious monster, made out of black bubbles. The one who lives inside the chest." "We saw the bubbles, remember?" "Sure we did. And we saw the fish that made them, churning up the silt down there in the crevice." Don wiped his forehead with a hairy arm. "Personally, I think you cooked up this yarn because you'd like to chicken out of making a dive with me. You were pretty shook up yesterday, weren't you?" "Sure you were." "Leave him alone," Dina said. "The poor guy almost drowned. If he doesn't want to go back down, I don't blame him." "I'll go," I said. "Don't worry about me." "Then come on," Don snapped. "Juan has our gear laid out. The sooner we get started, the better." We stripped down to our trunks, and I followed the teddy bear over to the rail in silence. Juan helped us into our equipment. And then it was time to lower ourselves along the shot line, lower ourselves into the drowned domain of darkness, and seek what waited there. Don reached the bottom before me. Spear in hand, he jackknifed through the gloom in the direction of the crevice, then waved a flipper to urge me forward. The fish did not swim here today, and we could see the ribs of the skeleton ship wavering weirdly in the water. And Don swam between them, then lowered himself to the sand as he groped forward, digging his spear into the bulky buried outline of a shape set against the side of the rocks. Suddenly he flung up a flipper again, gesturing impatiently as I held back. The spear scraped over the incrustations and bubbles rose. Then I saw the glint and hurried forward. He had found something. It was the altar. There was no way of determining if it had fallen flatly or upended itself in the sand. In either case it was huge, far larger than I'd expected. And its surface, beneath the silt, was hammered, gleaming gold. I peered into Don's face, beneath the goggles, and read the exultation in his eyes. We'd found what we were looking for. The cost of rigging up a winch and windlass to raise it from the depths would be tremendous, but the reward was worth the effort. This was a prize surpassing the dreams of any treasure seeker. And there was still the chest. Again, it was Don who moved forward, deeper into the debris centered between the ribs of the hulk. He stooped and groped and probed, then rounded a rocky outcropping in the wall of the crevice and literally stumbled across the rectangular lid of the great chest sunken in the sands. I was beginning to feel faint. Part of it was residual fear, of course, but most of it was sheer excitement at the realization of our discovery. Whatever the cause, I was conscious of a growing giddiness, and I moved back, not wanting to stray too far away from the shot line. Don waved at me, but I shook my head and continued to retreat. Only when I saw the line slanting before me did I halt and gaze off into the crevice. Don had stooped over the embedded outline of the lid, and now he was digging at it with his spear. I remembered his own remarks about the weight of the water and knew his puny efforts would be futile. Perhaps he was beginning to suffer from nitrogen narcosis too. But no, his attempts were not useless. Because even as I watched, the lid was rising. Slowly, very slowly, and the sand began to slant and shift beneath the spear. And now I could see an opening inch up, and there was a blackness and a bubbling. It was like the blackness and the bubbling I'd encountered yesterday, during my dive, but there were no fish about to churn the silt. Yet the lid continued to rise, and the darkness flowed forth. The darkness flowed forth, just as it had in my dream. And then Don was backing away, and he flailed the spear before him, flailed frantically at the faces that seethed and surged in shapeless shadows. And out of the faces emerged the feelers, coils of twisting tentacles that shrouded him in smoke. I thought of the legends of the huge gin imprisoned by Solomon in tiny bottles, and I thought of how lambent gases are compressed in minute containers, and I thought of protoplasm that proliferates instantaneously in response to the blind, insensate forces which spawned life out of the insane vortex of chaos when the world began. But this was not gin or gas or protoplasm, it was nightmare. Black nightmare, boiling out of a golden chest at the bottom of the sea, black nightmare that emerged now in sudden, shocking solidity, oozing obscenely aloft until it towered titanically amidst its twining tendrils. And I saw the central coils part to reveal the eyes which were like mouths, which were mouths, because they were swallowing Don. The coils whipped him aloft, forced him against the openings, and the lid lips came down. I could see Don's legs threshing in a blur of bubbles. One of his flippers had come off. I forced myself forward, spear in hand. But the chest was closing, the tentacles were forcing it down from within. The black, threshing mass disappeared, carrying the white mass of Don's body with it, and the lid clanged shut. Behind it floated a mass of bubbles, a tangle of reddish skeins, something small and curiously white. Don's foot, sheared off at the ankle by the closing lid. I blacked out. Half an hour later I found myself gasping and retching on the deck in the warm sunlight. I had no memory of how I came to the surface. Apparently Juan had seen me ascend and came down to hold me through the decompression stages. He bent over me, and his brown face was almost as pale as Dina's. I told them about Don. In Dina's face I could read only doubt and incredulity, plus a strange compassion. But Juan nodded slowly. "We must leave this place," he said. I shook my head. "But you can't leave now, there's the gold, it's really down there, and it's worth a fortune." "What is gold to a dead man?" he murmured. "We will go back to Barbados." "Wait," I begged. "We've got to think things over. Dina, you understand?" "Yes." She turned to Juan. "We can't decide anything now. Can't you see he's exhausted? Look, let me take him ashore. Tomorrow we can decide what must be done. There's no sense talking anymore. And no reason to get all excited over hallucinations." "Hallucinations?" I sat up, shaking. She put her hand on my shoulder. "Never mind. We'll discuss it later, when you're rested. Come on, I'll go in with you. Juan can have one of the men row us ashore." I was silent. It took all my strength to get over the side and into the rowboat. When we landed about a mile down from the cove, Dina and the crewmen helped me walk up the steep, winding path which led to the old house I occupied on the hill. Looking down, I could see the yacht riding out there on the waters, silhouetted against the sunset. The crewmen went back, but Dina stayed. My serving couple, Felipe and Alicia, prepared a meal for us. Then I sent them away. The food and a few drinks restored me. By the time darkness came I was ready to talk. And Dina was ready to listen. We sat on the terrace outside the house. The sky was bright, and I had the feeling that, if I wished, I could reach out and grasp the moon and the stars. But I was content merely to sit there and watch the play of moonlight and starlight in Dina's golden hair. Dina filled our glasses and sank back. "All right," she said. "What really happened down there?" I stared out at the water. "But I already told you. We're alone now. You aren't talking for Juan's benefit, or the crew's. I realize that. She sipped her drink. Can't you remember? Was it really all hallucination? I leaned forward. Dina, none of it was hallucination. It happened just the way I told you. We found the treasure. And that creature down there. I dreamed about it, but it's real, it actually exists. Maybe it's not the only one, either. What about all these legends of sea serpents and monsters? What happened to the crew of the Marie Celeste? I've read about such things on land, too, jungle villages, whole primitive civilizations which had been apparently destroyed instantaneously without warning. Suppose there are life forms we know nothing about, spawned when the Earth was young and still surviving, or spawned even before the Earth evolved. What about the beings that might have come here from the stars, the alien entities that never die? Those legends. Legends. Dina brushed the hair back from her forehead, frowning. I'm interested in the truth. But I'm trying to explain. You don't have to explain. She stared at me levelly. I know what happened. You and Don went down to the wreck. You found the altar. Perhaps you even found the chest. And they were gold, all right? Yes. I wasn't lying. Those objects would be worth a fortune if we raised them. Of course. You thought about that, didn't you? And you thought how wonderful it would be to have that fortune, keep it for yourself. So you got hold of Don's spear, and you killed him. And then you came back up with your crazy story about the monster, knowing it would frighten Juan and the others, keep them from going down to look. Now you'll wait until they go, get your own crew, and salvage the treasure. That's the way it was, wasn't it? You killed Don. No. She came closer, her voice low. I understand. It wasn't just for the sake of the money, was it? You wanted me. You knew you'd have to get Don out of the way first. And you remembered what I said about not having the guts. So it's my fault, too. I'm not afraid to face the truth. I'm partly responsible. You don't know what you're saying. Yes, I do. I'm saying that I'm sorry, but it's happened now and I can live with it. We can both live with it. We will get the treasure together. You and I. And then, if you still want me. Then she was in my arms and I looked down at my tarnished angel, at the golden toy, mine now for the taking. And I smiled, and I pushed her away. It's too late. I don't want you. Now or ever. I'm not good enough for you anymore, is that it? She stood up quickly. Now that you know about the gold, you think you can keep it all for yourself, and you won't need me because you can buy other women. I don't need you. And I don't need other women anymore either. Oh, yes, you do. You need me all right. Because all I have to do is go to that precious mayor of yours here on the island and tell him who murdered Don. Go ahead, I said. We'll see what happens when he tries to pit himself against a god. For it is a god, you know. Stronger and stranger than any entity of Earth. Dina stepped back, still staring. You're crazy, she whispered. That's it. You've gone crazy. Because I don't want you as a woman anymore. Because I'm through with sentimental daydreams about teddy bears and angels. Oh no, Dina. I'm not crazy. I was crazy, perhaps, until I gazed on the ultimate realities. What I saw was not pretty, but its truth transcends terror. I've gazed on something far more powerful than the petty forces that rule our little lives and our little lusts. There is a power stronger than all earthly desire, a hunger greater than all earthly hunger. And when I saw it today, when I recognized it down there, I did the only thing a mortal may do. I bowed down and worshipped, do you hear, Dina? I remember now what happened after Don died. I sank to my knees on the ocean floor and I worshipped. I rose and faced her. And then I went over to the chest and I opened the lid. I was not afraid any longer, because I knew it was aware of my emotions. I could realize that. And I could release it without harm, because it understood I meant to serve it. Dina, I opened the lid. I don't believe you. I don't believe anything you're saying. They believe me. I gazed out at the moonlit waters of the cove beyond. She followed my stare. Don't you see what's happening? I said softly. The yacht is moving. Juan raised the anchor. He believed what I told him. And he and the crew must have made up their minds. They aren't going to wait until tomorrow. They aren't waiting for us at all. They remembered what happened to Roberto and to Don, and they want to get away. Dina gasped. You're right, the yacht is moving. What can we do? We can watch, I told her calmly. They want to get away. But they won't. They don't know what you know now that I opened the lid. And its hunger is growing. Look! The moon was very bright over the water. And even at the distance of a mile we could see the bubbles rising, see the waves churning and boiling as something broke the surface just before the vessel. It was like a wave, like a waterspout, like a giant cuttlefish. And the tentacles tossed and twisted and twined about the prow, and the little yacht tilted, and then a black bulk emerged from the waters and swept across the deck. In the distance we could hear faint screams, and then Dina was screaming too as the boat careened over on its side and the huge black blob enveloped its white hull and bore it down, down. The black bubbles disappeared, and there was only the soft and shimmering surface of the sea, glittering in the cold silver moonlight. The Marie Celeste, I murmured. And countless other ships. Countless other mortals in all climes, in all times. When the appetite waxes, it awakens. When it wanes, it subsides. But now the hunger grows again, and it will come forth to feed. Not on the bodies alone, but on the being. It will glut on soul substance, feast on the emotions and the psyche. First a ship, then a village, then a town, perhaps an entire island. And what is comparable to that knowledge? Does that slimy gold under the water or the tarnished gold of your body hold any allure for one who realizes his destiny at last? His destiny to serve a god. Get away from me, I'll go to Robles. I pinned her arms. You will not go to Jose Robles. You will come with me. And I will summon it to the sacrifice. She screamed again, and I hit her with the heel of my hand across the back of the neck. It silenced her, but did not bruise her mouth or face. I knew it would be better if she was not marked. One does not bring spoiled fruit or withered flowers as an offering to the gods. I carried her down the beach, then, in the moonlight. And I stripped her and staked her out upon the sand there at the water's edge. She was silver and gold in the moonlight, and for a moment I coveted the treasure of her body's richness. But I had spoken truly. This was as nothing to the knowledge of my destiny. I had found myself at last. I was meant to serve. To serve and to summon. I sent my thoughts out across the water and deep down. It was not difficult, not since I had opened the chest and let the blackness therein meet and mingle with my being. For already I was a part of it, and it was a part of me. And I knew this was what it was searching for, not the crew, but the golden woman. Now it would come to slake all hunger and all thirst. And my own appetite would be appeased in the sacrificial act. I did not have long to wait. The bubbles burst near the shore, and then it flowed forth. Larger now, for as it feasts it grows. The black blur became a black cloud, the black cloud became a black blot, the black blot became a black body, 1,000 writhing arms to caress her nakedness, 1,000 pulsing lips to drink, 1,000 hungry mouths to savor and to swallow. And the blackness flowed over her whiteness, and it was like an exploding ecstasy in which I was the ravisher and the ravished, the eater and the eaten, the victor and the victim, the watcher and the watched, and it was better than seeing Don, it was better than seeing the crew, and I knew it would keep getting more wonderful each time, the sensation stronger still as we kept feeding and growing, feeding and growing. Yes, because when it was finished, and the blackness melted back into the rolling waters, leaving the beach bare before the moonlight, I knew that we would go on together. There had been no altar this time, but that did not matter. We know nothing, care nothing for altars of gold. The bed is not the bride, the plate is not the meal. Anywhere and any time, all that is necessary is soul and substance for the sacrifice. So that we can swallow and grow, swallow and grow. I made our plans. Jose Robles had warned me to keep the crew away from the natives in the little village behind the cove. They were only ignorant savages, after all, probably not much better than the jungle natives who had reared the golden altar to a god. But they lived, and that is enough to us who drink life. So I would summon the god again, tomorrow, the next day, soon. And it would come in its strength, and take nourishment. Perhaps the villagers would bow down to it, and then raise an altar of their own. Perhaps not. In the end, it couldn't matter. Because in the end we would take them all. And perchance Jose Robles might come to us. If not, in due season we would go to him. Yes, in due season we would visit everyone on the island of Santa Rita. And our awareness would grow as we incorporated all the lives and all the learning and all the lusts. And our appetite would increase. And we would grow in size, grow in power, grow in strength to satisfy our dark desires. There need be no end. It is a small distance from island to island. And as we grow we can travel faster, seize more swiftly and surely. With us there is no time and no death. Nothing to halt or to hinder. The creature that swallows the world. Why not? From island to island, always growing. Then on to the mainland, to the swarming cities. It will feast and I will share, it will search and I will lead, it will rule and I will serve, forever and ever. And I have written it down now so that all may know the truth and decide whether to join in worship or serve us in another way, as subjects, sustenance for sacrifice. The choice is yours, but make it swiftly. For I feel the urging of that black appetite, and soon we must go forth to ravage and raven across the world. Statement of Jose Robles, Mayor. In the matter of the man Howard Lane, presently confined to await trial on the charge of murder, these facts are known. The foregoing account was found, in the prisoner's own hand, upon the desk in the study of his home, by Felipe and Alicia Martino, his servants. The statement was handed to me when I visited his house early this morning, together with Officer Valdez, seeking to question him concerning the sinking of the yacht Rover, which event had been reported to me by certain natives of the village near Cutthroat Cove. Howard Lane being asleep, I first examined the above statement, and then awakened him, formally charging him with the murder of Roberto Ingley, Donald Hanson, and the woman Dina Drake. This he of course denied, but in such a manner as to permit only one supposition, that this account he had written truly represents his own belief as to what occurred. It is evident that the prisoner suffers from a severe mental derangement, and I shall make it a point to see that he undergoes a complete examination before formally bringing him to trial. At the moment one can only conclude that he performed the crimes while in a state of unbalance, and although it is not easy to determine the method arranged for the sinking of the yacht. Unfortunately there are as yet no witnesses who can testify to actually seeing the vessel go down, but the sudden disappearance of a seaworthy boat anchored in calm waters, coupled with the discovery this morning of timbers and bits of wreckage washed ashore in the cove, permits of no other conclusion. It was undoubtedly Hanson's boat. The prisoner's statement seems obviously the work of a mind obsessed with guilt, and it is to be hoped that he will recover sufficiently to make a full and sensible confession. Before wiring to summon a physician, I shall make it my business, as an official and as a former friend of Howard Lane, to visit him in the jail and urge that course upon him. Indeed, I would have done so today, had it not been that the reports of the wreckage washed ashore occupied my time and attention until late this afternoon. As it is now well into the evening, I will put off my interview until tomorrow morning. It is to be admitted that one is shaken by this sad turn of events. The spectacle of Howard Lane, my former friend and now my prisoner, in the grip of his delusions, shrieking threats and curses like a hysterical woman, disturbs one far more than I can indicate. Even now I hear him moaning in his cell below. And it is sorrowful indeed to reflect upon the sudden tragedy which has visited our peaceful island. As I sit here and gaze out across the calm waters of which the prisoner has written so vividly, I cannot reconcile this scene with such a chaos of murder and violence. As for the statement itself, absurd as it may seem to one still in full possession of his reason, there is a certain powerful if irrational logic about it. Wait! The prisoner below is not moaning. He is shouting again, in measured cadences. It is as though he were chanting. And the waters of the bay. The moonlight is clear and I can see the black bubbles rising. They are moving closer to the shore, moving swiftly. And now I hear the screaming from the waterfront. They see it coming out of the water. It is black and immense, and it is slithering forward. It is coming to feast just as he said it would. It is coming to devour the W. Filter tip. This 1961 tale dates itself with its sidelong reference to the then controversial hip gyrations of Elvis Presley, Elvis the Pelvis, whom Ed Sullivan's cameras would only show from the waist up. But other elements are typical of the period as well. The old switcheroo with the spiked glass, for example. And the structure of the story, beginning in medias res, already underway, with most of the water well under the bridge. A long history of the characters is filled in with swift strokes so that we are almost at the climax as soon as we begin the story. Many mystery stories in Ellery Queen's Mystery Magazine had the same form. For more of the same, check out pretty much any episode of the old Alfred Hitchcock TV show, adapted from such tales. It comes as a surprise to spot a reference to our old friend the Cthulhu mythos in this story. So far have the Lovecraft days receded into the past that the sudden appearance of Ludwig Prynne is pretty much an in-joke. The process of demythologizing we noted in the introduction to Black Bargain has gone all the way here. Prynne's volume has become simply another medieval grimoire. In fact, that is all it is called. No more De Vermis Mysteriis, not even Mysteries of the Worm. Just plain old Ludwig Prynne's grimoire. And of course Filter Tip begins and ends with puns, one of Bloch's trademarks. Bloch, here and elsewhere, has combined the old genres of the deal with the devil tale, especially the read the fine print subgenre, with the shaggy dog story. And Filter Tip is certainly the doggiest, if not the shaggiest, of the bunch. Filter Tip by Robert Bloch. Mark Thornwald had an obsession. Now there is nothing wrong with having an obsession in our society, provided one chooses it wisely. The man who is obsessed with the desire to make money often becomes wealthy. Those who dedicate an entire existence to the pursuit of fame frequently are rewarded, and can deduct the clipping bureau's fee from their income tax. Men who devote a lifetime to excel in athletic pursuit often wind up with a sizable collection of trophies, plus an occasional hernia. But Mark Thornwald chose the wrong obsession. Her name was Adrian. It is easy to deal with this particular obsession in terms of labels, mother fixation, chemical attraction, love object, and the like. Unfortunately, Thornwald wasn't satisfied with labeling his obsession. He had other plans for Adrian. With the sorry result that he wasn't satisfied, period. The first time he attempted to put his plans into action, Adrian laughed at him. The second time, she slapped his face. The third time she threatened to call her husband and have Thornwald thrown out of the house. Thornwald elected to leave quietly, hugging his obsession to his breast, nursing it on the juices of hatred and frustration. As a result, it grew enormously. Since Adrian's husband, Charles, happened to be an associate professor of medieval history and since Thornwald was one of the regents of the university, it was no great trick to see that his contract was not renewed. After assuring himself that attrition had set in, Thornwald again approached Adrian and made what he considered a handsome offer. Adrian thought both the offer and Thornwald quite ugly, and told him so. Again he retired in defeat, comforted only by the knowledge that she would never stoop to telling her husband. Thornwald took stock of the situation. Of course, being obsessed, he did not consider matters realistically. When one is obsessed with avarice, one does not reflect upon the widows and orphans who may purchase the phony uranium stock. The seeker of fame at any price is quite willing to propel his pelvis in public, or even run for Congress if needs be. And the man whose obsession takes a delectable, feminine form is equally lacking in ethics and scruples. To him, love laughs at locksmiths and goes into positive hysteria over the spectacle of a faithful wife. The end justifies the means, Thornwald told himself, and when he spoke of the end in connection with Adrian, it is to be feared he had a very tangible image in mind. But there were no means available until Adrian's husband provided them. They came to Thornwald in the shape of a bulky manuscript delivered by Charles himself. Aphrodisia, Thornwald murmured. A study of erotic stimuli through the ages. Don't let the title deceive you, Charles told him. It's a scholarly work. I've been doing research on it now for almost a year, ever since I lost my position at the university. See what you think. Maybe it could stand a chance with Harker House. Ah yes, Harker House. Thornwald happened to be on the board of editors of the publishing firm. Read it as a professional, Charles urged. Not as a friend. This wasn't difficult for Thornwald, since by no stretch of the imagination did he consider himself to be Charles's friend. Rival or deadly enemy, that was much more to Thornwald's taste and the nourishment of his obsession. Still, after Charles went away, he did read it professionally. And found the answer. Why did you cross out this formula for a love philter? He asked Charles, upon a subsequent visit. Thornwald indicated the page. Here, the one from Ludwig Prin's grimoire, in the English edition. He read the ingredients listed and the description of effects. The merest drop, if placed in a posset of wine or sack, will transform ye beloved into a veritable bechet in heat. Charles smiled and shrugged. You've just answered your own question, he said. Most of the spells and incantations I've set down are mere curiosa. I doubt if there's any amorous incitement in owl dung, and calling a tomato a love apple is just sympathetic magic. But a few items come from sources I respect. Ludwig Prin, for example, was a considerable sorcerer in his day. Thornwald elevated his eyebrows. In other words, you decided to omit this particular formula because you're afraid it might work. Charles nodded. Look at the ingredients, he said. Some of them I never heard of, and heaven only knows what their reaction might be in combination. The ones I do know, yohimbine and cantharidin, for example, are in themselves powerful aphrodisiacs. Added to this other stuff, the result could be trouble. Just what I was thinking, Thornwald said. And made a mental note, which he at once underlined in big black encephalographs. Interesting material, he told Charles. Let me pop this into the editorial staff and we'll see what we can do. He took the manuscript away and 3 weeks later called Charles. It's practically set, he said. You've an after-dinner appointment with the board tonight. Get into town and come back with a contract. That part was easy. The difficult matter had been to trace down all of the obscure ingredients for the love philter. Some of them were only approximated in the pharmacopoeia and others had to be illegally obtained, but Thornwald's obsession brooked no obstacles. And now he was ready. As soon as he made certain that Charles had indeed departed for the city, he made his final preparations. Promptly at 8 he knocked on the door of Charles's flat, and Adrian admitted him. Charles isn't here, she said. I know, but he'll be back before midnight. And then we'll celebrate his new book contract. Thornwald waved the 2 bottles. Champagne, my dear, and already iced. 1 bottle for when Charles returns. one to share between us while we're waiting. Adrian eyes the bottles dubiously, but before she could object, Thornwald took over. Glasses, he demanded. And a corkscrew, if you please. But it's to be a surprise, Thornwald assured her. And he meant it. Adrian, he knew, could never resist surprises. And this particular one she could resist least of all. He didn't tell her about the third bottle, the tiny one, which he carried concealed in his pocket. He waited until she brought in the glasses and the corkscrew and an ice bucket. I'll open the bottle, he said. Man's work. He winked at her. Meanwhile, why don't you slip into that party dress of yours, so that we can give Charles a proper welcome? Adrian nodded and left the room. It was then that Thornwald opened the champagne, poured it, and added just the merest drop of the love philtre to the contents of her glass. He finished just in time, dropping the little vial back into his pocket just as Adrian blossomed into the room. His hand trembled, not with apprehension but with anticipation. Obsession or no, Adrian was a beautiful woman in her own right, slim, shapely, and quite probably a natural redhead. Thornwald determined to satisfy himself on this latter point the moment Adrian downed her drink. She swept over to him, proffering his glass and raising her own as he turned away until he could control his shaking fingers. Now was the time for self-control. In a moment he felt certain it could be abandoned. Thornwald raised his champagne glass. To tonight, he said, and sipped tentatively. Adrian nodded, bent her shapely wrist, brought the edge of the glass to her lips, and hesitated. Now that we seem to be friends again, she murmured, suppose we seal our relationship in a friendly gesture. Such as? Let us take each other's glasses. Thornwald gulped. Oh no, he exclaimed. Believe it or not, I have a cold. Very well. Again, Adrian paused. Drink up, my dear, Thornwald urged. Here's to surprises. Surprises, Adrian echoed. And drank. Thornwald tossed off the champagne. His hands were trembling again. How long would he have to wait? Not very long, apparently. For it seemed but a moment before the change came. Adrian moved quite close and her voice, like her smile, was soft and caressing. I don't know what you put in my drink, she murmured. But you did put something in. That's why you wouldn't switch glasses with me, isn't it? Thornwald noted the warmth in her voice and felt it was now safe to nod. Good, Adrian said. I thought as much. Which is why I switched glasses before I made the suggestion, when I handed you your drink. Thornwald blinked. And then the filter took effect and he knew it worked, knew that if the merest drop would transform a woman into a bitch in heat, it was equally potent when administered to a male. All he could do was tremble, and watch the room swirl and listen to Adrienne's laughter. If only she could understand his motivations, if only she realized he's acted out of genuine affection. Thornwald knew he had to tell her, so he took a deep breath and opened his mouth. I love you, he barked. Afterward. In July 1934, I lucked out. That's when I sold my first story to Weird Tales magazine. To a 17-year-old youngster, just graduated from high school in the depths of the Great Depression, this seemed like a miracle. And in a way it was, for The Secret in the Tomb barely qualified as a story at all. Editor Farnsworth Wright must have had an off day when he decided to accept the tale. But it was a great day to me, and thus encouraged I immediately wrote and submitted another story, The Feast in the Abbey. It too was accepted, and I lucked out again. For in accordance with some mysterious editorial decision, it was this second effort which was the first to actually appear in print, on November 1st, in an issue predated January 1935. Feast wasn't exactly a masterpiece either, but it was a good cut above the earlier effort, and had a last line which readers seem to remember. Which is more than can be said for Secret, or many of the stories that I wrote and sold subsequently. The suicide in the study, the dark demon, the grinning ghoul, and the faceless god were experiments, poorly conceived and poorly executed by a teenaged amateur who deserved to be executed himself. My references to the so-called Cthulhu mythos in these efforts clearly indicated that I was under the influence of my literary mentor, H. P. Lovecraft, though the less charitable might also suspect I wrote them under the influence of some hallucinogenic drug. Such, however, was not the case. And every once in a while a genuine story notion would come my way. For example, I conceived the notion of killing off Mr. Lovecraft in a somewhat tongue-in-cheek fashion, with his permission, of course. With characteristic generosity he not only granted me that liberty, but set it down in a document signed in 4 languages. And thus I wrote The Shambler from the Stars, dedicated to HPL, whereupon he returned the courtesy in a sequel, The Haunter of the Dark, with myself as dedicatee and victim. Other experimental ventures, conscious attempts to move away from Lovecraft's literary turf, if not his influence, were my series of Egyptological tales, several of which are included in this collection. And occasionally I came up with an offbeat idea, as in The Mannequin, though at the time I was blissfully unaware that Henry S. Whitehead had utilized a somewhat similar concept in his story Cassius. Rereading these pieces today, some of which have rightfully, and mercifully, remained out of print for 40-odd years, I find myself reiterating a recurrent regret. Why couldn't some of those ideas have waited to occur to me later, when I'd have been better prepared to do justice to them? Truth to tell, I didn't really begin to write properly for nearly a decade following that first sale. Not that I was necessarily any great shakes at it even then, but at least I'd begun to diversify my style and divest it of some annoying mannerisms. The Shadow from the Steeple, the sequel which I eventually added to HPL's Haunter, is deliberately written in the mood and mode of its predecessors and utilizes the same milieu. It is, however, more disciplined and coherent than Shambler, if not necessarily as much fun. And while Notebook Found in a Deserted House is a throwback to HPL-influenced tales, it bears little stylistic resemblance to those earlier works with their ponderous and pretentious polysyllabification and pseudo-scholarly references. But these tales, of course, are assembled here together for the first time, because of a common denominator. All of them have some connection with H. R. Lovecraft's mythos. They are not, I hasten to assure you, stories which were revised or written by HPL. As a matter of record, although it was Lovecraft who suggested I turn my hand to writing weird fiction and offered to read and criticize my early efforts, he actually saw only a half-dozen or so of them all told. And of these, several never actually appeared in print. Those that I did inflict on him he praised rather than criticized, and his suggestions involved minor changes. Gently he corrected errata in spelling or references, but at all times took pains to reassure me that I was a writer rather than an egregious nerd. In a word, he lied like a gentleman. And it was HPL who, when I came up with another imaginary book of sorcery to take its place alongside his famous Necronomicon, conferred upon my Mysteries of the Worm its Latin title, and offered me Latin phrases for use as invocations. I've been asked if the name I bestowed on the book's author, Ludwig Prynne, was derived from that of Hester Prynne, heroine of The Scarlet Letter. If so, the association was an unconscious one, for I had yet to read Hawthorne's novel at the time, and didn't see the silent film version until 2 years ago. Even if I had been familiar with the character, I doubt I'd form any special connection between an adulteress in colonial New England and a European devotee of black magic. Oddly enough, Lovecraft's greatest direct contribution to my work consisted of his suggestions, and some lines of actual rewriting and rephrasing, incorporated into Satan's Servants. This is not a mythos tale and is not included herein. As a matter of record, I put it aside following his inspection and didn't complete the story until many years after Lovecraft's death. Lovecraft's death. I hadn't intended to write that phrase, though even today, more than 40 years after the event, it carries a tragic connotation. Until I reflect upon the fact that H.R. Lovecraft, like his creation, Cthulhu, never truly died. He and his influence live on, in the work of so many of us who were his friends and acolytes. Today we have reason for rejoicing in the widespread revival of his own canon. And if a volume such as this has any justification for its existence, it's because Lovecraft's readers continue to search out stories which reflect his contribution to the field of fantasy. With that in mind, there's no need for further apologia. These tales, poor as some of them may be, nevertheless represent a lifelong homage to HPL which recently culminated in the publication of my novel, Strange Eons. Taken in that spirit, I hope you'll accept them for what they were and are, a labor of love. Robert Bloch, 1981. Demon-dreaded lore. Robert Bloch's contribution to the Cthulhu Mythos. By Lynn Carter. When Robert Bloch was a boy of 15, back in 1933, he began to correspond with H.P. Lovecraft, becoming one of the youngest of the members of the Lovecraft Circle, that band of aspiring or seasoned writers scattered across the country whose common links were their enthusiasm for macabre fiction in general and weird tales in particular, and their friendship with Lovecraft. Some, like Clark Ashton Smith, were professionals, others, like very young Bloch, raw amateurs. Over the years, some lasted, becoming popular weird tales contributors, and others faded into the background. Bloch, of course, lasted. From his first published short story, The Feast in the Abbey, Weird Tales, January 1935, he went on to sell a grand total of 85 yarns to that magazine and competitors like Strange Stories. Some stories were written with one or another collaborator, a few were written under a pen name, Tarleton Fisk, but, as his last appearance in WT was in the issue dated January 1952, I submit that he had become a seasoned professional. After all, 85 stories in only 17 years. With his very second appearance in Weird, The Secret in the Tomb, May 1935, Bloch joined his new friends Clark Ashton Smith and Robert E. Howard in writing stories laid against the connected, but invented, background lore system of Lovecraft's Cthulhu mythos. He went on later, of course, to find more modern settings and themes better suited to his individual personality. He went on, in fact, to become a widely successful author of scripts for radio, television, and the movies, and it's one of the ironies of his fine career that he was not given the chance to write the screenplay for Alfred Hitchcock's classic film Psycho, the most successful black and white movie ever made. Since he wrote the novel on which the scenario was, and very closely based. But it is as a contributor to the mythos that I must deal with him here. The Cthulhu Mythos is a heterogeneous collection of short stories, a few novels, poems, sonnet sequences, and other miscellaneous things, held together by a commonly shared system of information. A mythology, if you will. All right, a demonology, then. The authors who contributed to it, the authors who are still contributing to it, for the mythos is by no means dead, play the game more or less according to the rules laid down by Lovecraft, Smith, and Howard, who were the first to get in on the fun. The rules are that each writer should invent a demon god or two, and a crumbling tome of blasphemous eldritch lore, and, as often as not, a milieu, generally a decaying backwater of old towns slouching into desuetude, with an omnipresent aura of ancient witchcraft and obscure cults in their past, and generally their present, too. Lovecraft invented Cthulhu, Yog-Sothoth, Nyarlathotep, Shub-Niggurath, and that shuddersome Bible of the mythos, the unmentionable Necronomicon of Abdul-Alhazard. Smith invented Ubosathla, Tsathoggua, and Abhoth, and the legendary Book of Ibn. Howard invented Golgoroth, Koth sometimes, rather confusingly, described as a city, a mysterious sign on a tower, and a demon thing, and the Unauspreclichen Kulten of von Junt. Derleth invented, or borrowed from Bierce, rather, Hastur, Thugga, the Salino fragments, and the Comte d'Irlet's Cults de Gauls, Lovecraft set most of his tales, but by no means all, in an imaginary region of coastal Massachusetts. Smith laid his in prehistoric Hyperborea or medieval Averoigne. And so on, you get the idea. Come to think of it, you probably already know the idea, or you wouldn't have bothered to pick this book off the rack. With his second story, The Secret of the Tomb, Bloch made some rather tentative contributions to that library full of moldering volumes of forbidden lore, mentioning the Kabbalah of Sabbath, and the occultus of Hierarchus, and Prin. Prin was the only one he developed to any particular extent, although in subsequent stories he added the black rites of Mad Lovikarif, priest of cryptic Bast, and a number of books and tales by imaginary authors such as Simon Maglore and Edgar Henquist Gordon. It was the Flemish wizard, Ludwig Prin, and his hellish book, De Vermis Mysteriis or Mysteries of the Worm, that became and that remains Robert Bloch's major contribution to the lore of the mythos. In his story The Shambler from the Stars, which, incidentally, he dedicated to Lovecraft, he builds upon Prin's life and history and reveals as much as he ever wished to pass on to us of the contents and theme of that ghoulish tome. I refer you to the tale in question. The volume certainly belongs on the same dusty shelf with Unausspreclichen Kulten and the Livre d'Ivonis. I can no longer refrain from informing you of the hideous truth. Robert Bloch has a sense of humor. Humor and horror have never been so inextricably mixed as in the career of Robert Bloch. If H.P.L. hadn't encouraged him to contribute to weird tales, I have no doubt but that he would have gone on to write material for Fred Allen, Sid Caesar, or Bob Hope. Now, the boys in the Lovecraft circle did not treat their work with any great solemnity. In fact, they delighted in playing jokes on each other in their stories. The Comte d'Irlet, who is the author of Derlet's Cultes de Gaules, is a Lovecraftian pun on Derlet's own surname, for example. Bloch paid him back, on Derlet's behalf, by making the author of his own Black Rites one Lovikarif, adding with, presumably, a straight face that the mad Egyptian was a priest of Bast. To catch that one, you have to know that Lovecraft was crazy about cats. Similarly, Lovecraft inserted into another story a reference to the Camorrium myth cycle of the Atlantean high priest, Clark Ashton. Since Clark Ashton Smith wrote tales set in Camorrium, capital of his Hyperborea, the joke is obvious. Well, in 1935, Bloch wrote to Lovecraft asking him if he minded being used as a character, who would come to a sticky end, in a story he was thinking about, later published as The Shambler from the Stars. Lovecraft replied with a document of formal permission, countersigned by Abdul Alhazard, author of the Necronomicon, Gaspard du Nord, translator of the Book of Ibn, the Chocho Lama of Ling, etc. Bloch thereupon wrote of a struggling young writer, aspiring to make his mark on weird fiction, obviously, although tongue-in-cheek, an autobiographical reference, who, in his Midwestern isolation, enters into correspondence with a hermit in the Western Hills, Smith, a savant in the Northern Wilds, Derleth, or Donald Wandre, and a mystic dreamer in New England, you know who. The narrator and said mystic dreamer get embroiled in trying out one of the rituals and the mysteries of the worm, and it is the dreamer who gets sort of eaten alive by an invisible thing in midair. A while later, Lovecraft retaliated with The Haunter of the Dark, in which a lonely young writer from the Midwest, one Robert Blake, not Bloch, Blake, comes to an even stickier end while visiting in Providence, Rhode Island, where Lovecraft lived. Blake was struck dead with horror after one good look at Nyarlathotep. The coroner ascribed it to being hit by lightning, but we know. Unable to resist, Bloch later followed Haunter of the Dark with another story in which Nyarlathotep gets his comeuppance, more or less, from one Edmund Fisk, a pal of the late Blake. Need I remind you that Bloch used Fisk as a pen name on a few stories? By the time the story appeared, Lovecraft had died at an untimely age, and quite suddenly, that is, none of his correspondents had even known he was seriously ill. As Bloch put it once, in a letter to me, all the fun went out of the game, after that. And there were no more Cthulhu Mythos stories for a long time from his hand. Besides inventing a tome of shuddersome lore, the Mythos writers liked making up new devil gods for the Thulhud pantheon. Frank Belknap Long, another member of the circle, contributed the repulsive, elephant-headed Schauner faun, and Henry Kuttner added Vorvidas, and so on. Bloch never developed any of his gods much. A few references to Dark Han and serpent-bearded Biotes in stories like The Shambler from the Stars, and that's about it. Ramsey Campbell later picked up Biotes for further development. The fact seems to have been that Bloch was very interested in ancient Egypt. He made that ancient land the scene of tales like the faceless god and fane of the Black Pharaoh, and Egyptian religion and superstition enter very largely into the secret of Sebek and some of his non-mythos stories, like the Eyes of the Mummy. In the person of the aforementioned Nyarlathotep, who has sinister, shadowy connections with the ancient Nile, Bloch found a perfect instrument to play with his hobby. In tale after tale, he developed the myth of Nyarlathotep, adding much new lore to our knowledge of the monster. For instance, in The Faceless God, Weird Tales, May 1936, he goes all out. I could fill a paragraph with nothing else but the various new titles of Nyarlathotep which that story adds to the mythos. In fact, I will: the Demon Messenger, the Secret One, Black Messenger of Carnator, the Egyptian Hell, the Stalker Among the Stars, Lord of the Desert, the Dark One, the Faceless God, the Dark Demon, God of the Desert. See what I mean? Bloch's failure to develop any of his own invented gods beyond a mere mention or two may, after all, have been deliberate. He had this trick of tossing into his mythos stories otherwise unexplained and never followed up on fragments of lore. These fascinate a student of the mythos such as I am. I wish to Carnator I knew what they mean. References to fragments of lore like the Feast of Ulder, the 13th Covenant, the Moon of Yigirath, the Soul Chant of Sebek, the Legend of the Elder Sabbath, Demon Haunted, and the secret parable of Baigana the Faceless One. I'd love to know what those things were supposed to mean. Terror in Cutthroat Cove. When an editor assigned Bloch to come up with a story to fit this title, he might have written pretty much any type of action or adventure yarn. But he made a tale of the Cthulhu mythos. Here we have something of a modern Obed Marsh, propelled by venal greed into unlocking a submerged trove of unearthly horror. And in the eventual mind meld between the hapless narrator and the alien entity we have an echo of the psychic fusion of Robert Blake and the Avatar from the steeple many years before in The Haunter of the Dark. With its apocalyptic denouement, the story prefigures Bloch's later Cthulhu mythos novel, Strange Aeons. The story was based on a plot germ Bloch had related to Lovecraft back in 1933, which Lovecraft summarizes in his reply. That idea of finding a thing in the hold of a long-sunken treasure ship is excellent, July 1933. Bloch later expressed some surprise that fans had not noticed the mythos character of the tale. I came up with a Cthulhu-inspired yarn, on which no one has ever commented. Though bearing none of the expected mythos jargon, the Lovecraftian character is manifest in its direct affiliation with HPL's cosmology beyond mere use of nomenclature. These Bloch quotes are taken from Randall D. Larson edition. The Robert Bloch Companion, Collected Interviews 1969 to 1989, pages 39-38. More importantly, the story demonstrates something about the adaptability of the classic Thulhuvian tale to new modes of narration. Lovecraft cloistered his cosmic horrors in a castle of antique prose and purposely kept character development to a minimum. His success raises the question of whether it is possible to write in a distinctly un-Lovecraftian manner, and yet pen a tale true to his vision of the mythos. Terror in Cutthroat Cove answers that question in the affirmative, as Cthulhu's tentacles reach forth through the medium of Bloch's punchy, hard-boiled style and his strong, well-defined characters. The challenge could be met, and Bloch was the one to meet it. Terror in Cutthroat Cove. By Robert Bloch. You won't find Cutthroat Cove on any map, because that is not its real name. And you can search a chart of the West Indies thoroughly without locating the island of Santa Rita. I have changed the names for obvious reasons. If those reasons are not obvious at the moment, they will be by the time you finish this account. My own name is Howard Lane, and I lived on Santa Rita for almost a year without ever hearing of Cutthroat Cove. That isn't too surprising, for it wasn't the lure of buccaneers and bullion that brought me here. In fact, you might say I left the United States just to get away from the atmosphere of piracy and plunder which dominates the modern commercial scene. You might say it, but I did say it, night after night, in Rico's bar. Eventually, of course, I'd stop talking and fall down. Nobody ever paid much attention to me, before or after. Except on the night when I met Don and Dina, the teddy bear and the Christmas tree angel. I had a little bit too much of Rico's rum that evening, and I admit it. But even after I got to know them, I still thought my first impression was right. Teddy bear. That was Don, standing at the bar beside me, blond, burly, his short arms thick and bare and covered with that soft, golden fuzz, his nose splayed and pink, and his eyes like big brown buttons. I watched him order a drink, American beer. American beer, in cans, at $1 a throw. And he was tossing American money on the bar, a 20. That was enough to make me look twice. We seldom get strangers or tourists in Santa Rita, and the infrequent visitors never have any money. So I watched the teddy bear as he carried the 2 cans of beer over to a table in the corner. And that's when I saw her sitting across from him. The Christmas tree angel. Her dress was white and wispy, her hair was spun gold, her eyes china blue. The complexion was peaches and cream, the peaches being slightly ripened by the sun. She laughed up at the teddy bear as he approached, and I felt an unreasoning resentment. Why is it always that way? Why does that kind of a girl always pick that kind of a man? I'd asked myself that question 1,000 times. I'd asked it ever since I'd come to Santa Rita a year ago. In fact, that's the real reason I had come, because once I'd picked just such a girl, only to find she picked that sort of man. And I knew what he was the moment I looked at him. He was the muscle beach boy, the busy eyebrows type, the kind who shows up in all the cigarette ads with a tattoo on his hand. I made a little bet with myself about what would happen after he had poured out the beer. Sure enough, I won. He took hold of the empty beer can in one ham-like hand and squeezed, crushing it flat. That made her laugh again, and I knew why. Because she wasn't a Christmas tree angel, after all. She was just the kind of girl who fooled my kind of man into thinking that's what she was. So that we treated her that way, like a fragile, precious, enchanting ornament at the unattainable top of the tree of illusion. Until one of these crude animals came along to grab her with his furry paws, drink his fill, slake his lust, then squeeze her and toss her aside. But she liked that. Beer cans are made to be crushed. Laughing beer cans and tattooed teddy bears. Yes, I was drunk enough, I suppose, with my stupid similes and maudlin metaphors and the whole sickening mixture of cheap cynicism, sentimental self-pity, and raw rum. Drunk enough so that when the teddy bear returned to the bar and ordered another round, I pretended complete indifference. Even after he tapped me on the shoulder, I took my own ill-natured time before turning around. Care for a drink? He asked. I shrugged. No, thank you. Come on, have a beer. Thought maybe you'd like to join us, we're strangers here, and we'd like to get acquainted. That intrigued me. I knew the teddy bear type, or thought I did. And while they're often full of false geniality at the bar, they never invite you to join them when they have a Christmas tree angel in tow. Unless, of course, there's some ulterior motive involved. Well, I had ulterior motives too. American beer was $1 a can, and I hadn't been able to lay $1 bill down on the bar for a single drink in over 8 months now. I nodded. He held out a golden paw. My name's Don Hanson. Howard Lane. Pleased to meet you. Come on over, I'd like you to meet Dina here. Dina, this is Howard Lane. He turned to me. Dina Drake, my secretary. I stared at her. It's really Dinah, she told me. Like in the song. But Danny Kaye made a recording once, years ago, before I was born, and be pronounced a Dina, and that's what my older sister called me. So I guess I'm stuck with it. Everybody does a double take when they hear it. I nodded, but not in agreement. It wasn't her name that caused me to stare. It was Don Hanson's description of her as his secretary. Their relationship was so obvious I couldn't imagine anyone except a child coming up with such an uninspired lie. Besides, it wasn't necessary here. Santa Rita isn't Santa Monica, only a newcomer would feel it necessary to apologize for the obvious. Still, this Don Hanson was a newcomer. In fact, that's what he was talking about now. Just got in before sundown, he was saying. Little surprised to see how small this place is, not even a hotel, is there? Doesn't matter, really, because I can sleep right on the boat. You came in your own boat. It's a yacht, Dina said. We sailed all the way from Barbados. Don chuckled. Pay no attention to her. It isn't much of a yacht, and besides, the crew did all the sailing. We couldn't be bothered, could we, honey? I would have liked it if Dina had blushed. But she didn't blush. She squealed as Don did the crushing act with the beer cans again. Then he turned to me and grinned. Lucky I ran into you this way, he said. I was intending to look you up very soon. That's right, Dina chimed in. We don't speak Spanish, either of us, but Robert, that's the first mate of our crew, he does, and he talked to somebody here in town after we landed. That's how we found out you're the only white man on the whole island. Is that true? Don asked. Are you living down here all alone with these blacks? No, I said. But they told Roberto. No, I repeated. It is not true. There are very few pure-blooded blacks on Santa Rita. The bulk of the population is of mixed blood, mestizo and merino, and even more complicated combinations of African, Carib, Spanish, Portuguese, and French racial stocks. These people are for the most part simple and uneducated, but they have pride. Sure, I understand. I thank you for the tip. But you are the only white man. According to your interpretation of anthropology, yes? Dig him. Dina giggled. She gave me a melting sideways glance from beneath the long eyelashes, the kind of a glance such girls practice while sitting before a mirror and curling those eyelashes. You'll pardon my curiosity, but just what are you doing way off here in this godforsaken place? I am drinking your employer's beer, I said in a flat voice. And for the past year I have been drinking rum. And this is not a godforsaken place. It is an exotic tropical paradise, complete with cockroaches, beetles, bedbugs, mosquitoes, flies, and black widow spiders. Only one form of vermin is unknown here, the tax collector. His absence more than makes up for the presence of the other insect pests, and also explains my own. You a tax dodger, is that it? Dina's voice held genuine interest. A gambler on the lam, maybe? I shrugged. I'm afraid it's not quite that romantic. I happen to be a freelance writer with an unpredictable income. Having no family ties, I decided to look around for a place where the cost of living is low. Here in Santa Rita I have rented a roomy old furnished house built in the days of Spanish occupation, acquired a devoted couple as servants, and supplied myself with ample food, for less than I'd spend in such mainland paradises as Downhill, Oklahoma, or Flyspeck, Utah. But don't you ever get lonely? I was lonely long before I came to Santa Rita, I told her. You can be lonely in New York. Brother, don't I know it? Her smile seemed a little more genuine, but I didn't have an opportunity to analyze it. Don put his hand on my arm. Freelance writer, eh? How's it going? SOSO. Some months good, some months not so good. It varies. Well, maybe you'd like to earn a few bucks. I could use a little help. What doing? Oh, sort of straightening things out with the local natives. You know these people, maybe you could smooth the way for me. I'd like to get a couple of permits for one thing. Fishing. You don't need anything for that. Not fishing, exactly. Diving. He's a marvelous skin diver, Dina said. Absolutely fabulous. I nodded. That won't require any official permission either. Even if it's a salvage job. Salvage. Treasure, Dina said. Why don't you level with him, darling? Why don't you shut up? Don scowled. He turned it into a grin for me. All right, you might as well know. I've got a lead on something pretty big down here. Wait a minute, I said. Did somebody sell you a map? No, it isn't a map. It's a manuscript. An old manuscript. I nodded. And it describes how one of the galleons laden with bullion from the Inca mines was wrecked and sunk right here off the shoals of Santa Rita, in clear water. Is that it? I gave him back his grin, with interest. Why, that's one of the stalest yarns in the Indies. Somebody's always waiting to make a sucker out of the tourists with that gag. As far as I know, nobody has salvaged a Spanish treasure ship anywhere in Caribbean waters for years. Don shook his head. Perhaps we'd better get a few things straight, he said. First of all, I know about the treasure ship Dodge. I've knocked around these parts for a couple of years, mostly diving, and doing some fishing for kicks. A man can really live down here. The Hemingway bit, I said. Did you know Papa? I spit in his milk. I'm a Beatrix Potter fan myself. You don't say, Don muttered. Well, anyway, I'm not a sucker fresh out of Miami. And I've gotten together a pretty good crew of boys. 5 of them, including this mate of mine, Roberto. It was his father who had the manuscript. Don went after him when the sharks got him, Dina said. He told me about it. He pulled him out, but his legs were gone and... Knock it off. Maybe I should have left you on the boat. Or back in Barbados. He gave us each our portion of the frown and grin routine again. Then continued. Well, the father died, and Roberto came to me with this manuscript. He'd found it in with the old man's effects. Didn't know what it was, either he nor the father could read English. You keep talking about a manuscript, I said. Just what is it, really? Actually, it's a sort of a journal. Written by an old Spanish prisoner on old Spanish parchment, and watermarked 1924, in Yonkers. Nothing like that. And it isn't your treasure ship yarn either. He leaned across the table. Look here. I'm no brain, but I wouldn't sail a crew of 5 all the way down here to this crummy little island unless I was pretty sure there was something in it for me. So you needn't do the needling bit. You want to take a look at it for yourself, come aboard tomorrow morning. Then you can decide if you want in or not. I hesitated, thinking of the teddy bear and the Christmas tree angel, and how I'd come all this way just to avoid playing with toys again. I had resolved that. On the other hand, I could use some extra money, for eating, and for drinking, too. Drinking helped me to forget about teddy bears and angels. So I stood up and I bowed politely and I said, yes, it's a date, to the teddy bear. And all the while I couldn't take my eyes off the angel. At 10 o'clock the next morning I sat on the forward deck of the Rover, reading Isaiah Horner, Heist Journal, Dice being a true ACCT. Of the Voyage of the Black Star, 171 Anno Domini. Don had told the truth. It wasn't a Spanish manuscript at all. It was written in the quaint and barbarous English of a semi-literate seaman in the first years of the 18th century. The crabbed handwriting was atrocious, the spelling and grammar worse, and no forger would have been inspired to disguise his bait with a long, rambling preliminary account of a sea voyage. I'll make no attempt to reproduce the contents of the journal, but it was obviously genuine. Isaiah Horner had been second mate of the Black Star during what he smugly described as a trading voyage to the Isthmus and the northern coast of Venezuela, but it took no great perception to realize that the principal business of the vessel was armed piracy. Indeed, Captain Barnaby Jakes, his commander, bears a name well known to anyone who has ever followed the history of the Brotherhood of the Coast, and there were a number of references to meetings with other gentlemen familiar to students of buccaneer lore. Moreover, the Black Star did no trading. Instead, it confiscated the property of several Spanish and Portuguese ships which it intercepted en route from the Isthmus. But the big prize was the Santa Maria, not Columbus' vessel, but a namesake, built well over 100 years later in Spanish shipyards to convey the wealth of the New World to the coffers of His Most Christian Majesty. The captain had learned that the Santa Maria was departing for Spain on its annual voyage, laden with a most unusual cargo of booty, the fruit of no less than 3 forays during which the conquistadores had penetrated far more deeply than ever before into the jungles south of Venezuela, in what is now known as the Amazon backwaters. A civilization had been ravished, not the Inca, but a valley people, worshipping a deity of their own and offering its sacrifice on an altar of beaten gold. The altar and the trappings of the temples constituted the sole treasure, but from rumored accounts, this was enough. There was, for example, a huge golden chest or ark which had been transported on the long march to the coast by no less than 40 captured native slaves. Just why the gold had not been melted down into portable ingots on the spot was not made clear, except that the accounts mentioned a certain padre accompanying the expedition who insisted that the artifacts of pagan religion be kept intact. Indeed, there was some confusion as to whether or not he approved of removing the temple's contents at all. Apparently there had been actual conflict with the commander of the expedition, and a number of men had died during the return journey to Spain. But that was not important. What mattered was that the booty had been placed aboard the Santa Maria, in the deep hold designed for the conveyance of such cargoes, and the ship was sailing for Spanish waters, accompanied by a convoy of 2 lighter escort vessels, fully armed for protection against piratical marauders. All this had Isaiah Horner's commander learned, and so, apparently, had a number of other freebooters whose spies were active in the ports. Normally, Captain Barnaby Jakes would not have acted upon this knowledge. The Black Star, with its 12 small guns and its mongrel crew of 40, preyed on smaller game. There were few members of the Brotherhood, even those equipped with a fleet of larger vessels, who ever dared attack a full-sized galleon, let alone one accompanied by an armed and alert escort. For pirates, despite the romantic lore and legend accumulating about their exploits through the centuries, were not lions in courage. They could more aptly be compared to jackals, or at best, hyenas. They sought out the defenseless, the crippled ships, the wrecks, and by the 18th century the days of the great early commanders, Henry Morgan, L'Olonnais and their like, were past. The true buccaneers of the Indies had vanished. Those who remained would seldom board an armed brigantine, let alone sack a city. So Captain Barnaby Jakes had no intention of attempting to intercept the Santa Maria and her sister ships. Not until he heard of the storm. A small sloop drifted up out of southern waters, and he rescued, and later slew, its 2 surviving crew members. But not before he had their eyewitness accounts of the great tempest in which they saw the Santa Maria riding the waves alone, after one of her escort ships foundered and the other was sent careening off its course. The Santa Maria, crippled and alone, would have to put in at the nearest port now. And that would be the island of Santa Rita, if she could be caught in open waters. The Black Star bore south for Santa Rita. Isaiah Horner, writing in his journal, spoke piously enough of the duties of a subject of His Majesty to harass the Papish enemy and take legitimate spoils. But it was an expedition of piracy, impure and simple, and it might have succeeded, for they bore down on the Santa Maria just outside Santa Rita harbor. The only trouble was, another subject of His Majesty had found her first. Closing in on her, cutting across her bows as she wallowed towards the safety of the shore, was a vessel which both Captain Jakes and mate Isaiah Horner recognized immediately as the pride of one Ned Thatch, alias Edward Teach, alias Blackbeard. Because of a strict punctilio observed among the Brotherhood, and because Blackbeard's ship was easily twice the size and carried 3 times the guns of the little Black Star, there was nothing to do but stand by and watch the battle. The Santa Maria had lost a mast in the storm, and its rudder did not function properly. Apparently most of its guns were out of commission, too, for while it fired defensive salvos as it lumbered along, there was not enough threat in its volleys to prevent Blackbeard from heading her off from the harbor entrance. The big galleon was forced to hug the shore and make for another opening along the coast of the island. Blackbeard followed, closing in without firing. That was ever his way, to hold his fire until almost alongside, and then let a direct volley rake the hull and then the decks. Not until the Santa Maria had almost gained the shelter of the cove at the far side of the island did this opportunity occur. Blackbeard closed in quickly, then stood about for a direct broadside. It came, with a roar. The great galleon rocked and shuddered. The gunners reloaded for a second salvo, even more shattering than the first. The Santa Maria, riding low in the water, attempted to turn. A foremast toppled in a shroud of smoke. Now was the time to close in for the kill. Grappling irons were ready, the boarding pikes mustered. If enough shots had penetrated the vitals of the ship, it would sink within 5 or 6 hours. But a boarding party could secure surrender and transfer the treasure long before then. Blackbeard, presumably, was ready to lead the attack. As was his usual custom, he'd be lighting the candles he twisted into his beard, and carrying the pots of brimstone he hurled before boarding the enemy's deck. One more broadside, now. It came. And the Santa Maria rolled with the blast, then careened tipsily to one side. According to eyewitness Isaiah Horner, watching from the deck of the Black Star at a distance of less than a mile away, the shots were directed at the top deck of the galleon. But it was as though the entire discharge of 30 ships' cannons had simultaneously penetrated the vessel below the waterline, as if something had ripped the keel out of the Spanish ship. For with a roaring and a roiling, with a great tidal tremor, the Santa Maria sank like a plummet before his very eyes. The water shot up from the open hatchways like a veritable fountain, and Blackbeard, instead of boarding, hastily sheered off to avoid being caught in the almost instantaneous vortex of a whirlpool set up by the downward plunge of the great galleon. Within the space of 2 minutes the Santa Maria was gone. It had sunk into the waters of Cutthroat Cove. The journal did not end here. It told of how Blackbeard and Captain Barnaby Jakes made common ground in a salvage attempt, but were unable to send men down into the deep water to reach the vessel. There were several survivors whose accounts were reported and paraphrased. None of them could explain why the ship had so suddenly and inexplicably perished, except in terms of sailors' superstitions. It had been a black voyage, and there was a curse upon the ship. They should not have carried the treasures of a heathen temple. Isaiah Horner had small patience with these notions, either did Blackbeard or Captain Jakes. Being somewhat short of rations, and even more short of temper after the loss of such a prize, they merely slit the throats of the Spanish seamen, and sent them down to follow their fellows. It was impossible to land at Santa Rita. The Spanish garrison would undoubtedly be sending out vessels of its own against the intruders, so Blackbeard and the Black Star went their separate ways. Isaiah Horner's journal ended abruptly, a few pages later. He'd put in at Kingston, Jamaica, and was thinking of giving up the life of a mariner. And that's just what he did, Don told me, as I laid the manuscript down on top of the oiled pouch in which it had been preserved. I guess he turned to robbery on land. Anyway, when I tried to trace down what had become of him, I found out that an Isaiah Horner was hanged for purse snatching in the government docks in 1712. Then you checked on all this? I asked. Of course I did. I told you I hadn't come down here on a wild goose chase. Found out everything I could. About the Santa Maria, the storm, the sinking. It's in the records. What about the treasure? There isn't much. but it stands to reason that it existed. They never sent a galleon back to Spain with an escort unless it was loaded. Besides, this story of Horner's impressed me a lot more because it spoke about an altar and temple trappings instead of the usual guff, gold bullion, chests of jewels, stuff like that. There wasn't any such thing, anyway, except during the early days when the Spaniards went after the Aztecs and the Inca tribes. But if it's in the records, then why didn't others try salvaging the ship? They did. Trouble is, it's in fairly deep water, I'd say somewhere between 200 and 300 feet. And up until a dozen years ago, it was impossible to dive that far safely, or to do any work at such a depth. Now we have the technique and the equipment. And we have the details we need. 500 yards offshore, just east of the cove entrance. How would you lift up an altar or a heavy chest? We'd have to go back for a big rig. What I want to do now is locate the wreck. That's a job in itself. You have any idea what happens to a boat that has been underwater for almost 250 years? Just finding its topmasts above the silt is hard enough to do. Don shrugged. But that's no concern of yours. What I want is a little help from you in handling the local authorities. Explain what we're here for, that we're a research expedition, interested in salvaging historical relics. You don't need to mention the gold. I see. Don eyed me. Well, why should you? It isn't their property, is it? The laws of salvage. According to the laws of salvage, you need a government permit to start work, not from here but from the mainland. All right, so I didn't make arrangements. Why can't you go to the mayor or whatever the head man calls himself, and just get his okay? You can handle him. And I'm willing to spend a few bucks. How much? How much do you think it will take? Well, $100 is a fortune down here. That's pretty reasonable. He nodded. I'll go another couple of hundred for you, if you can sew it up. What we want is permission to dive over at the cove, without any interference from the natives. Nobody should be allowed to hang around. Get it? Got it. How long do you think it'll take to line up the deal? I can probably see Jose Robles this morning. He's the mayor of Santa Rita. The inland villages have chiefs of their own, but they don't count. I should have word for you before the day is over. Make it in writing. Will do. I held out my hand. He'll expect payment in advance. Right. Don reached into his jacket, pulled out his wallet. He extracted 3 $100 bills quite casually. I was equally casual, an hour later, when I flipped one of the bills to Jose Robles in his little office near the waterfront. He signed the permit with a flourish. Remember, he told me, I take your word for it that these people will not create problems here. You are to observe them as my representative, and see that the crew keeps away from the village at the cove. I understand. I'll keep an eye on them, I promise. That is good. Then there will be no trouble, no. There will be no trouble, no, I echoed. But I was wrong. The trouble came almost 10 days later, when Don finally located the ship. He'd moved to the area outside the cove immediately, of course, and anchored in 50 fathoms, 500 yards out. Roberto and Juan Perez, another crew member, assisted him in the actual diving operations, while the other 3 attended to arrangements topside. They put down a heavy shot line, with handholds, and it hit bottom at 260 feet. Nobody got down that far until the 3rd day. It takes time to get accustomed to such depths. And even when they managed to reach the ocean floor, that didn't locate the vessel for them. As Don explained, the ship itself would be covered with silt and almost undetectable. The shifting of the sands, the alteration of the shoreline itself through the long years, these factors added to the problem. It would take time and patience. I came out every day. I beached a rowboat on the shore of the cove, and it wasn't a long pull. I sat there and watched the operations. After they hit bottom, Don did most of the diving himself. Every second dive, he'd haul anchor and try a new location. By the time a week had passed, they'd explored an area several hundred yards in circumference without finding a thing. But Don wasn't discouraged yet, just tired. Dina was bored. I'd sit with her on the deck of the yacht while Don was diving, and listen to her complain. She didn't care if Roberto and the others overheard her. Actually, they were much too busy up forward to pay any attention to us. Pleasure trip, she murmured. He hauls me way off here to the middle of nowhere, and for what? To sit on my fanny out in the hot sun all day long while he's down there playing footsie with the fishes. Then at night he's tired, wants to turn in right away, not that there's anything else to do for excitement over on that crummy island of yours. A big nothing, that's all it is. Then why did you come along in the first place? Dina shrugged. Did he promise you a share of the treasure? In a way. She scowled at me. Not that it's any of your business. You in love with him. That isn't any of your business either. All right. I'm sorry. You don't have to be. I can take care of myself. So I notice. You notice a lot, don't you? It's my business. I'm a writer, remember? I'll bet you are. She lit a cigarette. What would a writer want in a nowhere like this place? Now you're getting personal, I told her. But I am a writer. I've got books and stuff up at the house to prove it. Want to see them? I've seen books already, thanks. Also etchings. That isn't what I had in mind. Don't kid me. I haven't met a man since I was 15 who had anything else in mind. They always want to show me something. When I came aboard Don's boat back in Barbados, he was going to show me the portable bar. Then why did you accept his invitation, if you knew the way it would turn out? Maybe I wanted it to turn out that way. Then you are in love with him. Shut up. She turned away, tossing her cigarette over the side. It arced down and hissed into the waves. All right, what's the sense of putting on an act? When I was 18, I was singing with a band. I had a contract with GC and a chance to do a TV show, just a summer replacement deal on sustaining, but they told me it could build into something big if I got a few breaks. That was 7 years ago, and I'm still waiting for the breaks. I haven't been with GC for a long time, and I haven't done any television either. 6 months ago, I got a chance to play a night spot in San Juan. It wasn't a very good one, but the one in Port-au-Prince was worse, and the one in Trinidad was just plain lousy. I ended up in Barbados without a job, and without a dime. Then Don Hanson came along with his boat. I didn't care what kind of a guy he was or what kind of a boat he had. I wanted out. So, as the sun sinks into the west, we say farewell to beautiful Barbados. End of story. You don't really like him, do you? I hate his guts. He's the kind of a guy who's always had plenty of money, and is still greedy for more. He's the kind of a guy who always had plenty of muscles, but still has to use them to show off, and to push other people around. As far as he's concerned, I'm not even a person, just another convenience he wanted to take along on the trip, like his portable bar. Then why don't you? What? Ditch him and come with you to your island paradise. Don't give me that, chum. You've got nothing to offer. But nothing. The blue eyes were level. I didn't ask you for your sad story, but I'll bet I already know it. There was a girl in it, wasn't there? And another guy, who took her away, while you sat mooning around. I've met your kind before, the sensitive intellectual type, isn't it? Which is just another way of saying you don't have any guts. I told you I hated Don's guts, but at least he has some. Enough to go out after what he wants. He never asked me to pull a sneak on another man, he'd fight him for me. Would you fight Don? Not in a million years. I sighed. You're right, I said. And very honest. I shouldn't have said that, she told me. If I was really honest, I'd admit I'm not worth fighting for. Not anymore. Suppose I think differently? Suppose I'm willing to fight. You couldn't win. She sighed again, and lighted another cigarette. Guys like you can never win. This is a money and muscle world. Them as has gets. Even if the prize is only a beat-up blonde with a bad case of the whimwamps. Oh, let's forget it, shall we? I was going to tell her that I wouldn't forget it, that I preferred an angel who admitted truthfully to a little tarnish, and that maybe both of us were a bit too cynical and defeatist for our own good. But I never got the opportunity. Because suddenly there was a commotion up forward, and a babble of excited Spanish. Don was coming up. He was clinging to the shot line 20 feet down, spending 5 minutes in stage decompression before being hauled aboard. His body was perfectly visible in the clear water, the weird fins, the goggles, the cylinder assembly and regulator on his back all part of an eerie ensemble. We waited patiently until he tugged 3 times, giving the signal for hauling up the line. Roberto and Juan hoisted him to the deck. He stood there, shivering slightly, while they unstrapped his equipment. Then he took off his goggles and grinned. I've found it, he said. No, are you sure? Positive. He nodded, reaching for a towel. And it's better than we could have hoped for. Went down on its side, right into a big rock crevice that protected the top deck from silting. Part of the deck itself is still clear, and I could see what's left of the masts and forward cabin. We ought to be able to clear a path inside almost immediately, just chop a hole in the hull. He turned to Roberto. But don't take my word for it. Here, I want you to go down and take a look for yourself, right now. And then Juan. The sooner all 3 of us have had a look at her and compared notes, the better. Got your stuff? Roberto nodded, then hurried below. By the time Don had toweled himself back to warmth, taken a shot of brandy and accepted a cigarette, Roberto was already lowering himself over the side. We watched him disappear along the shot line, going down into the water. Dina was excited. What's it look like? She asked. Can you really see anything down there? Don lifted his head impatiently. Of course you can, he told her. It gets quite dark about halfway, but once you actually hit the bottom there's a lot of reflected sunlight. It seems to penetrate the dark, transparent area above. The light is bluish, but you can make out objects quite easily. I recognized the boat at once, even though it doesn't look much like a galleon anymore. Everything's covered with slime, eh? I asked. Slime. Whatever gave you that idea? Don stared at me. Trouble with you writers, you get everything out of books. Make a few dives yourself and you'd find out differently. There's no slime. The wood is just about eaten away and the metal structure is just a skeleton. Lots of little marine animals covering it. And fish everywhere, millions of them. You know, I may even have guessed wrong about the hull. Maybe there's only the iron hasps and what I thought was wood was just a solid mass of fish. They like to swarm where there's some protection. Roberto should be able to tell us more when he comes back. It takes a long time to make a dive, doesn't it? Going down is easy, if you're carrying a shot like he is. But coming back is slow work. You have to make at least 3 stops for decompression, to avoid the bends. There was a waterproof watch strapped to Don's wrist. He parted the golden fuzz and glanced at it. I'd say he's due up again in about 15 minutes. Should just be at the first stage of decompression now, about 50 feet under. He went over to the rail where the rest of the crew was gathered. See anything yet? He asked. No, Juan told him. Well, he ought to give the first signal soon. We watched the rope, but it remained taut. 15 minutes, Don muttered to himself. But it wasn't 15 minutes. It was less than 1 minute later that Juan shouted, "Here he come." And he wasn't pointing along the shot line either, but far offside, beyond the rail. "You're crazy," Don grunted. "That's some damn fish, surfacing." "No, is Roberto," Juan said. I stared. What broke water certainly wasn't a fish, for fish lack arms and legs, and they do not wear apparatus on their backs. "Madre de Dios!" Juan cried. "Is Roberto." It was Roberto, all right, but I'd never have recognized him floating there in the water, his body swollen and distorted grotesquely by the change in pressure. Nor was that the worst of it. Roberto's body had come up from the wreck below, but it no longer had a head. "Of course it wasn't a shark," Don said. "No shark could bite like that. Besides, the way it was sheared off." He kept his voice low, even though Dina had gone below to her bunk. "How about a squid?" I asked. "I've read about the way the big ones hole up in wrecks down there." "You've read?" He gave me a pitying look. "Maybe you'd better read a little more. A squid isn't the answer either. There isn't any kind of marine creature that could take a man's head off clean at the shoulders. And that includes whales, in case you also happen to have read Moby Dick." Don glanced at the body lying on the deck, covered with a tarpaulin. "No, the answer's not a fish or an animal either. Roberto must have left the line and gone off to explore the wreck. And my guess about the fish is probably right. There is no solid hull left, only a framework. When Roberto reached the wreck, the fish swam off. My guess is that he tried to enter what's left of the ship, swimming between the ribs. And then he drew a finger across his throat. It wasn't a pleasant gesture, but it was extremely graphic. "But how could that do it?" I persisted. "I don't pretend to know the way those old boats were put together, but if they used iron, surely it was in big pieces. There wouldn't be any razor edges to worry about." Don shrugged. "Do you know what happens to metal after it's been under water for a few hundred years? It wears down, eventually just crumbles away. Gold wouldn't, but old iron. Then how could it be so sharp? And how would it hold up to slice a man's head from his shoulders just because he swam against it?" "I don't know. But we'll find out tomorrow. Juan and I will go down." He was only partially correct. They buried Roberto at sunset, and I didn't stick around after the simple ceremony. That's just as well, because I heard about it the next morning. If the sharks hadn't taken Roberto's head, they got their consolation prize. Even though the body had been carefully wrapped and weighted down with shot, they must have found him, because they had been swimming around the yacht all night, their long cold bodies gleaming as they surfaced and snapped their teeth in the moonlight. It hadn't been a pleasant evening. I could tell that when I looked at Dina's face the next day, and the crew's reaction was even more apparent. As for Don, he was agitated only by anger. "They're grumbling," he murmured, as he led me down into the cabin, out of earshot of those on deck. "Want me to turn back, chuck the whole thing. I don't know who started it, but then these niggers are like children. Giving me a lot of crap about curses and hoodoos." He sighed. "But that's not the worst of it. Juan won't dive anymore. He absolutely refuses to go down." "So what are you going to do?" "Do? I can turn back, the way they want me to, and come here again with a fresh crew. But that's a waste of time and money. Damn it, I found the wreck. A few more trips down, and I'll have all the data I need on what it'll take to bring up the treasure. If it's really there. That's just the point, I intend to find out. This is no time to stop. You can still dive yourself." "Yes, but it isn't a good idea to do it alone, at that depth, unless there's someone else standing by in case of emergencies. Not that there'll be any. Now that I know what to expect, I won't get caught the way Roberto was. Still, I need someone to rely on. Have you tried offering Juan more money? Certainly. I told him I'd pay him Roberto's wages in addition to his own. But he's scared spitless. Dina clambered down the ladder. So what's the story? She asked, listlessly. We leaving nature's wonderland? Looks as though we'll have to, Don told her. Unless, he paused, eyeing me. Unless you could help out. Me. Why not? You could learn to dive. I could teach you in 3 days. Nothing to it, with a regulator, and we've got all of Roberto's equipment. I'd make it worth your while. No thanks, I said. Don't mention money. I've got a poor head for figures, but at least it's still on my shoulders. Which is more than you can say for Roberto's. I'd cut you in on the salvage, Don said. We'd split the gold. Think of it, a solid gold altar, and a golden chest so big it took 6 men to carry it. Dina smiled. Never mind the sales talk, she said. Can't you see he just isn't the outdoor type? I don't know if it was that did it, or the realization that unless I agreed she'd be sailing away. But all at once I heard myself saying, why not? At least I can give it a try. That shut her up in a hurry, and it made Don start talking. Within a matter of minutes it was all arranged. He'd abandon his project for the next few days and devote all his time to instructing me. We'd start inland, near the beach at the cove, and then I'd get into deeper water. First with the shot line and then alone, gradually learning how to handle myself in the depths. And that's just the way it worked out. There's no need to give a detailed account of what it's like to learn skin diving. The sea holds a lot of surprises, but your own body holds still more. I'd never have believed I could undergo the amount of pressure I experienced in the increasing scope of my descents, or endure the cold. I learned how to accomplish the necessary decompression, how to walk and swim and handle my limbs under weird gravitational alterations. And I learned, still more importantly, that I was not afraid. For the first time I really understood the fascination of skin diving as a hobby, or as the avocation or vocation of men like Clark and Cousteau. Don was a good, if impatient instructor. And more than his grudging praise, I relished the reluctant admiration of Dina. Thus stimulated, I underwent a rapid apprenticeship. By the morning of the 5th day, I was ready to stand by and handle the line while Don dived. The crew seemed to have settled down into a state of morose resignation once more, and there were no difficulties. I watched Don adjust his helmet and fins and clamber over the side. Dina leaned over the rail at my elbow, and we traced the trail of bubbles rising through the translucent water. Then we waited. Almost an hour passed before Don reappeared on the line at the 20-foot decompression stage. He stayed so long that I went down myself, gesturing to him in the water. He signaled for me to leave, with a wave of his hand. I came up again. Is he all right? Dina asked. I guess so. But he's certainly in no hurry to come up. Finally, though, he emerged. The fins, the tanks, the helmet came off. He took a towel, sank into a deck chair, and his usually ruddy face was unnaturally pale in the midday sun. What's the matter? I muttered. Nothing. Nitrogen narcosis. I nodded. He'd explained it to me, the nitrogen intoxication which sometimes affects the central nervous system after one relies on the air supply from the tanks during long dives to great depths. It brings on anesthesia, hallucinations, and all sorts of odd reactions, but disappears when the diver decompresses. Took a long time to wear off, Don continued. Hit me so suddenly I wasn't really aware of it. At first I thought the men were right about their squid, or whatever they think is down there in the wreck. You reached it? Yes. And there is no hull, as I suspected, just masses of fish clustering almost solidly around the crevice where the ship settled. Inside there's bits of wood and metal still leaving a partial skeleton, but all the heavy stuff, the guns and the spars, is sunken into the sand. Over at one side there's a big bulge. I'd swear it's the altar and the chest we're looking for, but I never got to examine them. Because that's when I began to feel funny. The water seemed to be turning black. The first idea I had was about the squid, so I scuttled out of there. And when I turned around to take a look, the whole area seemed to be not only black, but boiling. Clouds of bubbles. Fish, of course, returning to the spot. And they'd churned up the silt. But at the time I would have sworn there was some big animal coming up from under the wreckage. Then, when I saw Roberto's head bobbing around in the center of the black stuff, I realized what was wrong with me. I was drunk as a coot. So I came back up on the rope. I was so woozy I almost forgot to let go of the weights. Did you find the place where Roberto had his accident? No, I didn't. Maybe you can when you go down. You mean? Why not? No reason why you shouldn't get used to it. I won't tackle it again today, so it's your turn. Maybe you can get closer than I did. Just remember to watch out for the nitrogen when it hits you. Chances are it won't, though. Dina shook her head. He shouldn't risk it, she said. After all, he's just learning, and it's over 200 feet. You told me yourself it calls for an experienced diver. Only one way to get experience, isn't there? I said. I'm ready. And I was, the moment I heard the veiled concern in Dina's voice. I lowered my mask over the side, dipping it in the water so that no mist would cloud the inner surface of the goggles. One strapped the cylinder blocks of the regulator to my back and looped the hose over my head as I fitted the rubber mask until it molded tightly to my face. I gripped the mouthpiece between my lips as Juan hung 10 pounds in weights to my belt. I adjusted my fins, picked up a spear, then went over the side, grasping the rope with my left hand as I lowered myself into the water. It was cold. Gradually I felt my body adjusting to the temperature and the pressure, just as my eyes adjusted to the deeper gloom. Bubbles burst around me and fish swam past. My lungs ached. I straightened to a horizontal position so that intake and exhaust were equalized at the same pressure level and the regulator would function properly. It was hard not to panic, to remember, in effect, that the demand regulator was doing my breathing for me, or at least supplying the air which my constricted lungs needed as I flailed my way down. The pressure grew stronger, my movements correspondingly slower. Here in the deeper darkness I began to feel drunk. Nitrogen narcosis was not the cause, merely the gravitational change. My ears and sinuses ached, and I swallowed until the pain eased. A school of small fish glided by. I was tempted to abandon the shot line and follow them. But no, the line was my guide to the treasure below. I went down, deeper into the darkness. Not enough nitrogen had entered my bloodstream to produce any side effects. All I had to worry about was the pressure. How far down was I? Close to 200 feet, probably. It was hard to move, now, hard to hold the spear. I wanted to rest for a while, to float. The water here was dark. Only the bubbles from the regulator retained any color. They were round and yellowish, like beads of amber strung endlessly upwards from here to the surface. So far to the surface up there. So cold down here. And getting colder now. Because I was descending again. Deeper and deeper. Darker and darker. Colder and colder. Down went McGinty. Drunk. All right, so I was drunk. But that was good, because I couldn't feel the pain anymore. My ears had stopped hurting. The cold didn't bother me now. And it was easy to continue, to go all the way down. All the way down to where the treasure lay, the golden altar. And then I saw the rock crevice, saw the great solid swarm of fish packed in a writhing mass, and rising up like the dim drowned outline of a ghostly galleon. And I left the line and wriggled forward, moving like a fish myself. A swordfish, with a spear. They fled before me, these little ones. I was Neptune, scattering my subjects. Make way for the king. King of the sea. Drunken diver, rather. Or was it drunken driver? Could they arrest you for drunken diving? Fine you 20 clams. I tried to clear my mind. Mustn't go on like that. Had to be careful, avoid running into whatever it was that sheared off poor Roberto's head. Funny way to die. Most men lost their heads over a woman. And then I saw her. I saw the woman. She was standing perhaps 50 feet to my left, away from the crevice and the wreck. It was the glint of light that first caught my eye, a reflection brighter than anything else here in the murky dimness. I thought it might be the sunlight glinting from the scales of a large fish, and I turned my head, and I saw her. Saw the black hair floating free in a mane that masked the face. Saw the sudden movement of her body as she turned and waved the cutlass. The gleaming cutlass, razor sharp. Women do not walk the ocean floor brandishing cutlasses. I realized that, but my awareness was only partial. Because another part of me was whispering, now you know. Now you know what cut off Roberto's head. And then she saw me, and the black mane whipped back, revealing her face. It was a blob of greenish-white gristle with 4 gaping holes, 2 black sockets, a jagged nasal septum, and a grinning maw that parted now as a tiny fish wriggled out. And it wasn't the skull that frightened me, it wasn't the sight of a corpse walking here at the bottom of the sea. It was just the hideous, grotesque inconsequence of the little fish swimming out of the dead mouth. That's what I was afraid of, and that's what I remembered as I pulled in panic for the shot line. As I struggled to release the weights, I dropped my spear and stared. The figure wavered off in the distance, disappearing into the crevice where the ship lay. And now the black bubbles were rising, cascading in clouds from the spot. Through the turbulence I could see the skull face melting and blending, and I saw another face that could have been Roberto's and yet other, brown, bearded, grimacing faces that formed out of bubbling blackness and disappeared in inky incoherence. Then I was going up the line, not remembering to move slowly, but propelled by the panic, flailing forward in frantic fear. At the 50-foot level I forced myself to stop and wait. The water below was clear and no inchoate ichor rose about me. I counted slowly, then climbed again. 20 feet now, another 5 minutes and I'd be free. Free and safe. But what if I waited, and something came after me? What if it was following me, crawling along the line? My lungs were bursting. My head was bursting. Not with pressure, but with fright. I couldn't wait any more, I couldn't stand it, I had to get out, I had to. I kicked and released myself, straining upwards, striving for the sun. My head broke water and I could see the light, feel it all about me. Then it dissolved into darkness and I went down again, down into the black bubbles. It was Don who hauled me out. I learned it later, when I opened my eyes and found myself lying on the deck. Don't try to talk, Dina said. I nodded. I had neither the strength nor the desire. It was a good 20 minutes and 2 shots of rum later before I was able to sit in a deck chair and tell my story. Don shook his head. Nitrogen narcosis, he said. You had it worse than I. But the corpse with the cutlass, Roberto's head, hallucinations. Yes, but how? I thought about it for a moment. Was it the manuscript that set me off? The part about the pirates? Did I subconsciously remember Mary Read and Bonnie and the other females who sailed in Blackbeard's day? You must have, Don told me. But we both saw Roberto. We were both thinking about him, and what happened down there. Well, what did happen, do you suppose? Don sighed. Perhaps we can find out tomorrow. You're not going down again? Dina asked. Of course I am. One more trip and I should be able to locate that altar, and the chest. A few fish churning up the silt aren't going to scare me away. He grinned at me. Tell you what. If you're so concerned about my welfare, I'll take Howard along tomorrow for a guardian. We'll both go down. What d'you say? What could I say, with Dina watching me? I nodded reluctantly. I didn't really want to go down into that deeper darkness again. And that night, when the dreams came, I was left with still less desire to return to the wreck. The dreams came, and I lay tossing in my bed in the old house on the hillside above the winding waterfront of Santa Rita. I knew I was there, in my bed, but at the same time I was once again writhing in deep waters. In my dreams I swam down to the wreckage, wriggled into the crevice where the black bubbles churned, and scraped at the sand with my spear until the point wedged against a solid object. It was the chest, of course, and I could detect the outline of the heavy lid set solid on the massive golden container. I sought to brush away the incrustation of corrosion and fungoid growth and gaze upon the gold beneath. But as I reached out, the lid began to rise. It swung open slowly, and the blackness seeped out. The black bubbles burst like bloating blossoms. And they were not bubbles, but heads, and each head had a face, and each face had a mouth, and each mouth was gaping wide to greet me with a grotesque grimace. Yet these were only smoky bubbles, ghost faces floating there in the water, the broad, flat faces of savages, the bearded faces of hidalgos and Spanish mariners, the seamed and pitted countenances of corsairs. Yes, and here was Roberto again, and the woman. The dark cloud floated forth, and it was like a great black bush bearing heads for fruit, a strange undersea growth waving there in the dim depths, growing before my eyes. And now the bush put forth fresh branches, and the branches were long and waving, a writhing mass of titanic tentacles. Still the smoke poured out, and billowed forth, and now I perceived that there was a body beneath the nightmare nebulosity of faces and feelers, a black body that was like a squid, a sea serpent, a reptilian monster spawned in the dawn of prehistory when nature shaped strange simulacra from primeval slime. And beneath the seething, shifting smokiness of that amorphous and polymorphous presence there were real eyes that glowed and glared and glinted at me. But they were more than eyes, they were mouths as well. Yes, they were mouths, for I could see the pupils gape and the lids rolled back like lips, and I knew that the eyes would devour me. They would ingest me in their hunger, incorporate my essence into the black being of that incredible body so that I too would take my place as one of the scores of shifting shapes in the smoke which emanated from it. It was one and it was many, it was a composite creature of an incorruptible corruption, it was insanity incarnate. I screamed and fled from it, but the faces and the feelers flowed forth to envelop me in ichorous essence, so that I drowned in the bubbling blackness of its being. I was consumed by it. And then there was no fear, and no revulsion, for in its place came an overwhelming expansion of awareness, so that I became a part of it, and I knew. My memory was its memory, my knowledge was its knowledge, and my hunger was its hunger. Memory. Deep in the jungle they built the temple and reared a golden altar of worship. And behind the golden altar was the great golden ark in which I rested and waited for the sacrifice. Nor did I wait too long, for they came frequently to attend me, bringing me the captives of their warfare, trussed on poles like pigs. And when there were no captives they brought me slaves, and when there were no slaves, they brought me children, and when there were no children they brought me their choicest virgins. All I devoured in the darkness, incorporating far more than flesh, for I took from living things the continuity of their consciousness, and added their awareness to mine. So that I grew and grew, eternally enlarging. For I was that which is known in all legends, the creature of darkness which devours the world. And if I were not fed, if my appetite were not appeased, I would flow forth to raven freely as I had, long eons ago, or was it yesterday, or would it be tomorrow? But if they kept me sated, I was content to dwell in the temple. And when they built the ark I entered it willingly, Nor did I try to leave, for it was pleasant to curl and coil and coalesce in the darkness, and wait for them to bring me fresh fare. I remembered now. Knowledge. Time is a rushing river that flows endlessly, yet never reaches the sea. And it is pleasant to drift upon the stream, drift drowsily and content. So that when I coiled compactly in the golden chest, I willed myself to satiated sleep. And it was then that they hammered down the lid, so that I could not escape, hammered it fast to hold me captive, and put an end to sacrifice. But I was still aware. I knew when the armored white strangers came and prevailed over my worshippers, and I endured as they sought to pry open the lid of the great chest, and then abandoned their vain efforts to talk of fire and of melting down. Finally there was talk of a golden gift to their ruler, and in the end the chest was borne away to the ship, together with the altar of sacrifice. I did not stir or struggle, for I anticipated the nearing moment when the chest would be opened again, and I could feast. Feast on flesh, feast on spirit. Yes, I knew now. Hunger. I drowsed in the darkness, and then the thunder came, and the shattering sound awakened me. I felt the shock and the shudder as the sinking ship gave way and I fell into the depths. The lid of the chest burst, and I was free. Yet I did not come forth, for there was no reason. Not until the bodies drifted down, sinking slowly. Then I put forth a portion of myself, bubbling out from the lid and groping until I grasped the floating forms and drew them to me. I feasted until replete, then slept once more. There was no need to emerge from the chest until the opportunity came to feed again. Time means nothing, for I endure forever. I have but to wait. I neither dwindle nor grow, nothing grows except the hunger. But the hunger is there, and lately I have stirred, heeding its pangs. The other day I took a man. It was curious, in that he came to me willingly and saw the chest with its lid ajar. He could not lift it, of course, because of the weight of the water, but he felt along the edges. Then I bubbled forth, grasping him and pulling him down, and he threshed mightily so that the lid fell, decapitating him. The body floated away, but I did not pursue. I do not have to pursue. I am aware of his awareness now, and with it I know that there are others of his kind in a ship, just above me. They will follow him down, for they are seeking the chest and the altar. Yes, they will come to me, and soon I shall feast again. In the feasting there is great pleasure. To taste the memories, to savor the surge of every emotion, to know the nuances of all desires, there is the richness of rage, the pungency of passion, the fine, full flavor of frantic fear. I eat it all, and I digest it, and I retain it, and that is my ruling need. Most of all I want the woman, the golden woman. And I will engulf her with my eyes, and I will take her whiteness into my blackness, and drain her body of all delight.